Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Austin, out here this morning. Austin, we have never worked together before. I had to introduce myself. Never met Austin before. Meeting the team. Abigail is back in the studio. I guess you can you guys still see us on the? Is that set up? Is that set up for the video deal? You can still see us on Twitter or X or wherever else we are. Instagram, whatever we are on. You guys can see us there. And you can listen, of course, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 and at 97.9 HD2, the best signal that we have. So if you have the ability to get to your HD2 stations, that's the way to listen. We're live at East River 9. We're going to be here all day long celebrating the Tour Championship with Scotty. So I heard this story. You know, Scotty Scheffler is the number one player. He starts the tournament at minus 10 against the field. Now there are some guys that say minus 8, minus 6, minus 7, minus 6, but you start the tournament minus 10.
Wait. This is the major?
No, this is
not
the
PGA
final
Championship. Oh yeah,
this is the final event of the year.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he starts at minus 10. Shoots a 60. He's 16 under after one round.
What are we doing?
Well, you know, because
now?
he played well all year, they're giving him that advantage.
So this is like NASCAR, where you have a points advantage.
Yeah, well, yeah, right, exactly.
It's exactly like that.
I don't know how that works.
Why are they
because
this?
you shouldn't start even with the field when you've been dominating the field all year. You should start a little ahead of the field when you've been.
Your sport is going to participation trophies?
Well, it's not participation trophies.
Well, they're giving him an easy
actually,
win.
It's actually meritocracy because he's played better than everybody else.
You got to start all over. No one does that in golf.
Yeah, they do.
You start your whole round.
You don't know. They've been doing this for years.
Oh, no one cares about this one then. You got to win from the start.
Well, when there's $20 million on the line for the winner, yeah, people care about it. It's kind of a big deal.
Okay, I like Scotty Scheffler to win this thing.
Yeah, I like Scotty Scheffler to win this thing too. So he says when he goes back to Dallas,
is that where he lives?
Yeah, he's a Dallas guy. What? He grew up there. I know.
Boo.
We don't like. I mean, he actually assaults policemen, right? That's now.
He has.
Now you think he's a police assaulter because he's from Dallas. But when he goes back and plays with his buddies, he says he's got to give them like 2 strokes a hole. He's a +7, and on a lot of holes with his buddies, he's like. But golf is awesome because we get to, it evens the field. But a lot of times I got to give 2 strokes a hole to my buddies. Could you beat Scotty Scheffler 2 strokes a hole? No. The answer is no.
Let me think. No. I was thinking about this.
The answer is no.
I saw a little bit of cornhole yesterday, and I'm not a good cornhole player. I don't play it regularly. I've done it before, but I do honestly believe if you gave me 6 months, I'm not saying I'd play at a championship level, but I think I'd win a tournament. Not the highest tournaments, but not the highest tournaments.
No, these guys don't miss.
I know, but all you got to do is get your muscle memory right.
Why don't you do it? There's
how hard is this?
There. What are you talking?
I got draft people to write up, but right now I got time. I got time to.
You're kidding, right? These
no.
guys are the best.
They're the best at what? Throwing a beanbag?
Yes.
What?
You got to do this.
What skill does it take other than hand-eye coordination?
You got to do this, but you have to be.
Let me ask you a question.
Not only that, but when somebody is
you got to knock them out of the way. Let me
out.
ask you something. Does it take a great deal of stamina?
Yeah, actually, because these tournaments are long and
it takes stamina. You have to have.
Yes.
You have to breathe. No, I've seen the people playing. You don't. I saw a guy play with no legs, and he was really good.
Well, that's all you have to throw. You don't need his legs to throw.
You don't even have to have legs to play at a championship level. I know it's not going to sound. It's going to come off sounding. I know it doesn't sound the way that it should, but what I'm telling you is, you don't think I can become a really great player? Listen, I don't have to be in shape. All I have to do is just get my muscle memory right. That's all I have to do. There's no great skills. You don't have to have agility, strength, explosiveness. You don't have to have, all you have to have is a little bit of hand-eye, which I have from being a basketball player. I was a pretty good shooter. So I've got hand-eye
Could you beat
coordination.
the guy with no legs?
No, absolutely not. He's at the championship level.
Yeah,
I've
right.
watched him. He
but-
throws it,
but you
and it
think-
flies right in. Like, it doesn't slide along the board.
Right.
This guy's incredible.
So-
I'm not saying I could play at the highest level. I'm saying if you gave me 6 months of training, I could go win a tournament. Like, just like, it's a Houston, it's a beginner's tournament or whatever, where it's not the highest level. I'm not saying I'd be a championship level person in 6 months. I'm not going to disrespect their sport like that. But what I am telling you is I'm going to win tournaments in 6 months, and then it's going to keep getting better for me.
I didn't know we'd be talking about guys with no legs, okay, at the highest level this morning. That's all I know. That's all I know.
I'm going to Google legless cornhole and watch this guy.
Wow, no. I don't see.
Watch how good this guy is.
This is a bad
Quadruple amputee. This is not a joke. I'm not joking. I'm just telling you, this guy actually won. I'm going to show John this video. You see him? He doesn't have hands. Look how good this guy is.
He doesn't have hands and he doesn't have legs.
Watch him. Watch how good this guy is.
Are you kidding?
You see him? He's holding by.
It goes right.
Bingo. You see this? Every time. This guy's money.
And he would crush you.
Yeah, he would crush me. But let's ask why. Because he spent time with muscle memory reflex. So I don't look. Here he is again. Look at this. Whoa! And he has to fall for it in again. He's incredible. He's incredible. I could not beat Dayton Weber. But what I'm telling you is he has no legs and he has no hands. But what I'm telling you is that you don't have to be a special athlete to do.
He's a special athlete.
He is, yes. But you don't
Right.
have to. Like, cornhole is, I could be a great cornhole player. I was flipping the channels. I saw it, and I thought, you know what? 6 months of all I'm doing is muscle memory, muscle memory, muscle memory, muscle memory. I'm not saying I'm beating Dayton Weber, but I'm beating most of you out there. That's for sure.
Do you think Lance could beat the guy?
Because you asked me if I could beat Scotty Scheffler, and I'm being realistic. No, two strokes a hole. No, I'm not beating Scotty. I might beat him in a hole, but not over the 18 holes.
Do you think Lance can beat the guy with no legs and no hands?
Lance doesn't think
Let's
so
go.
either.
Let's go. 713.
I don't think so either.
713-780.
See, you're trying to make it something, and it's not. I'm telling you, I could play at a high level in 6 months. But I'm not playing at a high enough level to beat that guy. See, I'm being realistic.
Not really.
I am. I'm saying I can't beat him.
And the Astros won last night, by the way. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, did you? How about Dana Brown? He's kind of got the magic touch. They get Kikuchi, and he comes in and he's pitched well. Jason Hayward comes in, immediate 2-run double.
Yeah.
Immediately he's paying dividends for the Astros.
Yeah.
Immediately.
And
Gamble came up out of the DeCenzo yesterday with another RBI.
The walk was huge. Huge.
It's bases loaded, but yeah.
Yeah, once again, we go with one out. We can't get a runner home. So bad with the bases loaded this year. Holy crap. Did you see those stats? Their batting average, their on base, their slugging. Awful this year with the bases loaded.
And it's way better than it was.
And with less than 2 outs, it just is like it's a 50-50 shot that you're getting a guy home. It's just terrible. It's just awful. And DeCenzo's walk was just huge. Look, I got into it a little bit last night with I'm so tired of people just thinking that they can say whatever they want to say to you on Twitter. I mean, just calling you. People out of nowhere,
nasty.
they're so, especially Astro Twitter.
Yeah.
Mr. Astro couldn't have been a bigger a-hole, and I told him to STFU. I had to. Because
I'm going to go on Twitter and look at this interaction.
Well, they're just a-holes.
Yeah, why
do
people think they?
I don't know. They can just say whatever they want.
Why can't they just have a regular conversation
instead of So the Pena error. Pena is a bad shortstop right now. He's not. He's bad right now. He's
I don't
making
like
an
when you
error
say,
every
I don't
other
like
game.
when you say that out loud.
No, he's not. He's not good right now.
He's not a good defensive.
He's not.
He's struggled right now.
He's struggling. Holy crap! A routine grounder with a slow runner, Perez on, and he's charging it like he's like Vince Coleman is running down the line.
Yeah.
instead of just gobbling it up and throwing over easily. That was an easy play.
I know.
And it starts the inning. But once again, you got a guy that's dealing. It's not like they were lighting him up. Hunter Brown is your best pitcher. He's got a situation with first and second, and he's right at 100 pitches. Oh, well, because of that magic number, we're right at 100. Got to pull him out of the game. Let him get one more out. Brian Abreu comes in, and Brian hasn't been great lately. Here's something, though. You got to have Brian Abreu. I know everybody was, what about Abreu? Listen, you got to have Brian Abreu.
You got to have him, but another,
he's got to pitch.
Not great.
You got to let him get through this. Earlier in the season, he had one of these runs where he had a few outings in a row where he wasn't good. He's not good right now, but Brian Abreu is a must for this postseason. He's a must in that bullpen. You've been living through Presley. You're taking, you know what? You just got to keep on going to him. You got to keep on going to Brian Abreu and hope. But you got to give your starters. If Nolan Ryan was on the mound and Joe Espada came out, he'd have said, "Get the bleep off my mound. Get out of here. What are you coming to get me for? Mm-hmm. I got one more guy to get. It's the 7th inning. You're going to pull me. No, this is my game. I'm going to finish this at least this inning." And instead he goes and he pulls him, and then it's a collapse. And DeCenzo or Whitcomb at third cost him the no-hitter yesterday or 2 days ago.
2 days ago, yeah.
And last night he's charging a ball and he waits for the runner. And then it bobbles the ball, throws it too late, runner is safe. If he keeps on running, the runner runs into him, he's got an interference call, or at least don't
Well, you had a lot of people upset with you about that comment.
Well, because Bregman got thrown out of the game. No kidding. No. Oh, really? Bregman? Thanks for that. But listen, my thought is this. If you're in the game, make the play.
STF, you dumbass. Put the bottle down, you old crab. Yeah. STF, you dumbass. Did it keep going?
No, I muted him.
Okay.
I have no idea if it kept going.
It did.
I just mute people.
You're the one who didn't even know Bregman got ejected.
You
didn't even know that. Mr. Astro just said you didn't know. I know you
How
muted
did I
him.
not know?
You muted him, but I want you to know what he said so you can respond right now.
You dumbass. Mr. Astro, you're an idiot. Of course Bregman got ejected. But you know what? If Whitcomb's in the game, make the play. If you're a major leaguer, that's a 3-hopper to you at third base. Make the play.
Well, you got into it with a lot of people.
That's my point. Whitcomb, if you're at third base at a major league level, you make the play on Sunday. You make the play 2 days ago, and you make the play last night.
Yeah.
Okay? Otherwise, don't be out there.
It's just a do your job situation.
Do your job.
Do your job, field the position. The Astros have been they've been benefactors of bad defense over the years. It just seems like we'll run into teams who are not good defensively, and Phillies have been one of those teams. No, it wasn't the Phillies. Who did we play that was so bad defensively? They were known for being bad defensively this year, and then they had 3 quick errors. And
the Marlins?
We also had the game where De La Cruz's brother had the 2 errors in one play. It's been the Astros have benefited from being a better defensive team than most teams they play.
Right, and they're losing.
But they're
losing that.
It has, yeah. Bregman.
That said, the ball off of the hand of the pitcher, and he throws it into right field. Helped a little bit. Thank you, Kansas City. That helped a little bit. But my point being, Whitcomb, if you're in the game, make the play. That's my point. And Joe Espada, have some more faith. Who do you want on the mound? Who do you want on the mound other than Hunter Brown or Arrighetti or Fromber right now?
Yeah.
You'd rather go to your bullpen than let those guys work out of their jams?
But this is no different than any manager. They stick with what they know, which is these guys get paid too. Brian Abreu gets paid, and he gets paid to be a really good bullpen pitcher, and he's just not doing his job as well recently. So I can't get to, I didn't get upset just because I thought this is Brian Abreu's job now. We've asked him to do this job every other time.
Yep.
And sometimes he's good. Most of the time he's good, and sometimes he hasn't been as good. He didn't do his job. But then, the Astros came up and processed runs. Really, is what they did. I mean,
Well, it helped. The error helped. There's no
yeah,
question
it
about
helped
that.
a great deal. It was
And
not.
the walk.
It was not some heroic stand that the offense took. You had a walk. You got to run in with a walk. Pena, you had knocking one in. It wasn't. You didn't have Hayward or somebody with a heroic 3-run
Dubon
home run.
knocked two in.
That's not what it was. Yeah, it was Pena scored. So you had Dubon knock the last two in.
Yeah.
Dubon, by the way, somebody said, "Oh my God!" Somebody hammered Jeremy Branham on my timeline yesterday. It just said, "Jeremy Branham just got done talking about how." Just got done talking about how all Dubon does is one good thing. Defensively, he can't do this. Jeremy Branham needs to shut up. Like somebody was all mad at Jeremy Branham. I guess he said something about Dubon. We're certified Dubon lovers on this show. Let the record reflect.
Oh, we've always loved
Let
Marcel.
the record reflect. This show loves.
We've always loved Marcel. Oh, always loved
Dubon.
Marcel. All right, we got to break it here. You got to talk about John Daspit.
John Daspit is somebody who goes so hard in the paint for people who have been injured. The first thing he wants to do is make sure he's hiring the right amount of lawyers so that that every case that he has gets proper attention. There's a lot of businesses out there, a lot of personal injury lawyers who sign up as many people as they can, and then it's a numbers game for them. They just want to turn and burn, get you in, get a settlement, get their percentage, get out, and they're done. And you're just a number to them. You're not somebody who they care what's going to happen to you in 6 months. That's not going to be the case, and it's a big problem if you don't have enough lawyers. John Daspit has more filed cases than anyone else in the city of Houston. He has over 60 lawyers working for him across the state. He's got lawyers to handle all of the cases so that you have somebody who actually gives you the time and the attention that you need for your injuries. Personal injury lawyers, especially on all I can tell you is what John Daspit does. And John Daspit and his lawyers make sure that they leave no stone unturned. They want every bill that you can't pay, every bill that you collect through injury, every bit of money that you don't make it at work because you can't come in because you're physically injured. They want all that accounted for. Then they're going to get your pain and suffering taken care of, and you are going to be compensated for that injury that you received. It happens a lot of times at the workplace. It can happen on the roadways and the waters. Just know that John Daspit is going to make sure and take that pressure and strain off your shoulders. 713-CALL-NOW is his phone number. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, live at East River 9. All day long we are going to be here, so glad you could join us here. Come on out and hang out. It's going to be, it looks like, well, we got rain today. What did it say?
It seems like in a 50% range, yeah.
Yeah, but we've had a lot of scattered showers. We had to wait it out yesterday for a while, but it was fine. It was great. Then it was cart path only. That's just... the wave, cart path only, my life, the Astros Twitter, these are the biggest a-holes in my life.
Well, some of them were, it looks like, just reminding you that Bregman didn't play. They thought you didn't know Bregman was out.
Why would they? He was in there. I didn't say Bregman didn't get ejected. I just said he was in instead of Bregman. Why would you think?
But they weren't all. I don't think they were all fighting with you necessarily.
No, not all of them. But no, not all of them. Some of them were like, "Yeah, hey, Bregman got ejected." No bleep. And Whitcomb was still in there. I get it. I know he got ejected, and the day before he got hit in the head with a ball. I know that it happened, but Whitcomb was still in there, and he's got to make the plays. That's the point. And by the way, that's the first time Alex Bregman's been ejected in a game. And you want to talk about a quick hook? He just said something to the ump. He turned around and walked to the dugout, and he got thrown out.
He said the magic word after all these years? One time?
I don't know what he said. I mean, that was ridiculous, by the way. Espada got out there right away, but this guy, you want to talk about it. We didn't come to see you. We came to see Alex Bregman make the plays at third base instead of Whitcomb. That's what we came for.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what we came for, not you. Did you watch? How much of the Colorado North Dakota State game did you watch?
A lot of the second half. So the Astros, a lot of the second half. I meant to watch the first. My wife was watching something. I was in the room, and I didn't feel like getting up and getting out of the room just because I'm still trying to catch my breath whenever I walk. So after this procedure, so I was just like, I'll just keep. So I'm just sitting there on my phone, and I could have actually watched it on my phone. It was an ESPN broadcast. I could have said I just kept hitting refresh. I had Astros on, so it was. So in terms of that game, you know, North Dakota State got off to a quick start. They're a very good FCS team, very consistent. They're well coached. They have some talent. They have some potential NFL talent on their roster right now, and they got off to their quick lead. Colorado got a field goal right before the half to cut it to 3. So it's 2017. And then North Dakota State just kind of –
that was a big drive, too. That was an important drive.
It was. And offensively, they played much better. And defensively, Colorado was bad defensively early on.
North Dakota State had the ball 19 of the 30 minutes in the first half.
And then it flipped on the other side. I mean, Colorado had a 15-16 play drive that ended in a touchdown.
With the catch of the year already?
It was a good catch.
It was a good catch.
It was this is like a glitch. This is an NFL. This is a college football 25 2K or 25 college football 25 glitch is what this is. What an incredible! I'm with you. I already know you haven't said this on the air. Man, like Travis Hunter's a good player. He had a good game. He's a good receiver, better receiver than corner, But, my God, it just seems like everyone has to have a glaze off every time Colorado plays.
Wow.
It's like it's
glaze
true.
Like
Austin's laughing, but it does feel like it is a glaze off. Like, okay, is it going to be Shador? There's nobody on defense, but Shador is going to get his. Some Deion, not as much yesterday. And then a lot of Travis Hunter.
A lot of Travis
Hunter. And
a lot of T.O. on the sidelines.
Yeah, a lot of Travis Hunter, but you know they're playing to the audience, the viewing audience. But Travis Hunter is a good player. He's a skinny wide receiver who also plays corner, which is incredible in this day and age to be able to play.
He plays a lot of plays.
And he plays the high level. I think he's going to be a wide receiver in the pros. I don't think he's going to be a corner. But it was it was a tough game they went from 9.5 to 10.5 to 11.5. Colorado had their hands full just same way last year. People forget in that game everyone loved between Colorado and Colorado State.
Yeah,
where that
was Colorado State.
Colorado State was like 17.5-point dogs, and
Yeah.
they almost won. And but everyone was riding high off TCU and Colorado State, and there had been some stuff that Jay Norvell had said. And it was, a rivalry and all this, and then it was really nothing more than a foreshadowing. Look how much trouble they had with Colorado State. If you really look at it like that, you'd say, okay, this could end up being a long year for Colorado, which it was.
Then this is going to be a long year for Colorado.
It could be. Yeah, it could be, because I like North Dakota State, but at the end of the day, they're an FCS team, and there's going to be a lot tougher matchups here. The quarterback's good. The wide receiver's good. Defensively, you got the guy from what's his name from the nose tackle from University of Houston. Made a few plays, was over there starting for them as well. So they portaled some guys in, so we'll see how it goes. But with Colorado, it's just it is going to be what it is. Like, they're going to get more attention than they probably deserve. I didn't really care. I just wanted to see the game because I was very interested and intrigued by the game. If you didn't stay up for it, did you watch the last 2 minutes of the game?
I did.
This is an issue.
It was a cover.
Well, this has to be.
It was an important 2 minutes with that cover.
This has to be, yes, but this has to be discussed. The play calling for Colorado, all Colorado had to do, so there was a 2-minute drill there was a 2-minute drill. They have 2-minute drill in college now where they stop the clock. And then they have 2 timeouts. Colorado State does. And Colorado had all 3 timeouts. And so the very first play is a swing pass. Now, some of those are tough because the angle is such that you don't know if that's a
pass or
a
run.
Yeah.
That looked like a run.
That looked like a run to me too.
Yeah.
But this is what I was told yesterday, that Deion, and this comes basically from that team, is that Deion is going to he wants Travis to
get the ball.
He wants Travis to get the ball, and he wants Shador's numbers. That he really wants him to have a shot at winning the Heisman. Instead of killing off the clock and trying to force them to use timeouts, and I get trying to get a first down. That's obviously what you want to do. The first play was a pass.
Yeah.
The second play was a pass.
Down the field.
No, the third play was a pass down the field.
Yeah.
Shador was scrambling. Really, he just threw it up for grabs, and it's one of those things where
the worst.
Yeah,
it's
but
the worst call in
But
sports.
you got to get your head around and find it.
Yeah, that's easier. And how many guys do we see that
It's
don't?
still an interference.
Wait a minute. How about interference that he's coming at me? The receiver is coming at me.
He's not making a play, but the other guy's not making a play on the ball. It's an interference every day of the week.
It's a terrible call.
I get you don't like the call, but what else do you do?
I hate the call.
How would you call it?
Underthrow the ball, and you don't get. They underthrow the. You're getting. Listen,
but your
you're
receiver
getting
can't get it.
You're getting credited for a bad pass.
But
you're getting, and in a lot of cases in the NFL anyway, 35, 40 yards down the field.
Doesn't matter if it's a bad pass. Your wide receiver has to have a chance to come back and make a play on the ball. I get it. It's like a cheap,
but not run right
cheap.
into the guy. Okay, if they're running together or the defensive back is right behind him, that you can stop and just and
he was face guarding. The problem was Colorado,
he was face guarding.
The problem was NDSU did not. He was not in position. He was face guarding. He wasn't finding a football. It's a pass interference all day, and I get it. It was literally he just threw it up for grabs. It should have been in theory. You got an incomplete pass. Like, what in the hell are you doing, Colorado? So they got a pass interference. All right, well, now I'm thinking, okay, the game's over for sure. They start throwing again. Well, they run the ball. They got a timeout called. They start throwing again. Like, I get, and they took a shot. The first pass was after the interference, John, a shot down the field, like a 35-yard pass. Two things were happening here. Colorado was trying to cover the point spread, and Deion was trying to get his son more yards and another touchdown. This is like blatantly, you cost your team. What ended up happening was because that's a head coach's decision. It's not necessarily always a play call, but a decision is, hey, let's kill this clock off and let's go.
Yeah,
that's a head coach says that to a play call because they're all in the headset, and then you're done. They don't do that. They end up having to punt. Colorado State They punt. There's 25 seconds left. Colorado State goes down the field with 3 completions. Boom, boom, boom. And then the next to last true completion, they started the clock early. Colorado.
They did. It was 15 seconds left, and then there was 9.
Then there was 9. The referees moved the ball back.
Yeah.
You don't start the clock until the clock starts on the referee's
That wasn't
count.
the first time. Even at the 2-minute warning, they went down.
Yeah.
I thought he should have called a timeout with 2:07.
He should have.
2:07.
So North Dakota State's quarterback.
Yeah.
How dumb are you? You called the timeout before the 3-minute,
Yeah,
2-minute drill. You gave away 6 seconds.
Yeah,
Could
right.
you have used 6 seconds?
Yes, absolutely.
Between that 6 seconds and the 6 that the referee stole from you, 12 seconds,
Right.
which you would have had a chance to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Legitimately. So what happened was the officials start the clock. The clockmaker, the clock guy starts the clock before the officials get it set.
Where was the game?
It literally steals. It was in Colorado.
Okay.
It literally steals. And I'm not, on my kids, I'm not, this is what happened. It was 6 seconds that they stole.
Yeah.
It should have
what
been a
would
bigger
Gene
deal.
Peterson have done?
Oh, it would have freaked out. And there was a targeting, but it's happening. There was a bad targeting, but it happened so fast, and the plays, and they're moving quickly, and they're trying to get going quickly. So I'm not surprised they didn't call targeting, although the officials could have, up in the booth, they could have stopped it
Yeah.
and reviewed everything. They should have stopped it, reviewed the clock, reviewed the targeting. They didn't do it.
The North Dakota State coach didn't see that they lost 6 seconds because it was
What could he
15
have
when
done?
they stopped the clock. Then
Yeah.
when they snapped
Then
the
it
ball, it was 9.
But what could he have done?
He could have told him, "Hey, change. Go look at the clock."
They
go
wouldn't
look
have
at the
done it.
clock.
They
They
wouldn't-
would. Go look at the clock, you guys.
I don't know if he didn't.
They just ripped us
say
off
that
for
or
6
not.
seconds.
But they did rip
got
him off. But then the last throw, it was a Hail Mary, and it was completed at the 4-yard line.
Right. It went all the way down to
Dude.
the 4.
Dion or whoever's decision to throw the ball around and not just kill off the clock, it almost cost them a game.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Chris, we see you're on. You want to talk about that Colorado State game? Anybody want to talk about the Astros as well? You're
Colorado, not Colorado State.
I'm sorry, Colorado and I got that.
North Dakota State.
North Dakota State. That game from last year, and still in my head. Time to talk about my bookie. Well, listen, if you had North Dakota State last night, winner, chicken dinner. You had Astros money line, bing, bing, bing. You had Astros -1.5, bing, bing, bing. It didn't look great, but you know what? It happened. Somebody said, stop with all the shenanigans. There's too much shenanigans going on in Astros games. You know what, though? You made money. This year, you're making money if you're betting on the Astros. You know why? Because they're really, really good. We're going to have playoffs coming up. Are you going to be? Yeah, of course you're going to be on your Astros. And you know what? You're going to win because that's what they do. Look, you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. That's it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Football season is here. We're already talking about, you know the game. You know game, okay? You know ball. So you got to get in there, and you got to play, win, and get paid. They got all the bets you could possibly want, live in-game betting, everything. All at MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back to East River 9. Beautiful 9-hole golf course. Come get your food and drink on. Watch your college football. Watch your tour championship. Watch your pro football here. They got screens of plenty. We watched the Astros postseason game in here, the game in Texas where Altuve hit the homer to win it and send it back to Houston, only to lose the last two games. But it was just a great place to watch a game. So you want to come and get Texans on over here? You're more than welcome. You can play 9 holes and then watch the game. What? All you need to – oh, shoot, Abby, you didn't tell us 7:15 we needed to call Willie Fritz. Gosh dang it. Willie Fritz was at 7:15. We missed it. Darn it. That's on us. Call him now. Abigail, you got his number, right? Let's call Willie Fritz. I think I gave you his number. Do you need it? Oh, yeah, I got it on the
You probably screwed the pooch. John.
no, I didn't. I said it. I put it out there.
That's all right.
That's all right.
If
Let's
she's
go.
got the numbers, we'll get it.
I'm going to give her the number right now.
I just saw Willie Fritz on my phone. I'm like, this can't be good.
No, it's not good. It's never good when Willie Fritz is calling you, right?
Oh yeah,
No.
there's no Willie Fritz in here. This is on you, John.
Yeah, no, I got it. No. Here we go. Paste. There it is. Abigail, there's the number. Sorry about that, Coach. Coach is probably listening right now. That's on me.
He's like,
that is
hey,
on me.
we gonna do the show, Lance?
Yeah.
Dang
Dang it. That's on me. That's on
That's
me.
all right. That's why you work these out. That's why you get these early season games to work out those kinks.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're going to have the head coach of the University of Houston Cougars. Just let us know when he's on, Abigail, and we'll start. You know, it's interesting. I watch his old team, Tulane. They jumped off to a quick start. You know, Colorado got all the attention with North Dakota State, but you had Minnesota and North Carolina was a pretty good one yesterday. There's a ton of games. So there's so much to take a look at. So
Maybe
many
I sent
teams.
her that in my mind.
Yeah.
Maybe I sent it to us three, me, you,
You
and
mind
Dell.
sent it,
I
yeah.
sent it to you, me, you, Dell, and Todd. I didn't send it to Abigail.
You sent it to Abigail.
No.
Never mind. Is Coach on with us, Abigail?
All right.
All right.
Coach, that's on me. I really apologize. I thought I had sent it out, and I didn't. I really apologize for messing you up this morning. We are really looking forward to having you all year long here on the show. Thanks for joining us a little bit late, but it's going to be 7:15 on Friday mornings right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll have Coach Willie Fritz, the new coach at the University of Houston. Coach, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Sorry about that. Once again,
No problem.
my bad.
Don't worry about it.
Let's talk about tomorrow night, man. How excited are you to be your first game at TDECU?
Very, very excited. I've been here as an opponent. I've never been here, obviously, as a head coach. And, we're getting ready to go out here. We have meetings in the morning, and we go out and kind of go through warm-up. And we have a script that we go through. And just, you want to make sure that you go over every situation that could possibly happen, which is hard in the game of football because there's a lot of stuff that can happen and occur. We saw that last night watching a few of the games. But we're just pumped up and excited. Guys are too. It's been a long camp, and the NCAA is allowing you to do a lot more stuff in the summer, as far as football is concerned. So we've been going since really spring ball, and it's going to be fun to go out and play against somebody who's wearing a different color jersey than us.
Coach, all of us when we start a different job, there's an excitement. There's maybe a slight apprehension because things are different and things are new. Give us an idea of what it was like to go from Tulane to Houston. You go from New Orleans to Houston. Weather's similar because I've lived in both spots and went to both
Yes,
schools.
yeah.
There's not a whole lot of difference there. But what was it like for you, and what is it like currently going from one school and you're starting a new job? What's that going to be like for you when you hit the field tomorrow for the 6 p.m. game?
Probably, there's more similarities than any other job that I've taken over because I'd been at Sam Houston State. I'd been at Belen Junior College. I knew a lot of the high school coaches in the area. You know, I knew the city of Houston. I really recruited it, extensively, during my time at both those two schools. So there was some similarities there. And, the kids have been outstanding. You had to deal with the portal. That was totally different. Had to deal with NIL. That was totally different than any other job that I'd taken over. But they were, they embraced change, which is difficult to do when you're 18 to 22 years of age. But it was a really good transition. We normally you bring in a big freshman class. Didn't have a whole lot of kids that were, committed already by the time I took the job. So we had to jump in the portal. And we got quite a few new kids that are playing for us. And they've all done a really good job. The ones that have been here for, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and the ones that have been here just a few months of embracing each other and helping create this team called the Cougars.
Willie Fritz, head coach, University of Houston, taking on UNLV tomorrow night, TD-ECU Stadium. 713-GO-COUGS. Get on out there. Just $15 tickets. Let's go fill up the stadium for Coach's first game. And let's be excited about this upcoming Big 12 football season. Going to see something different. What do we expect out of Kevin Barbe and this offense? How different is it going to be, Coach?
It's there's going to be some similarities. There's only so many things you can run once you get into, the under center triple option or something like that. So there's going to be some similarities, but also a lot of differences. We want to be a 50-50 team on offense, and, we're going to run the same plays a lot of people are running nowadays, just dress it up differently, a lot of window dressing. We're going to see a lot of that out of UNLV. They do a really good job with shifts and motions, and, they get into a backfield set that's a little unique with, quarterback in a shotgun and two backs to the same side at the same level as the quarterback, and run some triple and some RPOs out of that. So, offensively, just we want to have a running game. That's important to me. I think all the great teams that have won championships, 99% of them have been able to run the ball effectively. That's a big part of it. And then defensively, we want to stop the run. We're going to be a very multiple defense. We'll do a lot of different things defensively. Shillwood was my defensive coordinator at Tulane, and I was lucky enough to get him to come over here with me. Really smart guy, and then we worked a ton in the kicking game as well. Matter of fact, we go out here in a little bit, go through a script and all the different situations that could occur, and we want to be very sound because, week one there's a lot of mistakes, and then it seems like it's multiplied in the kicking game. So we want to do a good job of staying away from those kind of mistakes.
Got a lot of new wide receivers this year. To you, everyone's new. For Donovan Smith, he's got a lot of new ones. Joseph Manjack, obviously, is a guy that he's very, very familiar with. But you had some guys portal out and leave, and you have some guys who are still here. How does that? How has Donovan looked, and how has it been adjusting to new coordinator and a new set of receivers for him to throw to in practice?
I think he's done a phenomenal job. We weren't able to have him throw during the spring. He had labrum surgery in January, but he did everything that he possibly could. And was always engaged during practice. So he's 100%. And our backup quarterback, Zion Chris, I think is also an outstanding quarterback. So we're excited that we got two guys who feel great about playing. Receiver-wise, I like our receivers. You mentioned Joseph Manjack, Stephon Johnson, Jonah Wilson, from Duquesne High School down the road. And we also got a couple of guys from Tulsa that played extensively for them, Devin Williams from Temple, and Marquise Shoulder from Katy Tompkins. And another little guy that I think is just dynamite football player, really quick, Makai Muse. He's going to be returning punts and kicks for us, and he did that for Georgia last season, season before, and he's also going to take an active role as a receiver.
Yeah, and it's that's one of those things is a quick way to win when you come in is to make sure that you don't short shrift your third phase, and making sure that your return game, your kicking game, all the elements of the special teams are something that are going to be better than who you play against because, offensively and defensively, those things are going to work themselves out along the year. But you've got a chance to be good throughout the year in special teams, and every team that focuses on that, that can be the difference. I don't think, Coach, it's a stretch to say it could be the difference between 2 wins and 2 losses.
No, I really can. If you can get established, it's like punt return. We call that it's really the first play offense. You get a couple first downs, 20-yard return. That's big for your offense, the starting field position. Obviously, the starting close to your opponent's goal line, the greater chance you have of scoring points. And, then also, field goal kicker, you got to be automatic when you get inside, when you are going to kick a field goal. So we work on this stuff all the time. We play our best players on it. Some people play their backups, and we've got to be careful about playing guys in too many phases if they're playing the majority of the snaps on offense and defense. But we're going to try to get our best guys in there because then it can have a huge impact, positively or negatively, in the game if you don't have the right guys out there.
That's his Coach Willie Fritz, his first game tomorrow night. And he's brought to you every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 by Hogue Landscape Services and HR&P. I was with Matt Hogue yesterday, Coach, as a matter of fact. And, he's helping with NIL, and he's a big supporter of the program.
Yes, he is.
How glad are you that you focus on football now and not all this NIL crap?
Well, it's part of the game. I've been a head coach a long time now, and part of it's been, adapting to change. And this is part of the change. And, you got to work at it too. So part of my day is spent on trying to do that and help our guys out. I think they deserve it. It is a job. You remember how much time you spent. You're a college football player, and it's really hard to do anything else besides that. And there's so many things that can help promote the university with a successful athletic program. So, that's part of it. We're working on it, and I appreciate Matt and all the people that help us with Lincoln Cougs here at the University of Houston.
Absolutely. Now, Coach, I remember I played at Knox. I didn't deserve a dime. Not one penny did I deserve. Okay, I played small school college football, so
I got it.
Right. No,
I
do remember it was time consuming, though. It was time consuming, but I didn't deserve anything. So you're walking out of that tunnel for the first time. Little jitters, butterflies, gonna be happening after all these years coaching football.
One of the things I talk to our guys about is just how when you get out there on the sideline, you got to worry about the 120 yards by 53 and a third yards, and that's what you got to concentrate on. Sometimes, you saw it last night, guys, the lights flip on and people start acting different. And that's the last thing you want to have happen. Hit foolish penalties, do foolish things. You want to play for your teammates. You want to be in the moment and not worried about all that other stuff. I told them it's just like when I was at Glenn and we go play Cisco. It's the same thing. I don't look at it any differently once we get down there on the sideline. But, yeah, I'd be lying if I didn't say it'd be a little bit of newness to it, and nerves and looking around and seeing it. But once the game gets kicked off, I'm locked in and worried about the task at hand.
Well, that's Willie Fritz, and he's going to join us every week right here at 7:15, not 7:38. 7:15, he's going to be joining us here for the rest of the time. Brought to you by Hogue Landscape Services and HR&P. Coach, we appreciate it, man. Best of luck tomorrow night. Get off to a great start.
There it is. That's Coach Willie Fritz.
He's supposed to say go Cougs.
We can't because he's got to get to practice because you forgot to give Abigail the number.
That's right. I didn't give Abigail the number. That's on me, Abigail.
He's got
the
kicking. He's got kicking stuff. He's got to take care
Dell,
of.
it's actually on Dell. I told him 7:15 for Willie Fritz, Dell didn't take care of business.
Dell was checked out last week.
That's it. Abigail, you're our permanent producer. That's it. Had enough of his shenanigans, okay? That's it. Somebody's got to be blamed other than me. Time for you to talk about Vanderford Air.
Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. That's the phone number. Great phone number, easy to remember. It's an easy-to-remember company if you've ever dealt with them because it's so nice having an air conditioning company that you can trust. It's so important that you can trust the air conditioning company. I can't tell you how important it is. I shouldn't have to tell you because you know for yourself. Having your air conditioner in Houston is a really big deal. Having it work properly is, frankly, it's a non-starter. If it doesn't, you can't live here. And so you've got to have your air conditioning working properly. And so if there's something that's not working right and your home is not cooling the way that it should, it runs all day, but it can't get below 78, that's a nightmare for you. And I want you to get it fixed. And I want you to call my friends over at Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL. They'll come out. They'll tell you exactly what's going on. They find it very, very quickly. And then they'll start working on it for you. They'll get it done. They'll get it fixed, and your air conditioner will run the way it's supposed to. If you're not sure how your AC is running personally, you just want to get it checked out, they have a tune-up, an AC tune-up, where they'll check everything out. They can put some Freon in there for you. They can get you set to go. But just know that they'll give you prices for this is to fix it, and this is if you want to get a new one, because there are times that you're going to want to have a new air conditioner if you've got an old one and you know that you need to get set up with something that's more efficient for your home that's going to cool properly. Then they can do that for you as well. They'll work with your budget. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL. It's Vanderford Air.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Yeah, Twitch is after me, and you're rightfully so. I thought, my brain is not working. I thought for sure, and I remember when I thought I was sending you guys. I was walking out of the building yesterday, and I was putting my my backpack with my laptop in the car, and I thought, okay, I got to tell those guys tomorrow. And then I had a sandwich in my car, and I just started eating it instead of sending you guys the text.
That's what happened.
That's what happened. That sandwich.
Our old producer, RJ's in the chat, and they say, John would have blamed that on you, RJ.
I would have blamed it on RJ.
And then RJ says, I bleeped up once with Jimbo Fisher, so me and John are now even.
Okay.
Although you're not even because you're not the producer.
Yeah, right. But no, it's Dell's fault. I told Dell 7:15 Willie Fritz every Friday.
So, but he's not here.
No,
right
but
now.
he should have left Abigail instructions. That's what he should have done. Willie
So
Fritz,
this is-
Fridays at 7:15. It's Dell's fault.
So, okay. So this was Dell's fault.
Yes.
He did
Yes.
leave me instructions on Wednesday.
Yeah, and he didn't leave the instructions for Friday. This is all on Dell.
Did you leave Dell a phone number for Willie
I did.
Fritz?
I gave all of. I told all of you, Todd and Dell.
Nope.
That Fridays, Willie Fritz.
Is the
7:15.
phone number in the chat?
Did he tell Abigail 7:15?
Is the phone number in the chat?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Then Abigail could ask, "Where's Willie Fritz's number?" Because Dell didn't leave it. It's totally on Dell. Hey, did you know that? How about this at East River 9? I went to the bathroom and they got signs. Happy hour every day, Monday through Friday, from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's a hell of a happy hour. Nobody has happy hour that long.
I know. It's a long happy hour.
That's the longest
It's a
happy
long
hour I've
happy
ever
hour.
heard of. 8-hour happy hour. That's happy hours. So get on over here to East River 9. And by the way, if you want to see Raheel Ramzanali, host of City Cats,
Oh, he's here today.
he's here.
Yeah, that's right.
He and Michael Carroll are doing Dell's show.
Oh, Michael Carroll is?
Michael Carroll, too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So Raheel Ramzanali of City Cats is going to be here. So come on over and see him. That'll be fun. And come on over all day long. We're going to be out here at East River 9. If you guys want to show up this morning, you're more than welcome to do that and hang out with us. Or go play 9 holes. Or go play pickleball. Or go play. I mean, there's something to do here. Drink here at the bar. Whatevs. Get on over here to East River 9. Anyway, we are way behind because Dell screwed up. So we are going to fix that. And I apologize to young Abigail.
So we got a break now, is
got a
what you're
break.
basically saying.
We are at the top of the hour. We are going to break, and we are going to get
Don't
back
forget,
to
5 Star comes on at 9 o'clock. We're going to get some picks from 5 Star.
Did you give
It's
Abigail
college
the number?
football. She'll get it.
Oh, see?
He actually calls us. I
Did
think.
you?
We don't call him. He calls us.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I've set this up. My people call him when they're supposed
Yeah.
to.
Did you tell Abigail that
I
5 Star
text
was going to be here at
people
9
the
o'clock?
numbers.
Did you hint? She had no idea. You didn't
She
tell
doesn't
her.
have to. He calls in.
No, but that does matter. It matters.
Doesn't
The
matter.
producers should know. Nice job. Nice job screwing up the show. Time to break it here. I want to talk about, listen, the CCA. The CCA is big. If you're a fisherman, the CCA means everything. They funded a $10.7 million in marine habitat project on the Texas coast. The CCA, Texas Hatchery Program, in partnership with Texas Parks and Wildlife, just released their 1 billionth redfish fingerling into Texas waters. That's a billion with a B. How do they do this stuff? Well, they need money. And how do they get money? They have a golf tournament. So listen, it's not like, here, just give me money. No, how about this? We're going to give you lunch, dinner, drinks, and a round of golf for your money. How's that sound? That sounds like a lot of fun. It's October 7th at Wildcat Golf Club. Get on over there. 713-626-4222. Tell them you want to sign up for the golf tournament. If you're a fisherman and you don't devote anything to CCA, then you're a fraud. You need to get to this golf tournament and help them out. 713-626-4222. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let me see if you agree with some of the things. Now, this is a fantasy football expert. So, Joshua, this is not me. This is Matthew Berry. And he had this to say. He said he's talking about different things.
I've noticed that you're carrying a lot of grudges.
I am.
Lately, you're fighting a lot of individual battles.
Well, because people are a-holes. And so I just
Mr.
want
Astro.
I just want him to, Mr. Astro's an
Astro's
a-hole.
Twitter.
Joshua Bunn's an a-hole.
Why are you getting into all these things with people?
Because-
Is this maybe you? Are
Maybe.
you the problem?
Maybe I'm the problem. Yeah, there's a good chance I'm the problem. Yeah.
You're blaming Dell for something. He's on a vacation.
Well,
you know.
don't then you know what? Get things right. Okay, that's all. Somebody's got to be blamed other than me. So he has all these different little things. Xavier Worthy is the real deal. The Titans offense are going to be revamped. Stephon Diggs, not Nico Collins or Tank Dell, is going to be the wide receiver one in Houston in terms of targets and will play the most snaps in the slot of the big three, although all three of them are going to get plenty of work. Agree with Matthew Berry?
I'm not going to do the snaps in the slot. I don't care. It's just about how many snaps you get. I think Matthew Berry, the more I think about it, the more it could happen.
I think
because Nico is a guy who catches more intermediate and deep routes. And let's just face it. I mean, the target count is going to be good for him. But the more I think about it, and the more I kind of have a funny feeling Stephon Diggs is going to lead the team in targets.
Yeah, Diggs is going to be the guy. Tank is going to get his. Tank is going to get, I think, a lot more. I think Tank explosive plays. Tank or Nico explosive plays?
Oh, I'll go Nico. Explosives considered 20-plus in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think it'd be Nico. Because a lot of Tank's throws, the targets are going to be shorter.
I don't know. He threw down the field to Tank, too.
He will, but Nico's runs the routes. He's the X, so he's going to run the routes that are a lot of times are going to be more, deep digs, posts, corners, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think
while Tank was playing, I'm pretty sure
yards
Tank had more explosive plays.
I don't think so.
Until the end. Well, don't forget those last 6 games, Nico exploded, right? I mean, so I don't know. I think that's going to be a tight one. I think.
Tank did average 15 yards a catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had some run after catch stuff. Well, I can actually look it up. I've got the PFF
You do have
tool,
that.
So
There's something else that he says about our Texans. C.J. Stroud should have a great season, but pocket passers have a very narrow path to becoming league winners. Joe Burrow and Dak Prescott offer a comparable upside. And
now, this is for fantasy football.
This is fantasy football.
Not for the tech. Yeah,
No.
It's just so everyone knows.
Offer a comparable upside and go a few rounds later. Listen, I had Dak Prescott as my backup last year to Jalen Hurts, and I had to put Dak in a few weeks. He was so good. Dak was fantastic. And CJ's been fantastic, too. CJ also threw in some stinkers.
Yeah.
I mean, the Carolina game, the Atlanta game, the Jets game, there were some stinkers in there. So you got to be careful with CJ as far as fantasy goes. And you see all the rankings. CJ is down 10th, 11th in that neighborhood, and rightfully so, because he's not a running quarterback. I don't know. I just think this Anthony Richardson ratings and fantasy ratings is just ridiculous. I don't know. Not a guy who can't throw at all. I mean, Anthony.
Yeah,
Richardson,
but if you run, it doesn't matter. He could throw for 160 yards a game, but if he runs for 70, that's 7 points. That's the equivalent of. That's throwing for 200. You just threw for 280 yards.
Yeah, I don't know. If he now
passing touchdowns 4.
The second thing is, can he stay healthy running like that?
Passing touchdowns 4, running touchdowns 6.
Can he stay healthy running like that?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not touching Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
I'm not. But C.J. Stroud is not going to get a lot of yards running the football. So in fantasy football, it's just different. The running quarterbacks have really just taken over. And it's less about who the best quarterbacks are, and it's more about who's going to run for the most yards and especially rushing touchdowns. So that's not really a mark of anything with fantasy football. But I think our guy is going to have good – like I'd wait on C.J. Stroud personally because he's not going to have rushing. Rushing touchdowns, I prioritize. Rushing yards, I prioritize. Josh Allen's, you prioritize. Jalen Hurts, even if you think, man, that guy didn't quarterback worth the crap last year at the end of the year. Doesn't matter. They'll push him in for 60 yards, a touchdown. He throws for a touchdown. All of a sudden, there's 10 points there, and you've got over 20 points. And, yeah, that's how it happens. I still don't think you're going to be sad with any Texans wide receiver in fantasy football. But I do think Tank Dell's going to be one of the guys who will have 21 yards one game or 147 in a game. I think he's the most likely to be up or down. I think Stephon Diggs, because Tank is going to have to play outside a little bit more. I think Stephon Diggs is in PPRs, points per receptions, are going to, he's going to be solid. I think Nico's going to be solid because Nico only has to get 4 catches. And if it's 4 catches for 96 yards, we're already at 13 points. And, I do think he's going to get some touchdowns. I think the one guy that is going to be a little more feast or famine, but whose stats will look good at the end of the year, but is going to have some ups and downs week to week, is going to be, it really is going to be Tank Dell. What's curious to me is, what kind of value does Joe Mixon have? Now, I'm staying purely fantasy football right now, but we can branch into the actual football as well. What kind of value does Joe Mixon have fantasy-wise and for the team?
I wish I could see him. I wish I had seen him one time.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you don't need to. You've seen him.
I guess. Well, I don't know to see him what he's going to do with the Houston Texans. Is the offensive line going to open up any holes for him? That's a question. I mean, they did last year for Motor. They didn't for Dameon Pierce. Are they going to open up those holes for Joe Mixon like they did for Devin Singletary? I don't know. I hope so. Is he going to be a big part of the passing game? I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't tell you that.
I wish you did know.
I wish I did know too. I just
be a whole lot cooler if you knew.
I think Joe's a real wild card.
I do too. Arian Foster scored a lot of touchdowns in an outside zone scheme, and Andre Johnson didn't. And the touchdown scored, Arian really racked him up. Is Joe Mixon going to be a touchdown hog and CJ go down the field and then Joe Mixon start getting some short? I don't think so. I think he's going to be – I think his production is going to be very modest. I really loved what I saw from Cam Akers. Boy, Cam looked like he was light on his feet. He looked like he recovered completely from the Achilles stuff. What an addition he could be. Now, I think what he'll be is really a lot like Devin Singletary. I'm not looking for anything, superstar caliber necessarily, but Devin Singletary was a good runner for the Houston Texans last year. I like Devin Singletary. You get Cam, if Cam Akers can give you, a 1-2 punch of Joe Mixon and Cam Akers should be better than Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary. So your run game should be better this year.
Yeah.
And your passing game is going to be better. Offensively, you're going to be more consistent. I don't see how you're not one of the top 3 offenses in football. I think you're going to be really high up there. Worst case scenario, top 5 offenses. So from a fantasy standpoint,
are they going to be pass happy? Or
they want to be more balanced. They want to be more balanced.
I don't know, but I want to take the ball at CJ's hand. You got one of the elite guys in the NFL. I want the ball in his hands. I want him making decisions. He's proven to be a great decision
maker. But the run game helps. The play action.
He continues to do that. Oh, absolutely.
The play action helps. So.
Absolutely.
So I think you got to, run the ball. You control the ball. Don't forget the head coach is a defensive-minded guy who wants physicality. Like, part of it is, and I don't know if D'Amico imparts this on Bobby Sloak or not, but D'Amico also might say, hey, I want to be able to physically challenge the defenses and take their will from them. Late in games, I want to be able to run. That may be something that D'Amico says as a coach. I don't know. It's hard to. Sometimes coaches will say that out loud. I've never heard D'Amico say it, but D'Amico might be somebody who says, "Hey, Bobby, I want to make sure that we establish an identity of toughness on both sides of the ball." So it could be something to keep an eye on. But at the end of the day, you're not going to win with you're not going to be a run first team That's just not what the Texans are going to
No.
be. They don't have.
I don't want them to be.
They don't have the talent to be a pure run first team. They are a team that's going to have 3 wide receivers that I think all hit 1,000, provided they're healthy. But the health concerns, Nico has no reason. Tank is a size concern. Stephon Diggs is an age concern now. Not a drastic age concern, but a little bit of an age concern. And Nico Collins, he's big, he's strong, he's young. There's really no reason Nico Collins other than, something kind of freakish happening there. But fantasy football wise, man, Texans have a lot of value for the first time. And Dalton Schultz will get drafted. Dalton Schultz. So you have 4, you have Joe Mixon 5, you have C.J. Stroud 6. 6 Texans should be drafted.
When a
And
couple of years ago you had none.
And maybe Cam Akers will be a handcuff for some teams. I don't know.
If you're starting to.
You had none. You might have had, Jack Easterby's boy. You might have had, not Robert Woods, the wide receiver who came over.
Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, Brandon Cooks was it.
And he was taken in maybe the 7th round or
Yeah,
so.
that was it.
Right,
That's
was
all
it.
you had.
Yep. Jack Easterby's boy. That's how you remember him?
Yeah.
Brandon Cooks?
Yeah,
the
because
great Brandon
Easterby,
Cooks? That's how
Easterby
you
wanted.
remember him.
Yeah, Easterby wanted him over.
Okay. All right.
I mean, Brandon was a good player.
713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, we apologize. We didn't take your calls a little bit earlier. We had Willie Fritz on. But we got you now at 713-780-3776.
We got college football. I mean, first week of big-time college football is starting tomorrow, so we'll get into some of that as well. When we come back, I want to talk about why college has a huge advantage over pro football.
Okay.
From a fan standpoint.
Okay. Right now we got Vanderford Air.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure it says 813 Vanderford Air.
Okay. I just told people about it, but that's fine because I want to make sure that people stay as cool as they possibly can, not only from the last break to this break as well. 281-557-COOL. Make sure that your air conditioning units are running at their max capacity. And well, no, they're running at their max efficiency, I should say. One of the things that they do is they go into your home and they will, of course, they check the vent temp. They want to see what the air is coming out at. But the other thing they do is they turn your AC down very low, and they want to see how cool the rooms can get. So it's called a heat load, and they run a heat load on all the different rooms to see. Sometimes people need another vent cut into their home. Sometimes they may have to get into the attic and change some things around so that you have better airflow to that area. Sometimes you have an AC system that is just crapped out. It's really losing its steam. It's 18 years old. What they do when they replace your air conditioner is they get an AC that has the right size for your home. It's the right, tonnage for your home. And then they get in there, they replace that, they change all the lines out. So you got brand new, fresh, clean lines. All the air is going to flow beautifully, and you are going to be cool here in the city of Houston. It's going to be something you won't have to even think about for a long time. 281-557-COOL. It's the name is Vanderford Air. It's a name you can trust. 281-557-COOL.
Time to talk about my man, John Clay Wolf, and GiveMeTheVin.com. You can hear him tomorrow morning right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, the longest-running show in this station's history. Look, you're looking for a great way to sell your car. There's only one place that you have to. I mean, literally, you have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com because he sets the market. He is going to he's going to quote you a number. Then you're going to take it to the dealership. You're going to take it to CarMax, whatever. He ain't scared. He says, I can't beat CarMax. I'll give you $100. That's what I'll do. You take it to CarMax, you tell them, hey, John Clay Wolf says he'll give me this. And then CarMax says, well, we're sorry, we can't match that. Or CarMax comes back and says, oh, yeah, here, we'll match that. We'll better that. You take it back to John Clay Wolf. John Clay Wolf says, ooh, I'll beat that. Or, no, you can have that, and I'll give you $100. So, way to go here. He sets the tone every single time. And the reason he sets the tone is because he buys more, and he pays more, and he gets them to auction, and he makes less. He's not greedy like these other guys. You're looking for the best way to sell your car? GiveMeTheVin.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Five-star joining us in about 40 minutes here to give you winners. 9 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
9 o'clock. Five-star will be with us at 9, giving you winners right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're live at East River 9. They have happy hour from 11 a.m. till 7 p.m. That's a ridiculous happy hour. That's the longest happy hour ever. That's happy 8 hours, okay? Nobody does that. That's ridiculous. So we got Raheel. Raheel's going to be coming out here today with Michael Carroll. He'll be here. If you haven't seen Raheel in a while, come and see him. And then the other shows are all going to be here as well. So East River 9, we love it. A little 9-hole lighted golf course. So you could come and watch your games, your night games here, play a little golf as well, and then get in here in the bar and watch all your Astros or your night football games. They had both of them on here last night, and everybody's enjoying themselves. Great bar, good food, everything. They got it going on here at East River 9. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us. 713-780-3776. Our Astros won yesterday despite, not only Pena or the play by Whitcomb, Altuve, one goes under his glove as well for Presley, and then they get the double play ball, which was nice. They did a really nice job with Bobby Witt last night. Bobby Witt is one of the best players in baseball, and boy, did they do a nice job with him last night. And so that was really nice because that's the most dangerous. That dude is dangerous. That guy can hit. So very well done last night with him.
He's a 5-tool stud, man. He can really go.
If it wasn't for Judge having this ridiculous year that he's having, Bobby Witt's MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's ridiculous how good he is. So, I mean, he's not even getting – it's not even an argument anymore. What is Judge minus? Judge's got to be minus 600 or so.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they have that available right now.
Well, yeah.
I'll have to look, but, yeah, Judge, forget
even
about
if
it.
Judge doesn't –
and they're winning, so –
Yeah.
he's a lock. He's just an absolute.
And how about Shohei? We haven't even talked about Shohei. Shohei is a 40-40 guy. You know how ridiculous. And he's got a chance to be a 50-50 guy.
He's got 42 stolen bases for the year. He's 6'4", 210 pounds. I think he might actually be a little heavier than that.
He's got a chance to be a 50-50 guy.
He's just for perspective. Last year, he's had more plate appearances. He's had more at-bats in the past. He had 26 stolen bases in 2021. He had 11 in 2022. He's just decided, you know what, I'm going to steal bases this year.
Maybe it has to do with the pitching, too.
Well, yeah. Obviously he doesn't have to pitch.
Right.
But he has made a decision that when he's on the base paths,
he's going to run.
He's going to steal.
And he's only been caught 4 times?
He's only been caught 4 times. 42 stolen bases, caught 4 times. For his career, 128 stolen bases, caught 37 times. The guy is, what does he not do?
He does it all. He's ridiculous how good he is. And it might be a better year than Judge, but no, it can't be a better year. Judge is just ridiculous.
Well, he's 40-40. He's going to end up – Shohei's going to end up with over, I don't know, 45
He's got a
home runs and 100.
If he goes on a tear.
10 RBIs.
We've got a month left, so maybe not 50-50, but
no,
he'll be 45 guy.
I doubt he'll go 50-50. It'd be incredible if he did. No one's ever done that.
No, nobody's ever
It'd be
done
the first ever. How many 40-40s have we had?
Name them.
I don't know. Did Barry ever do it?
Did Ty Cobb ever do it? I mean, if you'd have to go, Barry steal 40 bases?
Well, Barry used to steal bases.
Not when he started hitting homers like that.
Acuna?
Was Barry a 40 guy? We got to get Chris in here. He's been waiting for a long time to get on the show.
Here they are.
Wait. Let's get Chris in here.
Jose
Chris has been holding
Canseco.
forever. Jose Canseco was a 40.
What's up, guys?
Jose Canseco was Barry Bonds, A-Rod. Yeah.
What's going on, Chris?
What's up, guys? Hey, my kids would call John a W yapper. Lance, you've got teams, so I don't know if you know what that means. But, hey, so last night's game, the Colorado, I can't handle all the bros on the sideline, Lance, and I didn't know what you think, like NFL scouts think about that. There are so many bros on the sideline, and by that, I mean guys with big chains that don't look like they know anything about football, but they're just walking up and down the sideline, and they got their cameras on Travis Hunter and their cell phones out. And I didn't know what NFL guys think about that. And then my second question is, Jimmy Horn, I don't like Colorado at all because of all the antics, but I'm going to put some respect. That kid can fly. And he reminds me like of Tank Dell, Tyreek Hill. And I just didn't know, is he in draft analysis? What's his status? Like, what classification is he? And I'll hang up a listen. Thanks, guys. Love the show.
Yeah, Jimmy Horn came over from South Florida. And last year, he's a guy last year, I'm almost positive that's Joe Horn's son, right? He is. I'm going to have to know a lot more about him. Because last year he had 58 catches. He was not on my radar at all. 58 catches for 567 yards receiving, 6 touchdowns. He averaged 9.8 yards a catch. They obviously used him for a bunch of catch and run type stuff. But obviously he's on my radar now. So I'm having to I'm going to have to pay close attention to Jimmy Horn Jr. because it can't be Joe Horn's son because he's Jimmy Jr. But I'll definitely have to pay attention because the kid looked really good yesterday. Looked really, really good. He was the one who was taken off. Travis Hunter got a lot of the attention, but the guy that had almost 200 yards receiving was Jimmy Horn Jr. And so, yeah, I'll have to Houston went after him. Penn State and Texas A&M were the 3 teams that were looking at him, and Colorado got him in the transfer portal. But he came over from South Florida, not Joe Horn's son, doesn't look like, but really looks like he's pretty talented. But he was a good job by Colorado of isolating the talent and bringing him over.
Yeah.
As far as the guys on the sideline, it's just, look, that's the way it used to be with Miami years ago. It's the way it is at a lot of universities. You'd be surprised. We already know Colorado's kind of larger-than-life stuff, and so it is what it is. There's a lot of branding going on, and teams don't love it, but they're going to judge each player by who the player is. They don't, they're not going to look at that and say, I don't want Travis Hunter. Look at all the guys on the sideline with cameras and chains, and they don't.
Yeah, and they're good football players.
It is what, yeah.
I don't know that Colorado has a bunch of good football players, though.
But Travis
it
is
ain't
one of them.
Miami.
No, but it's Travis. Oh, historic. No, but you had people last year who didn't play at Colorado who were wearing Colorado stuff on the sideline.
Right.
You had Florida State players.
Well, TO's on the side,
Yeah.
in the huddles. So.
Well, is T.O. an assistant coach?
Is he?
Or a
well,
consultant?
I know
think
he's a consultant to Travis Hunter. I know that. But by the way, Yapper's not W. Yapper, not a nice thing.
Yeah, you got a W. It's a win.
Oh, it's a win.
You didn't go L. Yeah, they didn't say L yet.
Oh, a W.
You talk a lot, but
you got a W.
Yeah,
Oh.
You want to have a W in front of it. Abigail, can you tell John W? Well, you tell me. W. I don't feel like Yapper is necessarily a compliment, but they did say W instead of L.
Yeah,
Right.
W means
What does
like
that
win.
mean, Abigail?
It means win. Like
Yeah.
you're
Win?
a good yapper.
Yeah.
Yapper's not necessarily a nice
good,
term.
really?
Yeah, it's a compliment.
Oh,
You don't want it to say L.
an L Yapper
Like
is
L
bad.
Riz, he's got L Riz. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
W. Yeah,
Loser
they
Riz.
didn't- Yeah, but they didn't say you were
Yeah,
L
no,
Yapper.
no,
they said W
Yapper.
Yapper.
So his kids are Brett. Are-
No,
I don't
don't
know
bring
what.
that
I don't
in.
think that's how it works. I don't think that's how it works.
They're not brats?
No.
No. Well, they are to me a little bit if they think
Messy,
I'm a
are they?
yapper. Okay. That's good. That's a good thing. Unless you guys are making that crap up. All right, time to talk about we got a giveaway, huh, Abigail?
Yes, we do. We're giving away 2 tickets
University of We got 2 tickets to the U of H game. You heard Willie Fritz a little late this morning. My fault. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we've got 2 tickets to give away, and if you want to go to the game, we got 2 of them for you. But they're easy to buy. UHCougars.com, 713-GO-COUGS. Get on out there. Support the team. New season, let's see. New coach, let's go. All of that stuff. But if you want 2 free tickets, let's do 8:35, Abigail. Caller number 4 is going to win them. At exactly 8:34, you call 713-780-3776. And Abigail will tell you if you're the 4th caller, and you get 2 tickets to the University of Houston game. So you got that. Right now, though, you got a little underdog to talk.
Underdog fantasy, man, oh man, is Underdog on fire right now, and I'll tell you why. Underdog fantasy, this is how cool it is. You, the best thing that you can do with Underdog fantasy is very, very simple. You simply make picks on Underdog, and it's very simple and easy to get started in the Pick'em Challenge. Go to their mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first Pick'em entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That's Underdog Fantasy promo code Lance to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and your deposit offer. It's so simple. You just have to pick between 2 and 5 players. There's stats listed for every player. Go find one that you think is a little soft. I mean, you're studying the games, right? So you say, oh, he's going to have way more yards than this, rushing yards. Or there's no way he's facing a great cornerback. He's not going to have a touchdown here. I'm going to go under a half touchdown or under 1.5 touchdowns. That's or lower, I should say. You're going higher and lower, higher and lower. Figure out if you want to go lower or higher on whatever the statistic is. They have multiple sports to choose from. They have college football, they have pro football, they have golf, they have UFC. But right now with fantasy football, I mean, we're focusing on our football, and you're going to have season-long fantasy contests that you can enter right now, daily fantasy, and, of course, the Pick'em Challenge where you can win 325 times your money. Nobody gets close to that multiplier, but that's how they do it at Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER. Visit ncpgambling.org.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Do you know what a Botic Van de Zandschulp is?
Yeah, it's one of the things that they use for what they use to go in through my groin. Oh, okay. Tell me what it is, and then we got some stuff we have to talk about.
He's the guy who beat Carlos Alcaraz last night
Oh!
in the second round of the U.S.
Straight
Open.
sets.
Straight sets.
6-1, 7-5, something else. He beat the
6-4.
brakes off him
Yeah, straight sets. Carlos Alcaraz.
at the U.S. Open, a major.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's something. That's bad for
U.S.
the
Open is not happy about this.
And, how about Carlos Botic Van de Zandschulp looks at the pair and he goes, oh, my God, I'm going to have Alcaraz in the second round.
So
And then beats him in straight
I didn't
sets.
realize how tall. This came up the other day. I didn't realize how tall tennis players are. You know how tall tennis players are?
Well, they got-
They're all with a leverage and all
Yeah.
that stuff, long levers. But these guys are like, how tall do you think Roger Federer was?
Roger Federer? I don't know. 6'2"?
Yep, he was 6'1". This guy, Sinner, who is the number one, who got busted with performance-enhancing drugs but didn't get in trouble,
Yeah, right.
he's like 6'6". There's a bunch of they're taller
Well,
guys.
there's the 6'8" guy that's been around forever, but I think he's just retired. Anyway.
And there's a pretty boy now, Zverev, who has not always been nice to women, but Zverev is another one.
Speaking of not nice to women, what about your groin?
Okay, so this is what Sam had a rough day yesterday. Abigail, you're going to need to be on the microphone for all this. So Sam, our what's her official title? She does our social media marketing. She does a lot of
Social
different
media,
stuff.
correct.
She does great.
Marketing.
She does great. I got a text from her, and she said, hey, did you leave already? And I said, yeah, I had to go up to the doctor. She goes, oh, I was going to congratulate you that you made it through your groin surgery, LOL. And I said, it wasn't a groin surgery, haha. And she goes, oh, wait, then what was it? I said, for heart wiring. It's for AFib. She goes, oh, I'm sorry. I heard it was a groin surgery. Well, I'm happy it went well. I said, well, you probably just listened to John. She said, because I thought you probably cracked the joke. She goes, no, Abby had told me you were talking about groin surgery for like an hour. All this shave stuff and stuff that you were talking about a groin surgery for like an hour. I said, no, they had to go through the groin and into the veins and blah, blah, blah.
Okay, to be fair, I did not say groin surgery, but I specified you were talking for an entire segment, and she was laughing so hard.
That was true, but she thought it was a groin surgery. She didn't. Then my favorite thing happened yesterday. So Sam, who's young, she's like 23 or something like that. She's right.
She's graduated college. Yeah.
Yeah. And what did we find out about her? What
Well,
is her?
she went to the
What are her
univers-
preferences?
she went
But what
to
are
the-
her preferences
mustache?
for men?
She likes a mustache.
She
yeah.
loves a mustache. Paul Skeens, like she's a. Abigail, are you a mustache person? Do you like?
I like clean shaven. I like baby face.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so Sam's like, no,
Not even
I like
scruff?
a good, thick mustache. Sam likes
Yeah.
big mustaches. And so we had a whole segment where we were talking because John and I just had a hard time believing it. But it is true. There's an age group that now is into the mustache, and that's fine. She sent a picture of this
I saw it.
on Twitter. And it's a picture of one of the mustaches from the Village People. And she said, do you know who this is? I said, yes, Village People. And she goes, and that's a sexy man with the mustache. She doesn't know anything about Village People. Okay? And I said, Sam, ... They were all gay. She goes, are you serious? She had no idea. I said, yes. She goes, I have no more comments after this. Then I just did a little screenshot of Wikipedia and, and she said, I'm actually speechless with myself. She thought she really found,
She found the guy.
this is what
Her dreams.
This is what a man of my dream would look like right here. This Village person. This guy who works on the construction site
They were slaying
with leather
back in the
pants.
day.
Well,
they were slaying. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so Sam thought she had found one. She goes, "This is the mustache of my dreams." I was, on the Village People.
I've
Do you
actually
know-
never
do you-
heard the Village, like, they're called the Village People. I didn't
They're
know
called the
that-
Village People.
The
You've heard the song.
YMCA?
You probably heard the song YMCA before,
Oh, yeah.
where everyone does the YMCA. Yeah, they.
so what did she? Maybe you should show her Freddie Mercury. See if she'd like.
She'll
that.
love that mustache.
She'll love that mustache.
She's gonna love Freddie's mustache.
Maybe, yeah.
She would love. You know what else she would
Abigail?
love? She would also love probably 70s porn, where she gets some porn stashes.
Oh.
A lot of porn. We called them porn stashes. I don't
think-
know that
she
it
went
was.
to the University of Jesus. She's not watching 70s
It's not
porn.
called University of Jesus.
Yes, it was. Yes, it is, or something like that.
It's swag you or swag
Yeah,
you.
swag
Southwest Assemblies of God. I do like University.
Southwest.
I do like University of Jesus. So I got to be honest with you. That's a pretty tight name.
Well, no. What is the name of it? It's
Southwest Assemblies of God.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But, or as you call it,
University
University
of Jesus.
U of J.
Yes.
You go to
You know
UJ? Yeah. What are your classes? We're taking bread of Christ, blood of Christ. And then it's like at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then we've got saints.
Mount of Olives.
Yeah, Mount of Olives. Oh man,
yeah.
I got so many. I
Yeah.
got. What's your meal plan at U of J?
Last Supper.
Fish, bread.
2 fish, 5 loaves.
It's gonna last us the whole year.
That's it.
Don't worry, my meal plan's gonna last the whole year.
Yeah.
And then an unusual amount of wine.
Well, listen, we're turning water. We're learning how to turn water into wine.
I think
Chemistry
University
in
of
our
Jesus would
chemistry
be
class.
like the first person the first school that decides we're going to rebrand. Because remember, Southwest Texas is now Texas State. They used to be Southwest Texas.
Houston Baptist.
Is now Houston Christian. Why can't somebody just say, you know what? Let's go University of Jesus.
University of Jesus.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah.
Or JU. Instead of KU? Why
Would
can't
be
you be
U of
Jesus
J.
University? But why can't you be Jesus University?
Well, you could be. I guess you could be.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, you started it. I'm just expounding on this.
I thought that was the name of her school, okay? It was close. It was the Southwest Assemblies of God.
Yeah.
That was
or U of J. I hope she's not listening.
You just exposed her, okay?
Exposed her what? For loving the Village People?
Yes.
For having a crush on one of the Village People?
The construction guy.
Girl, I wish I could go back in time and hook up with that Village person. Oh, I wish you could too. Trust me, I wish you could go back in time and hang out with leather guy or other leather guy or cowboy
or Indian.
who
Back
they
in the
used to
time,
be
he
known
was
as
an Indian,
yeah,
yeah.
Indian or construction. She liked construction guy.
Yeah,
because he's, he's rough. He's a rough, manly
He had that stash.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yep, she's listening.
Yeah.
She just texted. Yeah. Oh, if she could only go back in time and marry a Village person, that'd be
That's
amazing.
it. If you could only go back in time and talk about Formula One.
I don't have to go back in time. I go forward in time to September 7th. That's what I'm doing, because when I go forward in time to September 7th, what I'm doing is going to the Showrun Houston. It's the Red Bull Showrun. It's right here in Houston. There's going to be Red Bull products available on site. You're going to have food trucks. You are going to have a DJ booth where people can spin records. You've got simulators where you can see what it's like to handle a vehicle like these incredible Red Bull Formula One vehicles. It's a Formula One exhibition at Houston's Discovery Green on September 7th. It's for all ages. There's no tickets necessary. The Red Bull Showrun is going to offer fans of all ages access to this massive outdoor pop-up exhibition, and you are going to absolutely have the time of your life. If you are into this, a lot of family-friendly activities. You get to feel the power, feel the energy, hear the noise of F1 vehicles as they race around. It's not a race, it's an exhibition, but they are going to be running the streets, and you'll get to see it and feel it and hear it for yourself. Don't miss out. Go to redbull.com/showrun Houston. Absolutely free. for all ages. September 7th, Discovery Green, redbull.com/Showrun Houston.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back here, East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Get on over here sometime this weekend. Play golf. Takes about an hour and a half to run around, a little over an hour, hour and a half to run around. And then you got all day here. Unbelievable happy hour. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Just fantastic. Got all the TVs you want, and they'll have the games here. So college, pro, your Astros, all of it right here at East River 9. Plus pickleball, golf. What more do you need? You got it all right here at East River 9. Astros win last night 6-3. That's a great way to start this series. They were supposed to win. Hunter Brown was fantastic again. Got into a little bit of trouble. He got in trouble because of the gloves again. Holy crap, the defense has just been, and that's been a staple of this team. I mean, just the misplays lately have been maddening. It's just crazy. Pena at short. It's good to see. I mean, Jason Hayward almost made a diving catch his first play as an Astro.
Yeah.
Just barely missed that ball, and then he came up with the 2-run double in a scoreless game. I put in Abigail. Maybe you can. I put in his post game. Let's hear from him when you get it. When you get it, let me know. I put it into the audio. What do you? I mean, it's nice. Last night, recency bias. He's a 208 hitter this year. He hasn't been much of a hitter for a while.
No.
He's a 5-time Gold Glover, though.
You just want him to catch a heater.
Listen.
That's all.
Listen. If you're not going to hit, at least play the field.
He's
right?
going to be. He's an upgrade defensively. He's played in some big games in the major leagues, and is he going to be better than Chaz? You know, that's all.
This year,
listen,
yeah.
The bar's not high. Better than Chaz? Yes.
Better than Jake?
Better than Jake?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I don't know if he'll be better than Jake, but if he will be better than Jake, I just want him to be better than Chaz.
Well,
he's taking his spot on the roster.
Yeah, it was funny. He came in, had the 2-run double, and Espada pinch hit for him late. I was like, okay, welcome to the team. But you know what? You got a tough lefty on the mound. Instead of putting him up there, he pinch hit for him. Okay, but you also take his glove out of the game. Interesting. That was a decision that was made. in a tight game, but you needed some offense. So Joe Espada went to his bench. I'm no problem with that. I didn't love him taking out Hunter Brown in the situation he took him out. Let him finish out that seventh inning. Let him get that last out. Bregman was thrown out of the game, so he's got to put Whitcomb at third base. But Whitcomb at third base has not been good lately. Well, nobody is Alex. You know what? Our standards are a little high, although Whitcomb's got to play better than he has the last couple of games.
Whitcomb, Singleton, we can think of a couple games where passive first and third base play hurt the team.
Hurt the team. I guess we're spoiled because Bregman's so good. Bregman is so good.
Yeah.
So that's, if you any miscues at third base, you're like, man, I wish I had. How many years ahead are we going to be saying, wish we had Bregman there because he's not going to be here next year or the year after because he signs with somebody else. Here is Jason Hayward, newly acquired, coming up with a huge hit, a 2-run double to break a scoreless tie. Here he is after the game.
With Jason, the newest Astro here, you said you wanted to play in many meaningful games. Did this one feel like it meant something?
100%. What an opportunity, to come out here and be a part of a group that's been grinding, fighting, and, in first place. Obviously, wanting to hold on to that, but just playing some tough teams down the stretch, and that's playoff baseball.
Their starting pitcher, very tough today, Singer. So when you go up, you've got runners in scoring position there. What are you thinking?
I just want to do the best I could to be early enough, be on time. All of us were talking about how he's quick to the plate. He makes good pitches, and sometimes he has a lot of room for error that way. So after seeing him from the windup, from the stretch, I knew I had to be even quicker and was able to get a mistake. He made it pitch middle in and hit it down the line. Nobody was there.
Eighth inning was wild for you guys. You were able to have a front row seat to your new teammates grinding out some at-bats, too. What did you notice from the guys? What did you take away from all that?
Oh, exactly that. I think guys weren't overthinking it, grinding out the at-bats, wanting to do the best they could for the team, obviously, and keeping it simple. And honestly, I saw a lot of trust there in the guy behind them. If the pitch wasn't there, they said, okay, I'm going to take it. I'll take my base and give the next guy a shot. And obviously, it's awesome to have some guys come through, and it's nice to see some things go our way tonight.
Yep, that's nice stuff. Thanks to Space City Sports for that Julia Morales interview with Jason Hayward.
There's some people who don't know, like, hey, where did Jason Hayward come from? He was just designated for assignment, I guess, right? And the Astros scooped him up basically as a free agent. He didn't take the assignment. They scooped him up, put him in the lineup, and here we are.
He was
an upgrade over Chaz, potentially.
He was hitting 208, released by the Dodgers. I had seen him play a few times because obviously it's on all the time in Los Angeles, and he can still, man, his glove is still excellent. He's not great hitting, but he sure did come through last night.
Yeah.
And you know what? And he's better. And I hate to say it, Chaz has had a horrific season. So he had to go, and he's got to go play better. And, he's not going to be the same. If Jason Hayward hits the same as Chaz or a little bit better and plays a much better outfield, then we win.
Yeah, defensively he's going to be better.
Yeah.
So it's a low bar at 200.
Yeah.
To hit 200 is a very low bar. To not strike out as much as Chaz was. Chaz just was cooked mentally. Oh, he did go out with a home run his last game with the Astros before he was sent down, but this is it for him. I mean, he's not gonna make a playoff roster.
Never say never, because Rafael Montero is coming back.
Well, I'm just saying it's it for him from he's not going to be on the playoff roster this year. Chaz won't.
Yeah.
You think Montero will be on a playoff roster?
One never knows, Lance.
One never knows, but
never knows.
One feels pretty strongly that he won't be.
There are a lot of guys I'd rather have than Montero, but you know what? If he's worked his stuff out, they gave him $34 million to not go to AAA. You never know if they're going to use him. You will see. And then Presley did a nice job getting out of a jam because of Jose Altuve's error to start the eighth inning. He got to induce the double play ball, just 13 pitches. That was nice. And then Hader just been fantastic. 10 pitches to get done, and it was over, and it's all done. Hader's been really, really, really good. his 29th consecutive save. He has lost a few games, but they're asking him to do too much at sometimes. Pitch a couple of innings, go into extra innings, as the pitcher of record.
Yeah.
And that sucks when you start with a runner on second. But Josh Hader has been everything that you could possibly want. Whether or not he's still paying off 5 years into that deal, we'll see. We'll see. But do you have any issue? Do you have any nerves at all when Josh Hader enters the game now?
I actually do.
You
Am
do?
I not supposed to?
No. What about
Because
the way
whenever
he's pitching?
when he's in games when they don't have leads.
Well, yeah, he gets
those are still
he's
games.
Gotten a few losses. He's
Yeah, he
picked
still
up a
has
win.
those.
Yeah, but no, they're asking him to pitch 2 innings. He's doing way more than anyone thought he could do. Plus, he's got the record for 29 consecutive. He's 6-6 on the season. That's how many non-save situations that they've put him in. 6-6. That's a lot for a closer.
Yeah. To
be in non-save situations.
Yeah.
Because he's got 29 consecutive saves. Whenever you ask him to get a save, he's doing it. Dude has been fantastic. 29 though, an Astros record. All right, I don't have any qualms. When he walks in the game, I'm like, done. This is over.
I don't know. I've just been too burned over the years by relievers.
6-7 now.
I never feel that way with any of my closers, other than when Lidge was truly lit. When Lidge was at his very best, that's the only time I've really felt that
Not
way.
Billy Wagner?
Nah, because Wags, they bang him out of the park some, and I just don't. Maybe that's more on me than the closer,
Smith?
but I felt pretty good with Smitty. We're going way back.
Yeah.
We're going way back. I felt pretty good with Dave Smith, but Billy Wagner was just going to throw. He's just going to try to beat everyone with fastballs. So if you
Joe
had a
Sambito?
fastball, dude, I can't remember. I think I felt good with Sambito, LaCourty Smith to Sambito, but then I had to go to my Little League game and sell. I had to sell my peanut M&Ms so that we could raise money for Lamar Little League back when I felt locked in with the bullpen. No, I felt really good about Wagner, Dotel, and Lidge.
Yeah.
I felt really good during that era, during that stage.
So it was Dotel, Lidge,
It was
Wagner.
Dotel, Lidge, Wagner
Right.
is how that went. But I was just throwing the names out there. But no, I've seen Hader get beat up some this year.
Well, he has given up a bunch.
And honestly,
but
it is not.
Well,
Presley, I like what Presley did yesterday, but Presley, I did not sign up for Abreu, Presley of Hader of what I've gotten this year. I didn't sign up for that. I thought it was going to be a dominant trio, and it has not been dominant.
Josh Hader scares the F out of me, man. I feel like he's
I know.
always screwing it up. He's got 29 consecutive saves. What are we talking about? What are we talking about here?
But he's also got, 7 losses?
He's got 7 losses, but these are non-save situations that they're throwing him into.
Well,
Most
it's still
closers
pitching.
don't get this.
It's still pitching. He's still going in and
He's
not
got
getting
6
guys
wins
out
on
there.
top, with 6 wins and 7 losses.
Well, 6 wins.
But you know what? He comes in the extra innings, and he's got a runner out on second base already.
Yeah.
He gets the loss for that.
No, those are tough in extras.
Yeah.
In extras, yes, that's
I'm
tough.
going to see how many of those are.
He's got a couple losses in extras.
All
for
right,
sure.
5 stars joining us next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we'll get here. We'll give you some winners on the other side. I got a winner for you. That's Doc Linville. I got a winner because Doc Linville is going to give you hair. If you're follically challenged like I was, if you're I had holes all over. I looked like a mangy dog, and while the big bald spot in the back that takes time to fill in and all of that stuff, but you feel so much better. My hair looks 100 times better than it did before, and it's all because of Doc Linville. And the process was simple. The neo-grafting is great. You don't have to fly all the way to Turkey to get it done now. You got it right here in the city of Houston. Apparently Turkey is a big place for hair replacement for whatever reason. But here, we've got it right here in the city of Houston. Save that flight to Turkey and just get it done with Doc Linville. 975hair.com. He's right in the Med Center. Okay, and it may not be the neo-grafting, which is a great process. It may be PRP, which just stimulates the growth. Let doc decide that for you. But if you're young and you want to keep your hair, you're sick of this, the hair loss, 975hair.com, 975hair.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live at East River 9. Come get your golf on, come get your drink on, come get your food on. You got 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. today, Monday through Friday, of happy hour. So let's go. Get on over here and enjoy it. Time to talk to Five Star. Five Star has been a long time with us now. I don't know how many years, but he gives winners out. And he's got some winners for us today. Five Star, welcome back to the show. Five Star in Vegas on Twitter. It's a great follow. Get his picks and sign up for his services. And Five Star is going to give you some winners. What's going on, man?
Hey, congratulations, guys. First of all, for being elected, to the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. Both you guys really deserve it, man. It's just a really great thing to see, man, and well deserved.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Five Star. Thank you. We appreciate that. How excited are you? We got football season back, right?
Oh, yeah, man. I'm really happy. Last weekend we got it in some, ended up, clearing the board. We went 3-0 last week, man. So let's try to go 3-0 again here with the listeners from ESPN 97.5, where it all started at.
I tell you what, I know one of your plays already, and I kind of like it too. Georgia versus Clemson. Georgia's number one in the nation this year. They've got a quarterback who's expected to be, I think, the first pick of the draft when it's all said and done, Carson Beck. Georgia's Georgia. Kirby Smart gets ready for top-rated teams. I think he's 10-2 against top 20 teams or something like that. They're facing a Clemson team that's number 13 or 14th ranked, I believe. But Clemson's getting 13.5. I've been hearing that this is kind of a sneaky, talented Clemson team that Dabo has put together.
Yeah, it is. And out of the 22 starters that Clemson has, they got 0 transfers, guys, no new additions, no freshmen. So as you know, Dabo was one of those guys that he really opposed to NIL, And this is kind of his opportunity to prove that his old school approach of like faith, family, and football still works in today's new way of doing business in college football. You know, across the field, as you said, he got what I consider the new Nick Saban and Kirby Smart. Smart was arguably Saban's best coordinator in his tenure, but no one can argue that he's, been the most successful pupil. He already has 2 national championships at his alma mater. The Bulldogs program is just the cream of the crop in the SEC right now. But Smart hasn't lost a regular season game in 3 seasons, so this is going to be a tall task for Clemson. Unlike Dabo, Smart kind of mixes the new way of doing things with NIL transfers and all that stuff, but he still plays hard-nosed football. For instance, Carson Beck, as you said, is probably going to be the number 1 pick. He has a private jet deal for his NIL, and he also landed Trevor Etienne from Florida, really good running back. So Georgia is going to be
really good back.
Yeah,
really good back.
So Georgia's going to be backed heavily in this game, guys. Why not? They're a powerhouse. Clemson hasn't impressed as much, as they have in the past lately. But with that said, I still think Dabo is a great coach. He's a 2-time national champion. He has a lot of pride, man. This is his opportunity for him in the program to prove they're still elite. They got Cade Klubnik coming back again. His second full season as a starter. He showed some flashes. Got 7 starters returning with him on offense. I really like Clemson's linebackers and safeties. I know you know about them, Lance. They're really good, man. They got some real ballers at those positions. Dabo usually comes out with a solid plan, man. I think that the experience that he brings back on offense and Garrett Riley working for a second year with Clay Covenant keeps this game close. We're going to go with Clemson plus 13.5. Remember last time that they played each other, I think 2021 in the same setting, it was a real slugfest, went to 10-3. I just think that Dabo knows how to hang around in these type of games with the big boys.
Yeah, Dabo, it's easy to say I don't believe in NIL when you got a 10-year, $115 million contract yourself.
Right.
He's
such a hypocrite with that one, right?
it's a bit hypocritical. I don't know, man. I haven't seen Clemson. That's a tough one.
But you've seen Clemson in the past.
I've seen Clemson in the past,
really
but
good.
the last couple of years,
I just wonder if Georgia. The public will all be on Georgia. The number, you're going to push it a little higher because it's Georgia. Yeah, Kirby early in the season where he's geared up, first game, it always scares you a little bit especially after what he did to Dan Lanning in Oregon. But at the same time, like at some point, losing all this talent year after year after year starts to, it's got to add up on you to where you have a season that's not quite what you had hoped for. So it's I kind of like the points here. I kind of like the situation. Give us another game that you're looking at this weekend.
We're eating up the points this week, man. You guys know I love betting with the dogs, man. We're going with West Virginia at home, plus 8.5 versus Penn State. I like Neil Brown a lot. He was a good head coach at Troy before he took over at Morgantown. I'm not a huge fan of James Franklin. I like him as far as a person, good guy, great recruiter. I just never cared for his in-game coaching. He always coached scared, in my opinion. And his play calling is pretty vanilla. A lot of people are big on Penn State's quarterback, Drew Aller. I find him a little overrated. He is athletic. He can make some plays outside the pocket, but he's a little too careful with the ball. He doesn't take enough shots from me. Their backfield, though, is their main strength. Penn State has a really good backfield with Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. So the Mountaineers have to find a way to slow those two guys down and kind of put the ball in Aller's hand and make him beat them. Penn State has had an easy schedule, last season. Outside Michigan, Ohio State, who they really play. They do have 11 starters back, but West Virginia has 13 starters back. And the Mountaineers' offense should rank among the best in the Big 12. They got, Gary Green coming back. They ended the season 5-1 in their final 6 games, only losing at Oklahoma. Morgantown, as you guys know, is a really tough place for, opponents to come to and win. The Mountaineers are 4-1 straight up and 4-1 against the spread at home last year. 8.5 is just a lot of points to give a Penn State team that's not known for scoring prowess, man. And this is a real good revenge spot for us as well because West Virginia lost 38-15 in Happy Valley last season, and that kind of kicked off the run when they went on the little 5-1 run at the end of the year. I think Neil Brown has these Mountaineers ready to play, and they might actually pull off, the outright. We're very familiar with them after we saw the game that they had with Houston last year. We know that they can put up some points, man. So give me West Virginia plus 8.5 Penn State.
Yeah, so it is really a situation where Yeah, Neil Brown is just kind of coming into his own. He was such a good coach previously at Troy, and I'm waiting to see if he's that guy. But I like the angles that you've got right there. And the other thing, it is really about Drew Aller. Is Aller the guy that struggled so much? And Aller had some good games, but man, there were some games where he looked absolutely terrible. So it'll be interesting to see what we get there. And then, of course, as you mentioned, Morgantown is a very, very difficult place to play. I'm curious, before we get to your next game, how are you handling the portal and the amount of transfers? This is an unbelievable amount of changes that we're seeing, unprecedented for some of the teams. John and I looked at Arizona State's roster. We looked at University of Houston's roster, Texas A&M. I mean, everyone's roster, especially when you have a new coach coming in, has a huge turnover. I'm curious what your thoughts were about if you've kind of developed any thoughts of how you're going to handle these roster turnovers so early when you're handicapping.
Yeah, that's the reason why a lot of colleges now are hiring GMs. You've been seeing them get general managers like NFL teams because of all the transfer stuff that's going on, and also how to deal with the money coming from the boosters with the NIL. I deal with it like this. Some guys are big factor. They're splash players, like we said about Etienne, but Etienne might not even play that game. That's another factor to put in with that Clemson game. I think he had a DWI or something in the offseason. He might be suspended for tomorrow's game. But I deal with it where if you got a splash guy who's been good everywhere he's played before, then I'm going to upgrade. Like for instance, the next game we're going to talk about with Cam Ward. He's a guy that's played a lot of snaps and been, a quarterback a lot of places, seen a lot of different defenses. So, of course, I'm going to upgrade Miami when he comes there. But I also look at it where sometimes you can have too many, and guys aren't really used to playing with each other. And that's why I really like Clemson in that game against Georgia with the points, because they have so much continuity.
5-star, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, there he is.
All right, well, let's get to that last game, that Miami game. Miami taking on Florida in a huge interstate rivalry game. What do you see there?
Anytime it's under 3, I'm going to always take the money line. Just pay a little juice. I call it insurance rather than have to wrestle with these points at the end of the game if something crazy occurs. So we're going to go with Miami money line -1.4. They're just more talented than Florida. And the main thing that I look at is Cam Ward versus Graham Mertz. Guys, we've been talking about Cam Ward since the first season I was on here when he was still at Incarnate Word. I think we was like the first 3 guys that were really talking about that he could play on the next level. And now he's went to Washington State, and as you know, Washington State ended up being the only Pac. I think it's the Pac-2 now. It's Washington State and Oregon State. The rest of those guys all left them and went to different conferences. So he had to leave, man. He had to go somewhere where he could play football and be seen, because Washington State doesn't have a conference home right now. He ends up going to Miami over there with Mario Cristobal. Cristobal's another one of those guys like James Franklin. He can really recruit. Doesn't show too much during the game with his schemes and things like that. Hopefully he has the right offensive coordinators in place, but he does have some big-time transfers in Cam Ward. And the underrated transfer that he has there that people aren't really speaking about is Damian Martinez. That kid is a beast. He was at Oregon State, really good running back. I think he plays on Sundays for sure. Billy Napier, Lance, we talked about him before. We really liked him in Louisiana Lafayette. He's a good coach for us. He's on the hot seat, man, in Florida. He continues to hitch his wagon to Graham Mertz. We saw that Bo Nix had a turnaround. I was really down on Bo Nix all season long, and then he went to Oregon. They kind of coached him up right. Can Graham Mertz, get all of that bad coaching he got out of him from Wisconsin and now take it to Florida, second year starting, and kind of turn the corner like we see with Bo Nix? We'll see. He hasn't shown me that so far. I just think that they're going to have a lot of issues defensively stopping Miami's offense, man. And I also really like Miami's defensive line. I think they harass Mertz, and Mertz has shown before when he's under pressure, he'll turn the ball over. So I'm going to go with Miami in this one. It's going to be a big rivalry game, but I think the Hurricanes are the far superior team right here. So we're going to just take a money line.
One game that stuck out for me was Georgia Tech coming back from Ireland, 5-star, and off a big win. This is a letdown situation, an inter-city rivalry. Georgia State was not good last year. but that's a pretty good program. That's a lot of points to be given up. What do you think about? Did you look at the Georgia State game?
I haven't, but I do agree with you on that. They're coming off a huge win, a lot of travel. I got to see who Georgia State quarterback is. If they got the kid that's coming back who's been their quarterback the last couple of years, then he's more than serviceable, man. He's a really good quarterback. I haven't dug into the game, but I can see that spot. If Darren Granger is back for them, then I would definitely take Georgia State, John, because he could play.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, when have you ever seen a team in college football travel back from Europe? This is an NFL thing, and the NFL teams, they even give you bye weeks the next week. This is college football. They're playing the next week on a Saturday. That's wild.
And they're in Atlanta. You know, that school is right in downtown Atlanta. They haven't had that type of win in a long time. I'm sure that on Peachtree, they were getting as many drinks as they wanted for free last week. So, yeah, that's a really good angle right there, John. I like that a lot. I think I'll dig into that game a little bit more.
Yeah, Joy. I mean, it just stuck out for me, man. You're coming off that big win. Everybody's patting you on the back, and you got a big dog at home in the city the next week. I don't know. We'll see.
I got one for you guys real quick. I got one to ask you. I know we're on the time real fast. What do you guys think about the over 60 on Texas versus Colorado State? I really like it because the style of play that Jay Norville has, and we know the Sarkeesian's going to try to put about 40 on their head at least, So
I like it. I like it too. I like it too for the very reason. I think he's going to be going for a Heisman. He wants a Heisman type of start for Quinn Ewers. So I do think they want to get out of the gate quickly with 42, 49, something like that. I don't know if they can score that much, but they've got talent. They got talented wide receivers. They got a pretty good offensive line. So I kind of like that over as well. I do think they have quick strike. Well, if you're going to be playing 60 and over, then you want to make sure you have some quick strike potential. And you look at the wide receivers. They've got Matthew Golden. They've got Isaiah Bond. They got quick strike potential over there in Texas.
Absolutely. I like that 62. Yeah. 5-star. Nice job. That's 5-star in Vegas on Twitter. Follow him. Sign up for the service and get the winning picks this football season. 5-star as always. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Talk to you next Friday, guys. Have a good weekend.
All right, time for me to talk about HRP, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. It's the end of the week. You've been struggling. Fridays are a lot of times payday. I don't know how you do it. Twice a month? Do you do it every other week? Do you do it every week? If you're paying everybody every week and you've got somebody that's got to write out all of those checks, figure out all the commissions or the hourlies or the salaries and everything else, my goodness, you're just doing it. You're spinning wheels instead of selling whatever widget you sell. That's fine, but why are you doing payroll when you're not a payroll company? Let the payroll company come in and use their expertise to do it better, technologically better, to give you options on your benefits packages, on your insurance packages, all of that. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people. The bottom line is the bottom line. Instead of spending all that money in a payroll department, spend less with HRP because they know how to do it. And they're not going to mess it up, especially the Affordable Care Act when it comes to tax time. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Friday, a Friday show at East River 9, where you can come get your drink on, get your food on, get your golf on. Let's go.
Push
Guys are
carts out there. The
already.
guys
Look
are
at-
playing, yeah.
Looks like we have, I don't know, rain coming and going and whatever. But you know what? It's been intermittent quite a bit. We had a little bit of a delay yesterday, but we were able to get back out there. Cart path only. Sucked. Well, this course,
Not out here.
here you walk.
Yeah.
You walk. You walk the course. You won't have cart path only. And you got, just be careful with the wheels if you're not carrying your bag, if you're wheeling it around. So that's all. Take care of your course, people. Take care of your course. And, okay, so we've had a lot that we talked about so far. Carlos Alcaraz is gone out of the U.S. Open. We've had Astros talk, right? We have had, what else have we talked? We obviously talked a lot of Texans. We didn't talk about Brandon Ayuk signing his deal.
No, we haven't yet. $120 million, 4 years. And Ayuk is, it's hard to – he's getting paid like one of the best wide receivers in the game. Do you look at him that way? He had a good year last year. Stats were even better than I thought.
Third. He's tied for third with most money, or just below someone else tied for 120.01.
Yeah.
But he's fourth, or I think he's fourth on the money list now. Brandon Ayuk is pretty good. San Francisco is going to have issues, though. When Brock Purdy comes due, they're going to have some serious issues. They might have issues. Well, next season, they might have to get rid of Debo next year. Debo might not. This is it for him. I don't know how you're going to pay. You're paying Kittle. You're paying Debo. You're paying McCaffrey. You're going to have to pay Brock Purdy coming up soon. San Francisco's going to have a real purging of their roster.
They got to let some teams go. So, yeah, Brandon Ayuk is technically tied for fifth. Uh-huh. He's tied with Tyreek Hill. And then Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's going to give $30.02 million. And then as the annual number, of course, a lot of this is also about what do you get with your signing bonus, how much of it's guaranteed. Amon-Ra got 4 years, $120 million. So he got the same contract Amon-Ra St. Brown got.
Is Nico going to have in a couple of years?
CD got a 4-year, $136.
Yeah.
So
second.
Yeah, and that's to Justin Jefferson, who got a 4-year, $140. So I think that's a good deal. It's a really good deal for Ayuk, and basically what it tells you is that, I think Debo Samuel's not long for that team.
Are we going to have issues with Nico in a couple of years when he's seeing all that money out there and he signed for less?
I hope not, but it's possible.
You would think.
The Texans had problems with Andre Johnson when his side did a not great deal for him. And then Rick Smith and the Texans gave him more money, but they didn't have to. They gave him a negotiation window. They negotiated a contract, and Dre wasn't happy with it. Well, it's because your side did a really bad deal. I think Dre's uncle did it instead of an agent. So instead of a standard agent. So it's possible. Nico's in the 20 millions. It's possible, but Nico's only done it for 1 year at this point, and it just happens this is the timing of when his deal comes up. So you can't blame the Texans. You can't even blame Nico Collins.
No.
Now, he did his deal early, but he wanted to get paid. He's like, I'm not saying no to money. Remember, he famously said, if you want to give me money, I'm not saying no to it.
Yep. But, I think if there's two guys in this city that are going to regret it, Jordan and he and Nico are going to regret taking less but getting that $100 million security.
How can you stop? Just let them do what they're doing.
What
do you want to price us out of everything?
No, I'm just saying.
We already lose good players every year from the Astros.
What do you think? Okay, I don't think you've made your pick on Aggies and Notre Dame.
Aggies. I like the Aggies. It's at Kyle Field.
Yep.
And I think that Kyle Field, first time you go in there, is tough, and it's loud. It just so happens you've got 6 total starts by the offensive line in Notre Dame. Do you know how loud it is? I'm asking rhetorically. the noise at College Field is so substantial, and you got a bunch of first-time starters in there for Notre Dame. I think they're going to have a hard time hearing. I think we could see some false start penalties, and I think with Mike Elko's first game where he knows the quarterback, Riley Leonard, I think a lot of this is in favor of Texas A&M.
I like the Aggies too. I do. And I think, the new acquisition from Purdue going to play a role.
Oh, yeah,
Notre
Nick
Dame
Skirton.
knows about him.
Yep, Nick Skirton.
He's a beast. And it's a hard place to play. What a first game, though. Holy crap.
Yeah, right out of the gate.
And, boy, are those tickets. You think the Aggies aren't a little excited about this football team? They're going, decent seats, not great seats. They're going for $1,500. Yeah.
What?
This is a tough ticket, bro.
$1,500.
This is a tough ticket.
We got to, man, it's like impossible to go to games.
Yeah.
It's so damn expensive. Like, it's crazy. Do you know how much hotels? I was looking at what hotels were for, because the guy in the hotel I was staying at when I was at Tuscaloosa taking my son back about 3 weeks ago, he was like, have you seen what the rates of the hotels are here for the Georgia game? And I looked. Dude, it's like $1,200 and $1,400 the night before the game on Friday.
Well,
and then Saturday.
That's not crazy, actually.
That's not crazy. A $1,400 hotel room for one night?
They'll go up before that game.
For one night.
Yeah.
Then I'm not going to the game.
No. A lot of people can't go to the games. You can't.
Who can afford? It's with tickets if you buy them after market. Right. I mean, you got to have. I mean, that's a $5,000 game. Are you kidding? For 2 tickets in a hotel?
Well,
a $5,000 game.
Yeah.
No,
that's what
we're not. No, we're not doing that
for a big game like that.
No, we're not doing that
for a big game like that.
No, I'm not paying $5,000 for a big game.
Yeah,
I got TV.
No. But
my
you're not
TV
an
didn't cost
$5,000 fan. Okay.
I'm a college football fan.
You got to take your wife to a Texas game.
We have, and she knows we ain't going to those tickets that cost $1,500.
Well,
unless it's a national, and even then, that's the Super Bowl of the. I mean, it's crazy. How would you like to go in and get the living piss kicked out of you?
How many guys
for that much money?
How's
that taste?
How many left tackles do you have to evaluate for $5,000 to go to a game? I mean, honestly.
Plenty. I'm not. Well, number one, if I want to go, I'm getting a media pass. So that's the one advantage. Like, I found out my wife has a ticket to the Georgia game somehow. And so I'm like, I got the media pass. So I just got to sign up for that because I ain't paying for a ticket there. That's for damn sure.
Well,
I'll keep my ass at home.
Can you drink up there and get stinky?
No, but not everyone drinks and gets stinky drunk, which is what you want to say.
To a game?
Because we like watching football, John, and we care about our universities, like my University of Texas. Longhorn fans think I'm anti-Texas, but my wife went there, so it's kind of like I went there. I'm just a Ronin. I will drift wherever the wherever it takes me.
Well, whatever. You do it your way. I'll do it mine. I'd rather pay than sit up there with all the media types.
You'd rather pay those prices?
Yeah, I'd rather pay those prices than sit up there and not have a cocktail while I'm watching a game.
No.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, if you wanted to, not that I'm saying I would.
Why would you?
You could bring something. You could still smuggle something in, but I'm not going to.
Well, yeah, you should.
Let the record reflect.
Let the record reflect. You should. Okay?
I'm not going to do that.
That's ridiculous.
I'm not. How do you like this?
Anyway.
How do you like this? 2024. You familiar with Bryce Matthews?
Yeah, he had a huge night last night.
Came from Atascocita High School.
Yeah.
Right? Third baseman, potentially third baseman of the future. Well, yeah, he did. But this year, he's got 15 home runs, 37 RBIs, 26 stolen bases, a 950 OPS.
He was Shohei.
He was there. He was
He's not Shohei.
He was the 28th pick of the draft in 2023.
No, he's good. He had 2 homers last night, or 3? Two
yeah,
homers.
He was 3 for 4, 2 homers.
2 homers.
But just somebody to keep your eye on. He's not high up the charts.
No, it was in
yeah,
double
but
A.
I mean,
okay.
He last year.
Better than him striking out 4 times.
Last year he had 4 home runs and 125 at bats. He only had 4 home runs. He was small. He came in right out of high school. So we're getting bigger. He's a shortstop now. could become a third baseman. Maybe Jeremy Pena becomes a third baseman. Who knows? 4 home runs, 11 RBIs. Not much going on last year. 18 stolen bases, though. This year he's got 26 stolen bases. He's got an OPS of 950, and we're banging some home runs. We're getting bigger. We're lifting. We're eating right, okay? And we're taking our Atascocita high school baseball players, and we're turning them into future major leaguers.
Let's go.
That's what's happening.
I'm all
Bryce
about
Matthews, 28th pick of the draft in 2023. Remember the name. That's the guy we got to keep an eye on.
Remember this name, Chastang Ford, because at Chastang Ford, it is good, brother. It is awesome. I'm telling you, with the deals that they've got going on, and I've been talking about the Bronco Sport, what a great starter car that is at $299 a month. You get that 16, 17, 18-year-old, 19-year-old into a Bronco Sport for 3 years. You lease it, tell them to take care of it, make sure that they keep it up nice, and then you know what? You turn it back in, and boom, 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 we're done. And we got that starter car out of the way, and now we can get into buying whatever it is at Chastang Ford that we like going forward when they maybe got a little bit of money. Or maybe when they're done with college, they after this they get their after college car. Whatever the case may be, Bronco Sport for $299 a month on a lease. Are you kidding me? What a great deal! They got other great deals going on. The XLT right now, ridiculous prices, low prices, $4,500 off on this. You've got deals on the Lightning and the Explorer. It's fantastic. Right now, there's still summer savings going on at Chastang Ford. Great time to buy. Pre-owned vehicles on the lot as well. I was just there last week, as a matter of fact, and I saw all the vehicles on the lot. Let's go. They're dealing, man. And they're going to make sure that they get you into that Ford car or truck at the best possible price where you're not choking on the payments. First thing they'll ask, what do your payments have to be? Because then we'll go from there, all right? And they're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. You're going to love dealing with Chastang Ford. Integrity. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Heezy and Michael in the house. Raheel and Michael Carroll. Next, filling in for Dell. Maybe we can make this a permanent show, okay? Move Dell to midnights. We'll move Dell to midnights, okay? He'd love that. Talking, no. Right. Michael is. You can do it. Michael is. So, anyway, that's the show right after this. Raheel back on our airwaves with Michael Carroll right after this. Talking all great shows and movies. There's going to be a lot of show and movie talk.
Could be.
Okay?
Yeah, could be.
No. That's what Michael Carroll do.
So, let's go over some things that we haven't talked about for a while. Number one, Astros win. 6-3 was the final. They got down 3-2. Abreu spit the bit and the Astros lost the lead. But
well, Pena spit the bit. Abreu
defensively,
spit the bit.
yeah.
Espada spit the bit.
What are you upset
Wickham
about?
spit the
Wait,
bit.
what were you upset with the Espada about?
He took him out. He took out Hunter Brown in that situation.
Okay. How many pitches did Hunter have?
Right about 100.
Okay. Well, they're sticking with it. They're not playing your silly reindeer games.
What?
So he stayed with what he's doing. But
how did that work out?
Well, they won.
Yeah, they won because they came back because dude took a ground ball, an easy one hopper off the hand.
Well, that's too bad for him. Astros win. Sorry, you're anti-Espada. Number 2. So you get that. Jason Hayward with a double, knocked in a couple runs in his first at-bat.
Right.
I mean, his first game as a Houston Astro, which was nice to see him out in the outfield. And it's just a little different look this time of year. You've got the Astros continue to battle against the Kansas City Royals. So you got a chance to end this little 18-game stretch, pretty well, in pretty decent shape. You wanted this to go your way, and you could end up 4 + 4, 4.5, kind of like where you started it. So you'll be in good shape for the Astros if you can just continue to stand behind your pitchers and get some timely hitting. You have Colorado beaten North Dakota State yesterday. Colorado and Dion's team versus one of the top teams in the FCS. They were losing at the half. They came back and won. It was a big game for Shedeur Sanders statistically. I think it is obvious that they are going to – the end of the game was very puzzling. They've continued to throw the ball despite being up, and they didn't – like the end of the game, last 2 minutes, instead of killing off clock, it almost felt like Dion was trying to pad stats for his son. Either that or cover a point spread by throwing deep balls, trying to get he threw one deep ball. The other one was just throwing it up for grabs, hoping to get a catcher and interference. They got an interference on a third down. But the play calling and the decision making on the time management was awful for Colorado. I mean, truly staggeringly bad. That's not how you run a game. And they almost got themselves in trouble. And there were some other things that were missed there. A clear targeting, a bad start of the clock that really didn't. Yeah. I don't think got enough mention on TV at all because the game was moving so quickly at that pace and there wasn't much time. That should have been a lot longer discussion on the broadcast because you lose 6 seconds. I mean, that's a huge deal. It meant that the next play, so the next play was just a quick throw basically out of bounds, and then they threw one up for grabs. But it would have given you a chance. Were you okay with them spiking the ball, by the way, after they got first downs?
Yeah.
Because Nate Tice, who I'm going to get on the show, who now works at NFL Network, by the way.
It took a couple of seconds to do it, but, yeah, I was okay with it. Is everybody set? Is everybody lined up? Are you going to get I know that the clock stops after first down, but – I don't think you needed those. I don't think you needed those plays. I mean, I don't think it hurt him at all. What hurt him was the clock operator. 15 seconds, and when they snapped it was 9. That's those referees not seeing that. That's awful. Or the coach not seeing it and calling attention to it was awful.
Right.
Because I was screaming at the TV. They just took 6 seconds away from this.
Yeah,
game.
It was pretty wild.
Yeah.
It was pretty wild. So we had that going on. Brandon Ayuk signed a contract as he finally got in, and now San Francisco has their wide receiver. We'll see now. I'm guessing something. Well, I don't think they give Jamar Chase I think Jamar Chase basically just doesn't practice at all and then comes and starts playing games.
Are you worried at all about Ayuk, about Jamar, about CD not having any preseason?
For some reason, I'm not. I probably should. Well, you're saying preseason, you mean camp?
Camp.
Yeah. I guess Jamar for a while had gone out there and practiced.
Here?
Well, how pissed would fans be? How pissed would management be if you didn't? You're under contract, especially Jamar. You got 2 years left on your deal, and you pulled this. That's not great. I mean, that's not great. Everyone can agree that, you're going to be one of the higher-paid guys, but I'm sorry you have to wait another year. That's just how it works.
Hey, what about the 49ers? They took care of this. They still got Trent Williams. He's got 3 years left on his deal, and he's holding out. I mean, what the bleep?
Yeah,
and there's another. Now, I think I'm less worried about Trent Williams than I am Ayuk having a hamstring.
You think we'll ever get to a point where there's triggers in a contract that they allow, but it changes the salary cap where it says, okay, if anyone ever makes more than me, then my trigger goes up. I mean, that's basically what we're talking about happening here.
And you know what? Then guys can't be, hey, you're the highest paid. What do you want? You're the highest paid.
Yeah, I mean, it just used to be. It's the way it still should be. You are when you sign it, but we didn't used to have the rates increase so rapidly. The rates are increasing too rapidly. It's like, it's funny. The average person, their salaries aren't going up. Their, minimum wage isn't going up. The average salaries of people, they're not going up. But NFL quarterbacks, they're going, and salary cap numbers for teams, they're going up at existential.
Yeah.
Not existential, at extra. I don't know. I don't even know the word I'm looking for. It's definitely not existential.
It's not existential.
They're going up at extreme rates, but I'm looking for a different word. But that's why it's hard for us to grasp these numbers, because we as the normal people are not used to seeing, oh, my God, he's making 50 now, he's making 60. Well, it's not our money. And if it's inside the collective bargaining agreement, what difference does it make? But I do remember when sports wasn't about exactly how much everyone was making.
Yeah.
That's really the lead story, is how much did this guy get? When we don't get to spend it, it's not our money.
No, but it's against the cap. It counts.
That's the only reason that it – but they never lead with that. This is how much it's going to – it's about how much they got. Dallas, I mean, ESPN is doing a whole thing a while ago. Is Jerry, well, it wasn't disrespecting, but is he treating Dak Prescott poorly? Like, who are the producers coming up with this?
Yeah.
Dak has made more money than anybody since 2020. More money than any quarterback, any football player. Dak has made more money. Is he treating him fairly?
Is he treating him fairly?
He's so dumb.
All right. News of the week coming your way.
Hey, I have one thing I wanted to ask you.
All right.
Think about this. I was watching this commercial for an LSU fan, this girl who's an LSU fan, and she's getting ready for the football season or whatever. And I was thinking about this. Pro football, you're a fan. Okay, Texans fans. You have some of them that went away, right, for a while, but now they're back. They're excited. Yep. And there's Texans fans. You got Cowboys fans, Packers fans, whatever. When do you become a fan of the Texans? When Green Bay Packer. When does somebody become a fan of the Green Bay Packers?
At childbirth.
Yeah. Childbirth, childhood. Sometimes you grow into you're a fan. Every once in a while you have people who become fans because maybe a college player went there, whatever the case may be. Your dad.
Right.
I was thinking about college sports, college football. You've got a whole new crop of, not everyone's going to care about football, but everyone who goes to Alabama or Georgia or Clemson, you got a decent percentage of these people who are going to be
for life.
Those fans for life.
Yeah.
It's like you're stacking fans on top of fans. The bases, all they do is grow, because once you're out of, you're still always a Clemson fan.
The death rate is higher than the graduation rate. If the death rate is higher than the graduation rate, then you will lose fans. But it won't. I doubt that'll happen.
Well, same thing.
Seeing as how these schools are graduating
what about death rate for
30,000 a year?
Right. And what about death rate for pro football fans? Where do the new fans come from in pro football?
Birth into that city.
There's not enough. Yeah, but the young people aren't. They don't consider themselves. A lot of them aren't born into a team. They pick their own teams based on players.
Yeah, but
in college, wherever you went to college, if you love that college, you're in, and that's it for life. You don't switch like, you know what? I'm going to be Florida State now.
Tell U of H and Rice that. And see what they.
Okay. But Rice people don't care, and U of H has some commuters.
Right.
It's a different situation.
It's a different situation.
Yeah.
I do know this. Underdog's a different situation.
Underdog's a way different situation. It's a situation that I love to be in. A chance to win 325 times your original play. That's Underdog Fantasy, and it's been so great for me. The app is so easy to use. I used to do it a lot on my laptop at underdogfantasy.com. You can do that. But they've got a great app that is completely set up to work, and it's streamlined very smoothly, for handling all your pick'em challenges, your daily fantasy or your season-long fantasy right there on your phone. But did you know that when you bring it with you, how easy is it at halftime to take a look at highs and lows? They have the Pick'em Challenge. They do stuff at halftime as well. And when you have the Pick'em Challenge, you are going to be making picks on underdogs, and it's so simple. It's easy to get started, too. Go to the mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use promo code Lance to sign up, and Underdog's going to give you a highly discounted pick on your first pick'em entry, plus a first-time deposit of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and your deposit offer. This is a chance for you to truly play along with what you're watching and have a great time. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and it's for real money. You must be 18 or older in Fresno State, where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Tomorrow night, TDECU Stadium, 6 o'clock, Cougs, UNLV. You want to be there? $15. Only costs $15. That's the cheapest ticket. You can go try to get downstairs and, whatever. All I know is this, is that for $15, the entertainment value, are you kidding me? Listen, it's tough to afford a professional game. We were just talking about it, how crazy it is. And tough to, in other cities, it's tough to go to games. In other college towns, it's tough to go to games. Not at U of H, let's go. You can get there for $15. They want you there. We want to fill up the stadium. Willie Fritz's first game. UNLV, let's go. Start of the second season in the Big 12. And you need the fans out there. I mean, honestly, it's great family entertainment. It's a great place to bring your kids. You can't bring them to a pro game because it's too expensive. Well, you can't bring them here. 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS, uhcougars.com/tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets. All right, welcome back. This is an oldie but a goodie. It's 5 years old, but David sent it to me. An Alabama man, 35, charged with illegally owning a pet attack squirrel that he called D's Nuts.
We actually did this story.
We did this one a while ago.
We've had it, yeah, but that's fine.
D's Nuts, and he fed him meth.
Yeah.
Do you want a squirrel on meth at your house?
No, I'm actually afraid of squirrels.
I know squirrels.
I'm not afraid of squirrels, but I saw one video where, well, probably this story scared me, but also I saw a video where a squirrel jumped out of a tree on top of a woman, and I just thought, man, a squirrel could make my life living hell.
Oh, no, it could scratch you. That's bad.
Scratch you up, and especially if it's on meth.
Yeah, no. You don't want a squirrel on meth.
I don't need that in
A
my
woman
life.
working for Wells Fargo in Arizona, apparently she checked into work, clocked in at 7 a.m. on Friday, August 16th, was found dead at her desk on Monday. No, banks, Wells Fargo, you're closed on Saturday? What kind of Wells Fargo is this?
That's not a real one. You got to be open on a Saturday, at least for a little bit.
She was at the desk all day and nobody even noticed.
Yeah.
You know? Doesn't the body start to stink? When does the body start to stink a little bit? Hey, it's a little stinky in here. Maybe somebody died. Somebody died in here? That happened.
I don't want to say anything that may be offensive to anyone. If someone died, we need to know.
Yes.
Don't worry about offending.
Somebody needs some deodorant. A witch doctor is under house arrest for failing to resurrect a dead person. This happened in Oweka Parish in Nwahu Sub-County. Under house arrest. Could not resurrect. Do you want your witch doctor?
This is Louisiana?
Should be under.
You said it's Louisiana, right?
No, it's not
parish?
Louisiana. It's in some foreign country.
Oh, well, you said parish.
Nebby. Well, it is. Oweko Parish.
It sounds like something that happened in swamps in Louisiana.
Do you think your witch doctor should be able to resurrect a dead people or should be arrested? Arrested. You can't do
I don't want dead people coming back.
Well, I don't want a witch doctor then. What do I need a witch doctor for then?
Yeah, no, we'll just tell the witch doctor to stop.
Apparently, UK stores are buying stolen goods from professional shoplifters now. If you shoplift, you can go sell it to another store now.
Hold on.
In the UK.
UK stores are buying?
Stores are buying stolen goods.
They are buying them at discounted rates.
Right? I mean, probably a better rate than you're getting from your distributor.
This doesn't feel like, 100%.
100%.
There's no.
This is, okay, so apparently a man stole an ape from the zoo.
Uh-huh.
And his first thing he said to the judge, I stole a gorilla. So what? Now, that would be how I'd approach
Hold on a second. You haven't watched any Chimp Crazy yet, have you, on HBO?
No.
Okay. Well, they discussed the lady that got her face torn off by the chimp. And let me tell you what I'm not stealing. I'm not stealing primates. And I also realize that chimps have a lifespan like ours. And not only that, chimps continue to grow. So remember when they're cute chimps? I thought they capped out there. Oh, no, they'll get up into the 200 pounds, and they have super chimp strength. I am never –
No, chimps are bad. They're badasses.
I thought chimps were smaller. I thought they were all smaller. I didn't think they were huge.
Watch that Clint Eastwood movie?
Those are orangutans.
Yeah, so what? They're monkeys. I mean, they look,
Well, those look, they don't look tough.
They look
but
like a chimp or something.
This lady got her whole face bitten off and pulled off by a chimp. Strong hands. Why would anyone ever take like a full-grown any type of ape?
Yeah.
Never.
I just saw a guy on feeding a giant fish to a grizzly bear.
I saw.
That's stupid.
I saw one feeding it to an alligator that had crawled up to him.
Are you stupid?
And he was feeding it, and then he started patting it on the head.
No, that's how the The Crocodile Dundee guy. That's how he
Well,
died.
his name wasn't.
It was an eel,
It
actually.
wasn't Crocodile Dundee.
Right, it was Crocodile
It was
Man.
Steve Irwin.
Yeah, right.
And he was actually stung by a stingray. So it had nothing to do with a bear or
eel,
a crocodile.
Right.
He was stung by that.
Yeah, but he did a lot of that stuff.
Well, he acted like he couldn't get killed.
Idiot. What are you, dumb? Stay away from him. I know that's how you make your living, but stay away anyway. A Chinese grandma allowed strangers to lock her crying granddaughter in the plane's toilet for disrupting the flight. I think that's a pretty good way to go about this.
I don't. You think?
If your kid, listen, I had a kid screaming on my last flight back here. It's 3.5 hours. I wish this Chinese grandma was on the plane.
Go ahead, lock her up. Lock her up. Was everyone on the thing saying lock her up?
Nobody said that, but everybody was like, to walk the kid
put him in a bathroom, like Bronx Tale with the mush. Put him in a bathroom.
We're done. Raheel and Michael next at East River 9. Okay? It doesn't get any better than this. Come see the big show next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for me to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. How about the sign-up bonus? You're not getting that sign-up bonus when you sign up with your local bookie. Sorry, he ain't giving you more money to play with. A percentage of whatever you deposit on your initial deposit, they will have a percentage for you at mybookie.ag. Promo code Bet975. Look, the football season is here. You love football. You love to bet on football. Where are you going to do it? Do it at MyBookie, all right? Because you're getting the live in-game betting, the props that are outrageous, unbelievable. It's thing after thing after thing. If you love casino gambling as well, or you just want to bet on the Oscars, you want to bet on whatever it is you want to bet on. It's crazy. They got everything, anytime, anywhere. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only at mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
Well, that guy just lied to you because Del Olaleye is not here. He's being lazy.
Yeah.
The self-proclaimed college football fan, the guru.
That's
he
true.
loves this sport, the biggest weekend of his sport, and I don't know where he is. Anybody
Nowhere
know
to
where
be
Del
seen.
is? Yeah.
I don't know.
Michael's here.
I'm here.
Yeah, Rahil's here.
Rahil's
I'm
here.
back for the first time in 5 years.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. It's like things haven't changed here. I love a good Friday morning drive.
What do you mean things haven't changed?
Yeah, the Hall of Famers are still here. I'm following them.
Yes.
They're still talking all sorts of trash before the show about this great show. And it's CityCast, by the way. I'm the host of CityCast Houston. That's the podcast that everybody should download and subscribe to.
And Comicast, I'm just saying.
And Comicast,
Yeah,
absolutely.
you know.
But do CityCast first because
I mean,
I drove an hour. How far did you drive?
45 minutes.
I win. I win.
I guess by that, okay, fine.
So I win on that one. But subscribe to both podcasts. That is my full-time job. But I am back. For those of you who don't know, I used to be at the station during the golden days. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would say
right?
so.
Like,
why not? Yeah.
Things were popping. Or number one.
Great times
Great
before
times were
COVID.
had. And then everything fell apart.
Yes.
I was let go by the station. There was a lot of ill will for a while, but things are good.
Hey, you're
I'm
back.
Therapy. I'm okay.
Oh, that's good.
Things are fine. But things haven't changed much. John and Lance are still here.
Yes.
2024, we wrote off a few characters. Fred Fowler is gone. Ken Hoffman is gone,
R.I.P.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
I miss my homie Hoffy. And other than that, I'm still driving an hour for a remote, and I'm still upset about it. So things really haven't changed much, but I'm so happy to be here.
I'm glad things haven't changed, and I'm glad you're in the space where you feel comfortable
Yeah.
coming back,
And
right?
when Joe George asked me, he's like, hey, do you want to fill in for Dell while he is, out doing whatever he is on the biggest weekend of his sport? Frankly, if you don't want to work Labor Day weekend on the Friday or Monday, you shouldn't be in the business.
Well,
that's what I've heard before.
I mean, that's kind of a key weekend for what we do.
Yeah.
So
A.J. Hoffman and Fred Fowler used to say, if you don't want to work post-Labor Day or pre-Labor Day, you shouldn't be in the business. So, Dell, I think you just resigned, my friend.
yeah,
Yeah.
he should turn in his paperwork right now.
Joe George asked me, he's like, hey, do you want to fill in? I said, absolutely. On one condition, I have to have Michael Carroll with me. So
Was that the condition?
It was my condition,
Oh, okay.
truthfully.
Okay.
And I better get paid. There's one big condition, and then the real condition, which I better get something for my time.
I think one of those has been confirmed so far.
Yeah, you are here. I don't see the money, but I'm still here. So we're going to have a lot of fun today. We will talk some college football. The Astros win last night, which is great. I didn't get a chance to watch it because I have YouTube TV. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
I'm still upset about this. The Texans, Super Bowl bound, hopefully. It's starting next week.
Right.
And then we also have Colorado, which I can't wait to talk about them in the next segment. Right now, I just want to set up things. Kind of update you on what's been happening in my life.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, I'm hosting the CityCast Houston podcast. I do that as my full-time job.
And that's a daily podcast,
Daily
correct?
podcast.
Okay.
Right? We're talking about the news, culture, food, everything happening in the city of Houston and surrounding areas. I'm definitely going to talk about the stop train that I hit on the way here.
I hit that train.
Yeah, that's a Houston special,
Yeah.
right? The trains just stop. They're like, we're good.
I like it. Yeah, there's no indication of it moving.
No.
There is no indication of anybody standing there to be like, yeah, I'm working on it. Then it's just there.
Like, I'm just going to take a little siesta right now. Why not? It's 8 o'clock and people are trying to get to work, so we'll just stop right here in the middle.
It's the perfect time. No one's around. Wait a minute.
To be honest, if I was a train conductor, I would just randomly stop too. I need to stretch my legs.
You would just be stopping at the most inconvenient areas and times.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm a train. What are you going to do?
I'm a train.
So, yeah.
All right, Thomas the Tank Engine.
So subscribe to that podcast. I've been up to that. I also do play-by-play for the UFC Fight Pass side of things on the weekends. So I'm a play-by-play guy now.
How's that going, by the way?
It's great. It's
great?
so much fun. It is a blast. So I do the Fury Fighting Championship broadcast. Fury is based out of Houston. We are the #1 feeder to the UFC. So think of it like the G League for the UFC. In fact, just on Tuesday, 2 of our guys were fighting on Dana White's Contender Series. We've got another 6 fighting on the season as well. One of our guys in the last year has gone 4-0 in the UFC. He just actually got his first loss, Josh Van. So up-and-coming guys. They all start here at Fury, so I've been doing those. It's been a lot of fun.
Is Fury tied anyway to what Legacy used to be? Legacy Fighting? Or no? It's completely
Legacy,
different.
Totally different.
Okay.
Totally different. Yeah.
Okay.
Legacy, which is now LFC.
LFC. Yeah.
Things happened. We don't talk about that.
Yeah.
It got pretty sloppy. A lot of drama.
Okay.
But Fury FC is totally different. Eric Garcia is the president and founder of that one. So it's been a lot of fun doing that on the weekends. If you have questions about like local, regional guys, ask me. I am your guy.
Okay.
If you want to talk main UFC, I'm probably not your guy. I'm more dialed in on the smaller
on the local scene.
So I've been doing that as well, and it's been a lot of fun. So I missed coming to ESPN Houston. I miss my friends. I do want to say that. But if you want to catch up with me, you have questions for me, we are taking phone calls. I know we're at East River 9, which is beautiful. I've never been here. I've always heard John and Lance talk about it.
I've never been here either, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, they don't let you out of the studio much, do they?
They really don't.
No.
They really –
You're the hardest working guy at the station, and they don't let you out and enjoy the fruits of your labor.
I never see remotes. It's been a long time since I've been at a remote, let alone talking on a remote.
Yeah.
It's very rare that happens.
It's cool. There's nice views of downtown from right here. There's pickleball courts, I believe 6 of them. I love playing pickleball.
You're a pickleball fan
I'm all in
now?
on pickleball fan. I can't play right now. I just had my meniscus cleaned up, so I'm like out of commission.
Recovering okay?
I'm recovering okay. PT started. It's been 2 weeks. I'm walking fine. I did the sled yesterday.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, 25 pounds, and I felt like death. It sucks.
That's way better.
I'm like usually putting like close to 100 pounds on that thing, pushing and all that. If it's a relearning of your body, which sucks. But I'm blessed I can still do it.
That's good.
So I saw that the pickleball courts here. I might go dink afterwards. That's a term.
That's a term.
Not a sexual reference. Dink is.
I went a whole different direction.
Yeah, I know you did. That's why I had to clear it up for you. But it's really cool. It's one of the more popular facilities in Houston. So I'm glad that we are here. We're going to be here till 12 p.m. We will be taking your phone call, 713. Let me see. I don't have my rundown up. I'm going to try it. 713. 3776 something. I forgot the 3 numbers in between.
713-780-3776.
I remember 3776 because that's ESPN, right? So
exactly.
713-780-3776.
There you go.
And one of the things that we used to do on the Raheel and Dell show, since Dell's no longer here, I don't know where he is, we will incorporate the shortest wait times in the business. So if you call in, I'm going to respect your time, and you can jump in pretty much any time. We'll try to get you.
Do it.
Abigail's back in the studio. She's going to be picking our music throughout the day. At 10:30, we're going to have Sierra Henry, a.k.a. Sports Bay. She's going to be joining us right here at East River 9. She's going to be joining us to talk about some college football, what's been happening in her career. If you're not familiar with her, she started this really cool movement called Sports Bay, which is empowering women in sports. So I was like, hey, I'm going to be doing a show. Let's come hang out. Why don't you join us? So she's going to be joining us at 10:30 until 11 if you want to come meet her. We're going to be doing your segment as well, What to Watch this weekend. Is that what's officially called?
What to watch. Yeah.
What to watch.
Yeah.
So we'll do that at 11:30
Correct.
at the usual times. And in between there, it's a free-for-all.
It's a free.
Okay. We have some topics we're going to hit, but it's a free-for-all.
When you sent the rundown and you had sports topics, I was honestly surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
I was honestly
it's like loose sports topic.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
We're not going to break down the Astros game and all that stuff.
Oh, you're saying I don't need to have all the no? Okay.
Well, it's going to be a lot of vibes today.
A lot of good vibes.
A lot of vibes today and a lot of calls. So if you want to call in, again, 713-780-3776 on Twitter, because I will still call it Twitter.
Yes.
Even though
we do not recognize the other name.
We don't do X. Okay,
no.
I'm sorry.
Not
that's
here.
The correct choice.
Yeah. I'm not.
Thank you, Austin.
What is it?
So that's the correct choice.
Yeah. Twitter, right? Even though Elon might shut my car down if I call it Twitter instead of X, I don't know. But on Twitter, _Raheel is my handle. You can tweet us. I'll be checking it if my computer turns on. I don't know what happened.
What?
I don't know. My computer just died. Literally, it's like a cursed seat. It's the Granado curse.
That's why I didn't sit there.
Yeah. My computer died, but I have a phone, so it's all good. We'll figure it out. But on Twitter, at _Raheel, at producer Mike975.
Correct.
Tweet us. We will read your tweets. We'll get to your phone calls and all that good stuff. So we have a fun show planned for you. When we come back, I want to get some things off my chest. All right? I want to clear up some stuff. So we will do that next right here live from East River 9. I'm Raheel Ramzanli with Michael Carroll, filling in for Del Olaleye on the Del Olaleye Show.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
Well, the voice man, a.k.a. Michael Carroll, is lying.
Yeah, I lie all the time.
Yeah, Del Olaleye is not here. He wasn't here all week, right?
No, he's been out all week.
And we had national programming going.
Yes.
In his spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Somebody asked me like, "Why didn't you just fill in all week?" And I said, "I have a full-time job I need to worry about. You know, like I got to do that as well. Put out engaging content for CityCast Houston, the podcast, which you should subscribe to. So if you can hear me right now, you have a phone on you.
Mm-hmm.
Find the podcast app and look up CityCast Houston. Subscribe to that one first.
And
then Comicast.
Yes, thank you.
As well,
with
Michael Carroll and Jong Lee, who is about to welcome his second baby.
Second baby. September 9th.
September 9th.
Yes.
Wow, it's like a big movie release.
It's coming.
You know what's not going to be? That's not going to work out. Like the date, unless you plan it. We planned ours when my wife and I. When my wife gave birth, I didn't do anything.
You didn't? Oh.
On the first one, I was there with her every step.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, we got this.
Second go around.
Second one, I'm not even joking. Second one, she drove herself to the hospital.
Why?
Because we had it. It was already planned. It was a I forgot the term. Anyway, it was a planned like
induced or whatever.
Induced,
yeah.
So we knew she was going to get induced on 10/3. So October 3rd was the date.
Yeah.
And then our second daughter was born on 10/4. She's a 10/4 baby. So I knew that we knew the dates, and we still have a first kid. Somebody has to drop her to school, and the grandparents didn't want to wake up early to come do that. So literally, my wife woke up
by herself
at 3:30 in the morning, drove herself to the hospital, and I showed up when I showed up. Like, what do you want me to do? Literally, there's nothing you can do.
I like that it was like, okay, I experienced the first time. I'm good.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? It's guess what? I've watched the Batman movie twice. Like, I know what's going to happen. I'm good.
So
The Dark Knight doesn't change much. I'm just telling you.
Shockingly, no.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's basically Heat, by the way. Christopher Nolan said he found.
I heard you talking about this. I forget where, but I heard you talking about. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
R.I.P. Del.
R.I.P.
Let's kill him off. Why not?
I mean,
it's our show now.
It's good remembering him.
Yeah, but anyways, He's Christopher Nolan said he found a lot of inspiration for the Dark Knight based on Heat. Right? It's like the two guys who are just after each other.
Mm-hmm.
And when you watch Heat and then go watch The Dark Knight sucks.
Really?
Like, literally, it's shot for shot the same movie.
But
the second half of the movie's different, right? Mm-hmm. With Two-Face and all that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's the same movie.
But
it really makes Dark Knight suck.
No, it's Batman, and Joker does the whole pencil trick and everything. No?
Nah, it's the same thing. Same thing. A ruthless killer.
I remember Val Kilmer doing that in Heat.
Oh, but he was ruthless in Heat, too.
Yeah, that's true.
He was pretty ruthless.
Yeah.
So, the second one, I just showed up when I showed up. Like, here's a baby. I'm like, oh, okay, we got another baby. What do we do? It's the same thing.
Oh, look at that.
It's just like the first one. So, yeah.
Right. Well, I need to tell Jong that because he's going to be out. Like it's podcast paternity leave for him.
Podcast. Wow, you guys have great benefits on your podcast.
Oh, so many benefits. So many benefits. So it's just me for like however long with a rotation of people on that podcast.
Maybe I'll jump on for you.
Hey.
I'll return the favor because you
would
took time out
appreciate
of your
that.
day to join me. If you want to tweet us at @the_Raheel at producer Mike 975, we're getting a lot of tweets. Thank you so much for engaging and sending your love to the show. People are saying finally good radio. Wow. By the way, coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to do the player hater ball.
Oh, nice.
So if you want to hate on something, it's open. We're just going to hate, all right? Let the hate flow, brother. Let the hate flow. So we'll do that at 11:15, I believe. I don't have my rundown up because my computer died because the outlets here aren't working for me for whatever reason. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you charging up my laptop.
Good job, tech service.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll do the player haters ball a little bit later. So if you have hate, save the hate. We'll let the hate out later. So, we'll do that. Then are we doing Throw Shade Friday? We're not going to do Throw Shade Friday.
We're not going to do it?
No,
okay.
I don't think so because Throw Shade Thursday, it just flows
yeah,
better.
Okay,
And
I see.
I want Granado to be part of it, but he's lazy. He already left. I don't know. He might be on hole 2 already, and that's not a golf term. Hey.
Do you want to talk about what he just sent us?
What did he say? He's listening to the show. Thank you, John.
What a shock.
He says, so which of your kids is Heat and which is Dark Knight? It's a a good one. That's a good one. The second one is Dark Knight.
Okay.
She is a disaster.
Is she?
She is a brat. Oh, my God. Don't get me started on parenting, guys. The second kid is always the worst one. It's Mother Nature's trick, right? The first one's always great.
Exactly, Raheel. I totally know this.
As the firstborn, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, the firstborn is perfect. Everyone's like, oh, we could do this again. Look how great this first one is.
Yeah.
And then the second one comes out like
Terror.
a human tornado, bro. wild child.
So, Jong, if you're listening, prepare for that.
Yeah. So parents who do like 3, 4, and 5, y'all are maniacs, man.
I mean, I can't really say much because I don't have any kids.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm just
none that you know of.
I mean, last I checked,
we can change that.
We don't have to change it though.
We can change that.
Why would we want to change that?
If you want Michael Carroll to provide the seed for your baby, we can do that.
I'm going to be a donor by the end of the show.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I guess
it pays well.
Does
you
it?
Remember in college, that used to be a big thing.
Yeah.
I was so like, there's when you would walk down I went to the University of Texas, and by the way, college football season starts tomorrow.
Right.
It started yesterday with Colorado. We're going to talk about that in a second. But I'm so hyped for my Longhorns. I don't think they're going to win the SEC, which is still weird to say they're in the SEC.
It's going to be weird, yeah.
But I think they will be an at-large because 12 teams make the playoffs this year. If you don't know, they are going to be an at-large bid. I think. Who knows, right? Because it's wild.
Yeah, the amount of teams, and it helps because college football 25, came out about a month or so ago. And so seeing all the different combinations, people running simulations and things like that, and seeing what teams could get in there, like a Liberty, like a Boise State, like a Kansas State. Like
Liberty
it's just
could get in?
Yeah, Liberty. It's wild.
Man.
It's really like a wild, interesting time for specifically this year. It's with the amount of teams, it has me really curious for this season.
I think this is going to be one of the best seasons ever because of that unknown, right? Like, of course, Georgia's going to be good.
Right, of course.
Yeah, of course, Texas, because of who they're bringing back, they've got a marquee quarterback. All these, like, really marquee schools, they're going to be good, right? But once we get to the playoffs, we have no idea.
No.
We don't know how this is going to play out. Yeah. I don't even know how the playoffs work, to be honest with you. Because, look, I'm a casual sports fan now. I'm not watching every single night. I'll be upfront about that.
You got out of the business and you don't watch sports all the time?
Surprisingly, there's other things to talk about and enjoy. So I don't even know how the playoffs work, to be honest with you.
But the extent of my knowledge is based off college football 25.
Okay, so how do they work? Have you gotten to the season, the playoff portion of the season?
I got Road to Glory.
Okay.
I was U of H. I got in as the Big 12 champion.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Big 12 gets an automatic berth?
Big 12 gets an automatic berth. It's one of the 5 that gets an automatic berth.
I did not know that. I thought once Texas and OU left, it just kind of exists in the void.
Well, because they got like Arizona State, some of the other schools.
In there.
Yeah, Colorado's in there. Yeah. So it's like, we'll give them a berth.
Okay,
and
that's cool.
As a Big 12 champion, I got an automatic berth. I then lost in the quarterfinal to USC, I guess it was. I don't remember exactly, which sucked. Also, they kept taking my player out for whatever reason. I don't understand.
Why? Injuries, or you couldn't pay him?
Well, there is a thing with 25 where it's like wear and tear. And like if you take a lot of hits, your player could get severely injured and things like that. But literally, the game is so frustrating in that my character just runs 30 yards. Big game.
Wear and tear.
Gone for like a whole drive and a half, just gone. It's like, what are you doing? We just went down to the 20. Like,
I
put
thought
my
the
character.
whole point of NIL was that you can now run these kids to the ground.
That's what I thought too.
I thought they're getting paid now. I thought we could just abuse them.
I mean, that's part of the thing now. You get NIL deals. You get like all these offers
Coach,
and things like that.
I can't play. I just tore my ACL. Yeah, but you just got paid $100,000.
You'll be fine. Yeah, just go out there.
You can go buy another ACL.
No, the coach. I guess computer Willie Fritz takes me out all the time.
Oh,
it's annoying.
I'm excited for Willie Fritz, by the way. He joined
same.
John and Lance this morning.
Yes.
A little late because John forgot to call him or something at 7:15.
Is that really shocking?
I'm really excited for Willie Fritz, and I hope that the Cougars do make a run to the playoffs.
I hope so too.
Did you know they just enrolled their biggest class ever?
I saw that, yes.
6,200 students, over 30,000 students applied to the University of Houston. How amazing is that?
That's why. So I went to U of H from 2010 to 2012.
Okay.
I could not imagine that many people on campus at that. I mean, it was already, it's a commuter school as what a lot of people describe it as. But still, the sheer amount of people that were going when I was there was a lot. So I can't imagine, however many kids on campus and all that.
That's really cool. So, look, a lot of it is thanks to the athletics. Right?
Yes.
The basketball team being as good as they are, that helps bring some prominence to your program.
And the university has made strides to become a Tier 1 university. They were making strides towards that when I was going there. The president, I'm forgetting her name, Couture. Yeah. She was already doing things to make sure that the university got the funds and took a step forward as a university.
I like Rena Couture because she is a message board warrior. Like, how does she know about the recruiting class? That's why Dana Holgerson got fired, right? She's like, hey, your recruiting class sucks.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm on these message boards all the time, and they're saying that your class is not good, so that's why he got fired. Imagine if Texas, if he won that game.
Oh.
He probably stays, right?
He probably would
But
stay.
instead, Texas is just a better university, and we got that little call at the end, which, by the way, was the right call. I was sitting right there.
Was it, though?
It was. It really was.
Was it?
Yeah. I was right there, and it was the right call. We're also the marquee institutional university, so, yeah, it was the right call.
All right, those were big words.
You guys want some money?
Yeah.
You guys want some playoff money?
Yeah.
Yeah, make that call, okay? Because we hooked y'all up last year.
We're trying, okay?
What's up, Abigail?
I think she told us to break.
Oh, yeah, we do have to hit breaks.
Do we, though?
I respect the break.
Dell doesn't really hit breaks either, though.
That's why Dell's not here. That's why they brought in Raheel.
R.I.P.
Because I respect the breaks.
That's what you do.
I respect the breaks. That's what we're going to do here on this show. Okay, when we come back, Sierra Henry's going to be joining us, Sports Bay. I will also get some things off my chest. I'm going to rapid fire some thoughts and get your thoughts, and, of course, the listeners. And you can call us 713-780-3776 or send us an Xer or a tweet.
No, it's a tweet.
Yeah,
no, we're not saying a zeet or whatever it's called. No.
Send us a tweet at @the_Raheel, at producer Mike 975. We'll be right back. It's the Del Olaleye Show. I'm Raheel Ramzanli, filling in with Michael Carroll right here on ESPN 975, live from East River 9.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del and Sean broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here at East River 9. I'm Raheel Ramzanli filling in with Michael Carroll on the Del Olaleye Show. And for those of you who don't know me, I used to be at ESPN for a nice little stretch. I'm back, and I will get some things off my chest. We also have Sierra Henry, who is joining us, a.k.a. Sports Bay. She works in TV. She used to work at the University of Houston. I saw you were back in town doing the basketball tournament content as well. So good to have you here. Nice to have you in person.
Thanks for having me, man. Me and Raheel have been doing our social media friendship for a while, so it's good to get to talk football in person.
I'm a big fan of your work. You have strong opinions. You're always on the Isaiah Carey Unfactored. It's Isaiah Carey Uncensored, not Unfactored, Uncensored. And that's how I found you. I was like, oh, Sierra has some good opinions. And I shot you a message. I was like, hey, whatever you need help with. And you're doing TV now, which is awesome. I know the industry is tough. For those you don't know, working in TV, you were in Abilene, right? You were a sports director out there. It's tough.
Yeah,
it's
man.
Tough, man.
And, you know, a lot of times you got to start in a small place. You know, I think a lot of people were like, why don't you just get a job in Houston? I'm like, listen, Houston is one of the top markets. You don't just hop in there.
Yeah, you have to move around it usually.
Yeah. And I was an ESPN radio baby back in my college days too. I did promotions with I can't remember her name who was here at the time, but
it's probably Michelle.
Yes.
Michelle.
Is she back?
No.
I love Michelle.
Okay,
yeah.
No longer here.
But yeah. So I worked with her back when.
Nice. That's awesome.
So yeah, I'm like this is very familiar.
Yeah, sitting on that promotions desk, just bored out of your mind. I see. Yeah.
Thanks, AJ.
I did promotions as well. When I started in radio, you just sit there. I used to do it for a country station in Austin.
Oh, God.
And then I got moved up to the sports station there, and that's where I met AJ Hoffman.
Oh, okay.
He used to do shows there, and he would always give me a ride home because I was a broke college student. And you grab me extra chicken wings from the promotion, and I would take it back, and Rudy's barbecue sandwiches would feed me for a week. So, hey, we've all been there.
Listen, on this grind, you will really find out who's your real friends because this is broke college kids and then starting out in sports, you know, the money is money. So, you make good friends and you keep them.
The money's not there even 10 years into the sports grind. So
listen, we go.
Yeah, so, hey, if you want to call in, 713-780-3776. We're going to be talking some college football. I've got some questions for y'all in a second. I also have a lot of tweets coming in. People are, excited about the show. So if you want to interact with us, again, shortest wait times in the business. You call in, we'll try to get you in ASAP if you have any questions for us. I have a few things I want to get off my chest, and maybe y'all can help me with this one. So I still listen to sports radio. I listen to John Lance in the morning, and when I'm in the car, I'll give it a listen, right, when I'm not listening to podcasts. CityCast Houston is a great podcast. You should subscribe. I will promote the hell out of it.
I was going to say, what's the over-under of the amount of times you're going to mention it?
Every time. I got to mention it. That's one of the reasons I could do this. They're like, yeah, go, but promote the show.
And Comicast, I'm just saying.
And Comicast as well.
Thank
you.
Period.
You got to do that. But I still listen to sports radio, and there's still some, takes out there that kind of frustrate me. So I'm just going to throw these out, okay?
Okay.
Number one, the Cal McNair, Hannah McNair love and the rebrand and stuff, it's not the reason why people are excited about the Texans, okay? No one cares about Cal McNair grilling burgers. No one cares about them rebranding and bringing back the Oilers colors. No one cares about that, okay? The only reason people are excited about the Houston Texans than they were last year is because they started winning games. That's it. Don't even bring it up. In my opinion, it's just do not bring it up because all that stuff doesn't matter.
You mean all that PR that they're doing? It doesn't matter?
It does not matter at all because if they went in last season and they were not good and they were coming into the season, with a last place schedule, you know what we'd be saying? Like, hey, we don't care about this grilling burgers.
We don't want no burger.
Yeah, we don't want this rebrand. I don't care about the new jerseys. Win some games. That's the only reason fans are excited. And I'm so excited for this team.
Yeah, and because they had a good year last year. They had a good run. So people are excited to come back and see it go a little further.
Yeah.
And the hope of it all, right? Yes. Like the talent that's now here with C.J. Stroud, with Will Anderson. The hope is there that we didn't have before.
And frankly, D'Amico Ryans should have been Coach of the Year as well. Absolutely. He did a great job. taking this team from what it was. But let's say if Lovie Smith did that, I think people would be just as excited.
They
because
would
there's
be.
actual hope.
Yes.
And it's all about C.J. Stroud. At the end of the day, it's about having a franchise quarterback. It's about having a guy that you can build around. And we're doing an episode on this on CityCast Houston next week. We'll release it, but I'll give you a little preview.
Oh, okay.
I truly believe this. I'm not just saying it to be a troll or get everyone like hyped up on this. I think they're going to be in the Super Bowl in the next 2 years. Like, there's no way around it. This team is stacked. They have a great coach. They have a quarterback that, yes, he had some down games as a rookie. He has more
exactly,
weapons
he's
now.
a rookie. But young coaches are in right now in the NFL. Like, they're taking over. So it's like they've got it all. And then on top of that, like CJ Stroud, I don't know a lot of people that, if you're into religion, but like I love the fact that he is
love a good religious guy.
Love a good religious guy. They just go far.
Love a good religious guy.
They just really go far, and I think that is really kind of
like, wasn't Deshaun kind of into religion as well? Like he was like a man.
We don't know.
Kind of a bad look there.
I don't know. Look, I don't know. I mean,
but like the way
when we start breaking this down a little bit, there's a lot of men of faith and religion that do bad things as well.
But the way CJ carries himself,
the way he carries himself.
I think that's the strength here.
Well, there is a part of me. There is a part of me where I'm waiting for the other shoe to fall on this.
Carried himself
well. Because remember
when
Deshaun was here the first 3 years, we were all like,
"Oh, I mean, yeah,
he's so great."
I never saw him as a religious guy, though.
I'll say man of faith, right? No,
I guess he didn't wear it on his sleeve as much as CJ does.
Like he might have mentioned it every now and then, but like CJ is like every day. He's like, I woke up because of God today.
Every interview, every soundbite,
let you know that God is. Yeah. So
God is having a great run, by the way, because every time, like when I do play-by-play for the UFC stuff, everyone mentions God after they win. Like nobody mentions God after they lose. God is 100% on picking winners right now. God is on fire right now.
Listen, somebody got to lose and be like, I thank God for sending me through tough times. Like somebody got to say
somebody got to throw it in.
How about God, what the hey? Do you not love me? How'd you let my opponent just knock me out?
No, for real, I thought I had prayed really good before this.
And like, come on.
Trials and tribulations.
But I'm so excited for the Texans. So I really believe this team, the defense, I think the players that have on both sides of the ball.
What Derek Stingley has become.
Dude, no one's talking about Derek Stingley, who could, like, he is probably the best player on this team when it comes to his position, right? Like, around the NFL, you can make a case he is the best corner, right? Like, there's a case to be made that he was fantastic last year.
Much so than what, like, I guess the first year, right? Because the first year of injuries,
it was weird.
And it was the way, like, Sauce Gardner popped up on the scene and it was, like, dominating. It was like, oh, did we make the right choice? But Derek Stingley has emerged completely.
They have a good depth chart. They have a good depth chart. So it's like even if somebody is not healthy, it's like boom, next man up. And I love that they had that mentality last year. So I can see it being even once they saw how it worked out for them last year, it's like they're gonna go there.
All that being said, it's because of the players, it's because of D'Amico, it's because of them actually winning games that people are excited. Not because of you saying that it's Houston blue when it's really just Oilers blue. Like, no, come on, stop. And because you changed up the font, no one no.
We don't.
I know,
we
like
can't
maybe
even, some people can't even see that.
Yeah, like come on. It's not because of that. Next thing I want to say, Space City Home Network. I don't know what the deal is. You guys got to figure this out. Get on YouTube TV, please.
It's
so frustrating.
I'm in the same boat as you.
I'm like, I have YouTube TV. I actually saw a story this morning that sports fans, by the time they get all their subscriptions in the upcoming years because of rights, they're going to be paying close to $1,000 if they want to watch all their teams because of just the way the sports rights business is going when it comes to TV. It's not fair. Like, can we bring back the old days?
It's really getting insane. Like, when I go to shoot, like, an NFL game or an NBA game, like, there are so many rules into, like, how much I can show when I do highlights and what part I can show and when the time slot I can show it. Like, it's just so – it's like, listen, don't even worry about it.
It's so hard to be a sports fan right now. If you
It's not like it used to be, no. It's because you have to think, oh, do I have Peacock? Do I have Paramount? Do I have this?
Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime.
Amazon
like I have to have
what
all these
can you
different
watch
ones.
everything on? Like we just
You
want to watch
can't.
one thing.
You can't. It's impossible. You got to get Netflix now.
It's just getting more confusing with Netflix getting into the fold, with all these different streamers getting into the fold.
And the worst part of all of this, they're cutting down on the password sharing as well. Look.
I get kicked out of the Netflix every day. I have to text my sister, and I'm like, girl, let me.
I'm texting your sister as well. I think I'm using her account as well. I think there used to be a time where I think there's one person who bought Netflix and we all just shared
it. Yes, there was.
The entire city.
It was a beautiful time.
Yeah, I think it was like Mayor Turner had an account and we just like
just all used it.
No, literally.
Mayor T, can you hook me up with this? Like, let me in. You know, we're all using the same one. It is impossible now to illegally, because it is legal, right? You're like, at the end of the day, it's illegal.
I guess.
Right?
I mean,
yeah.
That's a strong word.
Yeah,
it's illegal.
It's just against the rules.
Yeah, I prefer that one. I prefer that one.
Illegal gives jail.
Like, if you're gonna put, that's true. If you are gonna make it where it's hard to watch teams, at least let us watch it on one account. You know,
yeah,
times
exactly.
are hard.
Cause dang, we all got to put in money. I'm 32 years old. I'm still on my parents. That's why I'm texting my sister like, hey, let me in. They in a whole nother house. They in a whole other city.
I'll give you my rundown right now. Netflix, I use my brother-in-law's account. We pay for Disney Plus and Hulu. Then Amazon, we all share because everybody has Amazon Prime. Or I think my brother has an account and he added me on that. So again, that's another one. YouTube TV, my brother.
Hey, ask your
Apple
brother.
Music.
Can I get
Apple
Music?
Right?
I pay for Apple Music, or my wife does. My wife pays for Apple Music, and I share it off of hers, and we give that one out. So that's like Peacock, my brother-in-law. No, actually, it's my sister-in-law. It's her sister's account. That's how far it goes.
Oh, wow. Like, you just diving into the other sides of the family. No shame. It don't matter. Hey.
No shame.
At the family
You have to do that, like, whiteboard thing where it's like, okay, this person has that, and this person has that.
So if you want to share your passwords with us, send it to us.
Please. Hey, tweet at us,
Yeah, absolutely.
Or DM, I guess.
At producer Mike975. Sierra, what's your Twitter account?
My Twitter's at SportsBay. So, yeah, everything is SportsBay.
But there's like a bunch of underscores or something?
There's like 2, I think, because I don't know. There might be a dude
There's
out
a fake
there.
sports
There's a
bay
fake
out there.
sports bay out
Fake
there.
one,
All right. When we come back, we're going to talk a little college football. I know I promised we were going to talk college football, so we'll get some of that in. It is the big weekend for college football, and I love that Colorado is a thing, and I'll explain why on the other side. Live from East River 9 on ESPN 975, it's the Del Olaleye Show. Raheel Ramzani filling it with Michael Carroll. We got Sierra Henry in the house as well. We'll be right back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, welcome back in. I'm Rahil Ramzanli filling in for Del Olaleye, the Del Olaleye Show. Del is out on the biggest weekend of his favorite sport. He's on Mr. College Football. What was his podcast he does during the season? Man, I'm forgetting.
I forget the name of it.
Oh man,
he's
gonna kill me.
Yeah, he's gonna get y'all for this.
He's
one.
gonna kill me. On respect my decision.
Yeah, that's it. That's
I
it.
listened to it during the season, so I apologize, Del. But he's Mr. College Football. But see, it changes so fast. When you're not here for your biggest weekend, we forget about you, Del. So maybe next time, don't be lazy and take vacation during your. That's like me missing NBA playoffs.
But what vacation is he? Where is he going?
I don't know.
I
don't know where he is.
I hope you're having a good time, Dale. Have a margarita for all of us.
No, he doesn't drink.
Wow.
He's probably just looking at college football game tape. Honestly, he's
probably.
That's what he does.
He just needed to go somewhere else to do it.
He just wanted some peace and quiet.
I love college football. As I told you, I'm not as dialed into sports anymore. I'm not watching every single Astros game. I do watch the condensed games the next morning, because YouTube TV doesn't have Space City Home Network. But college football, that's my jam. The NBA and the college football season, I will be watching all day. It does help that my Longhorns are good again, right? And they have a chance to be an at-large team for the playoffs. That helps a little bit, but are y'all excited for the college football season as casual fans? Michael, you go first because you work in the industry, Sierra, so it's a little different.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
I'm mainly because of what we talked about earlier, the playoff, right? Like that has me very curious in terms of how is it going to work. So much is made about the season is the playoff, right? And if you lose once, you're out of it. But now, like playoff, you can maybe have 1-2 losses and you'll be fine.
You can have a perfect record, and if you don't win the correct way, you were out.
You're out. Yeah, exactly.
It's so good.
I like that there is more teams involved this year. That's why I'm very curious about it. And college basketball, when we have the tournament, what do we like? Upsets and the parity of that. I don't know that we'll get that many in college football necessarily, but the chances of it now in a playoff setting, I think that's what has me most excited for this season.
Sierra, how about you? As somebody covering this, are you excited about the college football season? Do you get hyped for it?
I am definitely excited about the football season. I'm really a basketball girly as well. I played basketball in college, so it's like I talk basketball way more than football, but football, my era of football came when Herman was here. So
Tom Herman,
I'm definitely a Longhorns fan as well. I love watching them. What's Sarkisian? What's his name? Sarkisian. I never know how to say his name right, but Sarkisian. Yeah, I love what they're doing over there. So I'm just excited for the team. And the college football playoff championship last year, it wasn't the two teams. It was Michigan and who? No, who was in the play? The
Texas.
championship?
It was Washington and Michigan because Texas had
Texas
a chance.
lost.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
Yeah. I mean.
And I remember people being
like, get a touchdown. What are we
right.
doing? Yeah.
I remember no one being excited because these were teams that nobody expected to make it. So I'm looking forward to this year to kind of seeing, like you said, there's more people involved and it could be anybody. So I think that's the most exciting part.
Because we get the it's going to be a 12-team playoff, right? So. During the college football season, in fact, tomorrow you're going to have matchups where the number 9 team is taking on the number 3 team or the 12 team. So we get these matchups, and it's not out of the world to expect an upset.
Right.
Exactly.
Like the 12 seed could pull off an upset. It's not uncommon in college football.
Florida State lost in week 0.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't.
Which shouldn't count, by the way. It's week 0.
Yeah.
Right.
And
I don't.
In a different country. Both teams should come back with a 0-0.
Just disregard that as
we was just playing. We were just trying something out.
Yeah. It should not count. It's week 0 in a different country. You come back and you just go, all right, that was a nice scrimmage.
Exactly.
Let's all recognize that was exhibition.
It was definitely an exhibition game.
In a country that doesn't watch college football.
They don't even
care.
care.
Why were they in Ireland?
I don't why?
This has been a thing. I remember being a producer here on ESPN 97.5, and we had a game like that where we aired. It was in Ireland or something like that. I don't know why they go to Ireland all the time.
What's fascination with Ireland?
I have no idea.
Is it like the Shillelagh Super PAC that is just paying all these college football teams their tourism board. Is
That's
that what it is?
probably what it is.
How we're not doing games in Abu Dhabi? Abu Dhabi buys every single sport up.
Why don't they go to Dubai? I feel like they got the money over
That's
there.
what I'm
Are they
saying.
playing?
Yeah, go to
That's
one of those
next.
countries.
But like I think like because Samson did this for the basketball team. Like every 4 years they give like D1s like the money. It's some type of grant or something that they get able to take them on abroad, whatever. So is this something like that you think, or
It must be.
It probably is.
be.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for the college football season. I like we have watch parties. We dedicate our time. Especially again the horns are good. It might. Even when they're not good, I get hyped up. That's the one thing that I still enjoy in sports. I get passionate behind my Texas Longhorns. I wish in my lifetime, this is a wish I have, I want to see a men's basketball championship for the Longhorns. That would make my sports dream. I would never ask for anything else. Like, I want that more than anything.
I don't know what their team could do to get people there. It's like
buy
Austin.
more players.
Yeah, they got to buy. Oh, yeah,
No,
because
that's
you
what
know
they
what?
do,
Yeah,
literally.
you could buy them now, so
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, literally every single year, the Texas Longhorns now, we bring a whole new team in, and I hate that. There's no consistency.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what degraded college basketball, in my opinion. It's not fun anymore.
Well, that's
Yeah.
how a lot of
Basketball's not-
sports are
yeah.
going to be now because of NIL, and the portal. But we'll,
Well, yeah, what was it last night on one of the games? I think it was the North Carolina quarterback. He was like on his third team.
Yeah,
it was just like I'm not used to this style of college football.
It's just
still.
giving unloyal. Like back when I was playing, now this was about a
Back in my
decade.
day.
Back in my day,
Back in
you
my
know what I'm
day.
saying. You had, if you were not getting the playing time or whatever that you wanted, you was in the gym at night or on the field, and you was putting in that extra work to get better to take somebody's spot. You wasn't. Oh, I'm gonna get in the portal. Like it's giving
Fair,
crybaby
but
to me.
sometimes coaches just don't like you.
Yeah, that too. Because I dealt with
talked
that
to
too. I
several
dealt with that
players,
too,
like,
though.
You can work your ass off. You can do all the Kobe stuff. Set your alarm for 4 in the morning and then go right
And
back
they
to
just
sleep
don't
at
like
4:10. Because
Yeah.
we're not Mamba mentality. I'm going back to bed.
I'm not even getting up.
I don't have the full.
I'm not getting up.
Somebody I saw a meme the other day. Is a guy like hitting snooze on it, and he goes, "Man, just me hitting snooze at 4:10 because I was so hyped up last night watching Kobe highlights that I set my alarm for 4 a.m. But I woke up and realized I don't want to do this, right?"
I'm not Kobe.
Yeah, but like some people can put in the work, do all that, it just doesn't work out. But then, for
And
the
then-
most
yeah,
part, it's just
exactly.
like, I'm not getting playing time. I'm out.
Or the
Exactly.
coach just ups and leaves
Yeah.
in the middle of
That's-
something.
I had that. I was recruited by a coach. I went to Colorado Springs my freshman year. When I got there, the coach was gone.
Yeah.
I had a whole new person I never had seen before, and he didn't like me.
See?
So I did. I redshirted that year though, and I went to a JUCO that was recruiting me out of high school because back then you had to sit out a year, and I'm the type of person I'm not going to be working out every day all day, and I know I don't even have a chance to play. It don't matter how good I am, I can't play. Like I couldn't do that, so I moved down a level because I didn't want to sit out. So it was just kind of like I wish the portal was in back then for me because
you had
I really
a fair chance.
I would
right?
have had a fair
So,
chance.
all right, so college football season starts tomorrow. I do want to talk about Colorado. I love Colorado football, and I can't wait for more of it. I wish they played every single day. We'll do that, and then also I want to talk about the D'Amico Ryans effect throughout the show. We also have Michael Carroll's What to Watch segment coming up at 11:30. Sierra, you want to stick around a little bit more? I know we only had you for the 11 o'clock.
Do we need to talk to your agents or anything?
Oh,
or-
no. I can stick
All right,
around.
Sierra
Cool.
will
We can
stick
hang
around.
out.
Abigail's back in studio. Abigail, you were supposed to pick music that reflects your taste. You're just playing Dell's music. I don't want Dell's music. We're trying to
That's
get
not
rid
true.
of Dell stink. No, there's no way you listen to Hey Ma by Cameron.
I have a whole podcast.
All right.
Oh.
What's your podcast?
No, I was just kidding.
Oh, okay.
So Joe
You
and
put her on the
Abigail's
spot.
podcast, and I had to like.
I know. Make sure you subscribe to the CityCast Houston podcast and Comicast
And
as well.
Comicast.
It's Real Rooms Only. Michael Carroll, Sierra Henry is here as well. We're filling in for Del Olaleye on the Del Olaleye Show, live at East River 9 on ESPN 975. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. No Dell today. He is out doing whatever he's doing. That's some Childish Gambino. By the way, September 8th, he is at the Toyota Center.
Do you still have tickets?
I still have 2 tickets available if anybody wants to buy, because Jose, our friend Jose Partida, all right, my friend.
Good friend.
He's like, let's buy tickets. Let's go to this show together. Let's go to the concert. And I'm like, absolutely. He's one of my favorite artists. I think that was the last big concert I went to in 2018. I don't like going to concerts as much anymore. But this is his last go-around. Donald Glover, if you don't know who he is, talented musician, director, actor, all that good stuff. This is his last go-around as Childish Gambino, his music persona. He put out his last album. Sierra, I got 2 tickets available for $230 if you want them. Section 428, row 2. We're going to be right on top of the action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Jose was like, let's buy tickets. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So my brother bought a ticket. I bought a ticket. My sister-in-law bought a ticket, and Jose bought a ticket. Jose's backing out. My sister-in-law has something else now. She can't go. So I have 2 tickets available if you want to go. Yeah.
Dang.
Well, I'm pretty sad because I bought tickets to the Sexy Red concert. It was going to be tomorrow.
Okay.
And she canceled.
Why did she cancel?
I don't know. I've heard, that her pre-sales weren't enough to cover her.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
I thought she was very popular.
That's what I said. I don't go to concerts like that. I have a younger sister. She's like 10 years younger than me. So, she's with all the hip stuff. So I'm going with her, and we all buy tickets, and it's canceled. So I was pretty sad.
Sexy Red, what's your most famous song? I'm not up on Sexy. I know the name, but I don't know her.
Abigail, you got some Sexy
Abigail,
Red back there?
are we allowed to play Sexy
I don't
Red
know.
on the radio?
She might can play a small snippet.
I don't think I can play with the words.
I don't
but I like Sexy Red. So.
Yeah.
I don't
She
know.
has a
I
song
don't even
with
know if
Drake,
I can.
right?
Yeah.
Pop your.
Oh wait,
Drake, Pop
May I love you? You
Is
my
that Sexy
everything.
Red?
You can sing. That one's good.
Okay.
That one's
That's a good. That one clean.
Okay, so
play that one.
Yeah, we can play just the. Actually, you just did it. We're good. Yeah, we're good. It's Raheel. It's Michael. Sierra is here as well. You can follow us on Twitter. You can also interact with us. And somebody, it's Hey Angel. It's Hey Angel says, take a shot for every mention of CityCast, Raheel. You would die. Please do not do that.
Don't
we do not
do
want
that.
to get alcohol poisoning. But do subscribe to the CityCast Houston podcast.
Yeah.
Available everywhere you get podcasts. Today's episode, we just broke down all the news from the week. We have some great food episodes, like the ultimate Houston food plate. If you had to draft it, what would it be? We've done that. Best burgers. We do all of it. So subscribe to that. You can also subscribe to Comicast.
Yes.
All right. So make sure you
We
do
do
that.
all the reviews,
Yeah.
and we do a bunch of stuff. I can't think of anything because I don't want to, step on your toes. But,
Yeah.
we do a lot
subscribe
of stuff on Comcast.
after you subscribe to CityCast Houston.
I mean,
I get
guess.
top billing.
Yeah. Okay,
I have a little
that's fine.
ego. I have to, right?
I get it.
And then you can also follow Sierra on Instagram and on Twitter, Sports
Bay with 2 underscores
Sports
because
Bay,
we got
2
some fakes
underscores.
out there.
Yeah.
This
You didn't
one.
want to buy the original Sports Bay account.
I don't even think they offered me to buy it. I probably would have bought it.
You really?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
You bought
Do
them like
they?
that?
Do they?
Yeah.
I mean, how much is it? Hold on.
I don't know. I think it's probably a lot. So we're doing that. Okay, I want to talk some college football. Astros won last night, so there is that 4-game lead in the division. Awesome. Everything is good. Hunter Brown looked good from what John told me because I didn't watch the game. I'm going to be honest with you. So Astros are in action as well. We've got college football. NFL starts next week. You got Red Bull F1 Racing coming here for their
September
event.
7th.
Yeah, September 7th. I am so hyped for that. I'm not an F1 fan, but I do want to hear the cars.
Yes.
That's the one thing I do want to hear. How loud are those
It
cars?
sounds like it's going to be a really cool event.
They're
at
so
Discovery
loud.
Yeah, I have never experienced it. You got the U.S. Open going on. Carlos Alcaraz, which I am dialed in. He lost yesterday, but he's been
smashed.
hurt. Yeah, he's been hurt. He's been on a tear, a really good run. This is the last big major. Today, Tiafoe and Shelton play each other, 2 Americans going at it at 12:15. That's going to be a really good match. So we got that going. It's the perfect time. Weather's cooling down. We're at East River 9. They got pickleball courts. If you want to come have a dink competition with me, because that's all I can do right now because of my knee, I can literally just stand there and dink. That is it. I can't. I'm not.
And that's
creative.
actual phrase, right?
Yeah, it's
like
an
dink.
actual. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's
Okay.
an actual. It's a pickleball
Okay.
phrase.
All right.
Do not report me to the FCC. Okay.
Just
It is-
checking.
Yeah, it is an actual phrase.
Pickleball is taking over.
Oh,
right
it
now.
is.
Like
It's
the
so much
girlies
fun.
love it too. I think they just like the skirts though.
Yeah, you get to wear the tennis gear without the tennis commitment.
Right.
Tennis
Yeah.
is hard. I play tennis as well now. It is hard. It is it's more exhausting than basketball. I'm telling you. I play both religiously, and tennis is way harder because it's you and you are going side to side, especially if you play against somebody good. So we got that going on. But college football last night, Colorado gets a huge win, all right, against a powerhouse in North Dakota State. And people are losing their minds. I absolutely love the fact that Colorado is so big and so opinionated about what they do. I love Deion Sanders. I'm not going to watch every game, but I love it because it gets a reaction by both sides, the haters and the supporters. It's become a political party, in my opinion.
Absolutely. There's always going to be a big discussion when it comes to Deion Sanders and that Colorado squad.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why people are surprised, though. Like, I don't know why they're surprised that, like, even last year when they started off rough, but then they started winning. It's like, even now, I don't even know why they're surprised that they're good. Like,
But they're not good. That's the thing.
They
barely beat North Dakota State, which they should have. Their defense isn't good. Travis Hunter is absolutely amazing.
Travis Hunter's amazing,
He's amazing, right? Sanders is great, right? Obviously, the son of Deion. I don't want to mispronounce his first name, so could you say it?
What's his name? Shador, yeah. I know there's the other son. I always get them mixed up.
Yeah, there's another one as well, right? He's not as good because we would know him.
Yeah.
But I love it because after every game, you get the haters just going, oh, Colorado sucks. I can't believe people even care about this. Then you've got their supporters who will just fight tooth and nail to make sure that you're talking about Colorado, you're putting some respect on their name. It is truly a political party now.
But did you watch the game last night? Because I knew last year that and I say we because I rock with Deion.
Why do you rock with Deion? I'm curious.
I don't know. It's a black thing, I think. I don't know. Like,
I was going to say it.
I just love what he did. I love what he did at Jackson State. Like, that's very honorable, you know. And for HBCUs, that was big. Like, he went there and, like, 100%. Helped them. So
And then he just left them.
And he did, exactly. Then he did exactly what everybody do. He left us for a white woman.
He left y'all for a hippie white woman in Colorado.
You know what I'm saying? But I do love what he did. So, like, I'm always just, like, rooting because I think he cares for his team, his players, you know.
Thanks, Sierra. I'm so glad you
And I get us in trouble, look.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're totally fine.
But, yeah, I love what he did for them. I love how he cares about his players and his teams.
Yes.
Like, so. But I thought we knew last year the defense wasn't good.
Yeah.
So, is the defense still bad?
It's bad.
It's
pretty bad.
I mean, that and the offensive line, because Shador was running a lot last night. And that's North Dakota State, a good, what is it, FCS school or whatever the case.
It's a North Dakota school.
But it's North Dakota State.
I don't even know what division they're in. I don't know.
I have no idea.
But they
contend for championships where they are.
Yeah.
But
aren't
still,
they like the Cornish hen or something? Isn't that their mascot? It's something hen.
It better not be. If it's a hen, I'm about to lay down.
I thought it was the North Dakota State.
It's the bison.
The bison?
It's the bison. Yeah.
I think you're thinking of
who's a hen? Isn't there a hen?
The Delaware blue hen.
Okay, Delaware blue hen.
Where'd you get Delaware blue hen?
I don't know, man. My mind goes all over the place. I'm on Instagram till like 2 a.m. Yeah, my mind is fried.
But you know what? I get
I'm
it because people are always thinking that like you get stuff right when you work in sports. They're like, because I think one time I said somebody's like mascot wrong, and I'm like, it's like 80 mascots I got to talk about today. Listen, I don't know if you the dragons or the wagons. Like, please, I'm sorry.
If that's what you're gonna hate on me for, then you're just gonna hate on me regardless.
I just want to know the school that's mascot is a wagon.
But dude, wagon.
I used to rap back in the day. I like to rhyme. I don't know. But somebody might be a wagon. Look, somebody
has to be a wagon.
Somebody
if not, then we should.
We gonna make
Oklahoma.
Huh?
Wouldn't that technically be Oklahoma?
Yeah, they do have the wagon.
Yeah, they do have the wagon. So yeah.
I like it. After a Colorado win or loss, I instantly jump on Twitter. It's the best part about college football, just to see the reactions. We haven't had a team like that in a while where people are so passionate one way or the other, and it makes for great entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, look, and they're getting paid, right? Like Colorado players are making a lot of money. Good for them. Like, get your bag. Always get your bag. All right. No matter what, get your bag in whatever industry you're in. Your bosses don't care about you. They literally will just let you go during COVID and then bring in Josh Ennis. Okay, it happens. So get your bag no matter what you do. I'm sorry, ESPN. I had to take one shot. I had to take one shot. I'm sorry. I had to. It truly happened to me.
I mean, it did happen.
It did. I mean, it's
not wrong.
It's not wrong. I'm sorry, Todd. I had to do one. Okay, Todd told me not to do it, but I'm sorry, Joe, as well. But
it's a little joke.
Get your bag. Get your bag no matter what you do. But I love the reactions, and I can't wait for tomorrow when Saturday kicks off. we all know Friday college football games are cool. They're nice. Like when there's good matchups, it's fun.
Yeah.
But really, Saturday is when we're really into it. And
I'm
it's
going
be
to
so
that
much
UNLV game tomorrow, so
Good.
I'm excited to go.
Good. You'll be there with 10 people.
Are there going to be 10 people? I figured some people coming.
Cougar fans need to start supporting this team correctly.
Well, you know,
Fritz is going to do a good job. And
do you think?
I think so. I think he's going to do a great job. And I think Cougar fans, with your big 6,200 enrollment class, you set an all-time record. Y'all got to go to the games and support the Cougs now. It shouldn't just be Texas games. I don't know why. Like, go.
When
it's
Herman
easy.
was there, I'm not gonna lie, we had that thing jumping.
Yeah,
Student section was crazy. So I don't know.
It goes back to winning, right? If you're winning, fans will show up. But
he also had like an aura like around campus. Like he even because nobody knew we were gonna be winning before we started winning. He was making sure he was on campus. Like he was just like the cool guy.
He was
on campus. So
It was kind of like that when Sumlin was there too, because I was there around that time.
The Texas Tech game, remember that was the best game when U of H pulled off the upset. Everybody's running on. I was there, and actually our friend KJ, Cougars Tonight, he used to do a show called Cougars Tonight.
You are so funny because you sound just like.
Hey, we're here, Cougars Tonight. I love KJ. You know KJ. He referees around here. So he used to do a show, and I remember there was a picture of him just running onto the field. He's a Cougar alumni, and he's so proud of this school, and he was just running onto the field as a media member. It was so funny, and there's a picture of this. But I love it when U of H is better, it makes things better around the city as well, and I hope Willie Fritz does a good job.
Yeah.
He's a total opposite of Herman and Sumlin. Like, he's more of the respectful, older, wiser person, right? So I hope he does great, and I can't wait for the Cougars and the Rice Owls as well. They're playing good football.
Boo.
Get out there and watch the Owls. The tickets are inexpensive, so if you just want college football action, definitely do it. All right, when we come back, I'm going to talk about this D'Amico Ryans effect. I'm going to blend college football. Excuse me, I just spit all over everyone. D'Amico
Thanks a
Ryans,
lot, Raheel.
I know, my bad. I
It didn't hit me. I'm good.
My bad. I'm going to talk about how D'Amico Ryans and college football are blending together, and it's the funniest message I've ever seen. We'll do that next on the Del Olaleye Show. It's Raheel Ramzanli filling in with Michael Carroll. Sierra Henry is here as well, live on ESPN 97.5, live from East River 9. We'll be right back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
There's a company called TheraHeal, and they bought it for me for $5.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, Raheel.
Hey, are we back?
Yeah, we're back.
All right, this is Abigail's music. Abigail,
I like
this
that.
is truly yours?
Yes,
Is
it
it?
is.
Okay.
You
Give us
promise?
I
What's
promise.
the
I
name of
searched
the
it
song?
up.
Everybody knows this song, but nobody knows the name of this song.
Yeah, I don't know it, but it's like
Everybody
it
knows
gets the people going.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
It's called The
Abigail?
Anthem by Pitbull.
Pitbull.
Yeah.
Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide.
I love him.
Pitbull Stadium.
He
Yeah.
always get it crazy.
Where is it at, Pitbull Stadium?
It's at, what school is that? Florida, whatever. It's one of the
Yeah, it's
Floridas.
a real thing.
It's a real
actual-
thing, yeah.
It's called Pitbull Stadium,
It's at
right?
FIU.
FIU,
And
that's
I only
what
know
it
that because Sam Houston's in the same conference as them.
Oh.
Gotcha. Yeah, Austin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Austin. I'm sorry. I've never met
On
Austin
air?
before. I don't know. What do you want me to do? I haven't been here for 5
That's
years,
a good
Michael.
point.
Don't kick me out. I'm sorry.
That's Sam, by the way.
I know Sam.
Okay.
Yeah, I know Sam.
I did join shortly after he left.
That's true.
so
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he
you
came
had
in-
heard who
Yeah.
had just left.
They
Yeah.
actually hired him with the money they cut for me.
Listen.
So, hey, we're having some fun. It is the Del Olaleye Show. I'm Raheel Ramzani. Thank you so much for joining us. If you want to call, we will take phone calls, 713-780-3776. We were supposed to do the player haters ball this segment, but I didn't promote it. So, you know what? If you want to hate on something, you can call in and just get in. We'll get you in literally ASAP. I don't care.
Or tweet at us.
Yeah, or tweet at us at @the_Raheel, at producer Mike 975, at SportsBay with 2 underscores. So
Don't
ridiculous.
forget, or you're gonna get good mother.
Why don't you just do yeah, it's like old lady has SportsBay. Why don't you just do at SportsBay like 481? Why don't you throw some numbers?
I don't like the numbers.
You know what's harder? 2 underscores.
Really? I thought it just made it look more cleaner. Like I always hate all the extra numbers and stuff because like who gonna be like Sports Bay 2161512.
Or really put as SportsBay, put in some XOs or something. I don't know.
That would have been cute. Sports Bay XO.
It wasn't that Holly's account? Holly XO.
Oh, Holly XO,
Holly
yeah,
Sewell.
I believe so.
Yeah, shout out to Holly. I don't know where she is these days, but shout out to her. Yeah, she had a rough run here, and you know what? She got mistreated, so I will speak her truth. All right. I mentioned this. I'm going to say anything I want, Michael.
I know.
I love you.
Michael's still getting
I'm having
paid by the
fun.
station.
I still work
You see, I'm over here like.
Sierra's like, she's like, give me the tea here. What's happening?
No, we're gonna get in trouble.
So we're at East River 9. By the way, they've got their golf course going. It's not raining yet, but it is. Like, is it raining or is it just kind of drizzling? I'm not sure. You can figure it out. The pickleball courts are out there.
They'll be
That's what I'm
fine.
excited about. I love pickleball. Who's the pickleball pro here? I need to talk to the pickleball pro.
It has to be somebody that must
Yeah.
work here. It can't be none
I'm
of
gonna say
us.
it's a white guy.
Why would you assume that?
I would
Rio?
say it's a white woman. I'm
Or
gonna say
white
it's a
woman,
white
that's
woman
fine.
because her knees are better.
Yeah. Whoa, what does that
Oh well,
mean?
I don't need that. Didn't sound right.
That did not sound right.
But I was just saying because women are just we don't work as hard as men. I would like to say so. I was just gonna say
You're supposed to say you work just as hard as men.
Whoa.
you are the anti-feminist.
Listen, I work very hard and I do, but I don't want to. That's the thing. I
work really hard. But
I don't
want to
work just as hard. I don't want to work just as hard. I'm tired of working as hard as y'all. I feel like y'all are built for this. I'm not.
Oh my gosh, that
I'm
was
delicate.
Awesome. We've got a lot of people listening to the show. Thank you so much. A friend of ours, Clint, says, "Heezy, ask everyone who they're voting for and why." No, we're not doing political talk here.
Listen.
Not until next month, at least. Not until next month. You don't want to get me started. I cover politics now and culture and news around the city of Houston on the CityCast Houston podcast, which is available everywhere right now. You can check it out. Okay, so the reason I wanted to bring up this D'Amico Ryans story, stick with me here because I lost where I put that tweet. Anyways, stick with me, like literally just stick with me here. Let me pull it up. I'm using my daughter's computer. I should not have brought her computer.
It's at the bottom of the page.
I know. I'm clicking on the link. Okay.
There you go.
Here it is. There you go. Now I've got it, guys. I've got it. Okay. So earlier this week, as I was getting ready for college football, one of the accounts I love following and reading is called @BoardGeniuses. And this guy just takes message boards, which if you don't know why message boards are so popular in college football, then you don't know the culture of the sport. It is why college football is so much fun because of the stupid message boards, right? They peaked in like 2007, 2008.
Yeah.
That was like the number one form of communication. Before Twitter, all that was message board. So there's still message board guys out there. And on TexAgs, which we love them, shout out to David Nuno, my best friend. He works at TexAgs. Billy Lucci, love him as well. Not my best friend, but a good friend. I'm not going to give him best friend. I'm not going to give him best friend.
Not telling everybody.
Yeah, you can't just be passing that around.
Yeah,
So that's
I can't.
good.
No, David Nuno is my best friend. So TexAgs, there's a guy who lives in this area, Cypress TX Aggie. Okay, so this is important. The reason I'm bringing up where he is, it does matter.
Okay.
And I think he's unfortunately taking into the aura of D'Amico Ryans. Here's what he wrote on the message board, okay? He said, "This is a little thing, but the fact is that Mike Elko, who is the new head coach at Texas A&M, needs to lose weight and not look so out of shape. Wow. It is fine to be a slob as a coordinator, but he does not have the look of a major college head coach. He needs to get a nutrition program in his own department. If nothing else, it cannot hurt."
Wow. Jeez. They worse than the emails we get at the station for real.
The message board guy is the best in college football.
I'm depressed after I get on here. They talk about
Somebody said you're should I read it? Do you want compliments or no?
What did it say?
It's about your looks. I don't want to objectify you.
Tell me,
I
what
don't
does it
think
say?
it's okay, I'll read it. He said, "She hotter than fish grease."
Okay.
Instant follow. Okay. I don't want to objectify you because I don't think that's
like
right.
it.
Okay.
No, I don't. My thing is, I know I'm an attractive person. I don't try to be.
Oh, easy there.
You know,
attractive is a stretch.
Well, you know, I'm not too hard on the eyes. Not too hard, but you know, I don't take
I will
it.
humble you.
You know, some people try to be like,
know.
oh my gosh, he said, like, girl, just take the compliment
Take
and
the
go
compliment,
on.
move on, right?
Yeah,
That's fine.
you don't gotta be.
But this Cypress TX Aggie, this is the D'Amico Ryans effect, right? Because when you're used to seeing D'Amico Ryans on the sidelines looking yoked, former NFL linebacker, he's still staying in shape, he's still grinding every morning, doing workouts. And then you like Elko, you're like, I have expectations here now. and I like this. You know what? You should have expectations for your coach.
Yeah, because you have to lead by example. You know, how are you going to tell these guys to be healthy? You over there looking like.
But there is Andy Reid.
Oh, good point.
You know.
Andy Reid is really good at his job, right?
Yeah.
So there is, like, you got to – back when Andy Reid wasn't so good at his job, when he wasn't winning titles with the Kansas City Chiefs, people would make fun of him. They're like, that silly mustache. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? But now it's almost
the love
like
for cheeseburgers.
He winning, and now everybody got a mustache, right?
Yeah, it's a caricature now. Everyone loves him. He's on State Farm commercials, asking for more nuggies and all that stuff. Like, it's cool. But
so if he starts winning, you think that it'll be fine that he looks like
then
a
you
slob.
can be a slob.
Yeah, it
You can
doesn't
be a
matter.
slob.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when you're not winning, you want, hey, why can't you look like D'Amico? Why can't you be a little – But I like that point because if I was a head coach with all the things at your disposal, right, like all these great things, a nutrition program, your trainer.
Might as well. It's free.
Why aren't you using it?
Yeah, it's right there.
It's not like you're working hard.
He's like, yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
I mean, like, you're only
you're
only working 20-hour days. Like, why can't you fit in a workout, Mike Elko?
That's too much.
Yeah, it is.
That's too much.
I try. I can't fit in workouts. I'm trying.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm just a little lazy right now. You know, like when you were forced to work out your whole life, once you don't have to anymore, you just kind of be like.
Every pro athlete.
That's what Mike Elko is saying.
Yeah, Mike Elko. Did he play? Look up Mike Elko.
Did he?
All right.
Yeah.
Looking it up.
Did he play Mike Elko? Did he play football?
Well, now
is he just at the point where he's like, I don't want to work out anymore?
Yeah, he's probably just like, you
then
know
why
what?
is D'Amico putting in hours still?
I don't know. D'Amico different.
He's a narcissist.
He's
is that
different.
What you're
Look,
saying?
he's different.
He just wants to look good.
He just want to, yeah. Because I was like, he looks so. I'm like, he the coach. Where y'all get him from?
Right.
Jacked.
Yeah, no, D'Amico's.
He's working out with the team for real. Like,
why is he getting reps in? Like, a coach, you don't need to go do drills anymore.
He's trying to be ready in case they need him. Next man up. You know what I'm saying? He's
I
ready.
thought that's what J.J. Watt is for. I thought J.J.'s the next man up. Why are people so hating on J.J. Watt? I don't
Is he
understand.
playing still?
No, he's done. He's done.
Like, wait,
He posted a picture about he was at the facility watching practice with his kid and wife was there, and he posted a picture just saying you never know or something, and people got upset like, oh, you can't do this. That's trolling, JJ. JJ can do whatever the hell he wants.
He can do whatever he
JJ's a
wants.
legend.
I mean, with everything that he did for the city,
Yeah.
just both on and off the field, I mean, why are we saying anything
He can
like
do
that?
whatever he wants.
Yeah.
JJ is the best, okay? JJ's
Yes,
a GOAT.
absolutely.
And he is up there as one of the great Texans, if not the greatest, right? Andre Johnson,
yeah.
Hall of Famer. Love it. So happy. I haven't had a chance to talk about that. So happy for him. I wish his bus was him punching Finnegan, though. That would have been so much cooler.
That would have been the best one.
Like,
yes.
He's just going, like, just loading up that right would have been so much better.
That would have been great.
So, yeah, it's the Mike. Look, Mike Elko, unfortunately, because this Cypress TX Aggie lives in the Houston area, you got – it's a D'Amico effect, right?
Yeah,
There is something to that. You got to be in shape a little bit.
Oh, that's good, though. That's good that he's inspiring people to rank on others to get in shape.
I wish he didn't call him a slob. That was
I'm just like,
a little harsh.
That was a little harsh.
Is that guy in shape?
Good point.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Usually the keyboard warriors.
Oh, they go crazy on the keyboards.
Yeah.
Like, I got to learn how to stay out the comment section because I think
really
people go to my page and they be like, oh, she's this. She can't say
I
that.
I refuse to read comment sections at this point because it's just stupid. It's just so stupid. I'm sorry.
I add my
They just be
comments.
saying stuff.
I add my stuff, but people always want to respond to me. Like, I have like 30 response. I feel like people will literally click on my page and they're like, oh, she can't. She's a news person. She's not supposed to say her opinion. I'll be like, listen, blocked.
Blocked.
Good for you.
I'm quick with a block.
I don't block people. I mute them.
Oh,
I'm too
that's
shallow.
smart. No.
I'm too shallow to lose a follower.
You know what? I probably need to stop doing that because
I just
I've been trying to get to
Yeah.
10,000 for a while. Because after you get to 10,000, you can do a little something.
Right.
Maybe I just need to stop blocking people.
Yeah. Maybe you need to be a Texans influencer. The Texans influencer program.
You know what? Maybe I should try to. I need to. Hey, I'm influencing.
Sierra, how can people follow you? Plug your stuff here.
You can follow me on SportsBay with 2 underscores at Twitter and Instagram. And if you don't put the 2 underscores, you're going to get the good mother.
Yeah, you're going to get some random ladies. You are based out of Houston.
I'm in Houston.
Yeah,
so I am doing all events. But my contract ending with NK Texas in Abilene. And so I came back. I wasn't trying to stay in Abilene, man. I was trying to get back home. So I went out there.
It's like
literally,
an hour
it's like
west of Dallas?
It's 2 hours west of Dallas. Yeah, like it's out there. But
oh hell no.
West Texas was fun. They do have the guys, the football guys out there. There's nothing else to do. Ain't got nothing else to do. Play football and play sports. So it was a good time. I went out there, got that sports director experience, and so I'm back.
Good. All right, you're back here. Give her a follow. Thank you so much for joining us today. That was a lot of
Thanks
fun.
for having me. I had such a great time.
Good. When we come back, we're going to do What to Watch with Michael Carroll. You're going to take over the show.
Yeah, I am.
Although I've got look, I'm going to keep talking. I've got some reviews for you that I want to kind of play off of you.
I'm very curious
super
about
late.
these reviews.
Yeah, I'll let you know why it took me so long. But it's Raheel. It is Michael. We are live at East River 9 for 30 more minutes on ESPN 97.5. If you want to give us a call, 713-780-3776. We'll be right back on the Del Olaleye Show. All right, we're going to keep the tradition alive. Michael Carroll is going to talk about what to watch this weekend.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Michael, I love this segment. I tell you, this is the one segment I listen to every week for whatever reason. I'm in the car at 11:30 on Fridays. I don't know why, but I always am.
Well, please continue to be in the car at 11:30
I love
on
this
Fridays.
segment. I love Comicast, so make sure you subscribe to his podcast. And the reason I love this segment is because it gets me ready for the weekend, what to watch on the streaming services.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, this week, you have a tough sell because it's college football opening week.
I was going to say, that's probably the main thing for most people listening right now. That's going to be top.
This is going to be hard. We're going to have games going until midnight.
That's true. But it is Labor Day. It is a holiday.
Okay,
so maybe you got an extra time on Monday
open,
and Sunday's open.
No NFL yet. Next week, you're definitely, you are screwed.
It's tough.
It's Saturday.
Tough.
We got Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, you've got Monday Night Football.
It's going to be tough for what to watch.
It's going to be tough.
In my stuff.
You might be going into your off season, unfortunately.
Sadly. I may be put down.
Yeah. It might be time. But, a lot of college football. But still, for those of you who want to watch something else, maybe after your game, you're going to have some recommendations for us. Before we jump into that, because of life, because of 2 kids, because of just being busy, I didn't get a chance to watch Deadpool and Wolverine until last week. Okay.
Last week?
Yeah, last week. And you know my thing. My big thing is I don't watch trailers ever. If for a movie that I'm excited, I go cold.
Okay.
And I loved Deadpool and Wolverine.
Okay.
It was everything I wanted in a comic book movie. It was everything I wanted as a fan of X-Men 97, right? Like growing up on all those cartoons. The fact that Gambit was in it and they did a good job with him. They gave him the stupid accent, right?
Such a dumb accent.
Blade was it? I don't feel like spoil. Is it too late to spoil?
No, at this point, they've released official stuff, everything.
I had no idea any of these characters were in it because I muted Deadpool, Wolverine as my terms.
Okay, good.
I muted everything. So
I was going to say,
I had no idea Blade was in it, Elektra was in it. I knew Gambit was in it because people started memeing.
Yeah, the meme.
Memeing, what's his name? Channing
Tatum, yeah.
But I had no idea who the bad guys were. I didn't know how Wolverine came into existence in this universe, all that. It was such a fun ride. I loved it.
It's one of the, arguably the most fun I've had in the theater this year.
I had more fun watching that than Avengers Endgame.
The way Deadpool acknowledges Logan, but proceeds to we're gonna mess with it a little bit. Like the way they approach things, it was just Ryan Reynolds to the nth degree having fun,
so good,
and having fun with his best friend. Like that set, you could tell they just had a ball.
Having the backing of the MCU, right? Of all of Marvel.
That's the main.
At your disposal was what we were all waiting for. What would happen if Deadpool had all these resources, the cameos, right? Having stuff greenlit was amazing.
But it's also a beautiful send-off to the Fox days.
Yes.
Right?
The ending was so cool.
That ending was really
cool.
That's one of the standout moments of that.
That was so much fun. So if you haven't watched that, then you are worse than me because it took me forever. And I went alone. My wife, she's not into Deadpool. She watched the first one. She's like, no, this isn't
not
my
thing.
I want, give me Miss Marvel. That's more my thing, right? But it was so much fun. It was me and 2 other people in the theater. And
those are the best experiences.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
We were laughing. We were clapping. We were crying. We embraced each other. They're like, get off of me at the end. I don't know you.
I need to report you. I don't know.
It was weird. And then I finally watched House of Dragon. I caught up. I binged it because we didn't have time, but we finally did watch it.
How are you feeling about that ending?
Is that it? There's no season 3, right?
No, there is a season 3.
There is a season 3.
Yeah, there is a season 3.
That felt like it was a series finale.
No.
Everything worked out.
No. It's a season 3 coming.
Oh,
in
my God. So it's going to be 5 years?
No, 2 years.
I hate it then. As a series finale, it was good. I have some closure. Everyone made up.
No.
All of this could have been avoided if there's text messages, by the way.
Well,
right?
Yes, but it would be like carrier pigeons or crows or whatever.
Also, it was kind of wild that more people got dragons in that show than people make NFL teams.
Everybody gets a dragon in that show.
It was like Oprah. You get a dragon.
Well,
you get a dragon.
that era is the high point of the dragons, and then season 3, it's going to be the low point.
Is that the high point? That's when dragons.
That's when
super accessible?
the super
it's
easy
like
to
the
get
housing
to.
crisis right now.
Yeah,
everyone got a house in 2021. Now we're just running out of them, and you're gonna have to overpay.
Even if you step on some eggs, the dragon's like, I'll take you.
It was no big deal.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
No big deal. Now the mortgage rates are a little bit higher next season, so. Okay, so I just wanted to get that. It was fun though. It was a fun ride. It was nice. I don't know any of the characters' names. I just know as
Aegon,
blonde
Aemon,
chick,
blonde
chick's husband / brother, blonde prince / blonde princess, brother, sister, wife.
I don't know why George R.R. Martin decides to name everyone the same name.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Joffrey is there. There's an Aegon.
There's a Joffrey.
Yeah,
There's
what is
Aegon
happening?
the third, fourth, whatever. I don't know.
Dude,
That's the hardest
expand.
thing. I just need just a random name.
Yeah, like give me a Steve. Prince Steve. Then you stand out for me. I don't know all these names. Okay?
Yeah, no.
Then there's one prince who doesn't look like the other blonde kids, and
He's got the scar.
I like that guy.
Yeah,
I like that
one.
guy.
Yeah.
I like him. He's a little edgy.
Yeah,
okay?
he is a
the
little
guy
edgy.
with no eye. He
Yeah.
lost it in a fight, right?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the one, the dark-haired kid.
Oh yeah, Luke is
Skywalker.
not Luke Skywalker.
His mom was fooling around.
He's got a longer name, but just call him Luke.
Okay, I just call him dark-haired kid. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. But let's get to your recommendations because I'm wasting some time here.
No, you're
What do you got? You got some stuff for me as well.
So, theater-wise, it's kind of a mixed bag. I think Deadpool and Wolverine or Alien Romulus are going to win.
Hot.
Still going to be the hot movies to go see at the theater. Because this weekend, it's a lot of, I would say kind of B-movie, kind of lower tier movies. I do want to recommend 1992, though, if you do feel like going to the theater.
That about?
That is starring Tyrese Gibson, and it's the last performance of Ray Liotta.
Oh, wow.
So this is
Ray Liotta died?
Yeah, Ray Liotta
I had no
died.
idea he died.
You had no idea?
I'm not up on celebrity deaths.
Apparently not.
I
He died like a couple years ago, I
Luke
think.
Skywalker still alive, or is he the one?
No,
that died?
he's still alive.
The princess is dead. Princess Leia is dead.
Yeah, Carrie Fisher passed away.
R.I.P. Carrie Fisher.
R.I.P.
Okay. So I didn't know he died. My bad.
Ray Liotta. This is his last performance. It's set in 1992.
Okay.
What a shock.
Like when I was 7.
It's set against the Rodney King verdict in L.A.
Yeah.
And it is focused on a father's relationship with his son. Tyrese's character's him and his son. And it juxtapositions it with Ray Liotta and his son in that movie. And it's a crime heist thriller because Ray Liotta and him and his son are planning to steal catalytic converters from the plant that Tyrese Gibson works at.
And it's all set with the Rodney King.
With the Rodney King in the background, and that's
beating
the uprising, the LA uprising.
Wow. Okay. They
It's
really are like getting a movie about everything.
Yeah, it's one of those movies. It's not gonna
It's not gonna do anything.
blow you away.
Yeah.
No, it's not like gonna be the surprise hit of the year.
That's a straight to Netflix.
But yeah, if you want to go to the theater, that would be your best bet.
Okay.
I'm not recommending Reagan, starring Dennis Quaid.
Okay.
I'm not recommending some of these other ones. A lot of these other ones, Afraid, City of Dreams, they're all like middling at best.
Okay.
So I would probably recommend. Obviously, we talked
Just
about
go watch Romulus or
go watch
Deadpool
Romulus or Deadpool and Wolverine. Streaming wise, there is quite a few selections.
What's hot? Give me a couple.
Only Murders in the Building premiered this past Wednesday, I believe.
That's
on Hulu.
And that's the podcast one, right? Only
Yeah,
Murders in the
with
Building.
Steve Martin and Martin Short and Selena Gomez.
I tried it. I tried the first.
You didn't like
year.
it?
I didn't like it. It didn't hook me.
It didn't?
The acting was so bad.
I didn't think so. I thought it was
I
fun.
didn't like it. I tried it because it's a podcast thing, right?
Yeah,
Like, you know, shout out CityCast Houston. Subscribe.
Comicast.
Comicast as well.
Yes.
But I just couldn't get into it. Like,
Really?
I ejected after 3 episodes.
Wow.
And I was really mad I wasted 3 episodes.
Dang.
But everyone loves it.
It's
like one of the most critically acclaimed shows right now.
It's 90% on Rotten Tomatoes from
I'm
both
the 10%.
audience and you're the 10%. Season 4 premiered earlier this week.
It's on season 4?
It's on season 4.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Are they ripping out seasons every 6 months?
Every year or so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going pretty well.
So we got that. What else?
We got that. Rings of Power season 2 is premiered yesterday.
No idea what that is.
Lord of the Rings? No.
No. I know
Zero
Lord of the
idea.
Rings. I didn't know Rings of Power. What is
The
it?
Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. It's like a prequel to the movies.
Okay. Is Gollum in it?
No. Not yet, at least.
Not yet. He might be in
I
it.
don't think he is, but
Okay.
Sauron's in it. Do you know Sauron?
Yeah, man. That
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, that one guy.
The prince.
No.
No, I don't know.
It's
who
the
he is.
giant eye in the movies.
Oh, yeah. I do know him. Yeah, I do know him.
I do know
It's
that
been a while
guy.
since I've watched Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
I'm not a dweeb like Granado.
I would not be shocked. So you got that. You also got Chaos, starring Jeff Goldblum.
Okay.
Which is a modern contemporary retelling of Greek mythology. Jeff Goldblum stars as Zeus, but it's set in modern day.
So he's wearing like Lululemon pants?
Yeah, he's wearing like regular pants and stuff
like that.
What if
Zeus would just wear, joggers?
Basically, it's played by Jeff Goldblum. So that Jeff Goldblum feel. The other thing, Quiet Place Day One, Paramount Plus. It's streaming. It's really good.
That's a series or is it a movie?
No, that's the movie that released back in June.
So you got A Quiet Place.
Yeah.
Then you got Quiet Place 2.
Yeah.
And then now Quiet Place
Day One.
Day One is before events of Quiet Place.
It's the initial invasion, if you will.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's no Jim Halpert in.
No Jim Halpert.
This is before Jim Halpert.
This is before Jim Halpert.
Okay. Okay, interesting. I'll watch that one.
You got that. The Fall Guys hitting Peacock, an extended cut, so you can watch that. English Teacher on FX, season 1 premieres, and then Terminator Zero on Netflix. It's an anime.
Okay.
That is really good.
All right.
So
that's cool. When we come back, you had a question for me that I want to get to.
Oh, yes,
the standing
yes.
ovation question.
Yes.
All right. This is a really good one. We'll do that on the other side. It's our final segment. You can also call in if you want, 713-780-3776. It's Raheel Ramzanli with Michael Carroll filling in for Del Olaleye on the Del Olaleye Show. We'll be right back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
Abigail, you had one job to pick music that reflected your personality, your character, and you picked Dell's music again.
I love this song, actually. I knew you were going to say something about it.
What's this song called?
It's Paramore by it's Misery.
It's this Teen Angst. Yeah.
Did you just
Angst.
wait? Did you just look that up on the screen, or did you know that for real?
I have this on my playlist.
Teen Angst, the Dell special, Paramore. Yeah. By the way, I still have 2 Childish Gambino tickets for sale. I'm not giving them away because we paid for them. $230, section 428, row 2. You sit next to me. I got 2 of them. You're getting them below face value. All right.
Hey.
And by the way, I thought President Biden was going to get away with all these Ticketmaster fees. Whatever happened with that?
No, it didn't happen.
Dude, I paid as much ticket fees than I did for the tickets. Gambino, Donald Glover, you're rich. I know we got a fun Gilga, which is his farm, like production area. But come on, man. Can we
catch a break or something?
Like, look, your boy's balling a little bit, but that much on the fees?
That's a lot, man.
It was a lot. Like, the fees are out of hand now. And I thought that was the one thing that we're going to focus on, but we didn't get that done.
No.
Man.
Fail.
I'm so
Fail
mad.
on that. Are you going to be okay?
I'm upset. I will be fine. Hey, you had a good question for me. I want to get this question out.
Yeah, so the Venice Film Festival is going on right now, and like I was telling you before the show, one of the things that comes out of these film festivals, not just this one, but all of them, is there are headlines where it's like, so-and-so movie got an 8-minute standing ovation.
Yeah.
This movie got a 3-minute standing ovation. I just find that so...
Angelina Jolie has a new movie out.
Yes.
Right? Did you know I was in a movie with her?
What?
Dead ass serious.
Are
I'll tell
you
you in a
serious?
second. She has a new movie out, and she got an 8-minute ovation.
Yes,
standing
she did.
Ovation.
Yes.
People are like, this is Oscar buzz.
Yeah.
Everyone's hyped up. So you're saying, is there a movie that I've watched or will watch?
Yeah. Is there any type of movie that you would applaud 8 minutes for?
Okay, I did when we watched Avengers Endgame. We were there for the media screening, right?
Yeah,
You
we
and I
were. Yeah.
there. We all cheered afterwards.
We did.
Like a bunch of dweebs. Like, we all stood up. I remember standing up and going, yeah! Oh, it was so much fun. But that was like 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the pinnacle of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I did stand up and applaud after Interstellar and Tenet.
Okay.
Christopher Nolan's movie. That was during the pandemic. And the reason I stood up, I was the only person there. I love that movie. And it was a Travis Scott song at the end.
Yeah,
on the
that
credits.
one. Yeah.
It was loud. I was like, yeah. I was like clapping.
So were you more clapping because of the music, or were you
Both.
clapping?
Both. The movie, it was a good experience. I was the
Okay.
only one there. It was fantastic. I didn't catch COVID as well because there's no one around
That's
me.
great. Yeah.
I loved it. I stood up and clapped for a minute. 8 minutes, I can't think of one.
Well, like, it's one thing when you're at the film festival,
Yeah.
and like the people are there, so I could kind of see like a minute or two.
Yeah.
But like after minute 3, minute 5,
It's uncomfortable for the person there. So, like, if
Yeah.
Angelina Jolie was there, after like minute 2, it gets uncomfortable.
yeah,
for
it's
her
like,
as
okay,
well. Like,
thanks,
yeah.
chill out.
But I wouldn't put it past these people because these film festivals, as you mentioned, they're really big. That's where a lot of this buzz starts.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them that they paid a bunch of people to do that.
I just imagine it's just a group of volunteers that they have there that they're like, okay, and go, and they time it.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
8 minutes is too much.
8 minutes, way too much. And
Way
then
too much.
Beetlejuice 2 got 3 minutes.
What?
That's
Okay, Beetlejuice got 3 minutes?
Got 3 minutes.
See, now it's all messed up. You can't, 3 minutes for Beetlejuice, 8 minutes for this new Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, you got to work out the timing range. Drama series with Cate Blanchett got 5 minutes.
Okay.
So
when I was a senior at the University of Texas, can't wait for my Longhorns tomorrow, Colorado State. They needed extras, and I got picked as an extra for an Angelina Jolie movie. It was the one where she was dated. It was the one where the journalist got captured and beheaded in Pakistan.
Oh,
it was a bad movie. It was not
that
good.
one. Okay.
So, anyways, I was an extra, and out of the crowd, the director goes, "You come with me," and I was like, "Okay, cool. This is my big break."
Yeah.
And I was like, "This is it." So Angelina Jolie walks in for an interview. That's her role, like in this thing.
Right.
And I am the extra, like the grip hand, where I go put a mic on her. So I literally put a wireless mic on Angelina Jolie.
Oh.
Like I got that close to her.
Wow.
She is absolutely stunning.
Right.
Like she is, she's a beautiful woman. Mm-hmm. I didn't make the cut though. I was so mad.
You got cut from the movie.
And I talked to her the whole time. She's really cool.
Yeah.
She stayed in character the whole time, though.
Oh.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
That's a little.
So I was like, oh man, tough to hear about your husband who died. Like, it's kind of weird.
That's a little weird.
And I didn't get a picture with her, so that kind of sucked.
That
but,
sucks.
Hey, we have a caller, 713-780-3776. KJ is on the line. Who's tonight? What's up, KJ?
What's up, dog? How you doing? Hello?
I'm doing all right. What's up, big dog?
Nothing much, man.
Big dog.
Just chilling, man. Y'all did a big dog. Yeah, man. Y'all just want to say props to y'all. Had a great show today. Sierra is a good friend also. She did a great job as always. I've been following her. I met her a long time ago. We was covering when Lamar Jackson came into town and got beat up by Ed Oliver and the Cougars. And hey, we fully behind Willie Fritz. We're fully behind Coach Fritz this year, and great to hear from you on the radio. Great to hear you on the radio. You know, I gotta say R.I.P. Hoffy. Like you said, I'll always miss him. That man took me to Dubai for free, so I will always be in debt to him. Love you, man, and guess what? UT sucks. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, man. Hey, Cougars tonight. I'm rooting for Willie Fritz. I'm rooting for the Cougs. And R.I.P. to my homie Hoffy. I miss him every day. It's weird not being able to call him. He's the one person I called like almost every day.
It's so weird. Like the amount of people that he was talking to that morning.
Yeah,
is just like, oh God.
Yeah. And the day before he passed away, I was in Dallas for UFC work, and I was driving back, and that's my thing. Like when I start my road trip, I call 3 people. I'll call Hoffy, I'll call Nuno, and then I'll call Lance. And I'll just talk some bleep with them, right? Hoffy didn't pick up, and I was like, man, you regret those moments.
Yeah.
But that's not my fault. He didn't pick up.
That's
Hoffy, come on.
That's true.
You could at least pick up the phone call.
Yeah.
Like, that was the one thing. I couldn't give me one last conversation,
Give me one.
brother. But I miss him so much. That was a lot of fun. We are done for today.
Yeah, we're done.
Because Joe George and Sean are in Golden Nugget.
They're at the LaBerge Casino Resort.
My bad.
In Lake Charles.
Scratch that. Dump that. My fault.
Disregard what
I just said. Dump it. Dump. I'm so sorry. LaBerge. My bad.
LaBerge Casino Resort.
Yeah, LaBerge.
They're broadcasting live. And then, of course, later on today, the Killer Bees will be live from here at East River.
They're back here. Okay, cool. That was a lot of fun. Thank you
Yes.
so much, Abigail, back in the studio. Thank you to Sierra Henry for joining us out here. Sam Austin, thank you so much for your help. I didn't get this young man's name, but AJ, thank you for your help as well. Thank you to the entire team here at East River 9. It was a lot of fun. Michael, thank you for taking time out of your day to join me.
Thank you for having me.
And Joe George, you owe me some money. Somebody figure this out. Who's going to pay me for today? Joe George or Todd? Thank you so much. You can follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Producer Mike975.
Yes.
On Twitter, I'm _Raheel, or on Instagram, Raheel Doing Things. Subscribe to Comicast. You can listen to Michael Carroll, support him. Subscribe to the CityCast Houston podcast. That's what I do every single morning. You get a new episode. And with that, we are out of time. Thank you again. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy watching college football. And thank you for letting me back on ESPN 975. Hopefully, I'll do it again soon.
Welcome in to Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean here with you today. We are here our last day at La Berge for the day. We'll be back in a month.
Yeah, we will be back very soon.
Yes.
That is something that I've had to tell myself when, maybe you're chasing either some bets or chasing the night at the casino. I had to be real with myself and, hey, Sean, you're going to be here in about a little less than a month, actually.
Yeah, we'll be back in 3 weeks. We'll be here for September 22nd. Will be the next one. We'll be here on that Sunday doing a show. Myself, B-Mac, who's back in the studio right now. Sean will be out here doing like a Texans pregame show that day. We'll be watching the Texans game. We'll be getting out here on Saturday for the college football weekend. And it'll be a big weekend here. I still don't technically know what I'm allowed to say, but I know there's a grand opening on Friday night, and they started to put up some of the new signage here at the Sportsbook of what's coming. So exciting things happening out here at the Sportsbook at La Berge. But last night was exciting while we were hanging out because, like, the ghost of Joe's past, Jason Hayward, came through in the clutch yesterday. Was one of the things that stood out from yesterday's Astros win. Kind of a weird game again. Like, you're getting, Alex Bregman gets ejected.
Yeah.
You've got Jason Hayward being impactful. Some of these young rookies are making are having good moments in the game, but you have a broken thumb from the Kansas City Royals first baseman. But it was nice to see them get that W yesterday to start this 4-game series versus the Royals for sure.
Yeah, it's always good, especially in these long 4-game series. To get the first one it puts all the positive possibilities much more on the table with either winning the series or even just getting a split at this point. And, yeah, it was a game that at certain points it looked like the Astros were going to pull it out without too much ruckus. And then all of a sudden it was, oh, my God, they're going to lose this game. And then come through with a big 4 runs in the 8th inning. With a lot of contributions from guys that I think on opening day we have been like, wait, really? This guy's making a contribution?
No, Hugh Dab, we are not at the pool. We are broadcasting on the patio outside at sports. We can see the pool.
Yes, I can smell the chlorine.
Yes.
I can hear the people playing in the lazy river.
I can hear the kids getting yelled at also.
There's some great kids getting yelled at. A mom saying, "I will leave you," and the kids going, "That's okay."
I can't wait to pull that one just to see how Joseph handles it. Be like, hey,
you should handle it just like those kids.
Yeah, be like, hey, I'm leaving you here at HEB.
Yeah,
like you're being a disaster child right now.
Okay, HEB is different. At a pool, it's like, yeah, leave me. Okay.
Also, and then Sasquatch here, a.k.a. Chalupa Batman, says, turn the camera, please. It's raining here. We want to see some sunshine. Well, it's also raining here.
Yes,
so
it is also raining here.
Yeah,
that's why we're not doing the show in the pool.
Yes, if there was a way to do the show in the pool, we would. But back to the Astros.
I want to go back to the pool.
I would love to go to the pool right now. If there was a way to do the show in the pool,
we would have already figured it out.
Yes. But the fact that we were still trying to figure out exactly how to get on camera here for a second, because I have a disaster of a phone that doesn't hold a charge anymore. It's my fault. I don't know. Yes. There's some kind of game or app I'm using. Maybe it's just Twitter. It's just like it sucks the life out of my phone. So it's one of those where it says like your optimal charge is like 60%.
Oh, that just means your battery sucks.
Yeah. Somehow I killed my battery. I don't know how I did it, but somehow I murdered my battery on my phone.
We can talk about this offline.
But, so the Astros come through in the 8th. They're replaying the game right now in front of us here
I think they pull it out.
I think so, too. I feel pretty good about this one. Brian Abreu was really the only sour part of yesterday's game, honestly. It's not. He's not been super consistent. I mean, he had the bounce-back performance after the Orioles series when it was a disaster. He bounced back from that. But yesterday was another one of those where he got himself in a bad situation, and thankfully it was obtainable, obviously, and that they didn't give up a ton of runs after the bases clearing double that he gave up. But in the moment, it felt like things were going to unravel pretty quickly. Thankfully, they did not, and the Astros came through in the clutch, which was also nice to see because that's just something that they haven't done a ton of this year.
Yeah, that was a nice change of pace. Brian Abreu, I think we both hand-waved the Orioles outing as like, hey, those nights happen. It's baseball. You're pitching to professional hitters. This one, it's another one where you could say he was in a tough spot there. obviously you put him in there thinking he can get out of it, and this time he didn't. It was a little bit reminiscent of the popular meme that's been going around on Astros Twitter this year, where it's the three little bars, where it's the starting pitching, bullpen, and hitting. You can't really get all three of them lined up at the same time. That's what it almost feels like with the big three at the back end of the Astros bullpen at times, where it's either Stressly is happening, or these Brian Abreu's performances, or Josh Hader being asked to hold the tie for 2 innings. Yeah. And that's just something he can't do, I will say. When it's a safe situation, for whatever reason,
he's incredible.
Absolutely nails, not in really any other situation. So, that it's something where, hey, Abreu's had to pitch a lot this year. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that is part of it, or if it's just, hey, he's had to pitch a lot. He's going to have a lot of good outings. He's going to have some bad outings, too. He just had 2 in the, 5-game stretch.
Yeah, I mean, it's just bad outings. Like, he's just not as consistent as he was last year. I don't know if something's fundamentally different. I'm sure there's still even a couple Maldi truthers out there that are going to try to say that, well, if Maldi was there, then this wouldn't be happening. Yeah. But he's just not been as consistent as he was in the past. He's still an excellent pitcher. I mean, he's still one of the best bullpen guys in baseball. I mean, that meme is really true. It's like, or it's like the dragon one, where there's the 2 normal-looking dragons, and there's the dragons with the cross eyes. But like that's really what it. Last night was just another example of, like you said, one guy can't come through, but Presley's good. It was nice to see him back.
It was good to see him back. I think because we didn't get any updates, a normal fan base would be like, oh, so his rehab's going well. We haven't got any updates on his injuries. We earlier this week were like, oh my God, what are the chances he actually comes back? Like, we just haven't heard anything.
No, because it was like the one time they had an injury. It's like, yeah, he's on the 15-day or 10-day IL.
Yeah, he'll come back on the 29th.
Yeah.
And he did.
And he came back.
and pitched well. So it was nice seeing Presley back out there and pitching well as well.
Josh Hader, watching him again in the 9th, like I love watching him pitch. That is a deal that, whatever it is about these non-save situations, that is just he mentally doesn't approach it the same way with the same intensity or whatever it is. Like, it doesn't really make sense. But when he's in a save situation, he's electric. It's getting to that point now where if they have a lead and he comes in the 9th inning, I'm not ready to turn it off mode.
No,
but I'm ready to fire up the Astros W tweet and have it in my drafts. It's like we're ready to send this thing.
You're ready to set the lineup or set the rundown for the next show.
Yeah,
Astros win.
It's like, all right, we're in a place where he's in the game now, and okay, this game is over.
Yeah, it's a little helpful that it's so predictable that, I mean, obviously you'd prefer that he could handle the non-safe situations as well. He does the safe situations, but if you're gonna be one or the other as a closer, I'd rather you just be nails when when you come in with a lead, as opposed to preserving these leads. I think it's hard for that being the highest paid closer of all time, or reliever in MLB history, it's tough to live up to that contract and to say they got a steal at that contract. But so far it was rough at the beginning, but right now I feel like you have to feel really good about the Hader deal and having this guy locked up.
100%. It's a lot of money for a closer.
And 4 more years after those.
4 more years, but I mean, this is one of those contracts too where it's like, if he just wins, if you win a World Series, does it matter? Does it matter? You even just go back to the ALCS 2 more times. Does it matter what happens in this with this contract? No, it's just, as long as you achieve your ultimate goal, then it just, who cares what the rest of the contract looks like on the back end.
Yeah, that's what we talked about with some of these trades too, or that it's not like a great process, but when you're in a situation where the Astros are, where they're chasing championships, at a certain point it is the flags fly forever.
Hugh Dad points out here on the Twitch, Jason Hayward comes through with the 2 RBIs. I mean, what a weird – I just still can't believe he was a starting right fielder for the Houston Astros yesterday. Just such a weird – looking at the lineup, I was like, imagine seeing this lineup before.
Yeah.
before the season started.
It
that
would've
Jason
been crazy.
Hayward is in it, and there's no Kyle Tucker, and like you look at the lineup,
No
and it's like,
Abreu.
yeah, no Abreu. Like you look at the lineup, and you're like, oh, like they had a disastrous season. They traded Kyle Tucker to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Like that's what the lineup almost looks like, and you're like salvaging prospects, but it's just I don't know what he's going to be. I mean, he had a aggressive play in right field last night that I thought also was good to see. Like, I don't expect a ton from him. I'm still not even totally sure like what the roster construction is once Kyle Tucker comes back. Like
who?
I guess Tucker's. I mean,
who's out when Tucker comes back in?
Yeah, I guess Hayward just becomes like your fourth outfielder. But even then, like, and maybe it's DeZenzo or Whitcomb is somehow affected by this.
I would assume one of those two guys.
Yeah,
would come out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be Gamble, but I kind of like Gamble.
Yeah,
that's part of it.
Gamble's
It's like,
played himself into untouchability status in a weird way. More on that later. But yeah, I think like we were talking about yesterday with the postseason rotation talk, where you feel like it's only a conversation because there's so many good options. That's a little bit where we're at. Not quite yet. I mean, as much as we love Ben Gamble and as good as Hayward was last night, let's wait a little while before we're like, too many guys. How do you fit them all in the lineup?
Yeah.
But it does. Kyle Tucker coming back makes everything makes us way more optimistic about this lineup and about this outfield for the Astros.
Yep, and we're at the point now where we're consistently getting updates on Kyle Tucker that always seem just a little bit more positive.
Yes, they're like definitively positive.
Yes, they are. I mean, he still said, I think Joe Spada said he's still feeling it a little bit when he's doing the full sprint. But, I mean, the videos that we were seeing before the game, he was throwing the ball from the outfield, the home plate, all the power was there in the arm. Like, it really feels like they actually are going to be in the first 10 days of September. He's going to be up and with the Astros again. Like, it really would not shock me if by Monday we're hearing about a Space Cowboys stint for him or Corpus Christi, whatever. I don't know if Space Cowboys are at home. But it really feels like we're also there at the point where we're turning a corner in the updates we're getting for Kyle Tucker. So that's also a very positive thing for the Astros right now. All right.
We just had food dropped off, so go to break, John.
Yep, Johnny Sanchez, the taco place that's out here at La Burris, just dropped off some food for us. So we're about to go, be fat. That's just part of this.
What we've done all week.
That's funny. I had a meeting with O Athletic today.
Oh, buddy, that must have.
And we were talking on the phone, and I was like, yeah, I mean, the weight loss is going good, but every time I come to La Burge, I was like, it's like the battle of sponsors. it's like one
pulling you one
pulling
arm,
me in different directions.
Pulling the other arm. Yeah.
It's like one's got great beer and great drinks and a great time and great food.
We're staying up late every
The other
night,
one's like, hey, like let's keep losing some weight here. It's like it's a battle of wills right now. All right, we'll take a timeout. Hunter Brown was also excellent last night once again. And maybe just further proof that umpires are the softest referees in sports. That's next here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Takes that one right off the outside corner, but called a strike.
He just threw him out. Yep. There is no reason to call Alex or throw him out on that. He walked right past Alex Tosi and said that zone was bad. If anybody in this league knows the strike zone, it's him. But Alex Tosi took it upon himself to throw out the Astros all-star third baseman and made it about him instead of the game.
It's Gallant George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean filling in for Paul. He's back on Monday, assuming he's alive. We haven't heard from him in a couple days.
No. Do you want me to shoot him a text?
He's like, hey, man, just checking in.
Yeah.
Yeah, want to make sure you're okay. No, I know he was at the Rockies game. I can't wait to hear his story about going to the Rockies game. He was making us laugh because he was telling us that the closer came in with like the flashing lights and like the big entrance, and the Rockies closer has a 5+ ERA.
Yeah, and they I can't imagine, the Rockies have 81 home games. I can't imagine they have that many closing opportunities for this guy with a 6 ERA that he needs the flashing light Edwin Diaz entrance. But
yeah, I think you guys should have. There should be an ERA threshold of like cool entrances.
Also, this team is expected to win X amount of games threshold.
Yes.
Like, hey, we might lose 90 games. Maybe our closer doesn't need
like a
to come in
entrance.
like Mariano Rivera.
So Bregman got thrown out there. This guy, I saw, like right on cue, you need to know like about, a bad umpire. Always Ben Dubose, like that's the way to go on Twitter.
He has the dossier.
Yeah, he's got the past videos. He's got him rolling. He had one with him throwing out Harper. So it's not surprising that we see stuff like this. I hate it though. These umpires, they're so soft. Yeah. I mean, try to think about like in the NBA, like you get some texts for like guys like Draymond Green and Luka. Yeah. But if NBA referees acted like Major League Baseball umpires, there would be 30 technical fouls a game.
Yeah, there's not very many. I mean, there's obviously like a handful every year of like the quick trigger ejections in the NBA.
Yes.
But for the most part, it's the text like that when ump is a little overzealous or a ref crew is overzealous in the NBA. It's because they're tossing texts around like they're candy. I think the ejections in baseball, because it's just like boom. Number 3 hitter for the Astros. You're out of here in the 4th inning.
Yeah.
Shea Whitcomb is now in any big spot with the top of the lineup coming up later in the game, which is what happened. Now Shea Whitcomb's going to be in there instead of Bregman. It just has such a outsized effect on the outcome of the game. Obviously not this game, but it could have. And for something as little as like, hey, that was a bad zone.
Exactly, because it's not like he's like the Harper one that I saw Ben Dubose tweet about was, Bryce Harper throws his helmet and throws his bat, and he's like arguing.
Yeah.
Like so, like there's like a kind of like there's a temper tantrum.
Yeah,
that like happens.
The demonstrative nature.
But he doesn't throw him out in that moment. It's when they're actually having like a civil conversation that he tosses Harper, and then the same thing last night where he tosses Bregman over. And maybe we need to find like a middle ground here. Maybe we need to find can we give technical fouls in baseball?
Ooh.
Like what if it's like an automatic out? So like the next person like you.
I like what if it's a hitter, it's an automatic strike on their next
on their next at bat, or just I think it just needs to be the next at bat.
Yeah, maybe that because
so like,
then if it's like the bottom of the 8th,
or maybe it's like a 2. But if it's like you start 0-2, like the next batter is 0-2 to start.
I would hate that. I mean that.
I think it would be wild.
0-2 is aggressive. 0-1 is like you're out on the next pitch potentially on 0-2. I think starting 0-1 and then for a pitcher, obviously you start.
I think it'd start 2-0.
Maybe 2-0. Yeah.
Yeah, because because it's 4 balls, 3 strikes. So I think you start 0-1. If the batter gets attack, the next batter gets attack, and then for the pitcher, whoever they face next starts with a 2-0.
I like this.
I think this is a good idea.
I also like that we're building your platform to run for MLB commissioner after Rob Manfred with yesterday the revamping of the what's it called? Interference rules, the fan interference rules.
We talked about the Ghost Runner this week.
Ghost Runner this week. Yeah. We really,
We can make a montage. At this point, look, I could be like, hey, I call up Theo Epstein, like, hey, man, like, I really appreciate you gave me 2016, but, like, you're working for Rob Manfred, that moron now. Like, let me help you fix baseball. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to add technical fouls to baseball games. Both sides, it'll work. I don't know how we make it work with the managers. I guess it just depends on who's on the mound or
the half inning if that team's batting or hitting or batting or pitching.
It can roll over to the next game if it happens at the bottom of the ninth. Like there's all these different things. We'll fix the ghost runner rule. We'll start them at first base instead of second base.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe what we do for the ghost runner rules in the 10th inning they start at first. And the 11th, they start at second. And the 12th, they start at third.
10th, good honest baseball. And then 11th, first, 12th. I think we go from there. But I want at least one extra inning of real baseball.
Yeah.
I like this. So I'm Joe George, and I approve this message.
I'm Joe George, and I should be the next commissioner of Major League Baseball.
I like this.
I'm not Rob Manfred. I'm not going to sound intoxicated when I hand out a trophy. Just kidding. That happened on Friday.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it wasn't Rob Manfred's fault. His microphone was giving him feedback. But that was when the Nationals won, I guess, the World Series.
Was it that one?
I guess it happened with the Astros, too.
I thought it was the Rangers. Or no, not the Dodgers one.
Oh, I think it was the Dodgers.
Because I feel like Corey Seager was involved.
Yeah, and Rob Manfred was talking. He just sounded like he was totally incompetent.
As he was handing him a truck or something. The keys to a truck or something.
Yeah. What did you think about Hunter Brown last night?
Hunter Brown, I mean, credit to him having the performance he did where we don't talk about it for the first 25 minutes of the show. I feel like for most of these Hunter Brown starts, honestly, in either direction, at the start of the season it was because they're disastrous. And for most of the summer, we've been talking about it as, wow, Hunter Brown, are we buying it? XYZ. Is he an ace? And he had a pretty good, obviously he got in trouble in the 7th, but I think for the most part, he had a solid outing that we kind of expect from Hunter Brown at this point. I don't think I was really blown away in any particular direction, and that's credit to him for getting his season back on track to where he can have an outing like this. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's good stuff from probably your number 2 starter.
It's funny. That's where I just feel like we're at with most of the rotation right now. Like we did this exact same thing yesterday, not intentionally. Well, we started the show and we talked 20-plus minutes before bringing up Spencer Arrighetti. And now we do it with Hunter Brown. It's like these guys are they're pitching so well that they are just – you feel confident in them. They're doing what they expect, almost what you expect to see from them. Arrighetti is still a surprise because the amount of strikeouts he's getting.
Yeah.
But for Hunter Brown, like this is just who he is at this point. He is a very good pitcher. I still don't know if, the whole ace thing. I don't know if he's a Cy Young winner at some point, but he's a guy that right now, whatever changes they made, with the change up and what Alex Bregman told him, it feels like it's going to stay there. I'm with Paul, what he talks about, where it's like I gotta see it.
Yeah,
in the postseason.
Ace, you need somebody. You need a body of work.
But there's just this confidence for Hunter Brown that when he's on the mound, and there's expectation that he's going to have very good outings as an Astros starting pitcher, and he really is just taking his career, I think, again to another level.
And he's kind of delivering on some of that promise that we heard so much about when he came up last year, and we thought he was going to be this guy or some version of this guy last year, and obviously it took a while for him to get comfortable pitching on the major league level, and like you said, the changes that the pitching staff has made with not just what he throws, but when he throws it. I think that we're seeing the fruits of that labor kind of come to bear.
Yeah. All right, it's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. College football is back in action. Last night we were watching the Colorado game and whatever other games. I don't know. Sean had a rough night. Not his best wagering night for you.
Maybe not my worst either. So I have that going for me.
That's true. Maybe not your worst.
Maybe not my worst.
The last time we were here at the UFC, that was a rough one for you.
That was it was.
All right, but what are the best college football traditions? We're getting into that next year. It's Gallant George broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge Lake Charles here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean filling in for Paul. We are broadcasting outside on the patio here of the Sportsbook. Really cool place. First time we were out here was for March Madness. Love the big TV setup for games going on. I can't wait to come back here in a couple weeks because last night was like a teaser.
Yeah.
Like the start of college football. Like there's a bunch of games
Thursday.
going on. Got the Astros game one going on, which was nice.
Mm-hmm.
So got the big portion of the 24-foot TV.
Yeah, I was happy to see that. It really was like they consulted us, but didn't really consult us because yes, Astros was on not the full screen, but on the bigger portion of the screen, and right next to it was the Colorado game and some of the other. I think it was NC State, Western Carolina, the Arkansas game, which they could have taken off the screen, to be honest.
I mean, it's not the worst thing. I can't. We'll talk about it more in garbage time, but. All I know is there was a game last night that apparently they didn't play the whole second half.
Oh, yeah, we will get to that.
That's going to be part of garbage time today.
Yeah.
Favorite college football traditions?
I mean, it's tough to beat the Buffalo running onto the field for Colorado. Maybe it's just because I saw it last night.
Yeah.
That's a real good one because it very clearly is just an idea from a long time ago where they played a little bit more fast and loose with, safety of college students, where they're like, I don't know, let's just run a Buffalo onto the field. Wouldn't that be sick?
Yeah.
And a bunch of people were like, that would be sick. Yeah, let's do that. So I think that one, as far as a, touchstone of days gone by, where it's literally, you could not do this today. You could not walk into a meeting and be like, I don't know, let's run a 1,000-pound animal onto the field.
Yeah, any of the animal stuff, I'm surprised is still happening, like in any capacity.
Yeah.
Like that, I don't know what Bevo we're on here these days, but
I also don't know. 16?
Yeah.
17?
But like even Uga, like people.
Uga, ask Uga about Bevo.
Dude, that video is still one of the
Actually,
funniest.
you know
Because nothing bad happened, but when they're
close.
just on TV showing Uga, and then all of a sudden panic and starts to ensue, and then here just comes Bevo, just oh.
You know what? Maybe the olden days doesn't have the exclusive rights to craziness involving animals or bad decisions involving animals, putting a bull and a bulldog right next to each other for a photo op.
I love. I'm a big fan of Mr. Brightside at Michigan games. That one hits well for me. Jump Around at Wisconsin.
I like Jump Around.
Is great.
I like Jump Around. I'll say that. And to take the Dion approach of if I don't have anything nice to say, I won't say anything at all about Mr. Brightside. I do like Jump Around.
Okay.
Jump Around's a good one at Wisconsin. A lot of the song ones are pretty good.
Yeah, they're not.
It has to be organic though.
Yes. Is there a favorite you have for UT?
There's not a ton of traditions.
Yeah.
At UT, or there's not a ton of huge ones that they do. They have this one's just kind of silly, but it really does get people fired up. Where they play a commercial for the University of UT. They play what actually was on TV to get people enticed to apply to UT.
Mm-hmm.
They play that between the third and fourth quarter. It's narrated by Walter Cronkite, and people lose their bleep to it because
why?
I don't know, because it takes itself very seriously. Maybe I'll play it for you during the break. And it's in 240p still somehow.
Okay.
And yeah, people love it. It ends with the tower getting lit up, and people love that.
Let's see. St. Patrick says Enter Sandman at Virginia Tech.
That's a good one.
The Iowa facing the Children's Hospital, the Wave.
I feel like you have to mention that.
I
feel like you have to mention that you like that.
Well, who wants to be like the guy that's I don't like that one.
That tradition sucks. But no, I like that. I like that one.
Who's most likely to say that at the station? Is it Paul?
Yeah, Paul. I think Paul, Dell,
Yeah.
and Granado are the big three on. You know what?
of most likely like it's not really that great.
Kind of soft, really.
They just wave.
They just wave.
I could see Jeremy saying it's soft.
Yes, and actually Jeremy being like, I don't know, it's not like the kids they can see you waving.
Oh man, yeah, it's I guess there's a bunch of A&M I'll be introduced to.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Yeah, anything that involves the mascot, and normally this is human mascots, riding onto the field is pretty good. So like the Texas Tech Red Raider riding onto the field, the Seminole Chief for Florida State throwing the spear. USC has one similar with the Trojan.
Yep.
Yeah, those are normally pretty good. Yeah, anything with the animals. They've kind of retired a lot of the animal stuff, like LSU. They don't really bring the tiger onto the field anymore.
Oh, I wonder why.
It was in a cage. It was perfectly safe.
But it looked miserable.
Yeah, that's probably why they stopped. Baylor used to have a bear that they would walk onto the field, like very recently.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was watching. There's a college football account that just every once in a while tweets out old like ESPN highlight packages of games from like the 2000s and 2010s, and there's just a random Baylor game where it just starts with the Baylor Bear just walking onto the field, and this is a highlight that like had Vince Young in it or something. Like it was very recent where you're like, I can't believe they're doing that recently.
All these lists have the Notre Dame play like a champion. I know. I mean, it's like
you don't want them to play like champions.
No, they show it on TV, but like when I think traditions, I think something that's more like
for the students.
Yeah, for the students,
for the people,
like, more front facing. Like it happens at for like Notre Dame, I would say like I think doing the push ups with the mascot after a touchdown. They'll put him up like the wave, not the wave, but like he's
on like a little
surfing, and the crowd will do push ups with him.
And kind of soft by the leprechaun, Do your own push-ups.
Yeah, he gets pushed up.
Those reps don't count.
No, they do not count. But like I almost like that one more than like to play like a champion because like you only you see it on TV, but like
it's like in the locker room.
Yeah,
and I get that, and it's also something that it's tough because it's like so played out now. That's like it doesn't feel. We talk about it being organic. It doesn't feel that organic anymore. It just feels like a thing they have to do on their way in this tiny little hallway walking out of the locker room. That's what always strikes me when I see it on TV.
That's how small the hall is.
Whatever, 7 times a year when they're at home. It's like, wow, that is a tiny hallway that these giant men are walking down.
Yeah, I think it's weird too just because since it's it's just everywhere now. Like it's been
Oregon has one. I think LSU has one where they have like a crossbar that they touch on the way out. I forgot what it says, but it says something. There's one above the studio in the 97.5.
I've always wondered who put that there.
That has to be a long time ago thing.
Yeah, because like I don't know who would be like a Notre Dame guy in the past, even at the stage. Like maybe AJ or Fred put it up there.
I could see it being a Ricky
I wonder if
move.
Tepper put it up there.
Oh, maybe Tepper.
Yeah, I could see Dave Tepper being.
I could see it being an ironic Raheel move too.
Oh, I could see that. I mean, I love our office is funny just because like there's such like random stuff in it. Like there's the Yao Ming.
If you have a poster or any sports paraphernalia that you want to get rid of, just drop it off at the office. Put it somewhere in the studio, somewhere in the producer's studio, somewhere in the bullpen, and it will be there for 15 years.
I think my favorite though is Michael Carroll, our production director, his office, because he has all these posters of just like old shows.
Yes,
like he has one of like Raheel, and I don't even know who the other guy is. Like it's like this like mixed martial arts or UFC show from back in the day. I'm like, I just love that. Like he's just
like Raheel's like in a headlock or something.
Yes, it's just like this random thing. I'm like, it's just such a. I'm like, it's very random to have.
It's like a museum almost in his office because there's like a fight poster from a
from
AJ like way back in the day when he was doing some amateur. I think it was MMA at the time. Yeah, there's just so many things that are like older Older than older than our interns, probably.
Definitely older than our interns. Text line here says cowbells at Mississippi State. Yes, but they also
annoying.
They're so annoying.
Annoying. You don't get credit for being annoying.
I don't even know if I was a player, how much I enjoy it, because even just being a fan there, it just seems obnoxious. I don't get it. I don't get the.
I mean, it's loud. I get it, but it is annoying.
I would just rather you be loud.
Yeah.
Not have to use a cowbell to be.
Rolling the tree at Auburn, which led to the tree getting poisoned by Harvey Updike.
He went to jail, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think
he got in trouble for it.
Yeah,
because it turns out you can't just kill trees.
Especially that tree.
Yeah, they will prosecute.
Did the tree die?
I can't
remember.
I think it slowly died. Yeah.
Yeah. What a random story. What a weird story. And that's one thing about college football. That's why college football is the best. It's because you just don't have there's nothing for the Texans and the Titans that would cause that level of emotion.
Yeah, they're not gonna.
You love your NFL team.
They just burn down Broadway or something.
You don't hate your opponents in the way that you do in college football. It's the one thing that bothers me the most about the realignment is the games that we lose. A&M UT is obviously is a great example. Yeah. But what we're going to lose Oklahoma State.
Yeah, they're not scheduled to play Bedlam for a while. I think that's might be
disgusting.
That might be the new Texas A&M, where I think everyone wants to play the game except for the people that can affect the change to make them play the game.
I just don't quite understand why you wouldn't want to play the game. Why you wouldn't want that to be your out-of-conference game every single year.
I think it's a thing where it's hard feelings right now. I assume that changes at some point down the line.
Yeah.
Because they played for 110 straight years. So I think and Oklahoma won 105 of them. But I think that is something that eventually will change. But again, like with the Texas A&M thing, it just becomes a bleep measuring contest, really.
It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll take a time out here. Matt Holland, Assistant Sports Director, will join us here to get you ready for the college football weekend and all the games going on. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live outside on the patio at the Sportsbook at La Berge in Lake Charles. This weather's kind of nice out here, Matt. Thanks for joining us again.
I mean, it's beautiful.
I mean, it's been a while since I feel like we could want or would even want to do this. Because last time we came, I was like, I don't really want to die.
No, it's called life choices in Louisiana. That's all there is.
I think the first time for March Madness, we enjoyed being outside.
Yeah, it was great.
And then we were outside the next time. We were like, actually, next time let's be inside.
No, it's one of those things you just get acclimated to it. So, but yeah, it's overcast, a little bit rainy, but there is a nice breeze, and it doesn't feel like August.
Yeah, we're not scorching.
Exactly.
So we were just talking about our favorite traditions in college football. You got a top one?
So, partial to LSU, I love the players walking into the stadium. I love hearing Colin Baton Rouge before the game. But as being a college football fan, and the team isn't very good, I would love to be at Virginia Tech on their home opener, coming out to Enter Sandman and stuff like that. It's the traditions that make college football. It's the atmosphere. It's the kids getting to do this for the first time, or it's the adults that have been doing it for a couple decades. But being there for Enter Sandman, I think that would be cool.
So college football, we saw it last night. Good start of the year. It was a couple fun games.
Absolutely.
But this is really tomorrow is really when everything kicks off.
Yep.
But when you look at college football and how much it's changed in the transfer portal, I think it's the one sport, or college sports in general, is the one where, in terms of betting on it and having information, you just have the least amount because it's just they're different teams every year. But now with the transfer portal and the way these kids are moving around, I'd imagine that it's a wild first couple of weeks every year now in college football.
So from a handicapping perspective, I mean, it's obviously it's player driven. All those numbers are moving based off what people are betting early on. And unless you follow a team, you're going to their training camps, you're going to their spring practices or anything else like that. You don't really have a whole lot of stuff to evaluate from a historical basis, just because it is new players all over the place. And unless you have one of those rosters where it's a whole bunch of freshmen coming in and they decide to stick together by year 2, 3, you have a little bit of history with them. Normally, those teams are just going to be better, and you're going to get higher numbers just because of they're more familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But you look at this slate, coming up, I have no idea what's going on. There's a few teams that I feel really good about. I know where they're at, but there's just so much new.
Mm-hmm.
And from a betting perspective, me personally, I wouldn't bet heavy on the first 1 or 2 weeks. I would actually just watch the games, figure out where people are, and then probably moving forward, start doing some action there. But right now, for me, it's just purely entertainment.
Yeah.
I'm just ready to see the guys back on the field again.
Yeah, it's something that even I think this offseason is the first time I really saw this kind of discussion have to be made of how do you count returning production in college football when you have, yes, they're losing starters and they're replacing them with starters that were starters somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And does that count as, they have continuity? Because they don't have continuity because these guys are new to the program, but they do have experience at, if you're an SEC team taking in a Big Ten transfer, well, they have experience at this roughly the same level that you're playing at.
Well, I mean, look at Florida State last week, even, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have a 3-year starter, playing for 3 different teams. And you're like, well, this guy's a veteran, has leadership, but he's also playing with these guys for the first time.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that Florida State's going to be, a disappointment or anything else. They'll probably get better throughout the season, but there are training wheels when it comes to this type of stuff. And you just have to see the guys on the field and see where they're at. That's why a team like Georgia, who has brought in a few teams from the transfer portal, but not necessarily in key positions. Their quarterback is going to be the same. Their receivers are going to be the same. And I have more faith in teams like that than I do, some other bigger schools that are pulling people for picking pieces.
It's when the transfer is kind of a cherry on the top kind of situation, like with Georgia taking in, I think it's Travis Etienne, whichever one isn't in the NFL.
Yeah, I know.
It's Etienne's little brother.
Yes.
Taking him in, or Ohio State taking on Quinshon Judkins and Caleb Downs, where, hey, these guys these teams already have guys all over the place that are going to play on Sundays and are super talented, have been in the program for years. It's just they're now adding on top of that.
So the Ohio State one is actually an interesting example because I like the players that they brought in, but that's a quarterback coming in with new skill position players. The only thing that gives me a lot of confidence in Ohio State is that Ryan Day is not going to be running the offense. It's Chip Kelly that's going to be running the offense, and that guy has a lot of experience and knows how to do a lot of different things, and he's going to tailor that offense to what those guys excel at.
Yeah.
So I have more faith in the coaching in that aspect than I do necessarily the players. And I think if the coaching goes a long way.
You got any future tickets where it's like, hey, I'm picking Oregon to win the Big Ten, and you look at it and you're like, hey, there's tickets wrong? Because you forget what
what conference are they winning?
Wait, SMU's in the ACC?
So there's in the NBA always the TNT guys always say who he play for.
Yeah.
Which conference are they in? I have tripped up so many times looking for future bets. I want to take UCLA. I'm like, oh, Pac-12, that does not exist anymore, and there is a lot of confusion.
Well,
but
are you taking bets? Are you guys taking bets on the winner of the Pac-12 in a 2-team conference?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, I wasn't.
But I'm saying by default.
I know, but it's still technically a conference this year, right? It's.
Technically,
I wasn't
sure. Somebody's got to win.
Yeah. They're going to play one. They have a championship game that's going to be in week 8 or something.
Yeah, it's so funny. Paul, who's normally with us, but we've been trying to quizzing each other where all the teams are at. It's so hard to keep track. Where it's I think for now we're good for a little bit until the ACC blows up. But
inevitably,
inevitably, that's going to happen. But it's still so funny trying to think of okay, where's this quarterback at? Where's this team at? Where's this coach at? I mean, 3 of the 4 teams that played in the college football playoff last year lost their head coach?
Michigan, Alabama, and Alabama replaced him with Washington. So
Yeah. So 3 of the 4.
Yeah, and Kirby Smart's just still standing there smiling.
Yeah,
I know.
I mean, so
probably scowling actually. He seems like a serious guy.
That's very fair.
What do you like about this weekend? Any games stand out for you this weekend of intrigue?
I told you all this yesterday off air, but the only game I really like, and I normally stay away from bigger matchups, I think Georgia is just going to have fun with Clemson.
Yeah.
Clemson, one of 3 teams in the entire NCAA that did not acquire a person through the transfer portal. I don't think that they've adapted very well to the new reality of college football, whereas Kirby Smart just embraced it. And that team was really good last year. I think they've lost 1 game in the last 3 years. They are only going to get better. And that game is going to be in Georgia. They are going to have
it's going to be at the Dome, right?
At the Dome.
Yeah.
And I think that's just going to be a great environment for Georgia, and I expect them to make a statement in the opening week.
The last time these 2 teams played in this kind of matchup, funny enough, the quarterback for Clemson was DJ who we're familiar with. And I saw a stat that the last time they played, I think it was 2021 season opener. Was it 21? Yeah, I think it was 21 season opener. Clemson was a 3.5-point favorite. Now, fast forward, 2, almost 3 years. Now the line has flipped 16 points the other direction.
Yes, it's a huge number.
That does tell you where, how Clemson has adapted to the new reality, which is they have not really adapted to the new reality.
Yeah, and whenever you have 2 ranked matchups in the opening week and their opening number is 14.5, I mean, that just screams the handicappers are just like, we hope this is high enough, and it still might not be.
Mm-hmm. I have a question. I have a futures question
for
you, and this is really just this is something I'm going to bet, and I'm going to judge your reaction of whether I should actually bet it or not. I probably still will, but I just need to know going into it if Matt thinks it's a good idea or a bad idea. Heisman odds. I think I saw those. Nico Iamaleava, the Tennessee quarterback, is at plus 1,500.
Okay.
Am I crazy for betting on that?
Anything at 15-1 odds. Tennessee's going to be a good team.
They're going to be a good team. They're going to put up numbers.
They're also going to be a showcase team. They're going to get a lot of primetime games, nationally televised games.
Mm-hmm.
That influences Heisman voters, yada, yada, yada. 15-1, I'm not mad at it.
Okay. It's really a question. I think, for me, it's a question of, A, can they beat Alabama on their schedule? Can they win one of those big showcase games?
Mm-hmm. And they're going to have opportunities.
And they're going to have opportunities, too. And then at a certain point, as we look at the Heisman history, you kind of need to get to 10 wins to win the Heisman. 9-10 wins is about as bad as you can be and still win the Heisman. And I think that's somewhere or that's a place that Tennessee can get, as opposed to picking them to win the SEC or something. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they can be good enough, and he can put up numbers in that offense.
What do you think about Ewers?
It's tough. It's tough because they're going to have, and talk about showcase games, they have 4 of them. It's going to be Michigan week 2, the back-to-back, which I don't love, the back-to-back of Oklahoma, then Georgia. At least you get to host Georgia. And then ending the season in College Station against A&M. I think he can put up numbers, especially with the loss of Baxter, their running back, a couple weeks ago. I think he can put up numbers. I'm just not, as a Texas fan, I'm just not 100% sold on Ewers when I'm watching the game. Now, maybe that's a little bit of me being a little bit of a Texas fan born with a silver spoon in his mouth, where the first 6 seasons I can remember watching Texas football, it was 2 years of Vince Young and then 4 years of Colt McCoy, where I look at Ewers, I'm like, he's not that guy.
Yeah, I get that.
And those guys didn't win Heisman.
I feel the same way trying to, you going from Burrows and Daniels to Nussmeier, and I know there's a lot of buzz around him, and I have to see it. I'm just apprehensive. I know we've taken a bunch of tickets on him to win the Heisman.
Yeah.
And it's the homer in you. I've been scarred.
And with Nussmeier, it's a little bit with Ewers, where Ewers could have gone to the draft last year, and I don't know if he was going to get a first-round grade, and there's 6 guys that are drafted in the first round last year. Don't you think he would have went if he was any good? And Nussmeier, it's a little bit different because this is the first time he's played, but he's been in the LSU program for 3-4 years now, where it's like, well, if he was that good, would he have either won the job? Would they have taken Daniels as a transfer, or would they let Nussmeier start, or would he transfer to start somewhere else if he was that good? That's where, a lot of these quarterbacks, we don't have a Caleb coming in this year where they're going to be good, or even Drake May, who you think is going to be at the top of these draft boards. There's a lot of guys that, hey, they're going to need a breakout, and some of these guys will. It's about picking the right guy.
Yeah, and the other thing is, he has somebody behind him who's incoming for the job.
Yeah.
And so he starts off slow, and I'm not saying they're going to put in Arch or anything else like that, but
it's a factor.
He's got to step up. He's got to step up, and he's got to show out.
Yeah.
He's already doing Dr. Pepper commercials.
Doing Dr. Pepper commercials where he's totally not mad about who the backup is. Yeah. That's one of those where I was like,
I said the same thing.
I don't know who put that in there, but they put him in a rough spot. They better really ball out.
Last thing for you, what are you guys offering in terms of for making the college football playoff? Is it can you just bet on a team to make the 12 team? Can you bet on them to advance to the semifinals? What kind of, with the new expanded playoffs, are you guys? You wager on?
Right now, we are doing markets for conference championships, obviously, but we are doing to make the playoffs and to win the national championships. Okay. I don't think that we're doing offers yet as far as exact placement.
Yeah, I was curious how far you could go with
because the bracket situation. You are going to have teams that get a bye and everything else like that. It kind of throws a wrench in things.
Okay.
But right now we are offering playoff bets and national championship bets for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be. I can't wait to. I almost want to see what those odds for not the top 4 teams, the top 4 conferences.
Yeah.
What is Liberty and things like that.
Oh yeah,
because that it's like betting the field almost. You're picking one team. It's just the odds have to be a wide margin for who that last team's going to be. Yeah. Also one of those where it's hey, you think SMU, but they're in the ACC. So
yeah, SMU's awesome. They're going to win the American. It's no, they're not.
Well,
they're not going to win it.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us as always.
Problem.
Thanks for having us. Always a great time out here. Appreciate it.
All right, we appreciate y'all.
It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
But
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles.
It's never good when Matt Holland is in the break asking us, what the hell's the deal with Kyle Tucker?
Dude.
I just gave him we don't know. This is what we've been dealing with. It looks better, but still questions remain.
All I know is that when they win 91 games somehow this season,
I saw McTaggart tweeting out the record. They need to get to 90. I think it's 20-10.
Yeah, they have to go. No, they have to go 20. Was it 28-0
to get to
100?
Yeah.
So we need them to go
like what
21-7.
Yes.
Something like that to get the over 92.5. Not happening.
Hey, they made progress last night. And we need another.
And they
win.
won a game.
We need one at a time, one game at a time.
You're right. You're right.
One
I feel that one's like, you know what? I don't worry about losing that one.
Because we've already lost.
Because we've already lost.
We lost that in May.
The other one we have, the three of us, you, me, and BMAC, that we have just to win the American League.
Yes.
At least that one, I still like. It feels at least it's on the table.
There's a glimmer of hope there.
Yeah, there's still a glimmer of hope there. Who is our question we're going to talk about now for all of you? 713-790-3776. Who's your favorite random Astro that's contributed in a big way this year? Because right now we have Ben Gamble, we got Jason Hayward.
Sure do.
You've got DeZenzo and Whitcomb. You could even go back and say, like, even though it was partial, you can include Loperfido.
I was going to say Loperfido and Bloss.
Yeah.
Your boy Blair Henley.
Blair Henley. Well, he's a contributor to the show. He's just a punching bag for me.
Yeah, no.
Taylor Scott would qualify.
I think Taylor Scott definitely qualifies.
Yeah.
Pedro Leon and his little cameo.
He definitely is in last place. If we did
not our fave.
Yeah, like if they did like the quarterback tiers they did for on the Athletic this year, if we tiered our favorite random Astros,
he's in Justin Fields territory.
Yeah, he's in Daniel Jones territory. I mean,
honestly, if I remember the Sando tiers, I think Jones was ahead of Fields.
Well, he probably should be.
Yeah.
I mean, sadly, it's not sadly anymore.
Yeah.
Really, it's okay. Leon's at the bottom of the list.
So we got Ort, we got Brian King.
Oh, they sent our guy down.
I know they did send our guy down.
We talked so glowingly about King yesterday, and then they sent him down.
Yeah, I just have the baseball reference page for the Astros Open where it just has everyone who's made an appearance, and there's so many guys. Luis Contreras.
Don't know him. Who's that?
I don't know. Wander Suero. I remember the name. I don't remember the game. We got Brandon Bielak made some appearances this year.
I forgot he did.
Yeah.
Did he get hurt?
I think he got cut, didn't he? Yeah, he got cut and picked up by the A's.
That's right. Such a random. I forgot about him. Yeah, it's a long list.
There's a lot of in 5 years when we go like real ones. Remember when Cooper Hummel was on the Astros?
Oh yeah.
I remember talking about Cooper Hummel getting picked up.
Trey Cabbage.
He's
another one of like the random guys. So who's your favorite random Astro this year right now? 713-780-3776, twitch.tv/ESPN975, the ESPN Houston YouTube channel as well. It's funny. It's maybe because it's time's going to come to an end here in the next 10 days when Kyle Tucker returns. As much as I like Taylor Scott, I think Ben Gamble right now.
I think it's. I also kind of
yeah.
We're 100% just in the honeymoon phase with Ben Gamble. We've already. It took 2.5 shows to learn his name, or to learn his name enough to where we feel confident every time his first name and last name.
Yeah.
I think we had a slip up yesterday. But
I think I call him Brian.
Yeah, I like Ben Gamble too. It's 8 games now of wonderful memories and a 385 batting average. And I think, again, this is recency bias to the max, but I think Ben Gamble is one of my faves.
I'm a big Trey Cabbage guy. I was early in the season.
I remember.
I think I said it then. I couldn't explain, but I was
Those are random
Yeah, I was just like, I think I like Trey Cabbage a little bit here. Like,
you know who's second? I think Joey Loperfido played himself into second place on this for me with with again here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah.
But the plays that he made, it felt like every time he was out there, he made at least one or two great defensive plays. Wasn't exactly what you wanted with the bat in his hand, but I think Loperfido also deserves a mention because him getting traded sent the city into a 48-hour meltdown until Kikuchi took them out.
That we're like all have to backtrack at this point. Yeah, I mean the Loperfido, like the first game, he grabs it off the wall.
Yeah.
And throws the guy out. Like there is just
diving catch against Baltimore.
Yeah, he had 2 great plays in that series. I mean, Loperfido is one that I think a lot of people are still sad about because they thought there was something there to him. Text here says Kyle Tucker.
Aww.
I mean, yeah, he.
Yes. I mean, let's see. He's played 60 games, so that's who else has played 60 games? Caratini's played 60. Trey Cabbage played 45. So it's really not that big of a difference between just amount of playing time. I think we're more going for guys that if you were to say that this person made an appearance for the Astros or made...
And you would say who?
Yeah.
Or what?
Honestly made a lot of appearances for the Astros, yes. You would be like, really? Him?
My favorite, like, the best part about Jason Hayward, though, is that even though it's only one game, is I can see it in, like, 3 years when they do the Name That Astro.
Yes.
It's going to say World Series champion.
Yes.
Former Dodger.
Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the year.
Tremendous speech giver.
And then it's
orator of his time.
Yeah, and then it's going to go Jason Hayward.
Jason Hayward.
Everyone's going to be like, oh, yeah.
Or what's the grid game? The baseball grid game?
Yeah, I don't know what it's called.
Wordle? No, not Wordle.
But yeah.
But yeah.
Brian.
Immaculate Grid.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Jason Hayward's going to be a 1%er for the Astros and like Gold Glove winner or something.
Yeah, Astros and Gold Glove or Astros and just Braves.
He did win Rookie of the Year, right?
I think he had to.
He was awesome when he was young. We were talking about that with the random Colorado fan last night. I don't know, Joe, if you remember that conversation.
I do. I was like, that guy, I had so many questions. I was like, is he actually a Colorado fan? Or there are people who buy, like, gear when they're betting on teams.
Yes. Jason Hayward finished second. He was on an all-star as a rookie, but finished second in Rookie of the Year voting to Joey Votto.
Oh, okay.
No, wait, no. He won MVP that year. Hold on 1 second. Buster Posey. Another guy where you're like, yeah, okay.
That makes sense.
I was hoping it was going to be a random Starlin Castro, Gabby Sanchez.
Starlin Castro, my guy.
Bad guy. You do not want him to be your
guy.
guy.
That's right. He's a bad guy now. I forgot that. Let's walk that back. It's so hard to keep track
Joe George, quote, Starlin Castro, ... my guy.
Nope, bad guy.
My guy.
Was my guy.
I support Starlin Castro.
Nope, was, keyword. JP France here. He didn't pitch for the Astros this year?
I think he did.
Did he pitch for the Astros this year?
Yes, I'll have to go back into the tomes of research that I was doing, but he was on here.
So I thought he was hurt the whole year.
So was Parker Mashinsky.
I know that's Joel's favorite.
Yes. What do you call him?
Mashinsky.
Yes.
Mashinsky.
That's a good one.
And he doesn't call him Parker either. I'm still not sure if it's a bit or he just doesn't know his name.
JP France made 5 appearances for he's made 5 starts for the Astros.
For this year?
Yes. A 7.46 ERA.
Baseball is way too long of a season. If I can't remember a guy making 5 starts.
Mashinsky made 10. He made 10 appearances.
Yeah, that I know.
6.55 ERA.
Yeah, that one I remember. But JP France, I do not remember
Josh
pitching
Kuhnel.
on this team.
Is it Kuhnel or is it Kunnel? I don't know. It's another guy. One game.
I remember
18 ERA.
Yep. This Penn Murphy guy who hasn't even pitched for the Astros yet, but he might this year.
Yes. If Penn Murphy picks up a baseball for the Houston Astros wearing an Astros uniform.
Oh, Forrest Whitley has to be on this list.
Forrest Whitley's on this list. Although, if you saw Forrest Whitley as a contributor, even though he pitched 1 inning, you would be like, oh, finally. Forrest Whitley, like you would actually not be surprised by Forrest Whitley.
Yeah,
I think the nature of his call up and then immediate was it an IL stint?
Yeah,
IL stint and then back to Sugarland. Actually, he made 2 outs. He got 2 outs, so less than an inning so far.
Yep, not great. Yeah, I think Ben Gamel's the clear winner here of favorite random Astro.
I'm putting Blair Henley on the medal stand. I think he's third.
Yeah, top 3.
I'm going Gamel, Loperfido, Blair Henley for the 135 ERA.
I'm gonna say Gamel. I'm not gonna disrespect Taylor Scott like you are. So I'm gonna put Taylor Scott number 2 on this list. Actually, a good performer consistently.
Maybe it's just residual guilt for being attached to the Blair Henley hate on the show.
Yeah, I mean, and then I'm just gonna put Blair there because look, he's one day is gonna wake up and tell his kids that he had a 1.35 ERA in Major League Baseball, and that they're gonna think that wow, my dad had a 1.35 ERA, and until he's an old man, he'll or until they can use the internet. He's going to keep that lie up.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a lie. It's just, not 100% the truth.
Yeah, there's,
He has a 135 ERA.
Let's see. Text here says Jacob Amaya. Don't remember who that is either.
Yeah, I saw him on this list. I also didn't say it because I remembered him so little. He did play 1 game. I don't think he had an at-bat in that game, so he must have been a defensive sub. No, he had 1 at-bat. 1 at bat.
Yeah.
Good job, Jason Amaya.
All right, let's get to our NFL countdown. 6 days until the NFL season. That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, 6 more days until the start of the NFL season. It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I did my typical last-second Pro Football Reference search of number 6. What does AV stand for again? Added value?
Added value, I believe.
Number 1 on this list. This is a bad number, apparently.
Approximate value, actually.
Approximate value. This is maybe the worst number in the history of the NFL.
Whoa.
Because the number 1 player on this list is Jay Cutler.
Don't disrespect Jay Cutler like that. Come on.
Of all the quarterbacks.
How far do you have to scroll to get to Mark Sanchez? Not that far?
Probably pretty far.
Okay.
All I know is look, Baker's number 2 on this list.
This is a banger of a list. Come on.
Like
you got
Baker
Jay
Mayfield.
Cutler, playoff winners, both of them.
The butt fumble.
Are they both multi-time playoff winners? No, Cutler I think only won one playoff game.
Probably.
Yeah. But hey, come on.
Kind of a loser.
You're just skipping over Bubby Brister like that? Come on. John James, Devontae Smith in 3 years of football is like 5th on this list.
Yes.
Number 6.
Yeah, Patrick Queen is pretty high on this list.
Both.
Mark Sanchez isn't that far down. I just missed him the first time.
There we go.
He's below Johnny Hecker. So,
hey,
I mean,
Hey, Johnny Hecker, future Hall of Famer. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See, I don't know how like James Conner's on this list because I guess he's been number 6 for 2 years.
Oh, yeah. Or they're probably only counting
Yeah.
him as number 6. Ryan Suckup is not that far. Yeah, this number sucks.
Yeah, this is not a great list.
This might be the worst number that we've had in like 30 numbers.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think since we left like the
30s probably.
Yeah, the 30s were tough.
High 30s are bad.
Yeah, a lot of the offensive. I mean, we're not like big offensive line guys. I would say, except for when Lance calls in and educates us.
Oh yeah,
that was still very funny when he did that. All right, what's going on in the NFL? Not a lot right now. I mean, it's kind of quiet for the most part. Hollywood Brown is going to be out for the opener. Mm-hmm. I'm a little confused about this Jamar Chase saga. It seems like he's going to play, but then he's not practicing, and he's there, but he's not. He's doing some stuff, but not everything.
Yeah,
I can't get a read on if he's going to be there for the opener, like what they're doing with Chase.
It's tough because he's doing the hold in, but every time it gets mentioned, or the last couple days, it's been reported as like a surprise of like, can you believe it that he showed up like 15 minutes late and isn't practicing? I was like, well, if he's not practicing, why would he show up on time?
Yeah.
But yeah, I do have a tough time reading this. I will say if I am Jamar Chase and I'm looking at the money that's getting thrown around, I think, I should be next on this list. Honestly, he probably should have been ahead of some of the at least Ayuk on who's getting paid.
Ayuk got signed yesterday, 4-year deal, $120 million, and he's going to get $47 million between now and April 1st. Whew. So it's very front-loaded, this contract.
Yes, very front-loaded. That's how you do it with the signing bonus. Give me my money today.
Yeah.
I don't know. You'd think Jamar Chase gets more than that, and probably less than Jefferson.
I don't know, man.
Do you think he gets more than Jefferson?
I think he's the only receiver with a real argument.
I would agree with that.
Because I think CeeDee Lamb had an argument. He got close to Jefferson.
Yeah.
He didn't pass him. So I could see them not doing it. It is the one where
it's also the Bengals that I feel like that plays a part in it.
Because they're cheap.
Yeah.
They are a notoriously cheap franchise, and I do wonder, like will they pay Jamar?
Yeah, it's a little bit of the story with Mark Davis back in the day with the defensive end that became a Chicago Bear.
Oh, Khalil Mack.
Where they could only guarantee so much of the money because the guaranteed money gets put in escrow, and so you have to have that money up
And the Raiders
front,
didn't have the money.
and they just weren't liquid enough to have the money. And it's something with the Bengals where I'm not sure if they don't have the money, but are they willing to actually put that money up front to do that, which is almost worse. It's a little bit better to have the excuse of, like, we just don't have it. I think the Bengals, they might have it, just don't want to.
Yeah, so that's one to keep an eye on now. It sounds like I guess we have to keep an eye on Trent Williams, too, for the 49ers.
This seems like old guy that doesn't want to practice.
I think so, too.
That's the vibe that I'm getting off of that.
Yeah. The Chase one is really – it's like now that Ayuk is done and CeeDee Lamb got done, Chase is like the last one with like fantasy football implications of just like if you're between two players in the first round, like are you passing on Chase just in case he sits out a game or because he hasn't been practicing, he starts off a little slow?
I definitely think it's a tiebreaker. You know, if you're torn between two guys and the one guy has practiced and has a deal already squared away, I think there it's not crazy to give the other guy the bump over Chase. But, again, at a certain point, value is value, and you just got to take the dart throw on it.
Mm-hmm. Deshaun Watson, they moved some money around on his contract, where his value on his contract is $72 million next year and the year after. They're so screwed.
They're just kicking the can. They're just kicking the can on that. And
they're just going to have to eat it.
Yeah, it became a situation where, you know, when the way they structured it initially, you thought the first 2 years with Watson was the years that they had to kind of strike on it through injury and poor play, and I guess suspension for year one. They weren't able to. And now it seems like the time is kind of running out because the chickens are coming home to roost with all that guaranteed money and the cap hits that are going to keep coming for a guy who we have conversations about are we sure he's even better than Jameis Winston, his backup at this point? And the answer is, I don't know, and it doesn't matter because with how much he's getting paid, he's going to have to be the starter.
Yeah, he has to be. The only way for Deshaun that you get out of it is just cutting bait. It's just doing what the Broncos did, and that's having $80 million plus in dead cap space, and just being like, well, like we're just.
I'm not sure how realistic that. I mean, it's not realistic this year to do it, obviously. But even like next offseason, like I still don't think it's realistic.
It depends on when the money kicks in from like the new TV deal and everything, like because they're doing the slow growth on the salary cap.
Yeah,
but it's still moving quite a bit. So like the real question is just at what point? I don't know what do you think the line is for them to not cut bait? Like
how good does he have to be?
Yeah, or is it a team thing where like even if the team wins 9 games, 10 games this year? And he's not good, does it matter? But he plays in all the games?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they have to be good. They probably have to win 9-10 games, and he has to play like 15 or 16 of them.
Yeah.
And he does. Honestly, I don't even think he has to play like that well. I think he just has to be not terrible. So which them winning 9-10 games would prove that he's playing not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, they did it last year with terrible quarterback play. I mean, they won
that is true.
All those games with 4 different quarterbacks, and some of them were very, very bad.
That is true, but you expect the defense to take a slide back because of, A, how good they were last year, and can they replicate that? You know, maybe they get a little bit more injured on that front, or because the money is only going up on Watson, they're losing some talent there. So there is, or at least depth there. So I think there's a lot of ways for that to kind of shake out. None of them seem to be ways that are really too good for the Browns or Browns fans. Because, I mean, if you're a Browns fan, like, there's no way you're excited coming into this year.
Oh, and Mike McDaniel, he got a massive contract extension today. He'll be the head coach of the Dolphins through 2028.
What do you think about that? I have mixed feelings. I think he's a good coach, but I'm just not sure why give him the extension right now.
I think because now it lines up perfectly with Tua. So I guess you're just saying like we're all in on Tua and Mike McDaniel through that deal. I mean,
I like being in on McDaniel more through that deal.
I would not have signed Tua if I was the Dolphins if I didn't have my coach secured.
That's true.
So
that is true.
Because I think I'm not a Tua believer. I think that once you put him in a different offense, he'll struggle again. I think that so you have to hope that Mike McDaniel is successful.
Yeah, I think that it's more likely, I think it's most likely that McDaniel will get another quarterback if this Tua thing works out the way we think it is, which is not that well. Like, there's some real Garoppolo potential here, or even I guess a better example would be Jared Goff with the Rams, where you have this awesome offensive coach who kind of gets sick of it with this quarterback who it feels like it's the offensive coach really unlocking the quarterback more than the quarterback elevating the system. And that could be something where they, hit the head on the ceiling of the playoffs of, wild card divisional round too many times where the coach is like, you know what, maybe if we can make our Matt Stafford deal happen, let's do that instead of and cut bait on Tua. And the Dolphins are a team that's been pretty aggressive with the trading draft picks, that you could see it happening, of them doing a deal like the Rams did to as a way to get the other team to eat the money, sending a draft pick with the quarterback, a lot like the Osweiler deal.
Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder. I think we'll see that again. I was almost curious, who that next quarterback is.
The next veteran that
the next vet that moves like that. Because I thought that would be an interesting, not trend, but maybe we'd see more of something like this where it's you could.
There's about a guy every year.
Yeah, where you see a vet move that.
If you go back, you have obviously Brady, you have Stafford. You had Wilson, which that didn't work out.
Yeah, Cousins this year.
Well,
Well, Cousins might be the guy again next year.
Yeah, Dak might be the guy next year too. So yeah, you do get you get this more often. I mean, obviously more often than back in the day where it never happened. But it is something that it's a reality of the NFL in the 2020s. Really, is that these guys move around.
Yeah.
Either the team decides, hey, this isn't worth it. We kind of want to refresh on this, like the Vikings, where they could have paid Cousins, but I think they knew that the Jefferson deal was coming, and so they thought, do we want to pay Jefferson 30 and Cousins upper 40s or 50, or do we want to get a rookie quarterback in there and pay a little bit less and use that money elsewhere?
And as Jeremy Branham, I saw him tweet this yesterday. It made me laugh because he and I we've bonded over our hate for the Pro Bowl. The Browns, someone put out a headline yesterday that said Browns releasing former Pro Bowl quarterback.
What? They released Deshaun Watson?
Tyler Huntley.
Oh.
They released Tyler Huntley.
I think didn't Jameis also make a Pro Bowl? He had to have made a Pro Bowl. We're talking about Tyler Huntley making a Pro Bowl. Jameis made a Pro Bowl.
He had to. There's no way he didn't.
I'll look it up. But if he didn't make it for his 30-30 season, that is 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions, then I've lost faith in the Pro Bowl, even more so than Huntley being a Pro Bowler. Winston not being a Pro Bowler would be equally a big of a crime.
It's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. When we get back,
Winston did make the Pro Bowl in 2015.
Okay, all right. Pedro Munib, multi-asset general manager here at LeBurge, will join us to discuss some other fun stuff coming up at the property. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean filling in for Paul. He will return on Monday once we are back in studio. Paul will get back to Texas, and we'll get ready for football season. Really get ready for football season. Pedro Muniz, the multi-asset general manager here at La Berge. What's going on, man? Welcome back.
Another day in paradise, man. Thanks for having me again.
It is, I know it's a little gloomy outside, but
it
is kind of like perfect though outside.
Man, we get to sit, talk sports book, get food. We'll take it.
So we talked about the fantasy football yesterday, and the different ways that people can sign up and everything. But coming up on September 8th, you guys got a big tailgate going on, right?
We do. We're running off a series of those events. So the first one's going to be on the 8th of September. And basically we're going to have our patio set up similar to what you would see if you went to a tailgate party, at a football game. And so what Lyle and his culinary team's putting together is just going to be basically stationary barbecue. The menu's going to be barbecue. And so there's a lot of good stuff on there, man. I'm actually going to read it off to you here.
Okay.
We've got some St. Louis style ribs.
Okay.
Right? Some barbecue pulled pork, jalapeno cheddar sausage, some baked brisket mac and cheese. Y'all got to have that one. And then obviously all his sauces and sides, anywhere from fire roasted corn to this really awesome rice dressing he puts together, and the beans, man. I wish I could share his recipe. It's so good, but they're good. It's a lot of good stuff, man. It's going to be about $75. You don't have to reserve to come. Just show up and, come spend the day watching all the games with us, man. We'll have it out here from 11 to 6.
Nice. Because you guys will do because we'll put the first time we came over was from March Madness. There was like the big TV back there, right?
Yeah, we had our big screen coming outside, so
you guys roll that out for all the Saturdays and Sundays?
Normally we'll do those for the bigger games.
Okay.
So like March Madness, like you said, or if we had the Super Bowl going or something like that, and then any of those fight nights we usually we get pretty full inside and out. So it's always good to have that out here.
Yeah, I imagine the college football with the obviously the big LSU games and stuff too. Like LSU Alabama is going to probably be
that's going to be wild. That's Sunday at 6:30, right? And so
it's going to be late.
Yeah, it's going to be a late one, but man, there's some teams they go crazy for. Obviously, in Lake Charles is going to be LSU, right? You hear about the Saints. Everybody talks about the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. We don't get enough love from my boys in Houston, man. The Texans are coming.
That's why we
year.
have you on.
The Texans are coming this year, man.
No, it's gonna be fun. I think this year for the Texans, it's gonna be exciting. I think you're gonna see a lot of people more traveling. Because I know you guys have said that for the playoffs for the Astros, people will come out more and stuff like that. I think this is the year where now people are gonna look at the Texans and they have high expectations.
That's right.
They're gonna plan to come out when maybe be out here for Monday Night Football when they play the Cowboys or Sunday Night Football, whatever it is. Be here for a game like that. I think you're going to start seeing Texans fans filling up quick. I mean, they got all the primetime games. What is what it would be? I'm curious. Thursday Night Football, because I know we're going to talk about some special guys got coming up. But what do you think Texans Jets on Halloween will be like here?
Texans Jets Halloween.
Will you see people do people come to the sports book dressed up for Halloween?
You know what? They typically don't.
Okay, I was just curious.
We do got, you're unraveling another one, right? We are planning a pretty cool Halloween party over at Johnny Sanchez coming up. So
there we go.
So we'll definitely get boogieing with the costumes there. You don't typically see it in the sports book. Most times everybody's, what they're coming for. They want to place the bet, grab some good food, and enjoy the scene with the big screens and all that. But it would be funny.
All right,
right?
So what are these? So you got some specials coming up now. You guys are doing for Monday night and Thursday night football this year?
Yeah, so we're going to run them starting on the week. I think it's that first Monday night football game is September 9th, right? But Mondays and Thursdays, we want to be the place everybody wants to come watch the football games, right? So we're going to actually run a dual promo on those days. We're going to have all-you-can-eat boneless wings.
Nice.
That's going to be for $19.99. You want to come in and we open at 5 o'clock those evenings. That's all you from open till we close the doors. And then in conjunction with that, we'll run some draft beer specials. So Mondays and Thursdays, you'll be able to come enjoy all you can eat for $19.99 on the boneless wings with $3 draft beers on all of our draft beers.
Nice.
And that's here on the patio, right?
That's in the patio. That's inside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hey, just come on over to the sports book and Yeah, wherever you want to be comfortable. If you want to enjoy the outside scene, come on over. We'll have a spot for you.
So we didn't really talk about it too much yesterday, but like are you ready for the chaos?
I'm ready for the chaos.
Yeah.
It's fun, right? Like we head into our summer season, right? And the rest of the building's kind of popping off. The pool's always really busy with the summer flow, and then the sports kind of tail down a little bit. And then football.
It's your time to shine.
And it's our time to shine over here. And so we're definitely excited. A lot of cool stuff. Outside of what's going on Mondays and Thursdays, we'll have on Tuesdays some ribeye smash burgers. We'll let those go for $9.99 on every Tuesday during the football season. So, Lyle has a really good recipe. We always say Lyle, right? The man's a genius back there. So just basically trimming up and shaving and smashing down some ribeyes, man, and turning them into some really good burgers. And then Wednesdays, everybody, right? No food that day. You can definitely get food, right, off of our main menu. But we'll run a half-off draft beer special for our days on Wednesdays, and that would include your normal pints or your 100-ounce towers. Those will be half off, and like pitchers of beer, stuff like that.
Nice. I didn't know that you could get the big towers.
Yeah, the towers is definitely something that you notice. The first guy or first group gets it,
and then everybody starts to get
them. it's the ball starts rolling on that.
Yeah. So we normally run those. Like I said, they're 100 ounces. We run them for $50. So on Wednesdays, you're grabbing that for $25. Man. Yeah,
that's a good deal.
So grab a couple of friends. Make sure they're all 21 and up, of course. But grab some friends and come get some good drinks and some good food over here. Watch some football, man.
Yeah, I think we'll be doing one of those towers when we're back here on the 22nd. Because we'll be here for the Texans game. We'll hang out after the show and watch. And we'll get here Saturday as well. So might have to go back to back days.
Hey, listen.
Do one on Saturday, do one on Sunday.
We got plenty of towers on deck, so we'll keep them full, man. Y'all just come enjoy yourselves.
He is Pedro Munib, multi-asset general manager here at the property, and thank you for joining us as always.
Always a pleasure.
We'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
All right, it's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
It's Joe and Sean here with you today. Paul will return on a Monday as we get ready and get closer to football season. I think it will be 5 days. No, 5 days is tomorrow. I know.
Because it's 6.
Yeah, I know.
Jay Cutler.
My bad.
Whoops.
I was just thinking like it was like we have a show tomorrow, but we don't. It's a show in 3 days.
So how many days on Monday?
3.
Okay.
3.
3 days.
And then Chiefs Ravens? I don't even remember at this point.
Chiefs Ravens, and then they have the Friday game in Brazil. That's going to be Packers Eagles.
Okay, you know what's so funny about that one? It's like, remember that weird story that people were running with that they can't wear green?
Yeah, I saw Brooks Kubina, who now covers the Eagles, tweeting a bunch about that this morning.
But the NFL denied it. But then the Eagles, they put out the Eagles uniforms today, and they're not wearing green.
Yeah.
They're wearing black pants, a white jersey, and a black helmet.
Yeah, and Brooks Kubina was like kind of framing it as like, no, they're allowed to wear green. They're just not wearing green because it's the rival color, and it's a bit of a pander move to not wear the rival colors in that stadium. I don't know, because he also had a tweet where they're like, no, the color green is not banned in this town in Brazil. It is the away fan gear, like the rival team's gear, that's banned. Yeah. And a lot of their gear is green. And it's like, it's a lot of explaining this away where
it's basically, it sounds like to me, honestly, Sean, is like, yeah, we're not really sure how these fans are going to react to seeing those colors. We don't really trust them.
Am I crazy?
I'm not really sure why we're playing a game in Brazil.
Am I crazy, or do we basically, like on this front, we don't really have anything to worry about with because it sounds like the fans, like they hate the rivals. They don't hate the color green.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like they're not gonna like the hooliganism that happens. Like there's no hooliganism that happens at these NFL games in London, and they happen every other week at the soccer games there.
Yeah,
and it's not because they sent the Chiefs and the Chiefs wear red, and in London they hate Liverpool who also wears red. It's like no, they hate Liverpool. They hate the teams. They're not just against the color.
Yeah, the whole thing is just bizarre. I don't really understand.
The Brazil flag is green.
Yeah.
like what are we talking about?
Yeah, like what is what story, what part of this is real? What is it being like?
Do they hate trees?
Dramatized? Like,
yeah,
it's like, and it seems like bits and pieces of it are all true, and like, but no one's willing to like come out and be like, yes, this is, we're literally doing this to protect our players because we're worried that they wear certain colors and people are going to freak out. Like, I don't really get it.
Also, if I'm the NFL, I'm like, wait, didn't Brazil host a World Cup, 10 years ago? Mm-hmm. Shouldn't they have, and the Olympics 8 years ago, shouldn't they have a bunch of stadiums? Maybe you go to one of the stadiums that doesn't have
those stadiums are
a band color problem. I know they're in disrepair now.
Yeah, those stadiums probably are like crumbling.
Are they playing in Sao Paulo?
I think so, yeah.
Play in Rio then.
Yeah,
or if they're playing in Rio, play in Sao Paulo.
I will say,
play in whichever one doesn't. You're not limited by colors.
It's kind of nice though. Like even though I don't even know what time that game's at actually, but the fact
it's
that
only an hour ahead of Central.
Oh,
no, it's an hour ahead of Eastern.
Oh, okay, that's nice. But we'll have a Thursday game, we'll have a Friday game.
Yeah, it's a nice getting.
Oh
into
yeah,
the,
it's 7:15 our time.
Yeah, easing your way into it.
But it's on the Peacock.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine too. I'm not one of those
people really like bitch out about every single like streaming game that there is, but at the same time, it seems like everyone has these streamers anyway.
I think most people have Peacock at this point because there's enough sports on it.
Yes.
Or wrestling on it.
Well, sports entertainment.
Yeah,
yes.
you're right.
How dare you?
You're right.
All the premium live events are on Peacock.
So I mean, I have it for that, and I have it for Notre Dame, and then So and when there's something like this pops up, I'm like, I already have it.
And there's crazy high numbers on the Olympics. That was just last month, and most of that stuff was on Peacock. So I feel like most Americans have Peacock at this point.
Travis Hunter, can he win a Heisman this year? He played all but 2 plays yesterday, offense and defense.
Yes. Now, if you're going to say no, I think part of that is that sustainable question of can he do that? Especially what I think is underrated about Travis Hunter playing both ways at Colorado is that he's doing it at Colorado, so he's doing it at elevation. He is playing games at a mile high above sea level, where every time a team or there's like a big fight night there or something, like that's always a storyline of like the elevation that they're going to be playing at. We always remember the Hakeem Olajuwon with the gas or with the oxygen mask. I think that was in a Final Four when he was in college at U of H. But I think that's an underrated element of what he's doing. It's just when you're playing that many snaps, just can you keep that up?
I don't know if he has to keep it up to that capacity.
Yeah.
But if he's playing both ways consistently,
and just
like
the wear and
tear
tear
will help him.
And the wear and tear that happens there. But I think other than can he do it? Like if we're just saying, like obviously if any of these Heisman contenders, like if they get hurt, they miss 3 games, guess what? You're not winning the Heisman.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna hand wave that away, I think the question really becomes how good do you think Colorado's going to be?
Yes.
And how good do they need to be? We were talking about it with Matt Holland earlier in hour 1, where you kind of have to get to 9 or 10 wins in modern era to win the Heisman. You also kind of have to be a quarterback, but
see, I think it's because he plays both ways.
Yes.
And he makes an impact on both sides of the ball. Like
yes.
He's not just like a body.
Yes,
on
I think
offense, right?
I think it was 150 yards, 3 touchdowns last night.
Even if they have a losing record,
I don't know. Losing record's tough.
I just wonder.
I think 5 and 7 wide receiver corners holding the Heisman Trophy.
I don't know. I don't think it's impossible. If he was just a wide receiver or just a quarterback or just a corner, I would say absolutely not. No chance in hell. But the idea that he could be this elite wide receiver and have a bunch of, like interceptions this year and play, if he plays 80% of snaps in 2024, I just think he'll at least be there.
Yes, I think he'll be there. I actually feel very confident that he'll be in New York.
Yeah.
I think something else he has going for him, and this is something where if they win 7 or 8 games, then it becomes I can actually see this happening, is he has, like you said, he has 2 things going for him that are unique to every other Heisman winner, where it's, yes, he's playing both ways and playing them at a high level. He's not Jabril Peppers, who plays corner or played safety and then would occasionally, take some jet sweeps like 4 times a season, and they would say he plays both ways. It's not like that. He is a legitimate receiver number 1 and corner number 1 for a Power 5 team. He also has the Deion stuff going for him, where they're going to be a very public team. They're going to be a team that's in the limelight. They're going to have those showcase games. We saw it last year where they're playing Colorado State at the game kicked off at 10 Central, and it was like one of the biggest games of the college football season, where East Coasters staying up to 1:30 watching them scrap it out against a Mountain West team.
I mean, next week might be like Colorado versus Dylan Raiola in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Might be one of the biggest games of the week, honestly, just in terms of viewership, because you've got Shador and Deion, and then you got Nebraska, which like finally feels like they're turning the corner a little bit back to being relevant.
And it's going to be NBC in prime time. Too.
Yeah, so I would lean, like if I was going to bet on it, I would bet on Travis Hunter over Shador Sanders to win the Heisman. I'll say that.
Yes, but yes.
And that's no disrespect to Shador. It's just the fact that he plays both ways.
Yes. Being a quarterback that wins the Heisman, if you think Colorado's only going to win 7 or 8 games, that is so much harder than the unique nature of how Travis Hunter plays. That is a key part in him winning a Heisman if you don't think Colorado is going to be that good, being like conference champion good.
All right, when we get back, I saw the Bees were discussing this yesterday. Some disrespect.
What?
Of C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans. We'll get into that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean broadcasting live from the patio at the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. You should definitely come on out here when you're ready for to leave Texas and come bet on your Texas teams, whether you want to get in some NFL, some college football. We were here last night as the season got underway and watching the Astros as well. They just got to the point in the Astros game in the relay where the Italian first baseman
Vinny Pascantino
broke his thumb. Yikes.
Look how they massacred my boy.
I guess the pitcher got hurt in that play too. I forgot.
Yeah. It was probably when you add in the fact that it cost them the game and also hurt two of their players, probably the most costly baseball play you could have.
Yeah, and Vinny P. is thinking about like 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, he either broke or strained his thumb.
Broke it.
Oh, okay, he broke his thumb.
Yeah, so he's thinking about 4 to 6 weeks. So that takes you.
That's basically to the playoffs.
Yeah, if not into the playoffs.
Yeah, like 4 weeks is right before the playoffs.
Yeah, so he's probably gonna miss playoff action, which that's tough. I mean, to lose a player at this point in the season is such just a terrible feeling. Like even
Austin Riley with the
Braves
got hurt a couple weeks. I think he also broke a hand. I think that's what's keeping him out. But yeah, it is really the opposite of what you want at this point. That's why we freaked out with the Alex Bregman before we knew it was just gremlins in his shoulder.
I'm still so confused by the whole his elbow.
His elbow. Is it because he plays third every night still?
Yeah, like I either it's just really not as bad as they thought it was going to be, or he's just like the toughest SOB in baseball. I mean, like we went from the whole sequence, like to just where we are now is like you get the you get the email and the breaking news that Alex Bregman's going to meet with the media. Season's over, it seems like, and then it's he slept on it wrong, but he had an MRI.
Yes.
And then he's back, 5 days later, whatever it was, 4 days later. He just has gremlins in his elbow. They're going to have to work him back in, and it's going to be sporadic how much he plays third base. Now he's just playing at third base. Like it's really just maybe progressed in the best way possible, but it just feels the whole story still seems like odd.
Yeah,
I still have so many questions.
It's very strange. What are gremlins?
Yeah.
Google that. What are gremlins?
What are gremlins in elbows?
And yeah, I think it's something that we thought again was going to hamper him. I think we even talked about, well, just put him at first base then. Like, boom, solved your first base issue by putting him there. But I guess it's a good thing, or it definitely is a good thing that he's healthy enough to play third.
100%.
Maybe that's why he was in a bad mood and got thrown out because his elbow hurts. And so he was just walking in the box being like, man, this sucks.
He always is. I mean, it's
especially with the zone. He's very he has a good eye. He's right a lot.
Yeah, he's mostly right. I feel like if they ever implement the challenge system that's in the minors right now to the big leagues, I feel like they're all reserved for Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
Like whatever team he's on, like just give him to Alex because he's gonna get it right.
Whatever team he's on.
Well, it might not be
the
this team.
Astros.
I would like it to be the Astros.
Pay that man his money.
I mean, who knows? I mean, look, even his fellow representees of Scott Boras are duking it out in the media of if Joe George is correct on his best take yet.
I don't think that's what they're duking out, or they don't know that they're duking that out.
They don't know it, but they are. They are debating if Scott Boras is washed or not. Because Jordan Montgomery
is on your side.
Is upset, and then Blake Snell came to the defense. Well, they both got terrible contracts. So
at least Blake Snell's pitching well enough to where he can actually go back on the market and really test it out. Now, if he doesn't get a deal again,
he might have to backtrack.
Then Joe George was right. That's when you can take your victory lap.
Yeah. Well, I think he has Juan Soto, so that one's going to make me look bad. But that also almost doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count.
Yeah,
that's definitely what I would say if I were you. I would say it doesn't count.
Like no, like of course Juan Soto's going to get $400 million.
Anyway, I could get him paid.
Yeah, like I can get him $500 million. Like the Mets and the Yankees are bidding against him. Like come on, like Scott Boras, that doesn't prove anything. That's a system contract. Like that's
system agent Scott Boras.
Yeah, that's not a real negotiating tactics.
Scott Tungavailoa.
So we put up this YouTube video today from yesterday from Joel and Jeremy discussing. I'm sure there was some list out there that upset them. I don't even need to look at the list to know that it upset them. But I saw Jeremy say that the C.J. Stroud and D'Amico were being disrespected as a top 5 head coach quarterback combo in the league without even needing a list. Just like on our own, like first first guess. Where would you have him ranked? Like, you're going to have Mahomes and Reed.
They're one.
They're easily number one. I would still put Lamar and Harbaugh at the top of that list. I mean, think about, like, just Lamar is a good quarterback. He's a very good quarterback.
You have 2 MVPs and a Super Bowl win between the two of them.
Yes. Like, I think it's really hard to argue anyone else in the NFL over that combo. Because, like, you would think Lamar would be successful elsewhere. I know he doesn't have the playoff resume. And Harbaugh would be successful elsewhere.
Yeah. John Harbaugh is kind of in that situation where you wouldn't trade him for a lot of coaches. I do think he kind of gets overlooked because they're so consistent. And it has been over a decade since they actually won that Super Bowl. But you look around the league, there's not many guys that have done that.
Stafford McVay, I would say, is above DeMeco and CJ as a quarterback head coach combo.
Yes. If you'd probably put, if you're ranking them individually against each other, you probably put McVay above DeMeco in the coach rankings. And with Sando's quarterback tiers, Matt Stafford I think was 5 in tier 2,
and CJ was 8.
CJ was 8 in that same tier.
Yeah.
So I think that's safe to say. I think we both agreed with the Stafford placement. We just thought that Stroud should be a notch or two higher. But
he should have been higher than Rodgers.
Yeah, Rodgers
was at
7.
least one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think McVay and Stafford are ahead of them. I do think now we're getting to the point where you start expecting DeMeco and Stroud to pop up on these lists.
Yeah, I think that's.
I think after three, that's when it's like the zone to where you can expect them. But they both are rookie coach coming off a rookie coach year and a rookie quarterback year. So there is a little bit of the do it again, you know.
Well, because there's certain coaches that, like, even though I really like DeMeco, I put them far ahead of him. So, for example, a good one here would be San Francisco. I would put Kyle Shanahan a good chunk in front of DeMeco in terms of, like, top head coaches in the NFL.
Yeah,
no disrespect to DeMeco, but just Kyle Shanahan's one of the top 3 coaches probably in the NFL right now. So the question there almost becomes, how does that combo of Shanahan and Purdy do versus CJ and DeMeco?
Yeah, I think.
Where are you at on Brock Purdy? Because he was 14th, I think it was, on that quarterback tier list.
Yeah,
he was in the second tier in Mike Sanders' list.
No, was he in tier 2? I think I was in tier 3.
Oh, was he in tier 3?
I might be wrong. Well, I can check on the.
He was either the very end of tier 2 or the very beginning of.
Yeah. I think he's fine. Like I think he's a pretty good quarterback. I took every bone in my body not to say pretty good. He's a pretty good quarterback. I don't think he's some star. You know, we talk about we mentioned it with Tua, guys that elevate the system or the system elevates them.
Yeah.
I think he's a good fit for the system. He's like the best possible fit for the system. I'm just not sure if he elevates it a way that that Stafford elevates the McVay system.
Yeah, and the thing with Purdy too, where I think there's like a clear line for him versus other quarterbacks, is it's kind of like he gets going in the Dak and Tua and Trevor Lawrence. As soon as you pay him, I like him less.
Yes.
As soon as he gets a $60 million contract or whatever it's going to be, like $55 million, like whatever Brock Purdy's going to get this offseason potentially, that's where I'm just like, it changes my perspective of him a lot.
Purdy was in 2. He was number 12.
Okay. I'm trying Josh Allen and McDermott.
McDermott probably holds that one back, I think, a little bit, but in the conversation.
DeMeco's not going to use terrorists as a motivator.
Yes, definitely not in a positive light.
So check for DeMeco.
For DeMeco there, on the right side of the war on terror.
Yes.
I think LaFleur and Love probably deserve a mention where we see in a lot of these rankings, actually except for the Sando one, there's a pretty good gap between Stroud and Love. That those two are pretty similar in the way of, hey, we're looking at 1 year of production, and really, in Love's case, of less than a year of good production. Although CJ did have a couple stinkers mixed into his rookie year. But I think LaFleur having the body of work that LaFleur has versus a rookie coach in DeMeco, I think that probably gives him the edge on most people's lists of
putting the Packer combo above the Texans?
Yeah, I think that it's pretty tight there. I would lean. Gosh, I think just because, just the experience that LaFleur has, like I guess I would put the Packers like right in front of them. So we've got them outside the top 5, I think, already. I mean, the thing,
Goff and Campbell.
To be on this list already, I think is regardless, it's an incredible accomplishment. Like when you think about just on your own personal list of like where you would put the combination of quarterback and head coach without looking at someone else's list, like the fact that you're having to really think about where they belong, I think it just shows the incredible accomplishment that they have made, and they could be top 4 next year.
How about this one? Chargers with Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one because you got Herbert, a guy who's been good.
That's an interesting one.
And you have Jim Harbaugh, who's I think definitively one of the best coaches in football, but he did a lot of that work of being the best coach or one of the best coaches in football, a decade ago with the San Francisco 49ers, and B, in college. So that with Michigan and Stanford, honestly, but that's also now 15 years ago. So that's an interesting one. You haven't seen Herbert win a playoff game. You haven't, which is something Stroud has done. But you also haven't seen Harbaugh coach a NFL game in over a decade.
Yes, but he's had so much success everywhere he's gone, even before Stanford.
Yes.
That, I mean, he's automatically one of the best coaches in the NFL.
Yeah,
already.
I think he walks in and probably the top tier. Now we're doing coach tiers instead of quarterback tiers, but he probably is in that top tier. If not, he's in the first tier. I'll say this: I'm Jim over John for the Harbaugh brothers.
Me too.
Okay, so then you're looking at McVay, Reed, Shanahan as a top tier, and then do you want to put a Harbaugh in?
I saw Jim Harbaugh was plus 850 be coach of the year. He was tied with Eberflus, which I thought was weird.
That is weird.
I saw one where Eberflus was tied to win Coach of the Year, and then I saw one where from an offshore book where he was second favorite to be first coach fired. So
that's about right. That's about right.
Yeah, Harbaugh. I mean, I would put them in front. I would put D'Amico and CJ in front of them, mostly because I'm still not totally sure about Herbert.
Herbert tied for 5th, basically 6th in the quarterback tier, in Sandoz quarterback tiers that we keep referencing, where CJ was 8. So I think there is a little bit of a mixed bag on Herbert. It's kind of a lot like Stroud, just he's played for 4 years now, where you do kind of want to see a little bit more out of Herbert, acknowledging that I feel like we all agree that he's pretty held back by Brandon Staley so far in his career.
All right, we got one more guest that's going to join us next, Scott Love, talk about some other stuff that's coming up here at the property, some exciting stuff that's coming up here at the property. Before we go to break, though, we want to give you guys a chance to see your Houston Cougars. It's that time. It's the home opener, and a new era of Houston Cougar football is here. Coach Willie Fritz's first game. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. You can go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, and wear red. We're going to give away a pair of tickets right now to 713-780-3776. Let's do caller number 4. It's Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the patio. It's starting to come down a little bit, but we're covered up. And Sean Mapes filling in for Paul today, and we'll be back out here September 22nd to do a show before the Texans game that day, which we can't remember if it's the Vikings or the Patriots game. That'll be, but it's one of the two.
Very easy for us to
one of the Texans games we're not looking forward to the most, but it's going to be a fun weekend because we'll be here, and Scott Love, Vice President of Food and Beverage, is joining us now. And yesterday we're hanging out, we're walking down to the sports book, and there's some work being done here. So what's going on? Tell us about the changes that are happening. And everything.
Thank you for having me on. We are super excited to be able to partner with ESPN and bringing a different kind of product here to La Berge. It's an ESPN bet associated with the brand, and we couldn't be more excited to join in that partnership. So
yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see the signs that are going up, and they were painting some stuff in the sports book today, and it's cool. So. It's one of those things that when I remember when the transition happened, I was excited to see what ESPN Bet was going to look like, and and now being able to come here and see what the product's going to look like and how it's going to just make things cool here. And I know a lot of it's funny. My wife keeps talking about the color. She loves the bet color.
Yes.
Like she's like it's great. And I'm like, but it pops.
And I agree with her. That was my initial reaction too. Was like, oh, this is a great. They picked a great color for this, and it sets such a great vibe for this change.
The color scheme and all of the marketing support that we've gotten from ESPN Bet, ESPN in general has been top notch, right? So I think we'll see that from a branding perspective, from the room decor, uniforms, all of that is going to come together really nicely and fit well into the La Berge family.
Yeah. So Friday, September 20th, that's going to be like the grand opening.
Grand opening.
Right? So what can we expect if people want to come out for that? That's week 3 of the NFL season, week 4 of college football. So what's that Friday going to look like?
Yeah, so we're going to have a grand opening ceremony at 11 o'clock here at the new ESPN Bet. And then we're going to have obviously some food and beverage specials highlighted by a barbecue buffet the evening of the 20th and then for the 21st and 22nd.
Okay. Yeah, so 21st, 22nd, is there anything else going on those weekends with the buffet? Or
yeah, we're going to have some great football on,
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Yes, thankfully. That's what I think, and I mean, obviously it's very coordinated when you guys are doing this, but it is the best time of year for, rolling out something big like this, right as football is starting. It's just the best time.
Yeah.
What's your go-to for Chef Lyle?
For Chef Lyle?
Yeah, do you have a food item? Yesterday he brought those wings.
Yes,
yesterday the hot honey sriracha wings.
I mean, we got the full platter with the tower of sliders and all this stuff. It's just so much food, all of it delicious.
You can't go wrong with anything that Chef Lyle's putting out.
Yeah.
I am partial to the catfish sliders.
Ooh.
Okay.
I haven't tried those yet.
Oh, yeah, you need to.
Okay. Our Brian, who does the show with us on the weekends when we come out here, he's back at the studio right now. He did the Death Burger.
The first time we came.
Yes.
First time we came, where we made one of us eat the Death Burger.
Yes, and he volunteered. Have you moved into that? You tried it yet?
I haven't. I'm good with just the regular burger.
You got nothing to prove?
No. I believe it. It's spicy.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's one of those things where Chef Lyle keeps saying he's going to make sliders for us.
Yeah.
But we just keep I'm like, hey, I got a 3-hour drive after this.
In the back of his head, he's like, what if it's a Death Burger slider? I'm like, Lyle would not do that to us. I firmly believe.
That would have been funny if he brought out the tower yesterday
so
and just had him in there. Well, I know we love, doing this with you guys. I know we're not big ESPN. We're just, little ESPN Houston. But it's been awesome, working with La Berge, and we're excited to see the changes that are going to be coming up here. And anything else to hit on before about the weekend that's coming up on the 20th? Oh, do people need to reserve anything since it's going to be a big weekend? Is there special reservations or for the buffet and everything?
No, so it's all going to be first come, first serve, right? The only reservations we'll take is for our recliners up in the very front of the video wall. But beyond that, it's all first come, first serve. It'll be a packed house. So looking forward to that, and we're gonna, again, a great weekend to kick off our new ESPN Bet product, and great weekend of football.
Yeah, absolutely. He is Scott Love, Vice President of Food and Beverage here. So September 20th, the grand opening of ESPN Bet, the rebranding of the sports book here. It's going to be exciting. We'll be here that Sunday to do our show, and we'll be come on out. There'll be, like you said, great food specials going on. Chef Lau's food, always can't miss, but also that's the best time of football. So thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
No problem. It's Gallant George broadcasting live. Brian, we're going to take a break here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Sean broadcasting here today. We'll be back, us and Brian, on September 22nd. As you just heard, they'll do the grand opening of ESPN Bet here on Friday at 11 a.m. They'll do the ribbon cutting ceremony. They'll have the barbecue throughout the weekend. First come, first serve. Be really cool to see it. They started putting up the signs here. They put the one up front and the one in the sports book. So I'm really excited to see what it looks like when we come back and just how different. It's just, it's just going to be aesthetically. Like, it's going to look cool. I mean, it's already a great place, but I think having the ESPN Bet sign is just going to be a really cool thing to see here as well.
It's such an interesting spot that we're in, where we're seeing kind of the start of this changeover and this renovation almost. And then, after the show today, we're going to get in our cars, go back, and in 3 weeks, we're gonna walk back into this place, and it's gonna be completely different. But I mean, not complete. It's gonna look completely different.
It's funny. Like, in my mind, I'm like, man, I kind of want to be here the first day
on Friday.
Yeah. But the problem is Joseph's first soccer game is the next day.
And Coach George
And
has to
I'm the head
lead the
coach.
team out of the tunnel.
Yeah, and there's one game at least I'm going to miss this year, probably when we come back in October. Here I'm going to miss that game. I can't miss the first game.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Do you have a good feel for the parents and who could be a good interim coach?
Yeah, there's one guy who said he wanted to coach, but somehow he just got like his form, like when he said he would coach. I don't know if he filled it out incorrectly, but he thought he got like passed over.
Sure thing, buddy.
And like he said he played like college soccer. And
So,
I'm like,
will he be joining your staff full time or?
I'm hoping that like on Tuesday he just takes over. Like I'm kind of hoping
And
that
you're head coach in name only.
And I'm just dad.
You're just passing the sticks.
Yeah, my wife is not happy with me right now. She does not. She does not like this.
I forgot that she was right there. I was just having this conversation with Joe the way we would on a normal show, where Joe has the freedom to answer however he wants.
Well, it's like it's funny.
And I'm basically telling him to hand off coaching responsibilities.
Well, but there's another dad who said that one of his kids had gone through this program before. He's older now. So he'll be able to help out because I'm like, what kind of drills do you do with like a
3 is tough.
Like
3-year-olds are tough.
I was like pass the ball.
Make sure you're using your feet at all times.
That's what I tried. I'm starting that with Joseph, where it's like I'm like, all right, put your hands behind your back.
Okay.
Like don't use your hands,
Okay.
and he's doing it. So it's like I'm like, all right, just pass it back and forth. Like we're gonna start there. That's what day one's gonna be. We got 3 practices before the first game. Can I make him run sprints?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's training camp gonna look like?
All right, let's see who's in shape.
Any holdouts?
Let's
any
see
hold-ins?
Yeah, who wants to be the goalie? Who's not scared of the ball?
I don't know if they have goalies. This is something that.
See, I don't think they do. Like, I gotta look at the rules.
What I remember from my brother playing soccer when he was like 4 or 5, and I was an assistant coach to my dad. What I remember was that there were just little nets that were set up, like the little stand-up nets. And I do not think they had a goalie or a proper goalie.
Okay, so we'll get into some of the coaching stuff here because we broke a little early in the last segment, so we got a longer segment here to go through.
We can really spread our legs on 3-year-old coaching.
We're gonna move on. We're gonna move to the whistles. Okay, because we've been getting asked all show long. So there is a door behind us.
Yes.
That is an emergency alert. Thank you, Pedro, for the water, my man. And it's been whistling at us.
Yeah.
And people on the text line have been asking.
Yes.
So we're just gonna, we're gonna read some of our favorites.
Okay.
So the one we just got. Who's the bleep hole that keeps whistling in the background? It's a door. It's not a person.
I like the idea though that we have a very specific heckler that is just whistling.
Also, like that would be like the
seconds.
most elite whistler in America.
Yes, it's like the guy at the Saints games. That I think he's just called like the Whistler or something. That he shows up with a giant whistle on his head, and he is very annoying with the way he whistles.
Can y'all change the battery on the whistling fire alarm? No. Y'all change the battery on the smoke. There it goes on the smoke detector. No, not a smoke detector.
Wrong.
This is one of my favorites. I want to say congratulations to that bird that is whistling every 44 seconds on the dot. Its internal clock is amazing.
That one made me 44
laugh.
seconds.
Well, it made me laugh mostly because I'm like imagining this person listening to us and
with a stopwatch.
like trying to figure out like exactly how often it's happening. Just like, what is the whistle? I just told you that from like 2 hours ago. We just didn't address it.
Yes,
the whole show.
We made the
I wanted to
decision
just kind of see like how long we could like.
And at the start of the show, I didn't see any comments or anything of like addressing it.
Yeah.
And so I was like, maybe it's just not noticeable. That's the way my mind thinks is. Oh, maybe we're getting away with this.
The bird in the background sounds kind of cool. Trying to get his word out about what bets to take for us listeners.
Mhm.
I need a translator though, if anyone speaks bird.
Yes.
I enjoyed that text message.
I think UNLV +3. I think is what they're on.
Colorado over 55, which hit for me last night.
Yeah, it hit for you.
I know you had a tough trip.
Yeah.
To be honest, we had a tough trip too.
Sure did. We
were very positive and we lost all of it. So.
Oh, okay.
We
that
still
doesn't
came out.
that doesn't make me feel
We
better.
still came
I feel
out-
like that's
well,
rude to say it makes me feel better.
We still came out positive.
Oh, then
But-
it makes me feel worse.
Could have been more positive. We were a little too aggressive.
Yeah.
I would say
Champagne problems. Champagne problems. I came out negative, and I feel like it's only more and more negative. All the chasing I did.
It is funny though, because it's like since we do come here more often, it's like there's like it has to be like pacing. Because it's like, okay, I can't use all of it. I got to save some for the next trip.
There's budgeting that's going on. Yeah, and maybe I should be a little tighter on the budget now.
Oh, and we have to look. Sometimes you have to acknowledge when awkward things happen to you on this show or in life.
Yes.
And we talked about this earlier this week about the text messages and how like they're only addressed to like one person, right? Well, I had something happen to me that's only happened a handful of times on the way here.
Oh, what happened?
We stopped at Buc-ee's.
Okay.
My wife and I.
Good.
We went to get some beef jerky, as we do typically. And the guy dishing the beef jerky saw my saw my orange ESPN 97.5 shirt.
Okay.
And so he's like, "Oh, I like to listen to them. You know, I like to hear their takes. Usually they're pretty good." And I was like, I'm gonna pry a little bit here. I'm like, let's see who he can.
This is some undercover work that you're
Let's
doing.
see who he likes here. Let's see if I can get him to trash Joel.
Apparently he's not
trash anyone but Joel, so I can have a good story for later.
Yeah.
And instead, what happened was I said, "Who do you listen to?" And he goes, "Oh, I listen to Paul." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And he goes, "And I was like, "Joe?" I was like, "That's me." He goes, "Oh!" And he was excited. Like, it was cool. Like, it was funny to get, like, semi not recognized, but recognized because he, like, listens to the show. So, Eduardo at the Buc-ee's in Texas City, shout out to you.
shout out to Eduardo.
But it was funny, though, because it was like, I was like, wow. I was like, so close to know. It's only 3 letters, man.
Yeah.
We're, like, right there.
There's 2 first names you could have said.
You could have said George, even. I would take it.
And I think what we need to get Eduardo on is we need to get him on the Twitch or on the YouTube so that next time a celebrity walks into that Buc-ee's, probably going to be you again.
Funny enough, he told me a story that Jose Urquidy was there like the day before.
I bet he recognized him. Bet he didn't go, yeah, I love Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander and Fromber and that other pitcher that I like. Jose Urquidy. Jose Urquidy.
Yeah.
Right here.
Text here says, definitely have a stopwatch. For what? What am I going to? Oh, he definitely had a stopwatch.
Yeah.
This is the guy.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. For the whistle, the whistling. I mean, now that we've addressed it, it's funny every time it goes off.
Yeah. Well, also, I feel like every time we say whistle, it goes off. Also, text here: 3-year-old soccer kids love sharks and minnows. I don't know how you play that in soccer. Then end practice with kick the coach.
Oh, okay.
Where they all chase after you, trying to hit you with their ball. Okay, so they're trying to. So that means guys, look, athletic, we're making progress. Lightest I've been since I got married. Here's the thing, not running. Okay, like we're doing weights mostly, some light cardio. I'm not gonna be gassing out, embarrassing myself, running away from 3.
How long do you think you can make it before you gas out? Before coach needs a timeout?
A couple minutes.
Okay.
I don't know how fast they are.
How fast is your son?
I think he's pretty quick.
Okay.
I think he's quick.
Okay.
But
quicker than fast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good lateral movement.
Okay.
I would say. All right. So earlier this week, I guess it was yesterday, we did college football coaches on the hot seat. NFL. I mentioned the Eberflus thing from the off-book place. I saw this one had Brian Dable as the favorite to be the first coach fired this year, followed by Eberflus. What do you think is who are the coaches that you look at this year in the NFL and say, hey, this guy is under the most pressure?
I think a lot like our conversation with the college football coaches, where a lot of times the pressure is the ones at the top that need to have a good year. It's not like Dennis Allen needs to win 7 games to keep his job. Like, sure, I guess that's true, but also like what are we talking about there? I think a guy like Robert Saleh is probably who I'd peg as under the most pressure this year, because the Jets really need to make some noise this season. It's we kind of treated it like the the Ohio State situation, where not only do they need to win right now. And honestly, we thought that they needed to win last year with Aaron Rodgers. And I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There's someone talking. With last year, we thought that was the year that they put all the chips in and were supposed to win.
Yeah.
And now it kind of got cut short. Four snaps into it. Now this is the year. It really needs to happen, and I think that is. And then you throw in the fact that they're in New York. That's a huge pressure.
Yeah, I don't think Daboll, like, on the other side of New York, like, I would say he's not under that pressure. Like, I just think he's most likely to get fired just because they're not gonna be good. Like, so, like, I think it's Saleh. I think Doug Peterson probably deserves to be in this conversation of a lot of pressure of, like, if Jacksonville doesn't bounce back in a big way. I do wonder, like, what kind of, like, if we could see a coaching change happen in Jacksonville. Sirianni's got to be at the top of the list.
Because when you said Doug Peterson, I was like, yeah, the Eagles are in a tough spot. And then I was like, wait, he coaches the Jags now. But also, Sirianni's in a tough spot.
Yeah, Sirianni, with everything that's going on in the offseason after all these reports came out, like the insight about him and how long him and Jalen are not getting along, they got to bounce back.
Yeah,
they need to bounce back.
It's a little like the Sean McDermott story from last season, where that's where the Taliban story came out. I think that it's a situation where when these stories start coming out, it's normally that's about time that the coach gets fired, where people are more free to share the, like, this guy really lost the locker room when XYZ happened. Or in Sirianni's case, it seems like there's a rift between him and Jalen Hurts. And really those stories only come out when it seems like the clock is ticking on your tenure there, where McDermott, credit to him, actually kept his job. He is someone that we not only did he keep his job, he's someone we haven't really mentioned as being under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's an interesting one this year. I think Eberflus does deserve to be on this list. Like, the expectations are high, and he'll get fired if they don't go at least like 9-8. I think. I mean, I guess if they win 7 games again. But you brought him back for a reason, and when you could have brought in a younger coach, an offensive coach at least, to pair with Caleb Williams. So I would imagine he is under quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess it's the Bears, so you never really know with that. Where I would agree with you that I think if they're, as long as they're not a disaster, you already brought them back after having the first pick and then winning 7 games the next year, where it would have been a very easy move to do the fresh, full restart with a new coach, with the new quarterback, and not stick Caleb Williams with someone who could be a lame duck going into that first season.
Who do you think is the first coach to get fired this year? Is it Daboll? I kind of think it's Dennis Allen.
Yeah. Talking about the guys that it's probably not going to be the guys we mentioned with the high expectations.
No,
because those are going to have to kind of come to roost later in the year, or miss the playoffs, lose too early in the playoffs, that kind of thing. So it will be a team that is.
It could be Sirianni.
Probably going to be at the top of the draft. Yeah.
If the Eagles for some reason started off like dramatically slow, but the relationship with Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts is really strong, I wonder if we could see a change happen then. Like, if that's when, and what, Vic Fangio is the defensive coordinator, I think. But
yes.
They start Green Bay, Atlanta, New Orleans, Tampa Bay are their first 4 games. So apparently they're playing the entire AFC South the first 4 weeks of the season. What a weird schedule for the Eagles. Like, if you were to struggle out of that before your bye week, I can't imagine you only get through week 4, but the schedule probably leans to them not having to do this. But
yeah, that's probably.
I just wonder about
they
if they struggle.
They had to go kind of 1-3.
Yeah.
Or I guess if they go 0-4, but it's not realistic that they go 0-4 there. So yeah, a 1-3 probably gets them fired.
With some behind-the-scenes stuff happening, again, between Jalen and Sirianni that is making things unpleasant in the locker room.
I'm just kind of scrolling through this list of coaches trying to figure out, that first coach fired. And obviously it's a little hard because you had to pull up the Eagles' schedule. It's hard to do it and not have to play the schedule game a little bit. But I think Daboll's probably in that mix as well.
But even then, like it's so hard because it's like, what are your expectations for them this year? Like he won a playoff game.
Yeah, in year one. Honestly,
Daniel Jones is his quarterback.
The worst thing that happened to him was how successful they were in year one, where that's where they pay Daniel Jones. It's a little bit, they raised the expectations too much. They're too successful. If he would have came in and stunk it up with Daniel Jones and then goes,
and they
it's his fault. Give me a new quarterback. They probably could have made that change or would have made that change, but he developed Daniel Jones into a good enough and was successful enough in that year one to where they kind of doubled down on it, and that's the mistake that's might cost him his job depending on how this year goes.
Yeah, there's so much coaching turnover in the NFL right now that it's sometimes hard to think of like who would be the first in-season firing, because I don't think we saw one last year. Maybe there's only one. I think there was only one last year.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The Raiders, right? With McDaniels.
Oh yeah.
Right, because because this is Antonio Pierce's first full year.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna see less of the in-season stuff because there's so much turnover.
And Staley, Brandon Staley.
Yeah,
got
that's
fired.
right.
But that was late. That was both of those, I think. No, McDaniels was pretty early, but I think Staley was late.
Yeah, because McDaniels got paid a lot of money for not a lot of games.
It's because they got blown out in that Amazon game.
Oh yeah,
where they lost like 60-7 or something.
Yeah. All right, it's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Sportsbook at La Berge in Lake Charles. Soon to be ESPN Bet here at La Berge. When we get back, we'll touch a little on the Astros and the game coming up tonight. We'll get to garbage time as well. It's Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at La Berge Casino Resort in Lake Charles.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean filling in for Paul. Sean, thank you for doing that this week. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Don't want to be a one-man band like Paul. It's not from me. We'll be doing a short segment here because it's about to start getting a little wet near our technology. So
the rain has picked up, and the wind hasn't really picked up, but is blowing enough water under the pad or under the.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, I am like kind of getting soaked now.
Yeah. So we might even have to make it a little bit longer than that. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go. Astros play tonight.
Astros play tonight.
Do they achieve what we wanted them to?
Get the split.
Be above 500 of this 11-game stretch.
Ooh.
By the time we get here Monday,
because they need to win this series against the Royals.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's a good question. They already have one. They only need to go 2-1 these next 3 games. I'll be glass half full, and I'll say they get that done.
Agreed. All right, let's go. Let's just go right into garbage time here. All right, so speaking of trash, this is like soft boy of the year. We'll have to hit on this again because I know Paul's going to have takes on this. Stephen F. Austin was winning a football game yesterday by 70 points at halftime. They played 5-minute quarters the rest of the game.
5-minute quarters is tough.
They played 10 more minutes of football.
I've heard of the running clock in the second half or in the fourth quarter of some of these blowout games. I mean, who's SFA playing that they're beating by 7? No disrespect to the
something
Lumberjacks.
called North American, an NAIA school in Stafford. They outgained the Stallions 565 yards to 33 yards in the first half. They had 25 first downs to their opponent's 3.
Wow, so they must be playing with tempo too to get that many first downs.
They
and also score 70 in the first half.
342 air yards, 223 on the ground.
Yeah, you know what? If I'm the North American coach, I also am probably trying to wrap this thing up pretty quickly before they drop a 120 on me or something like that.
The Lumberjacks took their foot off the gas from there at halftime.
Sure did.
When they played 5-minute quarters. At least relatively. The final score was 77-0, so they scored 1 touchdown in the second half with 110 Stephen F. Austin yards and 2 drives. North American, meanwhile, increased its total yardage to 40 with -5 rushing yards.
All right.
I
right.
mean,
So yeah, okay. So they had 45 passing yards. That's what I'm hearing.
Good for them.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Again, I've heard of the running clock in college football. I've heard of maybe even like shortening it to 10-minute quarters with a running clock, but 5 minutes is pretty egregious.
Yeah.
You might as well just mercy rule at that point. Like, honestly, is it that much worse to just end the game right there at halftime than it is to come out for halftime playing 2 5-minute quarters?
No, because you know your bench players your starters are worse than their bench players.
Yeah.
So it's not going to get any better.
Everyone on your team is worse than than everyone on their team.
Yeah. So it's not going to get any easier or better.
I mean, they did add 40 yards to their total.
And when Stephen F. Austin puts in their backups, they're going to run their offense like normal because that's what you should do in a blowout. You should. Yeah. I don't think there would have been anything wrong with just calling it. It's funny. I just watched the Friday Night Lights clip where they had to cancel the game. One of the opponents had to forfeit because the coach tackled Riggins.
Oh, there's so many storylines.
It just like popped up on my YouTube today all of a sudden.
There's so many storylines in. I mean, honestly, like the first 2.5 seasons of that show, where you're just like, that would be the craziest thing ever to happen to any high school that's the story that you would tell of one time in high school XYZ happened, and those stories happen once or twice an episode.
Yes.
In Friday Night Lights, where yes, that is like not even. Is that even like a top 5 crazy thing that happened to the Dillon Panthers in that show? Like,
no.
They had a kid murder someone, and his dad helped cover it up.
Yeah, not great. I do think that's next on my list. After Game of Thrones, I think that's going to be next on my rewatch list. I know Paul says he's watching it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm going to have to. There's so many good young actors in that show, too.
There really are. There
like,
really are.
That's what I love about watching like The Office and shows like Friday Night Lights, because you see like these famous people who are just nobodies.
I saw a clip from The Office a little while back, and it was a storyline I completely forgot. But when Amy Adams was
that
Jim's
was kind of what I was.
girlfriend,
Yeah,
and I'm just like, I forgot that Amy Adams was just in like 3 episodes of the show and then got written out.
Yep. All right, that's going to do it for us today. Broadcasting live from the Sportsbook in LaBerge in Lake Charles. We will be back out here on the 22nd of September. Big weekend, as they will do their grand opening of ESPN Bet here. They just started putting up some of the signage. So that's a great weekend to come on out and hang out with us. Sean, Brian, myself will be here Saturday and Sunday. I'll be heading out after my kid's soccer game, after I'm done getting that first dub of the season.
There we go.
I'm going to teach my son how to do it James Winston, I think. Teach him how to eat a dub.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Teach him how to do the hand signal.
There we go.
I think that's one of my goals
All
for
right.
first practice.
Yeah. What's your team's name, by the way?
We're just Team Red right now.
All right.
I don't go any
Commies.
past that.
Yeah. Couple
Yep.
group of communists over there.
I'm fine.
Although,
team communist.
Whoa. All right. I guess we have to end our show now. I was going to say, give it to communism. Great teamwork, but which is something you probably want to instill. But wow, I didn't know.
All right. Thank you to Pedro and Matt and Chef Lyle and Scott for coming on the last 2 days. Thank you to Taylor, who helped set up and coordinate all the guests and all the setup and everything like that out here at LaBerge. Always a great time. I love coming out here, even when they kick our ass financially. All right, that does it for us. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I am Branham. He is also blank on-site engineering. Brian's back at Gal today. Slacking is what Brian's doing today. You know, we're always keeping you on your toes. You never know what you're going to get with the Killer Bees. We like to take care of you, the listener, you, the Hive, because we love the Hive. We love you. We love you very, very much. So we take care of you with giveaways, with freebies. We're doing that right from the rip. Caller number 3 right now, 713-780-3776. You're winning a pair of tickets to go watch the Houston Cougars play UNLV tomorrow evening. Caller 3 right from the rip. 713-780-3776. Houston, UNLV tomorrow. Caller number 3 is the winner. Home opener, new era of Houston Cougar football. Coach Willie Fritz, first game as the Cougars head coach. A night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets are just $15. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. To get your tickets, come early, be loud, wear red. Again, caller number 3, you probably already have a winner. That's what we do. You never know what you're going to get with the Killer Bees, Blankers. We're always keeping you on your toes, making sure that you're awake, and we're also taking care of the listener because we love them.
No question about it. And speaking on the toes, I mean, you almost have to be on your toes. I mean, I'm expecting to be sitting next to you, and then you sent me a picture of a tire that had less than a little air in it.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get into it, but yeah, I stopped by. I had to run an errand before work. I went inside. I came back out, and the tire was done. The tire was donezo. So the tire is sitting in a shopping strip. Yeah, it had like I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like it was a spike. I think one of the twitchers might have put a spike behind my tire because, yeah, it was a really rough shape. I'm going to have to go change it out when we go off the air. But that's why I'm not at East River 9 today. I apologize for that. Apologize for making it more difficult. But, yeah, that's the reason that I'm not there. The good news is that we're in good moods. Yeah, oh well. We're in good moods, though, because the Astros won a baseball game yesterday. Kind of, a little bit of an ugly win, but it's not a beauty contest. A win is a win is a win is a win. Astros come from behind, beat Kansas City yesterday. And look, 4-game series against a playoff caliber team. The Astros win by 3 runs, just like they drew it up.
Yeah, there's plenty to unravel, unfold, and discuss as it relates to this game because for the first, 6 innings, it looked really, really good. I mean, you had, pitchers that were dueling, that were pitching very well. We had talked about Hunter Brown before the game and him probably wanting to get revenge on the Royals for the way that he kind of threw up all over himself the first time the two teams played. He was pitching great. They pushed across the 2 runs they needed. It looked all like it was coming together. The only big blemish early was the ejection of Alex Bregman, and I don't care how many times I look at that review and rewind it and go over it. Unless he's great, like a ventriloquist, at being able to say a whole lot of nasty words without barely moving his mouth, I was shocked he got tossed, and because of the ramifications and the magnitude of the 2 teams playing in the game, I just don't know how you throw a guy out there.
Yeah. What do you think he said?
It was obviously about the strike zone because especially the first pitch I didn't think was a strike. He did take the second one basically right down the middle, and the third one was borderline. But I know that early on he said that's really low in terms of the first strike. But he probably said something about his zone or basically that, you screwed me because 2 of those weren't strikes or something to that effect. I just couldn't see the normal kind of – I'm not John Boy. I'm not a lip reader like that. But I couldn't see him look like he was dropping any kind of expletives. He's probably just letting him know that zone wasn't good.
The truth is that expletives are fine. Like Major League Baseball umpires, and I'm not speaking for all of them, but just in general, they usually don't care if you curse. Like they're big boys. They understand that. They can handle the cursing. The magic word oftentimes for umpires is you. You cost me. You screwed me. You took the bat out of my hand. Usually you is more of a magic word than any bad word, than any F-bomb, than anything, quite frankly. I think that Bregman said the U word a couple of times because I did try to go back, and you're right, that first pitch that was low, which I think that the low pitch was the worst one in that at-bat. I didn't think strike 3 was egregious. I didn't think it was crazy. Like I thought that it actually clipped the outside corner at first, and then they showed the replay and showed that it was a green dot. So that one I thought was close. But yeah, that was a very sensitive ejection. I think that Bregman said, you bad-worded up that whole at-bat. You bad-worded up. That's what I think that Alex Bregman said. Going back and watching it, watching his lips, knowing what umpires don't like. They don't mind the F word. It's the you. you. Like now they're like, oh, you're taking it personal when you say you. So I think that's why he threw him out. But yes, super sensitive ejection. That was soft, incredibly soft. The worst call he had all day was that strike 3 to Jake Myers. That was like a foot off the outside corner. That was insane.
Yeah,
he wasn't giving Brown.
No, you're
pitches
absolutely
either.
right. Yeah, and the thing is that then the fans kind of got dialed into it too, and then everybody was watching, and it looked like the next half inning, the same pitches that he was ringing up, that the one he rang up Bregman on, and the same kind of ones he was calling strikes against the Astros. It just looked like the next half inning, Yiner double pumped about 3 times. Like that was the same pitch you called a strike in the last half inning. And it looked like from there it was just going to be an issue the rest of the night with everybody involved, because you and I both know that Alex Bregman has got a master's degree in the strike zone no matter what. And if he's questioning a call like that, there's probably good reason to it. And I think you're absolutely right. Going back to what he said, I think that some guys can let it go better than others. And after striking out, which, again, a guy with a good eye, that he takes pride in that. I think he basically said to him, you basically screwed me on an entire at-bat.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's the magic word is the you. Last night I think was a tale of 2 innings for the most part. You had a good inning and you had a bad inning. The bad, I guess we'll start there because it happened first. The 7th inning, bad. Jeremy Pena, the error was costly. And look, Jeremy Pena is usually pretty sure-handed. I actually had the fact that he made the mental error to me was more costly because, look, guys make errors. Yes, we're going to critique them and be upset about them. And I thought Blum nailed it on the broadcast. You have Salvador Perez running. Like, you don't need to charge the ball the way that he charged it to try to play it on a tricky short hop. He had plenty of time to wait back. So the thing that bothered me wasn't so much that he whiffed at it. It was the fact that the mental error of didn't know who the base runner was, which is very uncharacteristic for Pena. He usually has a sharp IQ, and I wonder if his struggles at the plate are carrying over a little bit to the defensive side.
Yeah, I don't know, but you're right. Blummer did nail it. It's crazy. I watched the games with my older daughter, and because of all of her softball, she screams at the TV, Dad, why aren't they running it out, running to first base? And I got to explain to her a lot of times if it's the catchers or certain guys, because they're trying to avoid being hurt, if they think that they're going to be out, they don't bust it down the line as hard. But you're right. With Salvador Perez, you've got all the time in the world because you can time him with a calendar going down to first base. He charged it. He thought it was going to take a higher hop, and then basically it handcuffed him. And then that started just the kind of merry-go-round that was the rest of that inning.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there. The merry-go-round. Then you had the Whitcomb play, which just run into the runner. Like, just run into the guy. Like, I think he got spooked by the runner. Just take him out. Take him out. You're entitled to the baseball. I thought that was a mistake. And then what did you think of Abreu's performance in relief of Hunter Brown?
Well, and that's what I was going to ask you, because I know Granado was going nuts about it last night on Twitter and again this morning about leaving Hunter Brown in the game. You could tell he wanted to stay in the game. But I think that now that you've got your full complement in the bullpen, I think that Espada felt comfortable making the move there. I think that there's been a couple of times recently when, and I always talk about Brian Abreu gets out of most of it, but sometimes he sets the table for himself a little bit. On that one right there, that's just an outside pitch and a guy that put the barrel on it. The only qualm I had with the whole thing, Jeremy, was the fact that 97 up, he was having a hard time locating the breaking pitch anyway. But if he goes 97 up and out, I will live with that from him all day long. Instead, he went to his secondary pitch and he got burned.
Yeah, I thought it was a good time to take Hunter Brown out. He was at 97 pitches. He walked Melendez like he's laboring. Like, I was fine with the hook by Espada. I think that Abreu's outing wasn't as bad as the line score. He induced a ground ball that he should have got out of the inning. He induced the ground ball to Shea Whitcomb. Come in, make the play, inning over. And then even the Isbell double that cleared the bases, I think it's fair to say he didn't execute the slider the way that he wanted to. Probably caught too much of – not that he caught a lot of the plate, but probably left it a little bit more elevated than he would have liked. That was 88 off the bat that went 290 feet. Like, that's a pop-up to left field. Like, that's not hard contact. That play's made 90% of the time. Now, the location's what really cost you because he placed it in perfectly down the left field line. But I didn't think Abreu was, like, getting rocked all over the place like he did a couple of weeks ago. I thought the line score was worse.
The other issue there, too, Jeremy, is the fact that you got a new guy to the team in Gamble who probably isn't as comfortable and used to playing left field in Minute Maid Park as, say, a Dubon or guys that might go all the way into the corner and know how to play that ball where maybe you got a chance to even catch that ball. You could see he kind of eased up, and it looked like he was kind of in between on how to play it. He obviously doesn't want it to get by him. He was hoping it was going to go foul. But I think that if you have someone else out in left field that's had some familiarity with left field, they might play that ball differently.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. I also think that they probably had him played in the gap against the lefty. So it's certainly not a critique of Gamble. Maybe it was lack of experience, where he's playing. Maybe somebody else could have made it. Yeah, I agree with all that. But then the eighth inning was awesome. DeZinzo's reaction off after the walk, love to see that. Love to see that for a guy he's been struggling a little bit since Boston, but a big walk that scores the go-ahead run for him.
No question, and you nailed it. I mean, here's a guy that wants to fit in so well, and he knows that he's had this opportunity, and he knows that he hasn't made the best of it yet in terms of at-bats. But a lot of young players, no matter what is thrown up there, especially with a veteran pitcher on the mound, they're thinking he's going after whatever I throw 3-2, thinking I got to throw a strike. I can throw it anywhere, he'll chase it. The fact that he had the discipline to lay off, he deserved to be able to celebrate that because it was huge for the team. It was a big win for him, and people noticed it. The guys were talking about it after the game. I thought that was a great at-bat.
Yeah, pounded the chest, then Dubon, the big hit after him. So Dubon with that one big hit that he gets once a week and then buys himself 2 weeks' worth of action.
That's right.
That was it. That was it yesterday.
He earned the burn again. Normally it should be for the next game, but yeah, you're right. Seemingly he does that and he earns the playing time for the next week.
Yeah, that was funny. The Yiner play was obviously a big play in that game. You know, that would have been runner's lane interference last year, but they passed that rule in the offseason where you're allowed to go to the cut of the grass now.
Oh, that's right.
That would have been an out last year.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. You're right. I'm glad it didn't come down to that. But craziness all abounds on that play. The fact that the pitcher tried to barehand it was a bit puzzling to me to start with.
Yeah.
And then Pasquiano breaks his thumb on the play as Yiner ran by him. And even looking at it on replay, I'm like, yeah, there was contact. It didn't look like anything serious. Maybe he bruised his wrist. Then the report comes out this morning. I'm like, damn, he's out for the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, I didn't think it looked that bad. Like, it just looked like a normal, like, hey, he brushes him. Like, I mean, sure, Yiner's a solid man. He's a bull. But his reaction's something that I was like, okay, he's reacting like that's pretty significant. Yiner's just full of, he's a bull. He's full of muscle. I hated that Hunter Brown blankers lost his win, and we'll get to the defense later. But Hunter Brown, remember that relief appearance? Eschenfelder was filling in for TK, and we'll talk to TK at 4 o'clock. He mentioned that he felt the turning point for Hunter Brown's season was that relief performance at Detroit whenever Christian Javier got knocked out early. Came in, kind of mopped up some innings, pitched well. I went and looked at his numbers since that relief outing. He's 12-7 with a 2.35 ERA in 19 starts since that relief outing. He has 119 strikeouts and 36 walks. So 12-7, 2.35 ERA. Tariq Skubal, who is the clear favorite to win the American League Cy Young, he's 15-4 with a 2.58 ERA. So Hunter Brown's numbers in 19 starts stack up with the best pitcher in the entire American League.
Yeah, it's always tough to say what's that wake-up call that, especially a young pitcher that knows, hey, I went from the penthouse to the outhouse pretty quickly because of the fact that no matter how much people were starting to talk and think about me being a long-term solution here, I wasn't doing my job. And I completely threw up all over myself in Kansas City, and they started to lose favor for me. And we had a lot of people contacting us saying they should send him down. Some drastic people saying you should be done with him, and all the negativity that came with it. And if it was indeed that moment, it's kind of that leads up to the fact that we know how much he cares. I talked about yesterday how I think he was going to be jacked up for the game last night because his big meltdown came against the Royals. I also think that when he talked about earlier, he knows what it means when the Astros play the Rangers, and he got jacked up for that game. But I think that the other thing was, regardless of when it happened, the fact that he was able to kind of take a step back and realize, I got to do some things differently. I got to command the inside part of the plate. And then figuring out that the two-seamer was a pitch that he could re-implement. All those things coming together when they did was exactly what this team needed at a time when only Blanco seemed to be pitching well for them. It's been huge for him. It's been huge for this team. And again, last night, he showed that he is a top 2 pitcher on this pitching staff.
Yeah, I would even go a little bit further. I think he's turning into one of the better starters in all of baseball. And then last thing that I have, and then feel free to add anything that you got. Jason Hayward already paying dividends. Dana Brown, man. Dana Brown knows how to play the waiver wire. First Gamble, now Hayward, little 2 RBI double. Oh, yeah, Dana, we mentioned that Joe Espada has been managing his tail off with, pinch hitting in late in games and having to play his entire bench, trying to, make chicken salad out of chicken, other stuff. Same thing with Dana Brown. Like, Dana Brown is slightly making this roster a little bit better with Gamble, a little bit better with Jason Hayward, and it was cool to see Hayward immediately pay those dividends.
No doubt. I mean, and listening to the pregame press conferences and the interviews, you just already know he is an upstanding, really, really good dude, and he wanted to fit in. He said he had choices. He liked the thought of coming to play in Houston with some future Hall of Famers, with a team that's playing for something that has a chance for him to play on a pretty consistent basis, knowing that Tucker's going to be out. But for him to contribute right away, I mean, you find lightning in a bottle twice. You take a Ben Gamble off the scrap heap, which no one thought was going to be a guy where you could rely on hit better than 300 and looking like, he can play multiple outfield positions is one thing, but the way he's commanded the plate, going the other way, driving baseballs, and then in the first game that you put Hayward in the lineup, he comes through with the big double down the line. He looks like he's a guy that you want to have out there. When you asked if there's anything else for me, the reverse splits said, I don't know that I would have pinch hit for him or some of the lefties coming up in that inning, but at the same time, everything worked out and all's well that ends well, but I love the fact that in game one he was able to contribute.
The reverse splits you're talking about 24 or career?
No, the pitcher that was pitching in the inning, he had reverse splits where lefties had more success against him by about 100 points, and then Espada went to all three righties, and they all struck out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I thought you meant Hayward splits because everybody's talking about how Jason Hayward's hitting 300 against lefties this year, but then omitting the fact that he only has 13 at-bats. Okay. Yeah, you can't read into the 300 average with 13 at-bats because his career numbers against lefties aren't very good. It was good job by all. I also listened to Hayward's pregame in the dugout yesterday. I was listening to it this morning whenever I saw my flat tire. He said that he was told that he could play all three outfield positions here. So it's like, does that mean the Astros could bench Jake Myers against certain right-handed pitchers? Maybe when you have like a Fromber or a Hunter Brown who's pitching, who are ground ball guys, so you can sacrifice a little bit of outfield defense easier. I noticed that, Jason Hayward. Don't be surprised if we see that maybe every now and then.
Look, I know he's a good athlete, and I know that over his career he's been a very good defensive outfielder. I just don't think that he's a center fielder at this point in his career. I missed that. I did catch a lot of the interviews Julia and other people had with him, but I did not see that clip because I would have marked that going, wait a minute. I know if you need a good offensive lineup, you have options. And now with Chaz down, you don't have the same kind of options. But I don't think that I would ever consider putting Jason Hayward in center field.
Yeah, he caught my ear. He's only played one inning there this year. Now, last year he played a good amount. He appeared in 23 games in center field last year. And I was reading some reports, too, whenever he was still a Dodger, that said he was taking fly balls in center as a way to try to keep his job instead of Kevin Kiermaier. I think it would have to be a very nuanced situation. I think it would have to be with Fromber or Hunter Brown pitching, who are ground ball guys, so you can sacrifice the defense. And obviously the opposing pitcher would have to be a righty who's just like really, really tough against righty. Like yesterday, like Singer. You have Singer on the mound, tough righty against righties. You had Hunter Brown, ground ball guy. Maybe that would be a situation in the future where you could just see the Astros deploy an offensive left-handed outfield knowing they can sacrifice a little bit of defense. But we'll see. Astros 4 games back in the race for the number 2 seed, and they're 4 games up on Seattle now. So a couple of races to keep your eyes on. Killer Bees, half of us broadcasting live from the River House, East River 9. It's a great spot to hang out on a Friday. Great food, great drink, great sights, beautiful, beautiful view of downtown Houston. So make sure you head out there to East River 9 to hang out on a Friday after work, get your weekend started right, or just hang out there this weekend. Busy show all Fridays are. Todd Callis will be joining us at 4 o'clock. Who said it at 4:30? DJ B. Anime will be joining us at 5 o'clock. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. ESPN Houston on YouTube, ESPN 97.5 on Twitter. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When do we start talking about the defense for the Astros as an issue that we have to pay attention to? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
River House, East River 9. Awesome spot to hang out anytime, especially on a Friday. Work is done. Twitchers don't have no job. They could always be there. But a great spot on a Friday, great spot on a weekend, great spot to play 9, par 3. Great views of the city. The driving range, if you want to work on the game, pickleball courts, they have it all. They have great food, great drink, of course, inside the River House. 0794 DFA should stand for designated for Astros. That works. And then 1029, can Hayward play first? I don't think he can play first. He played there 6 games last year. That's not
yeah,
very many.
If he's played it before, fine. But I don't think because of the fact that Singleton is, designated basically to hit righties as well. I don't know that helps you. He's got a big enough body and tall enough, frame to have a good target to throw to. But I don't know that we got to go that far to experiment with him there.
No, I don't think so either. I guess in an emergency you could. But, yeah, Singleton hits righties well enough. Now, his defense leaves a lot to be desired. I remember those 2 weeks, though, when he made like a diving play or two. It was like, oh, Singleton, good defender. How quickly that changed. And then who goes down when Tucker comes up? We'll see. It'll be September, so the Astros can make a roster because Tucker's not coming up September 1. So the Astros are going to add a 14th position player. My guess it's going to be Cesar Salazar, so they can carry third catcher, be more comfortable playing Yiner and Caratini in the same lineup. That's my guess. I think it'll be Salazar. So then once Tucker comes back up, I think they send Salazar back down.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I think that, from the standpoint of what you're getting right now out of Gamble and Hayward means that you don't need to go see Leone again. You don't need to see guys like that. And because of the fact that offensively you're so much better when you can have both Yiner and Caratini in the lineup, I like what you said. I would tend to agree with that as well. The pitching decision is going to be interesting as well, simply because everybody wants to see somebody else. But right now it seems to kind of be settling in to where you've got a lot better options than you had a while ago. You probably just bring King back.
Yeah, I think that that's what I think. That I thought it was funny that they would say, Montero could be an option, Forrest could be an option. No, I think King's the guy. I think King would be the guy for the Astros. We talked a little bit about the Astros defense yesterday. It's been a problem lately. Pena with not only the error but also a mental gaffe, charging a ball whenever you have a big, slow man running. And then Shea Whitcomb, probably lack of experience. Just go run into the dude. Like if he's going to do that little gaming stuff where he's trying to deke you, just run into him. Run into him. It's interference. He's out. Innings over. And you get out of that. But when do we start talking about the defense and the fact that it's let you down lately?
Yeah, we got to start talking about it, Jeremy, because it's one thing to say they survived what they survived last night. And I think of the things you mentioned, the other thing is the double play ball that was hit to Whitcomb. I thought that he could have turned that. I thought that he was almost trying to be too sure with securing the baseball. Didn't get the first turn there quick enough, and therefore Altuve's throw was late, where I thought that they could have caught a double play there too, which would have helped them immensely. But when you start thinking about the last couple of weeks and the fact that we've seen the gaps, we saw the double play ball that Pena was easy double play ball to Altuve, and he threw it into right field. It was in Baltimore, I think. And then you go around the diamond, the Singleton play that literally cost you the Orioles game because he stayed way back. He took his time. He didn't get to first in time, and that ended up biting you in the butt with the grand slam that beat you there. Altuve, we know he doesn't have a good throwing arm, but lately the throws and some of the ways that he's fielded or not fielded baseballs have been an issue. And then the primary big issue is you're trying to get the two young guys at third base because Bregman had the elbow issue, and then last night when he got tossed. And I think that you could go back and say if Bregman's in the game, he probably makes all of those plays, and we're not talking about those gaffes. But they've been popping up more and more, and I know that in the past this was what part of Espada's job when he was the bench coach. Omar Lopez, is the guy that does it now. But I just think that they've got to shore up the defense because it's one thing to say it's a regular season game, and they escaped last night in a game they probably should have lost based on the way they played defensively. But in the playoffs, you can't lose a game because you have defensive gaffes like we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to play better. I don't know if there's another answer to it. You know what I mean? They obviously they work on it. They're professionals, but they're not a great defensive team. Yiner has his Yiner's good at some things. He's not great at others. Like, he's a terrible framer, but he's got a really good arm, and he's good at, like, blocking balls in the dirt, although he tries to pick them way too often than, like, using his chest protector. They don't have a good defensive first baseman. Singleton's not good. DeZenzo doesn't have a whole lot of experience over there. Altuve at this stage of his career, very limited range-wise. He's not a good defensive second baseman. Pena has a Gold Glove, but the analytics don't like Pena defensively, so that's kind of weird that they don't think he has tremendous range. Bregman's elite at third base with a weak arm. Left field, you're fine usually. Dubon's a good defender. Chaz, who's not an Astro anymore, really good defender. Jordan's not. He's below average. Jake Meyer's really good in center, and then Tucker's good, but he's not currently here, so it depends on who's playing there. Hayward's known to be a good defender. Gamble, I think, is average. So it's not like that they have a great defense, but they've been playing their defense about as bad as they've had all year. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, and I think that they dodged a massive bullet when we were thinking about the fact that maybe Bregman isn't going to play third base anymore, and he's starting to take balls at first base. I think the other thing that you mentioned is the big one, which is as good as they can be offensively with Yiner playing first. No matter what they have at first base, it's not a great option because it's one thing to say you got to dig the baseball out on throws, but the other thing that's more important is just being able to field the position. And we think about the play that Mancini made back in the playoffs before. Just when you think, yeah, the first baseman's not going to be relied upon to make too many defensive plays. Yeah, you just never know. And the old adage in baseball, where the ball's going to find you, it just seems like they've been very lax. The young guys with a lot on their plate seem to have tensed up a bit when they've had to fill in and play. And it's something that, you hate to bring up, but hopefully they can start dialing it in again so that they can play better defense, because they've always been known as a team that's been pretty good, fundamentally sound defensively. You just don't want situations like that to pop up in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Like, what would you do to
But like the
improve it?
Whitcomb play at third base last night, I mean, that's a play that you can't let cost you in the playoffs. Like you said, if you run into the guy, then all is taken care of. But it's just judgment on those kind of plays. If you've played enough third base, you know that you can get the runner's interference there. From a Pena perspective, that's a veteran play that should be made by a guy that's had experience, that's won a Gold Glove, that you knew he could take his time. You knew you had a slow runner. But again, sometimes it won't come. You're hoping it doesn't come back to bite you, but yet it does. And it seemed like recently it's been magnified because the plays that were not made ended up coming back to bite him in the butt too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking for the solution here. Like, I mean, they're professionals. I think they're working at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's kind of going back to like what you said about with Hayward at first base. Like, I just think that, from the standpoint of, I don't know how many more options you're going to try at first base and realize you don't have a good defensive option. I don't think at this point, no matter, John Singleton's playing first base his whole career. I mean, these are things that, mentally and just with reps, you already know that he should know. So you're right. Yeah, from a solution standpoint, it's not. I don't think there's a quick fix answer to it. But whoever not named John Singleton too is playing first. All of them need to be taking more reps. Yiner's got to be working, taking a lot more ground balls at first base if he's going to play more consistently there. And then from the young guys' perspective, I mean, I know that they've been juggled around trying to find out, used at different positions in Sugarland because of where they might be called up to play with the Astros. But, at a certain point in time, you got to figure it out. Like, is Whitcomb going to play? What's his best infield position?
I mean, Whitcomb wouldn't be in a playoff lineup. I mean, unless you have injuries, Whitcomb's on the bench.
And is DeCenzo just a third baseman?
No, I think DeZenzo's probably your right-handed option at first base against lefties some days, depending on what the whole Yiner-Caratini situation is. I would say that's his role right now.
I think better than Singleton in the fact that because he's played his whole career playing infield positions. I feel better about him from a fielding perspective in that regard. And I think that he's naturally going to be a guy that's going to get more comfortable if he's going to be the heir apparent to Bregman or if he's going to play third base more consistently. It's just it's frustrating that you notice more and more that the defensive gaffes have actually hurt this team.
Sure.
A lot of times you can kind of get away with it and just say, okay, we dodged a bullet there. But a lot of them have bit them recently.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, it has bit you, and they have been annoying. Now, I would say that these guys are professionals and that they're working at it. Like, I mean, I'm sure that Pena was pretty beat up over the fact that he made an error that prolonged the inning. Like, I just think that that's their job, and they work on it. Maybe I'm being paranoid and foolish there, or naive, I mean. 713-780-ESPN. ESPN. Bees broadcasting from the River House, East River 9. TK will join us at the top of the hour. DJ Bieneme at 5 o'clock. And then who said it? Smack dab in the middle. Jose Altuve said that Yordan Alvarez is the best hitter in baseball. So we ask you, is Yordan Alvarez the best hitter in baseball? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The best thing to do on September 7th is to go to the Red Bull Show Run. Cannot wait for this. I love the Netflix show on F1. I'm sure that you do too. If you've watched it, you've been hooked. And I'm fired up that the Red Bull Show Run is coming to Houston. I'm even more fired up that it's free. It's free to all ages thanks to Red Bull. They're bringing F1 to Houston September 7th in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. This is your chance to see championship-winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, much, much more around Discovery Green at a custom-built racetrack. First time ever in the U.S. where you witness dual appearances with 2 championship-winning F1 cars. And while at the event, you can explore an expansive Red Bull fan zone and festival grounds that will introduce you to the exciting world of Red Bull. It's more than just Formula One racing. It's a chance to experience the world of Red Bull through a family-friendly, all-ages Red Bull fan zone. Aspiring racers. I think I could have been a racer if I gave it a shot when I was young. But you can put your driving skills to the test on the Red Bull racing simulators. Learn to spin some tracks at the Red Bull Turn It Up DJ table. Get your picture taken with a Red Bull Racing F1 car up close to share with your friends. Purchase official merch featuring your favorite Red Bull racing drivers. And then food trucks, drinks, aplenty all throughout the event as well. Single day admission-free event open to everyone. Tickets are not required. Bring the entire family for a day of F1 fun. All day, September 7th, downtown Houston at Discovery Green. Head to redbull.com/showrun Houston to learn more. That's redbull.com/showrun Houston.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Killer Bees at East River 9, the River House. Fantastic food, fantastic drink, fantastic views, fantastic golf, fantastic pickleball. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. That time of year again where we want to thank you, our loyal listeners, at our 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the broadcast, editorial, and management team of ESPN 97.5, 92.5 for an evening of food, drinks, and fun at the home of Gal Media. While you're here, make sure to weave your way in and out of the production side of the building for a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. A limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets are available for purchase and includes food and drink. Must be 21 or up to attend. 21 and up. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets today. Astros lineup is out today. No Bregman. That's the headliner here. Altuve at second. Jordan stays in the 2 spot at DH. Yiner catches. Caratini at first. Pena at short. Hayward in right. And then Gamble in left. Myers in center. Dupont mans the hot corner today. I guess Bregman serving a 1-game suspension. I'm kidding. Hopefully that elbow's not barking at him again, though.
That's what I'm thinking. The first thing that came to mind is obviously it's a big series. They get the first game. You want your best lineup out there. I hope this is nothing more than just preventatively not trying to overload him at third base, because otherwise I would think he should be in there again tonight, and we just got done talking about what he means defensively.
Yeah, I mean, he had half the game off yesterday. It doesn't feel like a day off.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking, too. I was like, yeah, and plus he got at least half a game off last night to kind of put his feet up, so he should be ready to go.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it would be a day off, so hopefully that's hopefully we're reading too much into it and it's no big deal and they just want to give him another day off his feet. Altuve the other day, Jordan after the 3-homer game, and then Jordan again had a great offensive game yesterday. I kind of like him in the 2 spot. Espada's tried so hard to get Jordan in the 2 spot all year. Started him there this year. It didn't really work early. They had to kind of shake it up. He said he did it in Philadelphia, the final game of the series, because he gave Yiner the day off and he wanted protection with Bregman, so he moved Jordan to the 2-hole. But then yesterday, Jordan still in the 2-hole with Yiner back in the lineup because he had a 3-homer game. So Jordan in that 2 spot again. I kind of like it. But Altuve the other day said about Jordan, I always say that he's, for me, the best hitter in the big league. Jordan. I know we have many hitters in the league, but he's up there with the best. Do you agree with Altuve that Jordan's the best hitter in baseball?
Boy, it's a short list. I was going over in my head of guys that I would consider to be in that realm of possibilities. And when you look at it, I mean, from a power standpoint, there's Judge, there's Shohei, but can they hit for average the way Jordan can? Because, I mean, he's just so reliable, and it's not just a boom or bust situation. You see so many of these guys that hit all the bombs that are hitting just a smidge over 220, 225. The fact that he has the great combination of being able to hit for average, he can hit for power, and he can hit in the clutch. I just think you can count on maybe less than one hand the guys that might be in the conversation with the two guys that I mentioned. I'm a big fan of Ramirez in Cleveland, but obviously he doesn't have the kind of power numbers that Jordan does. I'd say, I mean, pound for pound, if I'm biased, fine, but I just think the combination of average and power, will he hit more home runs than Ohtani and Judge? No. But will he hit for a better average? In my opinion, yes. I would say, I could obviously, I'll say it. I agree with Altuve.
Yeah, I can't go as far as number one. I certainly think that he is in the, on one hand, he's top 5 in all of baseball. I'd agree with that. I would also say that I think he has the talent to be the best hitter for the combination of all those things. I think he can hit for average better than anybody. I think he could lead. I think he can win a batting title. And how many sluggers can you say can win a batting title? I think he's a guy that can win a Triple Crown. I think he has the highest potential of any hitter in baseball. But I actually think it's his inconsistencies as to why I wouldn't have him number one. I would have guys like Judge over him. I would probably have Soto over him slightly, Witt, Ohtani over him. And it's because of the home road splits. If Yordan Alvarez was as good all the time as he is on the road, we're probably talking about the best hitter in baseball. But he just doesn't do it at home for whatever reason. So it's hard for me to have him at the top of the list. Now, if I'm taking one of these guys in the playoffs, give me Jordan. Jordan's already proven to be extremely clutch in the postseason, comes through when the time is big. Go look at Judge's postseason numbers. They are not very good. Bobby Witt has not played in the postseason. Shohei Ohtani has not played in the postseason. Maybe a wild card series, but I don't think so. So give me Jordan Alvarez. Give me Jordan Alvarez in the postseason. But if I'm talking about the best hitter in the game right now, it's hard for me with as mediocre as he's been at home to give him the edge over the other guys that we mentioned.
I think that's fair. I think the combination of injury, road splits, factor in. I think when you're talking about playoff and then how you weight all the different potential things, judging them on consistency, availability, playoffs. I think Soto's a guy. You mentioned him. I didn't put him in and I probably should have. But Soto, in the playoffs, we all know how old he was when he did it, but he was in the playoffs, and he was a big reason why Washington was doing what they were doing. But I think that, like we both said, I think there's your handful of guys to pick and choose from. I think Mookie Betts is a guy that's got an incredible eye. He hits for average. He has power. He doesn't hit the big power numbers, but he's one of the better hitters in the game, especially with the right video coordinator. But yeah, you're right. From Jordan, all the tools are there. There's no denying that this guy can be the best hitter in baseball and probably stay there. And I think that things are fixable. It's just being able to figure out the splits. But more so than anything else, we kid about it because we've had it happen so many times. The availability of the freakish, weird injuries and or occurrences that suddenly he's scratched from the lineup or is going to miss a series on the road, and you're like, wait, what? Those are the kind of things, too, when the availability is more there and we eliminate some of those things, too. You can't deny the ability.
Yeah, I think he has it in him, and I would say that his ceilings is as high as anybody. Like the ability to hit for contact, for power, 3-1-0, but you got to do it. Like, you got to then go do it. 3-1-0-6, I love Jordan, but if he was the best hitter in baseball, he would be doing what Judge is doing. See, I agree with that. But I would also take Jordan over Judge in the postseason. Key from L.A., sorry, but Shohei Ohtani's the best hitter in baseball, followed by Judge, and then Harper. I don't know where Jordan would fall on the list. I guess win an MVP first. Okay. MVP doesn't always show who the best hitter is, though. Like, Shohei Ohtani's going to have a built-in advantage because he plays both ways, obviously not this year, but going forward. Like, and that's fine. That's fine. Like, give me Shohei Ohtani. Like, he's a star, and I have no problem if he's winning MVPs, if he's having this type of offensive year, and then he's winning 12 to 15 games with a sub-3 ERA. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a better hitter. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. But I would give Shohei the edge this year, just to be clear. 713-780-3776. We mentioned Bregman's not in the lineup, so he would leave the lineup. Would he leave Houston? Would Alex Bregman leave Houston? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we all know football's back. MyBookie is here to make sure you're ready to cash in on all the action. MyBookie has incredible promotions like weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays where you can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, forget it. MyBookie's going to refund your wager. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what they're going to do. And that's just another reason why you need to go to mybookie.ag. They're also giving away hundreds of thousands of prizes with their Super, Survivor, and Squares contests. Join in now for your shot to win huge cash rewards. Get it all started right now. Go to mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975. Claim some extra bank on your first deposit. MyBookie's bonuses and options make it easy to deposit with everything from crypto, credit, and straight cash. The bigger your deposit, the better your bonus. Check out the new loyalty program with MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. Climb through the tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus, it's the lock of the century. But as I always tell you, they're always taking care of you with bonuses too. Go to mybookie.ag. Never forget to use our promo code BET975 and reap all the benefits of a super place to put your money down that's going to make sure you're taking care of your money safe and secure and everything that can go other than the bets your way. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag where you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
This week, our restaurant of the week is the Best Stop in Katy. We were there the other day. Joe George and Sean Mapes, the Killer G's, the Gag Show. They're going to be stopping by the one in Scott, Louisiana on the way home is what they told me. The Best Stop Supermarket has expanded to Katy, as you know. No more trips to Scott, unless you're Joe and Sean, for some down-home Cajun-inspired groceries and takeout eats, including boudin and pork rinds. They brought it to you right at I-10, just west of 99, whether you want some crackling or boudin for your Labor Day road trip or some specialty Cajun meats like Cajun stuffed pork chops or tenderloin for your next tailgate. The Best Stop has you covered with authentic Cajun flavor direct from the boot. Todd Callis, TK, will be joining us at the top of the hour. Alex Bregman, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Would he leave Houston? Do you think Bregman would leave the city?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Jeffrey,
if he's a free agent and he. Hello?
Yeah, Jeff Passan the other day, he wrote the article talking about free agents in an early primer on free agency. And whenever he brought up Alex Bregman, he put the biggest decision is Alex Bregman. He said the big decision for Bregman is simple. Would he leave Houston? It was his refuge after the scandal. I don't know why you're putting that in there, Passan. Houston embraced Bregman, always cheered him. He was brought up in some of the lowest times. Perhaps then the better question for the Astros, does owner Jim Crane want to keep Bregman, or would he rather spend it on future signings like Kyle Tucker? So if that is the big decision, would he leave Houston? Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy answer. I think that Alex Bregman would easily leave Houston. He's represented by Scott Boras. I think he's willing to play some do some business with you. I don't know if it's going to be like a major hometown discount. Maybe you could sign him for like 95% of what he's getting in free agency. But I feel like if he feels like he's disrespected in the open market, I think that Bregman would have no problem leaving Houston.
Yeah, I think you go back to the fact that he sold his house before we even got into the summer months of last year, moved to Arizona, and everybody was like, oh, he's a fixture in Houston. He's never going to leave. I mean, a lot of these guys, whether you like it or not, you're not going to get everybody that's going to live here year-round. But the fact is that I think he still wants his money. I think that you can get close on the AAV to get him what he wants. And maybe there is a little hometown discount involved. I think the big thing is going to be the years. I think the Astros, as we know, have set a pattern, and I don't think they're going to waver from it for a guy that's his age to say that, for a couple of years we'll be willing to talk to you. But if another team is willing to throw an ungodly amount of years at him, like 5 years or even 4 years might be a stretch for some teams, I think that when you look at it and say, is that where the rubber hits the road for the Astros? I think so. I think that's where the Astros will balk on it. I think that will make Bregman walk on it. I think he'll take another team that gives him more years at the same kind of money, and he'll say thanks for the memories.
Yeah, I think it's – I have it at like 50-50, though. Like, I do think that the Astros view Bregman as somebody that they want to keep if they could. I also don't think that Bregman's going to get this huge contract that prices the Astros out in terms of length. Like, I think the AAV is going to be high. I think it's going to be somewhere around $30 million. But I don't think that the length is going to be nuts. And we've seen over time that Jim Crane's willing to give the AAV. Jim Crane's willing to spend the dollars. What he is hesitant of doing is that long-term financial investment that's 6, 7, 8 years. And I don't think the Bregman contract's going to is going to be that. So because of that, I do think that there's a 50% chance that Bregman can stay in Houston.
Yeah, I think the other thing that factors in from the Astros' perspective is, to the point you were making, is the fact that there is no clear and obvious replacement for him should he leave. When we talked about Correa when he left, whether it was Aledmus Diaz for a year or it was Jeremy Pena who ended up taking the bull by the horns right away and then never looking back, you had options. You had options for the guys that left when Cole left, and even with Springer. You had options. I don't know what the clear-cut option is, and as you and I have been talking about overall, everybody likes to talk about the intangibles, the leadership, the hitting, the way he commands the strike zone. But his defense is so damn good, and we've just got done talking about the defense earlier in the show too, and you know how vital it is to have a guy at third that can field the position. I think as long as he's okay with lesser years, that there is a deal to be made to where they also stuck with him this year when he was absolutely crapping the bed for the majority of the first half of the season, and then found a way that no matter how many, he gets a slow start. It's never been this slow, but they hung with him, and I think that he knows this team also is still competitive. That matters too. I think that I would hope that there's a way, as long as he's willing to come down on years, that they'll maybe come up a little bit in terms of AAV, and they can find a happy place for a couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know how much being competitive matters, though. Like, he has the 2 World Series titles. Like, people who leave in free agency that are, motivated by the money don't really care where they go. I don't know what Bregman's motivations are. We think that he likes to win because of, the ball player he's been in Houston. But let me look at Chris Bryant. Like, he went, collected the money for a bad baseball team, hasn't been very good. Luis Baez went to collect the money for a bad baseball team, hasn't been very good. So I think a lot of that's kind of guessing what Alex Bregman would be, seeking in free agency. And then the heavy rumor, too, is Arizona. And it's not like Arizona's a bad baseball team. Arizona's good. So I don't know. I don't know what his motivators are going to be.
That's where he bought his house, too. I mean, that's where he moved to. So that's where he was kind of together going, if there's a place for him to kind of get all things under one umbrella, it could be Arizona. I just feel like, you're right. Everybody's different. Javi Baez to Detroit, he's been bad. They're not great. I get it. Chris Bryant's been a disaster. He left, but he got all the he wanted. I don't think there's any doubt that Bregman, has money on the top of his mind, and it should be. But I do think he's so competitive that he does anything, the legacy he created here. I think there's something to be said about the fact that he can have everything. He has cake and eat too, so to speak, and that I think he can still get there, get what he wants in terms of the yearly salary, stay a part of this community and everything that he built here. It's just a matter of, is he willing to take less years and bet on himself?
Yeah, for me, I'll just go ahead and put where I stand on this. I want Chapman to opt out of his deal. I think he will opt out of his deal, and I want the Astros to sign the cheaper of the two. If Bregman and Chapman are both free agents, I want the cheaper of the 2 third basemen to be the Astros third baseman going forward. Because I think they're pretty similar offensive players at this stage of their career. Bregman is elite defensively. Chapman's better defensively than Bregman. DeCinzo, it's too early to tell what he's going to be, but I don't know if he's going to be ready at the start of next season. I have World Series aspirations. So that's where I stand. The cheaper of Chapman, the cheaper of Bregman. 5798, good question about Bregman. I think he would rather stay in Houston where the fan base loves him versus everywhere else where they still boo him every at-bat. Yeah, but look at Correa. I mean, Correa's loved in Minnesota now. He is a team leader, fits best in Houston, but who's to say another team won't offer him so much more money than the Astros do that he signs elsewhere? If he's willing to give the Astros a hometown discount, how much of a hometown discount? 10%? 15%? Where do you think that's at?
Yeah, we've talked about before. I think it could be in the neighborhood of, regardless, it's going to be between 25 and 33 a year probably. I think that the Astros would probably be hoping and willing to go right up to and about 30. I think it's a couple $1 million that he'd be willing to give, but I think that's where we start getting into how long is the contract again. I think ideally the Astros would probably like to do 2 or 3. He's probably looking at 4 or 5. That's where I don't know how much the Astros are going to be willing to give.
713-780-ESPN. A few texts on this. 9243. Bregman is a D-bag, not smart to pay him a long-term contract. Tyler and Conroe, I don't need to be choir boys. 4218, does winning a championship this year have anything to do with Bregman's decision, win and stay, or this year doesn't matter? I don't think it matters. I think he's done his team success. I think he wants to get the bag. 8341. Guys, I hate to say this, but Bregman's gone. So there is that. King of Twitch is saying that Chapman's not better defensively than Alex Bregman. I think he's better defensively than Alex Bregman.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, I like
agree
Chapman.
I think that Chapman is his range, his arm, everything. He's phenomenal defensively.
Yeah, I think they're pretty even. I give Chapman the slight edge because of the arm strength. Bregman might have him slightly in range, but it's pretty dang close. And then offensively, I mean, Chapman 771 OPS this year, Bregman 761. So a little different hitters, different little profiles. I mean, Bregman's more, hey, I'm going to walk a ton, I'm not going to strike out. Chapman a little bit more swing and miss. Will walk a good amount though, and then he's got some. He's got some power. He's got some pop. He and Bregman tied for 21 home runs. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. When we return, Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros, joins us. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Time now for our weekly conversation with the voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. Our conversation presented by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at lancezcars.com. TK, how cool is it to go back to Philadelphia, stand next to the statue of your father, Harry Callis, one of the all-time greats that has ever done it? What was that trip like for you?
That was as cool as it gets, and I think the older I get, the more I appreciate it. And so I actually spent an extra day in Philly last night. That's why Esh was filling in, and got back to Houston today, actually late last night into the early hour mornings this morning, and then tonight off as well. So it was great. I got to see a lot of people I hadn't seen in a while. We hadn't been there in the regular season since 2017. When we were there in the World Series, my wife and I were kind of running around. World Series a little different, but this was more of a setting where I could catch up with a bunch of people. So had a great 4 days in Philly, and I look forward to going back there in a couple of years.
Well, TK, before we get into anything with the game, because I don't know how much, obviously you probably are trying to play catch-up, but just your thoughts on the fact that the Astros have hit it big after the trade deadline on two guys that basically everybody gave up on. The fact that you add Gamble, and from the get-go, he suddenly is hitting over 300. He's getting timely hits. He's playing defense. And now you add Jason Hayward, and in Game 1, an extra base hit, 2 RBIs. We all know he seems like such a good guy, but how could anybody predict that these guys would be such good fits and are helping you so much in the outfield?
Yeah, how about Jason Hayward just jumping in there with the 2 RBIs to kick off last night's game? That was brilliant. Gamble's been unbelievable. I hit in every start so far. So, yeah, I mean, the truth be told, the Astros were really struggling in the corner outfield spot. They have not had much production in any of their 3 outfield spots since Kyle Tucker went down. Last I looked, their OPS since the Tucker injury was in 30th place out of 30 teams in the major leagues in the outfield since June 3rd when Tucker got hurt. So, yeah, I mean, Dana Brown's gotten aggressive. His crew, they've been looking for guys that have been available, and Gamble and Hayward have seemed to be nice fits. They both hit left-handed, so I'd imagine you'll see them starting a lot against right-hand pitching, and so far so good. And those guys are veterans. They shouldn't be phased too much down the stretch when the importance of winning your division becomes a little bit pressurized.
Todd Callis joining us on the HRP guest line. Dana Brown GMing his tail off, and then Joe Espada managing his tail off. The pitching matchups each and every game, late in the game, 7th, 8th innings. You have the big 3, but then on the offensive side of things, because you have some right-handed options, you have some left-handed options. Mentioned Gamble and Hayward. Espada's not very bashful, going with the bench pretty early in games, and he's doing the best he can with kind of this hodgepodge bench that he's got right now.
Yeah, he matched up again yesterday when they brought in the lefty out of the pen, and I imagine he's going to be doing that for the next 4 weeks and 2 days as well after today. So, he's got certain guys in the lineup, obviously the top 4 or 5 guys that are not going to get pinch hit for, but once he gets 6 through 9, he's looking for the most advantageous matchup you can find. So, credit to Joe, credit to Dana, all hands on deck right now. This team, I know fans hate when guys get days off, but this team's been pushed so hard after that really bad start. 12-24 is a tough hole to dig yourself out of. So these guys have had to have off days, and Yiner getting his first one since June 12th, I believe, the other day was much needed. Not sure how many off days they're going to get until this division's settled. So it's going to be a big push to the finish line. I know a lot of guys are looking forward to that off day Tuesday in Cincinnati, but like to go back to your original question, credit to Joe. Credit to Dana, being aggressive, trying to get this thing across the finish line.
Well, you beat me to it, Todd, because I was going to say, is there anything to worry about in that Bregman is not in the lineup tonight, because we didn't know if he'd play third base again. Then he's been a Warrior again, playing multiple games in a row there and playing well. He got tossed last night, which I thought he didn't deserve, but at the same time, I personally was a little surprised that he wasn't in the lineup tonight. Anything to think about there, or is just a chance to give him a break?
I think on Bregman's side, you can kind of think that there's a possibility that his elbow didn't feel 100% today. Joe Espada checks with him every morning, and if he feels good to go in the DH spot as opposed to in the field, he'll tell Joe. Bregman and Joe and Espada have such a good relationship that they're going to be perfectly honest with each other. Bregman's going to want to go every day, but he's smart enough to know that if he pushes it too much after playing, a half dozen games in a row or 7, whatever it was, at third base, maybe he just needed a breather today, and maybe that'll lead into a breather again on Tuesday. Now, if he goes back-to-back days tomorrow without playing, then we have more of a story. But hopefully it's just that one day off where it didn't feel great coming off yesterday, and should be back in there tomorrow, let's hope.
How does this top two in the Astros rotation stack up against other top twos in baseball? Hunter Brown's been brilliant for a while now. Framber Valdez is Mr. Consistency all of a sudden. Where do Framber and Hunter stack up against the top twos in rotations around the league?
Yeah, I love what I've seen out of the entire starting rotation. There's going to be somebody who's really well-deserving of a postseason start if the Astros win the division that's not going to get a start. And I don't know who that's going to be right now. I mean, you imagine the two guys you're talking about are going to be at the top, then JB is a first-ballot Hall of Famer, so he's going to be in the mix. And I think Ronel Blanco's kind of the likeliest candidate that's going to go to the bullpen just because he is going to be way over his previous career high set last year in innings pitched. So I imagine of the three guys still out there, Kikuchi, Blanco, and Arrighetti, he would be the easiest to send to the bullpen. And then it's going to be a tough call. You might not need a four-starter in that first round or the second round, but you certainly would by the time you get to the CS if the Astros get there 8 years in a row. And I don't want to be the one telling Spencer Arrighetti he's not going to get a start in the playoffs because right now he has been – I mean, I feel as good with Spencer as I do with Hunter or Framber or JV or Yusei for that matter. So it's going to be a really tough call, and it's a good problem to have. But, yeah, I would say the Framber-Hunter combination with those – I would say this is a deeper rotation maybe other than the Mariners, but in the month of August, the Astros have outpitched the Mariners, so I would say this is as deep a rotation as anybody in baseball, including the Mariners here for the past month.
Todd, kind of similarly, but getting to the bullpen, you get Presley back last night. It seems like you've got a lot of different options again. I love Neris. I was really happy they brought him back. It seems like right away Joe Espada felt comfortable using him in kind of that role that was previously designated for like a Montero or then a Taylor Scott to where he could be your sixth inning guy. They got a lot of confidence in him. Taylor Scott's been used a lot. How do you see them using Neris going forward now when you've got those three guys solidified at the back end of your bullpen?
Yeah, I think you can slide him 6, 7, 8, or 9. I don't think there's going to be any issue if for some reason Hader and Presley are down for a night or Hader, Abreu, and Presley are down for a night, that you could see Neris closing a game. I think they would be fine with that. So, but you could also see him as early as the sixth inning. He could get the final out in the sixth and then pitch the seventh. He already did an inning in the third, his first outing in Baltimore. So I like his role very similar to the Taylor Scott role. And now all of a sudden you've got five guys that you're really, really comfortable with. Not that you aren't comfortable with the Caleb Orton, the rest of the guys that are in the back end of that bullpen, but I think you've got five guys that you would love anytime 7 through 9 that you can count on. So it's as deep as the bullpen has been all year long. I really am excited on this pitching staff from 1 to 13. It's in its best place that they've been all season long, and that's the right time going down the stretch.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and then hopefully the offense gets healthy. Kyle Tucker apparently could play as soon as next week, according to Brian McTaggart. We'll discuss that a little bit later, being joined by Todd Callis on the HR&P guest line. When Yordan gets in those grooves, where he gets hot, like he did in Game 3 against Philly, where he hit 3 home runs, where it seems like he can hit any pitch out, how much fun is that from your view? I imagine that you think every swing he takes, he's going to do damage to the baseball and leave the yard.
That's what it feels like. He's a different world. He's Altuve has said it numerous times, and I would concur. He is the best hitter that Altuve has seen. He's the best hitter that I've had a chance to see on a regular basis in my 32 years. He's just incredible with his power and his smart combination. Like, he is really a smart hitter. He doesn't leave the zone very often, and he'll go through slumps where he leaves the zone. But for the most part, he's not going to leave the zone. He'll take his walks. He sometimes, if I had to be a nitpicker and find one flaw, sometimes he guesses a little too much. But that's also one of the reasons why he's able to hit changeups out as much as he does, because a lot of times he guesses right. He's super intelligent at the plate. He's incredibly strong, and he's a great overall hitter. But when he gets on those rolls, I don't know why it doesn't happen here at home. I saw him laughing to himself after he hit that ball to the wall last night. I don't know if he was chuckling because he thought it would have been out in another stadium and it wasn't here, or he's just chuckling because he knows he doesn't have any good luck so far this season at Minute Maid Park, and all his luck has been on the road. But, yeah, Yordan's the best. I love calling his games, and I'm glad that I've been able to call as much of his career that I have.
TK, a little surprised just in the defense over the last couple of weeks, and I know that it's been kind of a musical chairs effort with the young guys getting in with Bregman's elbow, but you've seen a couple of gaps from obviously Singleton at first, Pena at short. Has it surprised you because they've always been so hyper-focused on defense, and we were talking about it. Is there anything really that you can do differently because of the fact that it's just, fundamental stuff?
The Pena part is really surprising to me. I've never seen Jeremy struggle this much for this long of a time since his rookie year. So, yeah, that part's been a surprise. The other errors on the infield, some of it can be chalked up to inexperience. You've got Wickham learning third at the big league level. You've got Dezenzo learning first at the big league level. You've got guys rolling into that first base spot on the regular. It's not for lack of effort. Those guys are taking ground balls. Omar Lopez is working out his infield more than he probably has going back to his early days of his minor league coaching career. Like, he is grinding out there. They just don't really have, to be perfectly frank, a very good defensive first baseman, no matter who they roll out there. So that's going to be part of the issue. Part of the issue is inexperience. The Jeremy Pena part is the biggest surprise. I mean, this is a guy that was the best shortstop his rookie year, and now, unfortunately, he has not played up to that Gold Glove standard this season, and that has been, of all the errors they've committed, the one that's been surprising.
TK, we always appreciate the time. Enjoy these couple of days off, and we look forward to hearing you in the booth again.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you next Friday. Thanks.
Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, Texas Star Grill Shop, Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at lancezcars.com. Yeah, so Kyle Tucker provided a long update on his condition, says Brian McTaggart, and said it's an option to play in Cincinnati next week. They play Monday, off day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Cincy. But most likely he'll return next homestand. So it's in play. He returns next week. Somebody asked, no rehab assignment. McTaggart says it's possible, but Tucker prefers not to have one.
Huh.
So
that's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine not wanting to go down to Oklahoma City. No offense to anybody. Have to slum it with the Spacers and OKC. So I can understand not wanting to do that, but to be back on the team next week, that seems a little bit. That seems far-fetched to be there. But if they said next homestand, you're looking at September 6th.
Yeah, I mean, look, as much as, and I know you've critiqued the videos that we've seen on social media, and I'm in agreement with you, they didn't look great in the past. I mean, last night's videos that were coming out from the guys that were at the stadium were very, very encouraging. It looked like he could get to the full sprint. It looked like, the plays he was making in the outfield, the throws he was making, looked more like the real Kyle Tucker. They mentioned that he has a different shin protector on. He's taking live batting practice again today. And maybe the fact that he's been taking a lot of live batting practice off of some of the Astros pitchers kind of eliminates the need for him to get, too many reps or any kind of rehab stints. But obviously you're a better team with Kyle Tucker in the lineup. The sooner the better, assuming that he's healthy. That's the main concern. But you'd love to have him whenever you can be, get to the thumbs up that he's ready to go.
Yeah, that's interesting. Good news. It is good news. I mean, sounds like worst case scenario. He could be back with the Astros a week from today. Okay, I like that. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Who do you think is the Texans' X factor this year? Who will define the season for the Texans? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Yeah, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. He does phenomenal work. He does PRP. You've heard it with athletes when it comes to their elbows, with their knees. Well, he does it for your hair, too. It's like basically fertilizing your lawn. There's follicles there. They're not as thick and strong as they used to be. The PR treatment actually makes them thicker, stronger, longer, and they're going to be there, and it's going to work for you over the long haul. From the standpoint of the NeoGraft procedure, I speak from experience on both. I've done both. They work. The fact is, you can see all these sprays and creams and foams that the companies talk about that are just masking the problem of getting your hair back. But from the standpoint of Doc Linville, the NeoGraft procedure is actually getting your hair back. I didn't realize till I had a consultation with Doc and his people. But the fact is, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So therefore, he takes some of it, he repurposes it. It's basically like resodding your lawn, and in no time at all, you've got hair where you didn't have hair, and it's going to be there for the rest of your life. Check him out today because you listen to us and you're interested in him. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now, and you can get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. Ask questions, get answers, have them explain everything to you, and see if it's something that you'd like to do. It's phenomenal. I can't tell you enough good things about him. He's here in the Med Center, but he is going to take care of you every single step of the way. 975hair.com gets you a free consultation with no obligation. Tell him I sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A texter, 713-780-ESPN, River House, East River 9, the place to be. Texter saying Pena's defense has been so-so this year. I agree. Would you guys consider moving him to center field next year? I think he would be great. What do you think about that, Blankers?
Say, I lost part of that, Jeremy. Say that who center field for who?
Pena.
Oh, God, no. I mean, come on. Jeremy Pena is your shortstop. I mean, look, yes, he's had struggles defensively. He's also been a Gold Glover. This is a guy that, as much as you and I have had to kind of defend what other people haven't seen, has been an elite, an upper fraction of the league to an elite type defender in this league. I'm not worried about him long term. I heard the guys this morning talking about, the potential to move him to third base, too. I don't think we're close to either one of those scenarios, and I'm not worried about him long-term fielding the position at shortstop.
The analytics don't love him. They have him as a below-average shortstop defensively. I don't know if it's well, quite frankly, it's the range. His range is not very good when it comes to the computers grading it. The arm strength is below average as well. So I don't think that he is a Gold Glove type of shortstop. I know he won one in his rookie season. I like him at short more than I like him in center because, like, okay, well, who's your short? Are you going to say that it's the rookie that you're going to call up? Okay, that's pretty dang soon. Like, let Matthews come up and then, like, unseat Pena and then move Pena. I have thought about the third base thing, though, because I do think that he plays better defensively at third base with his size, lack of range. You don't need as much rain over at third base. Now, the arm's not great. But Bregman's arm's not great either. So I think you can get by with him at third base. Now, does he hit enough to play third base would be the question that I have. Because usually you get more offense from third baseman than you do shortstops, unless you're talking about the elite shortstops that we currently see in baseball right now. So I wonder about his bat at third base, kind of like I would wonder about his glove at short. And look, he's 26. Like, you're at your best defensively in your early to mid-20s, and then you start to decline. Like, that's the average defensively for Major League Baseball players. So he's not going to get better defensively. This is pretty much who you got. So I think third base would be more of an option, though, than center field, although I know what you're doing, Texter. You're playing to that speed. He does have elite speed.
Oh, yeah.
So, I think that's where your mind is at.
But, it's the natural progression for a lot of guys. You look at Ripken, you look at A-Rod, you look at guys that have done it, and it's not the worst thing in the world to have him, move on and play third base. I think your point is the most valid is he's got to hit like a third baseman. And we know that he gets hot, that he has his moments, but can he hit consistently like a corner infielder is supposed to hit? And then and on the flip side of that too, or to follow up on that, then who's going to be your everyday shortstop? I don't think Bryce Matthews is ready yet to be that kind of guy that's going to step up that big and play shortstop for you. It's easier because you don't have to hit as well, but you need a guy that can play good defense, and I don't know if they've got anybody that they would earmark to say could replace him at shortstop.
Yeah, I'm not trying to move him off of it. Like, I'm fine with Pena being your shortstop. Like, Matthews would have to unseat him, and then Pena at third. I am intrigued by what Matthews is becoming. Is his ETA next year? I quite frankly do not know. 713-780-ESPN. Who do you think is the Texans' X factor? Who will define the season for the Texans? Who is that X factor for you, Blankers?
To me, when I think about it, it all starts and ends with C.J. Stroud. If you want to say the X factor because everybody knows that's the obvious one, then to me it would be Joe Mixon because you let Singletary walk away. You went out and made the move to bring in a guy that the three of us have talked about in detail about just wondering what he's going to be and at this stage in his career and what they did with his contract. I just think to me Joe Mixon is going to be an X factor for this team because if you can add what he's been to at least a majority of a degree with Cincinnati, a pass catcher, a reliable guy, a guy that can get you yards in the backfield, then you're better offensively no matter how good your passing game is. And so I think that's the first guy that I would go to and say, I think if Joe Mixon is anywhere close to what he's been in Cincinnati, then I think that is a massive, massive X factor for the Texans.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways you could go with it because you're right. Like, C.J. Stroud is the most important Houston Texan, biggest X factor. But if you're going to go from a non-quarterback, there's two on the offensive side, and I lean offense because I think it's more important nowadays to have a top 5 offense than it is to have a top 5 defense. I think the last 10 Super Bowl champions have proven that, although Kansas City last year was a bit of an outlier. Kansas City's defense was better than their offense last year, but at the same time they have Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. So it's hard for me to look at that team and be like, oh, that's a defensive-minded team. I don't fundamentally believe that, even though their defense was better than their offense last year. Mixon and Diggs are on my short list. Diggs because, look, maybe the Texans are like, oh, we don't need to be a great running team. We think we can win it all without being a great running team. And you can. Like, we did that exercise the other day. Like, you can be a mediocre to even below average running team and still be a Super Bowl champion. Kansas City was last year. Kansas City, I think, was 19th in the NFL in rushing yards, won the Super Bowl. But Mixon does bring your offense to another level. Like Mixon, if he's good and your running attack is top 10, I think it adds an extra dimension. It adds an extra layer. You can move up a level with your offensive side. But at the same time, what if they're like, okay, we're only going to run it 15 times and we're going to throw it 40 times, and they're just picking apart defense after defense. They're the greatest show on turf. I think you can get by that way too. So I take it two angles. I know I'm hedging here. If you feel like you need the running element, I would go Mixon. If you feel like you can get by running it 15 times a game, I think it's Diggs.
And that's fair. I think that the kind of the honorable mention to me would be a guy like Dalton Schultz because you've got talent at the wide receiver position, but Dalton Schultz, from what he was in Dallas. And yes, he had moments where he stepped up big for you offensively, but I would throw Schultz into the mix too, because if he becomes a guy that can be like you were saying with the running game, like a top 10-ish, top 15-ish tight end, that adds another element too to the way the defenses have to play you.
Yeah. Schultz to me is like that dude that's gonna eat what everybody else isn't eating. Like, he's not going to be the scraps. And, like, I think that the other guys are going to open up some of the underneath stuff for him. But, I mean, if you're looking at Tank, you're looking at Nico, you're looking at Diggs, you're looking at Mixon, Schultz isn't a top 4 offensive player, like skill guy for you.
Right.
Like, if you're going specifically the skill guys that Stroud has, I mean, Schultz is 5th.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I just think that, when you could – a lot of people are overlooking him already, but he's still such a capable receiver and a guy that CJ looks to as kind of a security blanket, that if he shows more signs of the consistency of his Dallas days and can be that guy, I think that adds an extra element that a lot of people aren't really relying on or thinking about that much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he had a year last year that was very similar to his Dallas days. What he's going to feast on is the defense is not necessarily game planning on him. Like, he's going to be like, if you're facing the Texans defense, if Mixon's doing well, it's like, okay, well, we got to stop the running game. Okay, Stroud's going to be somebody we really have to pay attention to. Nico had a big year last year. You're going to have to focus on him. You're going to have to focus on Tank. You're going to focus on Diggs if Diggs is not washed. Like, Schultz is going to be the guy feasting on bad matchups, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right, and I think that, like, what I was kind of alluding to earlier too, is the defensive coordinator and the defense itself can only focus on so much. He might actually have a better year already, just simply because they're going to be so focused on the receiving core, and or if the running game is a factor at all, he's probably the forgotten guy that ends up kind of reaping the most benefit out of all that if the offense is successful.
1-2-2-9, I think sums it up well. Schultz will get big yards when defense is focused on stopping the receiver or running back. They got to pick their poison. Yeah, I think that's where Blankers was going. I think that's where I was going as well. How about at the defensive side? If you had to pick one guy on the defensive side that is the X factor, who would you pick?
To me, that's a difficult question, because I think about losing Grenard and then replacing him with Hunter no matter how much you paid for him, and he's still got to perform. But the guy that I lean on because I'm excited about, because I believe in, is Alshire, because that was one of the guys under the radar that I said I loved the signing. I think he was such an upgrade over what you had, and the X factor there on top of everything else is he's played for D'Amico. He knows the system, so that's a huge kind of extra benefit for having him into the system, to where that's where I would cast my vote. There's so many guys that could kind of qualify, but he's kind of the glue, the green dot, the guy that brings it all together. And because he knows D'Amico in the system, that's an extra added benefit where I think that would be my choice.
I think I would go with Jalen Petrie in this conversation, because, I mean, all the questions we had about the secondary going into the offseason, with cornerback depth, with safety depth, because Petrie didn't really have a good sophomore season, because Jimmy Ward was hurt a lot. Now, Petrie kind of fixes into two of those situations as both a safety in their base 4-3 and a nickel corner. I mean, we love, obviously, Derek Stingley. That we were having the conversation a few days ago about if he could be the best corner in the league. I think everyone's high on Cromartie Lassiter. If you're able to add good Jalen Petrie to those two guys, I think the secondary suddenly goes, well, maybe not suddenly, but it goes from a secondary with some question marks, with some holes that we feel a little uneasy about, to possibly a strength of the team.
Yeah, I like both of those. I think both of those are, Alshire. Alshire was the guy ESPN picked, and I think Alshire has a lot of pressure while Christian Harris is out too. Like, he's going to have to pick up that position room, because he's not going to have a whole lot of help. And then Petrie's going to be that versatile guy that we expect him to be, which would be fun if he can live up to that potential. All right, who's the X factor for you? 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Oso says if you can take CJ out of the equation, I think it's Stingley. If he can take another step and stay healthy this whole season, a top-tier corner is going to help a ton against the top quarterbacks the Texans will play this year. Yeah, all those are good answers. All right, 713-780-3776. Who said it? Everybody's favorite game. Brian reads to us quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities, and then we guess who said it. It comes up next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. As you know, I like to play a little bit on the games. I like to throw a few bones on the games a little bit. And sports bettors, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sports book, and that's BetUS.com, my favorite sports book and my favorite online casino. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sports book, one casino. That's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, a 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sports books simply do not offer. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need: competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins. Everybody's favorite segment. Who said it? Brian's going to read to us quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. We guess who said those quotes. Brian, why don't you do the honors?
All right, quote number 1. A&M should be a real threat this year. I mean, if he really is that dude at quarterback and you have all that talent with the Aggies, I wouldn't be shocked if they make the college football playoffs this year. It really would not surprise me.
Wow. This was this week, right? So Paul's been gone, so it can't be Paul.
Right.
Imagine you're not using Mapes. Was Dell been out the whole week too?
Yes.
Yes.
So we got 3 guys.
This was, I know that the bench was talking about this morning. Everybody knows Joe George is going to the game tomorrow, and he's a Notre Dame fan, so that's been a big topic. I think I know Lance was high on Elko and the Ags when I've heard them talking. I think this, and they were both talking about how big the home field matters at Kyle Field. If I was to just preliminarily say, I think it's between Joe and Lance.
Okay. Can you read it again?
Sure. A&M should be a real threat this year. I mean, if he really is that dude at quarterback and you have all the talent with the Aggies, I would be shocked if they make the college football playoffs this year. It really would not surprise me.
Do you think Lance would have mentioned some names?
Yes, I think yes, I think he would, yeah.
So is that enough to sway you to Joe?
Maybe. Did you pick up anything in the cadence or the pauses? Because normally, we talk about that too. The delivery matters.
Yeah.
But I think both of them kind of have that kind of pause staccato thing.
I could see both of them having that little cadence.
So you leaning any specific? You're leaning towards Lance?
I'm leaning towards Joe. I think Lance would have given us a name.
Okay, that's fine. We can go with Joe.
Let's do it.
A&M
Yes.
should be a real threat this year.
All right. Starting off good.
If he really is that dude at quarterback.
He didn't even say the quarterback's name.
He did. He did a different part of the clip, but
it was more the other guys though. I think most guys know the quarterbacks' names, but then the other guys. And Lance, I think Lance sometimes likes to show off that he knows these college guys because Lance does that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to Joe's credit, he does know A&M's quarterback name. He says it earlier in the clip, but I just didn't want to make it too long.
Cool.
But you're right. No, Lance does like to show off his knowledge of the game. All right, quote number 2. I'll have to remember that for later tales.
I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah,
keep your information to yourself.
All right, number 2. You listen to Joe Buck, the way he used to call games in baseball and football versus the way he did now. Because honestly, what it probably was, you have a bunch of old white dudes who were sitting in a room and they were telling these broadcasters to be as vanilla and as boring as possible. Show no emotion, no excitement.
That sounds like Lance to me.
Yeah, because now BMAC, technically Sean Mapes cannot be.
You have a 1 to 3 guess on all of these.
Okay, a 1 and 3 in all of them. I think the same way. I thought it was John or Lance right off the jump. You called the last one, got it right. If you want to go Lance, I'm fine with it. I think it's definitely one of those two guys.
Let's go Lance.
Okay.
You listen to Joe Buck.
It went back-to-back Joes.
Wow.
The way he did
that was
now.
rude.
It's like he was
so
falling
different.
asleep.
The dream of the 5-0 is dead.
Oh, shut up, Brian.
It's dead. We can still win, though. Probably will. All right, quote number 3. You can marry your sister here. Why are we getting arrested in Kentucky? You're in the SEC. You should be able to do this. This is what SEC people do.
Sounds like
got to be news of the weird, right?
No, I don't think it has to be. I think they could have just been talking about college football and then just went out into the weeds,
rogue,
or in the boondocks. That to me sounded like a Granado statement.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the topic would have been then if that was the case, because I think it would be definitely John or Lance. And I know John's not afraid to speak his mind. I like John. I think because I think it's a news of the weird, but yeah, I can go John.
Let's do it, Granado.
You can marry your sister
Yes.
here. Why?
Bingo.
Why are we getting arrested in Kentucky? You're in the SEC. You should be able to do this. This is what SEC people do.
Yeah, I didn't care if you got that one right. I just wanted to use it. All right.
Was it news of the weird? I didn't hear the music.
It was news of the weird. Yeah, there was apparently someone who got arrested for marrying their cousin, but it was in Kentucky, and so that launched John off into that rant.
He said you should be able to do it.
Yeah, it's the SEC. It's what SEC people do.
Right. Based on some of the schools in the SEC and where they're from, yes, he's right.
Yeah. Clipped out of that was when he said forget about it at the end. But anyway, quote number 4. Makes me sad. I don't cheer. I pray on their downfall. I just don't want to see people do better than me. I'm going to prey on people's downfall from now on. Oh, yeah, Travis Kelce's going to keep playing football. You guys are stupid if you think this isn't his last year.
You're stupid if you think this is his last year?
If this isn't that, yeah, if you don't
so he
think
thinks
this
he's
is his
retiring.
last year.
I hear Lance in that.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah,
think
I
it's
hear
Lance.
Lance. Yeah, in a lot of ways, because just from the get-go, the way he was setting it up, and there was, I think it was probably about the new deal that he and his brother signed, a $100 million deal for the podcast. And then I think he would be that definitive in terms of having that kind of opinion on a guy like Kelsey. I lean Lance.
All right, let's do it. Lance Zierlein.
Makes me sad.
Yeah.
I don't cheer. I pray on their downfall.
We won.
Brian, winner.
I just don't want to see
winner.
people do better than me.
Chicken dinner, 2 in a
I'm gonna
row,
pray on
baby.
people's downfalls
Yeah.
from now on.
The deck was kind of stacked in our favor today.
Yeah, I mean, you
Shut
had
up.
literally a
let's
33%
let's not worry about
chance.
details.
Yeah.
Let's just gloat and bask in the victory.
Oh, well, we'll do that too, but I believe in fairness and
Yeah.
all that stuff. But I will definitely gloat.
Congratulations on
sure.
being 2 for the summer. All right, last quote. I too peed under a table at a Florida Gator bar. It happens. The line was too long.
Did he say I too did that?
Yes.
I too peed under a table at a Florida Gator bar. It happens. The line was too long.
John Granado.
John, yeah, that's what I guess.
First, yeah, John Granado, no doubt about it, because he's going all over wherever the party is, and I don't think he has any qualms about that stuff. I feel like that's a bold Granado take.
All right, let's do it.
I peed under a table at a Florida Gator bar.
Yeah, it happens.
It happened.
Yeah, you pee
The
in a
line was
hotel
too
lobby.
long.
Yeah, he stumbled a bit on it. He sounded he might have had a Coors Light at one point in the show.
We did well.
Yeah, 4 out of 5.
We did really
Yeah,
good.
4-1. Good job.
All bow down to the greatness that are the Killer Bees, and who said it? We're dominating lately. We're doing some really
Well,
good
there's
work.
the gloating. We got that out of the way.
Yeah, if you look at the last 14 days, you guys are undefeated.
We are.
Shut
we're
up,
like Hunter Brown with how hot we've been since a poor start. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. DJB Anime will be joining us at 5 o'clock. When we come back, Toro Times had an all-timer today. They listed 3 players that could be traded for the Texans now that the roster cuts have been made. Are you kidding me? This is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
you're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
This is the spot you need to be. River House, East River 9. Good way to get your weekend started right. Your first stop after work, after a long week. Enjoy a drink at East River 9 inside the River House, the fantastic food. Or you can play 9. How about that? Good time to do it. East River 9, River House. Killer Bees broadcasting live. DJ Enemy will be joining us at the River House coming up in 12 minutes. And I want to remind you, too, that there's a new way to listen to our radio station. It's clearer, it's stronger, it's the best way to listen. If you have an HD radio in your car, make the switch. Check out 97.9 HD2. That's where we live on the HD2 side of things. So if you start listening on 97.9 HD2, you will never change that radio dial again. All right, so looking through the my morning prep, the 342 websites that I scour through each and every morning. A little bit of an exaggeration there. And Toro Times is one that I'll look at. Toro Times is one that I'll look at time to time, usually at the end of my prep. It's something that might trigger a conversation or trigger something good. Now, I looked at one today. There was a story, 3 Houston Texans most likely to be traded now that the 53 has been set, which is usually not when you're making trades. Like, usually you're making the trades before the 53 is set. Making trades after the 53 usually doesn't happen. Usually it's okay, we're keeping these guys. Maybe we pick up a couple of guys on waivers and we cut 2 other guys. But trades usually don't happen after the 53. Usually it's before the 53. So already went into this, I'm like, oh, okay. Let's see who's on there. First one, Dameon Pierce. Okay. Again, you're probably making that trade before you cut down to 53 than after 53. But Pierce isn't the worst name. Like, okay, maybe there's a team out there that's running back hungry. The Texans don't love the scheme fit. Okay, Dameon Pierce in a 6th rounder for a 5th rounder, or Dameon Pierce in a 7th rounder for a 6th rounder. Late round pick swap. So that one's not that bad, right? Like, that one's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm totally fine with that. I think I've seen it on several different websites where they were predicting it or even mentioning it as a possibility. And we talked about the fact that, if it's systematically not a fit, there are teams that run different systems that, quite frankly, could use a young, inexpensive running back that had success in the league.
Yeah, so that one's not what caught my attention. That one's fine. The other thing that they listed, one of the backup wide receivers. Again, okay. Like the Texans, we knew had a surplus of receivers, but again, if you're making this trade, you're probably doing it ahead of the 53. That way you can keep like Noah Brown, or maybe Noah Brown's the guy that's traded. But that's somewhat feasible. Like, that's not completely out there. If you traded a John Mechie or an Xavier Hutchinson or a Robert Woods, somebody, hey, they had a late injury, or San Francisco didn't get Ayuk done and they wanted to trade for a Robert Woods. Okay, like that's something that makes a little bit of sense. I would say more Woods than Mechie or Hutchinson, but that one's not way out there. That one's passable.
Yeah, for sure, because we talked about the fact that we had seen that teams were interested in Mechie. We knew that this was the deepest room of position groups of basically anybody they had except for maybe outside defensive linemen and pass rush. But I think that we were contemplating over and over how difficult a choice it might be when you even factor in the Skronix and the guys that had played a role with other teams that were decent and or special teamers too. So, yeah, I think that was definitely a possibility, and I think the receiver room is what a lot of teams in the league were looking at. You see Noah Brown already getting picked up and knew there was talent in the room.
Yeah, so that one's fine. The one that got my attention is the final one. It's actually the middle one on this list, but in terms of, teasing you a little bit. Christian Harris. Christian Harris was the final one that was listed here. Considering his inconsistent play and his injured history, coupled with the fact that he's starting the season on the injured reserve, which makes it difficult to trade him, Christian Harris could easily be shopped. This one only happens if Jake Hansen plays well in his stead and the rest of the linebacking core doesn't look awful while he's out. If guys like To'o can't play better in 24 than he did in 23, then you're not going to move Harris in a trade. You'll just move him to a new position. Now, if Hansen struggles or guys fall apart without him in the lineup, no matter his struggles, he'll get his fair shake. How in the world is Christian Harris a name that you're mentioning that could be traded by the Houston Texans?
For your quote, tell me you don't know ball without telling me you don't know ball, or just tell me you don't watch this team on a consistent enough basis and pay enough attention to realize how good Christian Harris was last year and in the playoffs, how much that they were counting on Christian Harris to be a starting linebacker, to keep taking it to another level because of how good he's gotten. And the fact that with him and El Shair, everybody felt really comfortable with those two guys. We were questioning the depth that they didn't have, and the guys like 2020 and other guys that might have to fill in. But that's because of how good he's become and what he's been able to do. That is absolutely ridiculous. Where'd this come from? Who said this?
Toro Times.
Oh, boy.
Toro
You're
Times
supposed to
said
watch
this.
the team, Toro Times.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a one. You're not trading him because he's hurt. If you are trading him, you're looking at like week 5. You're not trading him. Why am I saying if you're trading him? But he's an integral piece of this defense. Like even if Henry To'o looks good, he's not going to be better than Christian Harris. Christian Harris at the end of last season looked like a top third linebacker in the NFL. Like was really coming on. I think that he struggled a little bit early last year in D'Amico's scheme and system and was playing a little tentatively, and then D'Amico got the best out of him, and he was playing some really good football. Like, I am bullish. I'm not as bullish with the linebackers as I am, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, but I'm bullish about the idea of Christian Harris and Azeez Al-Shaair playing next to each other in a nickel defense. Like, I can't wait for that. I'm bummed out that Harris is going to be out at minimum 4 games because he's on the injured reserve list, but I cannot wait until he's back on the field to be lining up next to Al-Shaair. Like, it has never entered my mind to, okay, let's entertain trading him so Henry To'o could be the full-time linebacker in a nickel. And then secondly, if you're playing a little bit of 4-3, both Jake Hansen and Henry To'o would be on the field.
There's just so many things that say this is a ludicrous take simply because of the fact we've seen him improve. We saw, I was super high on him when they drafted him, and I thought this guy really could be something, and then he got off to a slow start, and he's been dinged up. But when he finally started to come on, it's like you don't know where his ceiling is. That's how good this guy can be. You saw it in the playoffs, and then D'Amico, coaching him up and letting him know and he got the pick 6. All these different things, and you start realizing, hey, this dude is getting better and better, and there's a possibility that we just don't know how good he can be. Everything is screaming, you're not trading this guy, and because you've already penciled him in as a starter, as you mentioned, now you've got a guy alongside of him that we just got done talking about X factors. He knows D'Amico's defense. He's in the right system. He's a tackle maker, and he's a smart player. He's only going to make Harris better, too. It's just such a whacked out take for anybody that watches this team.
Yeah, and it still wouldn't be one thing, but it would be one thing if you had some other really good linebackers. If Henry To'o was somebody who was an equivalent to Christian Harris. If somebody was, if Jake Hansen was an equivalent to Christian Harris or younger or had more promise. But those guys aren't younger. They're not as good. They don't have more of an upside. And Christian Harris is very young, and he's still in his rookie deal that's very, very cheap. Like, the third name there is nuts. And I understand you're trying to, peddle content. You're trying to put stuff out there. And I'm probably doing a favor by bringing it up. That's just a bad name to list as a trade candidate. Put Davis Mills ahead of him. Like, hey, there's a guy, remember when he was traded to Minnesota, that whenever we found out the news about J.J. McCarthy, and then Davis Mills was held out of practice for like the next 3 days because he was nursing a small injury, and people were jumping to conclusions that, he's going to go to Minnesota. Like, that would be a better name to mention. Quarterback, a team that's desperate for a quarterback. They're going to give you a third rounder for Davis Mills. That would make more sense than Christian Harris.
Yeah, no, of course. And I'm going around the roster and just thinking about the position groups going, could you see a pass rusher? Yeah, but not because of the situation with Autry, but you had some guys that might draw interest. Any of the defensive linemen you could see that might have some value to other teams. But overall, it's like I'm thinking about they don't have depth at offensive line. You're not moving any of those guys. Running back, no. You're right, Davis Mills could be in that equation. If someone wanted a veteran corner that's, but you haven't seen anything to know that even from a health standpoint, Akuta's got anything left. You could throw something, but it seems like they just threw something on the wall to see if it would stick without really thinking it through.
Yeah. Kaimi Fairbairn makes more sense. John Weeks makes more sense.
Yeah. Case Keenum but then he got hurt. So.
Yeah, that's too soon. Alex says he's trying to be an influencer like Branham. That's a good point, Alex. I didn't think about that. He's trying to create a little content, influence the people. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live. River House, East River 9, the perfect spot to start off your weekend. Coming up next, DJ Big Anime covers the Houston Texans for ESPN and ESPN.com. He'll join us to talk about all things Texans. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is here. It is here. We are 25 hours away from Houston kicking off their football season against UNLV. Your first chance to see Willie Fritz and the Houston Cougars tomorrow night at TD-ECU Stadium. 6 p.m. start. Cougars hosting the Rebels of UNLV. Head to uhcougars.com/tickets right now. Get those tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. 713-GO-COUGS. Lock in those tickets starting as low as $15. You've been waiting for this all summer. You've been waiting for this all week. We saw games on TV yesterday. Some good games on TV yesterday. College football is back. Come out and enjoy the excitement, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd tomorrow night, 6 p.m., TD-ECU Stadium, as the Houston Cougar football team takes on UNLV. It's the start of a thrilling new era. Coach Willie Fritz leading the charge in his first game as the head coach of Houston, hosting UNLV. From the marching band to the tailgates, every heart-pounding play, this is college football at its finest. uhcougars.com/tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS. Lock in those tickets. See you at the game tomorrow. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
East River 9, the spot to be, the River House at East River 9. Always a great spot to get your weekend started early. Always a great spot to have a bite. Great spot to have a drink. Great spot to play at 9 holes. DJ Bienemy joining us now on the HRMP guest line live and in person. DJ, you can follow him on Twitter. DJ Bienemy covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. DJ, what was the most surprising cut to you when the Texans trimmed it down to 53 on Tuesday?
I would say easily Noah Brown, right? Like I had been saying for weeks that Noah Brown was going to make the squad. I was saying that for weeks because I thought with the guarantees, along with what he did last year with those 2 games, that even Nick Casario mentioned recently that he kind of wandled them those 2 games. He went for, as he said, quote, 1,000,000 yards, end quote. So them losing Noah Brown, like them cutting Noah Brown, that spoke to like Noah didn't practice all of August. And them having the goal to, like, cut a guy for that. Because I remember last year, Brevin Jordan didn't practice that much in training camp, and he still made the team. So I think that also speaks to the depth and the talent that this team has now compared to last year, where last year they couldn't just cut a guy because he wasn't practicing. This year they legitimately could because, right, like we know what Noah could do, but we know what his ceiling is kind of capped out at, right? It's like basically a 500-yard type of guy. You can anticipate, Mechie or Hutch, they can get you something like that, or combined, they can get you something like that, where you still get some of the explosiveness, the dynamic ability that Noah could give you at times as a 4th, 5th receiver. So I think it just speaks to how much this team has added talent to where a guy doesn't practice, you're not going to make this team just like C.J. Henderson.
Okay, DJ, and I love what you're saying in terms of the depth. And you and I had talked about passing in the hallway the other day. Are you not surprised then, but because they've had so much depth, or are you telling me it's because they have so much depth that they haven't looked at linebacker? You knew Harris now because he's going to be out for a little bit. You knew that he was one of the guys, along with El Shair, that were going to really solidify that defensive, that second unit, or that second line of defense in the defense. And I thought that would be one position they'd be looking externally to try and find some backup for, and they haven't yet to do that.
Yeah, I think that's more of a D'Amico thing, right? Where, like, I think D'Amico thinks he could just coach these guys up. And put them in position to succeed because, to be fair, in this defense, I've seen a lot of guys that were viewed as that weren't high draft picks have success in this defense, whether it's Quincy Williams with the New York Jets. The Jets got him right after, I think, cut day, I think in 2021, and he became an all-pro player by, like, year 2.5, right? He was an all-pro player in 2023, right? Aziz was undrafted. Came into the system with the San Francisco 49ers in 2019, and now look at him now, right? So, like, Dre Greenlaw, he was a 5th-round pick, and now he's one of the best linebackers in this league. So I think this is them betting on their system, betting on what this system can do for linebackers, especially since D'Amico is a former linebacker. So I think that can also help him teach exactly what he wants from his linebackers since he's been in that position, and he's been coaching this system for so long. I think that there's a good chance that he's banking on internal development.
DJ Bienemy joining us on the HR&P guest line. DJ, what about the outside corners? Outside of, look, and hopefully you don't have to see those guys, right? Because they feel good about Stingley. They feel good about Lassiter. Kept Okudah, cut Henderson. What do you think about the depth of that position?
I think that depth there is solid. I think if one of them had to miss a game, Jeff Okudah could step in and be kind of like a Shaq Griffin. From last year. Shaq, was able to catch an interception against the Bengals, I remember, to almost seal that game before they almost blew the game. But I think that the depth there. Cause I think, man, at cornerback, it's kind of, to me, it's a little bit like quarterback. Your backups there's going to be a drop-off from the starters to the backups for the most part, mainly because there's just not that many viable. Because, again, a quarterback, I don't think there's 32 good quarterbacks in the league, obviously. Obviously, with 2 starting corners on the outside, there's not 64 good ones. That's just a position that's hard to find. So with your backups, if guys go down, you just want a guy that can go out there and not give up explosives, right? That can make sure that they can hold their, deep cover 3 area well. Obviously, if they go quarters, be able to not give up explosives because the system is pretty simplistic, right? According to, Derek told me in this defense, We just kind of focus on one, maybe two keys, and we don't gotta really think too much. And I think whoever steps in there, as long as they don't give up explosives, they'll be fine. Because the last thing you want from your cornerbacks is to give up explosives. I mean, I was playing flag football last night. We were holding the team real tight, and then one of our cornerbacks, they gave up a big explosive when time was running out in the first half. That had me upset. But the goal is to just not give up explosives.
And you couldn't blame Paul; he wasn't there. So with that being said, you've got outside corner that Jeremy talked about. We've got Petrie moving around and being more now the nickel than a safety. We know that offensive line, you could use some depth. Are you surprised they haven't gone out more to kind of bring somebody in after camps of other teams? And if they would still be active or looking, which position group would you think that they would look to first?
I think, and I can always blame Paul. When he doesn't show up for my flag football team, I can always blame him.
We do it too, don't worry.
I would say when it comes to just looking on the landscape, I'll always say offensive line. I'm gonna always stick there, man. Because I think that's the only thing that could truly derail this season from getting to where you want to get it to. I think you can never have enough bodies there. That's why, that's probably after quarterback. It's right there with cornerback in terms of scarcity. I think it's probably less there. I think to continue to look there, mainly because if guys, let's say Laramie goes down, Titus goes, and again, we can go back, start from 2020 to now, they've both missed time, right? Whether it's extended, short, they've all missed time at some point. So you want to have guys in there that can step in and do what they have to do. Because last year we saw, literally every offensive lineman outside of Shaq got hurt, right? At one point they were down to their third-string center, right? Actually, in reality, if my math is correct, really, you had Scott Quinsbury. He got hurt. Juice got hurt.
Yeah.
Jared Patterson got hurt. At certain points, you had Michael Dieter out there. So, overall, I think that depth on the offensive line. Cause I think that offensively, after seeing what I've been seeing lately, at practice, towards the end of camp, the offense is going to click. Obviously, they'll have some rough periods because every offense does. But I think it's going to be an offense that's going to average 25 points per game minimum. I think that's the floor. And, the only thing that can derail that is bad offensive line play.
What do you think the pass rush ratio is in that offense that averages that?
Pass rush ratio in the offense. I think it'll be like 60-40. I think them cutting Andrew Beck kind of signaled that they're going to be more of a 11, 12 team. Like they go 21, they'll just put one of the tight ends at fullback. It'll probably be Cade there, and then just kind of do what you got to do there. But I think they're going to lean into their personnel, which is, I think we'll see more 11 personnel, 3 receivers. I think they could be roughly like in the I want to say 70 percentile in that area, which would be close to the top of the league. I think they'll start 12, have moments where they go 12, obviously have moments to go 21, but I think 11 is going to be their thing. You know what I mean? I think 11 is going to be their thing.
So Jeremy and I were kicking around this a little bit after Cam made the squad with the fact that, they're still high on Pierce.
Yeah.
Is it going to be where Pierce is going to have every opportunity to secure the second running back position until he doesn't? Or is it that Cam showed you enough that he's warranted, that he, especially in the passing game too, that he should be a part of what they're going to do behind Joe Mixon?
Yeah, I agree with the latter because Cam doesn't give you anything on special teams. So if he's active, he's just not going to have a jersey just to have a jersey, right? Like, you got to read between those tea leaves. Damien does give you something in the special team. He could be your kick returner along with Stephen Sims. But if Cam is active, he's most likely going to be used because it's not like he's not a gunner. He's not a kick returner. He's not a punt returner. He's not going to be on kickoff blocking. So if he's active, you're going to use him. So I think he's going to have a decent shot to get some reps at running back too, right? Because we do need to see him with the ones, well, not the ones, but with the starting offense, kind of going against starting defenses. Because we got to see was what he did in preseason a byproduct of going against guys that are probably now selling insurance, or was it a byproduct of his vision and his quickness, right? Because I think vertically, you pop 2 Achilles, it's going to be hard for you to still have that. But I still think his lateral ability, which is very valuable in this scheme, is going to be something that could, benefit this offense a lot to where, it could be a 1st and 10. He's out there. It might not look good, but he might not be able to get you 15, but he can get you 5, and you're still on track and you're still on schedule.
DJ Bienemy joining us at East River 9 inside the River House. Looking at the ESPN Top 100 players, a couple of things that surprised me. Diggs over Nico, and then Anderson over Daniil Hunter. At the end of the year, which of those two is more likely to be true?
All right, so the voting there is a little wonky, but I'll leave it at that. Don't want to get in trouble. But I think I think at the end of the year, I think Stephon to start the year will be the number one in terms of targets, right? Because he's going to be in the slot, so he's going to get his fair share of targets. But I think that Nico is going to be more dynamic, and he's going to feel more like the one towards the end of the year. And when it comes to Will and Daniil, I don't know if I'm ready to say that Will's going to be better than Daniil in his second year, because Daniil is coming off of 16.5 sacks. He's obviously a very dynamic pass rusher. He's multiple-time All-Pro. It's going to be hard for me to make that leap, but I still think, I'll say this, it'll be a discussion, but I still think it'll be more Daniil than Will.
So just wrapping it up, the Joe Mixon conversation.
Yep.
The fact that we know that they could have a passing attack that's effective regardless of the running game. But what you've seen him more than we have. You know that he didn't get anything in the preseason, but we're not too worried about that. But as long as he's healthy, what should we expect from Joe Mixon in terms of his production in this offense?
I think the expectation, the standard for him should be to average over 4.2 yards per carry. I think that should be the goal. That should be the standard. Because if it's anything under 4, he's going to see light boxes. So that's what I'm saying. It can't even be 4. It got to be more like 4.2, 4.3, because you're going to see light boxes, right? So if he's able to utilize that and is able to, keep teams, have to make teams respect the fact that they can run the football, then that's only going to open everything up. It's going to have defenses kind of like having to pick their poison, right? And again, a lot of it's going to fall on Bobby to not make it predictable in that regard. But once we see that, for me, he's going to have to average. Because I don't want to put necessarily a yard mark percentage, like 1,000 or 1,100 or whatever. Because let's say CJ's cooking, right, and he's on pace to throw for 5,000 yards. You're not going to need Joe Mixon to hit 1,000 yards rushing. But if he can give you like 4.3, 4.2, 4.4, now you can have that balance to where like if the game is a little muddy, you can hand the ball off to Joe, and he's going to be able to get you what you need.
Yeah, I like that number too. I think it's better than, because it also factors in if he has to miss a couple of games because of injury. It's like, okay,
right.
I like where your mind's at on that. DJ, appreciate the time. Enjoy your last weekend off-ish prior to getting it going next week.
Man, it's here. This team thinks they can win a
Go
Super Bowl. It's go time. Enough of the fluff, and now we can actually get to the actual real football. It's going to be in a hostile environment next week. It'll be a lot of fun, and that's all we can ask for, right? Something fun to cover.
Yeah, exactly. We appreciate you jumping on. Look forward to our conversation next week. DJ Bienemy, you can follow him on Twitter. DJ Bienemy covers it for ESPN, ESPN.com, and does great work. Make sure you follow along for what should be a fun journey for the Houston Texans in 2024. 713-780-ESPN. Brandon Ayuk is a Niner. He didn't budge. The Niners didn't on that contract. And what were the Niners thinking about doing in case they had to trade him? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
This broke late in the show yesterday. Brandon Ayuk signed the $120 million deal, 4 years. That pays him $30 million per year, which makes him one of 6 receivers in the NFL to be at that threshold. But then we found out some more information coming out later on the whole saga. Apparently, he had this deal since mid-August, and the Niners didn't budge on it. Like, I love that, Blinkers. I love the fact that the Niners are like, nope, this is our best and final. We're not moving. You want to be here? This is our best and final. Did not budge, and then eventually the star receiver has to sign the deal that he had in place since mid-August.
It's a rarity these days because you hear more and more teams that are just succumbing to the pressure of players and agents and wanting to appease them. And you're watching the stalemate right now with Chase in Cincinnati because he wants to get his deal done and renegotiated with 2 years left on it. The fact that the Niners were able to take a hard stance, stick to it, and basically end up, quote-unquote, winning at the end of the day. Yes, you still paid him, but you didn't have to do what they wanted you to do is impressive. So I give them a lot of credit for that because you could tell based on the progression of press conferences and how many times Lynch and Shanahan, in particular Lynch, had to speak on it, that it was taking a toll on them and that it was stressing them out. The fact that they got the player, they got it done, and they didn't have to come off the initial offer that they made is extremely impressive in today's NFL.
Yeah, now some people are like kind of dragging Ayuk in this whole deal. Like Ayuk still got paid and still got the whole training camp off. So like he turned out okay in this whole deal too. Like I love that the Niners drew the line in the sand and didn't budge off of that, but it's not like Ayuk got a raw deal. He's one of 6 receivers making $30 million a year, and he didn't have to practice in training camp. Like it turned out all right for the guy.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, look, at the end of the day, from a player's perspective, if you got paid and you got your bag and you got exactly in that kind of slot where you wanted to be, and maybe in a lot of ways he got more money than maybe, just from the standpoint of having the right contract availability at the right time. It's not necessarily saying he's one of the top 5 receivers in football or in that market. Yeah, you're still happy because you walk away smiling going, I got what I wanted too. Yes, I asked for more, but I'm being really more than fairly compensated, and so I got to feel happy about that too if I'm Ayuk in his camp.
Yeah, he didn't have to work hard in training camp is maybe the best part of it. I thought that the trade offer was interesting. Deanna Rossini reported that the Niners offered a 3rd rounder to Denver for Cortland Sutton. The Broncos said nah, but if the Niners if the Broncos would have said yes to that trade, apparently Ayuk was going to be off to Pittsburgh. So maybe Denver was the one that blocked this more than anybody else.
Yeah, that's interesting. I just wonder if he would have been okay going to Pittsburgh because we talked about how he kind of got cold feet based on where he might be playing and if he was interested or not, because we heard he didn't want to go to Cleveland, even though that team seems to be pretty loaded on both sides of the football. But, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of interesting details in what was coming out to where you figure, hey, at the end of the day, for as much as we didn't know what we didn't know while the process was going on, the Niners handled their business in a lot of ways better than a lot of people thought they were handling their business. They had everything worked out. They had, a direction to go with a variety of different options based on where it was going. At the end of the day, am I surprised he ended up back with the Niners? Yeah, kind of. But credit to the Niners for the way they handled the entire deal.
One thing that I found interesting is reports are saying that Rashee Rice is not going to face immediate suspension. So it's like, okay, well, they're waiting for the the court situation and all of that. So I guess you can draft him in fantasy without being scared, which a lot of people have been. But what's Jordan Addison too? Like Addison had the whole DUI. Like I don't know what the NFL's thinking here. Are they just waiting for all the court things to come down the wire before they finally make a judgment and maybe I guess punt it till next year?
I think that's absolutely what it is. I mean, I think that it's not like they're going to escape justice. I think the fact is they have to let justice play out. And as much as everybody in the court of public opinion and the evidence we've heard and the things that we've seen about the situations seem to lend itself towards the guilt of the players, I don't think the NFL, without running the risk of actually misstepping and or being hypocritical, they have to let it play out. They have to let the finality of the justice system play out before they land the punishment because, yeah, there's always the chance that, there is something that says that they're not going to be found guilty, and then you have to adjust accordingly.
Yeah, I wonder when they have their suspension, if they have their suspension. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Jamar Chase, according to reports, wants to be paid top receiver money by just a penny. He just wants to get more than his former college teammate. I would bet you that Jamar Chase signs a contract before they play a game next Sunday that pays him more money than any receiver in the NFL.
I think you're probably right. It is interesting because it is the Bengals and because he's got 2 years left on his deal. But it seems like he holds all the cards because of the fact that you know how much Burrow wants him. You know how integral a part of that passing game he is and how great he is when he's on the field. And if that team's going to do anything this season, a ton of it's going to, aside from Burrow, he's probably the second most important player on that team, that they have to find a way to get something done. So he does have some leverage. Yeah, you would hope that Cincinnati does the intelligent thing here because regardless of who you think is a better overall receiver, the fact is we know how important he is to the Bengals, and I think they have to get something done if they have aspirations of being a really successful team this season.
Who do you think's better?
I was gonna say that's a tough call. I think just based on who's throwing them the football, I would lean to that Chase because he's a bigger, more physical receiver. I would give him the advantage based on his the quarterbacks. But it's tough to argue with either guy.
Yeah, it's close. I go back and forth on it, if I'm being honest. I probably lean Chase as the more talented guy, but Jefferson's really stinking good, too. I like CD.
I think it's basically just that physicality and size that Jefferson doesn't have. But overall, I don't think there's a wrong answer.
You know that I'm very selfish when it comes to my sports teams. I root for only my sports teams. I don't care when other players get hurt. I don't care when other coaches get fired. I like my teams, and I want the best for my team before anything else. So whenever I saw the news today that Mike McDaniel signed an extension with Miami through 2028, I was a little disappointed because if Bobby Slowick is going to leave the Texans after this year to be the head coach somewhere, I was really hoping, not that it's realistic, not that it's likely, but I was really hoping the Dolphins were going to go 4-13 this year. Mike McDaniel was going to be fired. Slowick was going to be a head coach somewhere, and Mike McDaniel would be the new offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. That dream took a big blow with the contract extension that the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel made earlier today.
But the dream is still alive because of the fact, no matter what the contract says, if there's a disaster that happens in Miami and he takes the blame for it, he still quite possibly could have your dream fulfilled, if albeit the fact that he's still going to get paid by the Dolphins for the majority of his contract because of the deal that he just signed. So there is still some hope, but I mean, we saw the writing on the wall, and whether you watch the Hard Knocks or not, and you see the way that his players love playing for him, it just does seem like he's going to be there for quite a while.
No, you're probably right that it's still like if they were 0-17, he still gets fired, but it took a hit. It took a huge hit.
Yep,
the odds went way down with that contract. The other name that I'm kind of keeping my eye on, though, you know who I think could be the next defensive coordinator for the Houston Texans?
Robert Saleh.
That's right. Bingo.
Yeah, I mean, when you start looking at the Vegas odds and the posts coming out about guys on the hot seat and who could be the first coach fired, his name is predominantly mentioned at the top of those lists. So, you got to believe that that's a big put up or shut up immediately job where he's not going to get the extension.
No, and I a lot of things would have to happen there. Jets would have to be bad. I think there's a chance that Matt Burke could leave the Texans, though, and go be a defensive coordinator somewhere else. And whoa, what are you talking about? It's a lateral job. But it's really not because he's a defensive coordinator who doesn't call plays. I think if he wants to be a head coach someday, he's going to have to go be a defensive coordinator who does call plays.
Well, I was thinking about that from the standpoint of I think he has so much to prove that he's probably never going to get a chance to prove here because of the play calling, that if he does have aspirations of being a head coach at all, or just wants to be the true defensive coordinator that a lot of guys want to be, you're going to have to do it elsewhere because DeMeco is not. I don't see any in the time in the foreseeable future where DeMeco gives up play calling of the defense. Yeah. So I think that just depending on what his career aspirations are, if he's just happy here, he likes the setup, he likes DeMeco, that's one thing. But if he wants to be a true, total controlled defensive coordinator and or above, he's got to do it elsewhere.
Yeah, I think he will. I think he's going to go somewhere else to have to call plays. Because, I think all coaches aspire for more. And I think that he's going to get a chance to do that. 7-1, how soon? That's the question. Maybe the Texans, if they have a really good year, both coordinators are gone. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. When we come back, the Wheel of Bits. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be really, really good. Wheel of Bits with the Bees when we come back on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 97.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. I've told you all the time about Allstate Siding and Windows, and I've told you for good reason. They are the best in the business at siding, at windows, at front doors, and so much more. But it's in their name, siding and windows. If you want to protect your most important investment, for most of us, that starts and ends with your house. That's where you got to go. We know that during hurricane season, the windows are important, and so is the siding to protect the house, the contents, everything you've got in it, starting with your family, and that's where you go to the experts. They're the experts, Allstate Siding and Windows. They've been in business for almost 50 years. They are family-owned and operated, and they're going to take care of you every step of the way. So much so that when I had new windows put in my house, it was the only place I wanted to go to. It's the people that I trusted and the best decision that I made. They take care of me. They gave me the product options. They told me what would look best and work best with my house, and they were spot on everything. The great thing is they start by doing a free no-obligation inspection at your house and can tell you all the different ways they can help, and it costs you absolutely nothing. All you got to do is pick up the phone. Call them, 832-204-1936. 832-204-1936. Have them come to your door and tell you how they can help. They will analyze the age of the house, the size of the windows, the siding versus anything that you've done with painting and or the outside surface of your house, and give you all the pointers and all the information for you to make the educated decision that's going to be the best for you, your family, and more importantly, the property itself. Right now, they got 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. Get the process started today by the free estimate because it costs you nothing. 832-204-1936. Go online and see all your options at allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
More of Branham's Best Bets. Why? Not because I like doing it. No, it's not that. It's because I want you to make money. I want you to make money this NFL season, and you can do that courtesy of BetUS.com. All of these odds are from BetUS.com, by the way. I got some more bets for you. Yesterday we did the season totals. Arizona over 6.5, Dallas under 10.5, Denver over 5.5, Indy over 8.5, Chargers under 8.5. I have 5 divisions that I'm playing. 5 divisional champions. This is about strategy. This is about value. There's a couple of these divisions where I've placed bets where I don't even think these teams are winning the division. Well, why did you do that, Branham? Because of the value that's there. I'm getting expected value when it comes here. So here's where I'm at, and you guys tear me apart, break me down, 713-780-3776. I'm going to start with the AFC East. AFC East, I think Buffalo actually does win this division. You know that Buffalo's the second favorite right now in the AFC East to win? The Jets are the favorite on BetUS.com at plus 170. The Bills are plus 180, and the Dolphins are plus 200. So they're expecting a very tight, contested AFC East race, and I think it will be tight. But I think Buffalo's the better regular season team. I think Buffalo has the better regular season quarterback. I believe the Buffalo Bills are going to win the AFC East, and I'm getting them as the second favorite at plus money and plus 180. Buffalo, plus 180. AFC East, that's bet number 1.
I think personally, Jeremy, that when you were saying that, I thought a lot of people might lean Miami's way, but I think the Jets are going to win the division. I think
you think it's the Jets?
I really do. I just feel like it obviously rests all on Rodgers' shoulder and shoulders. But as long as he's healthy, they've loaded up so much on both sides of the football, and it's basically a boom or bust, make or break season for the entire franchise. We mentioned the head coach. I have a sneaking suspicion the Jets are going to win that division.
To be fair, you are a Rodgers homer.
I'm not anymore, no. But, I mean, he has ability when he's healthy. You guys have made me question, like, does he have anything left in the tank based on not just the injury, but where he finished in Green Bay?
I think he's going to have a good year. I think that Rodgers will have a good year, but they're going to finish second place in the AFC East, and Buffalo plus 180 is where you should be putting your money. Next up, you aren't going to like this. Look, I like the Texans to win the division, okay? I'm going to predict. We're going to make our predictions next week. I will be predicting that the Houston Texans win the division. But the value here is not in the Texans. The Texans are minus 105. Do we expect the Texans to just flat out run away with this division to bet them at minus 105? We don't. How about putting a half unit on Jacksonville and a half unit on Indianapolis? Jacksonville's plus 280. The Colts are plus 325. You could also treat this as an emotional hedge, where if the Texans don't win the division, you're like, okay, well, Jacksonville, Indy got it, and at least I made a little bit of money. But if the Texans don't win the division, I don't think the Titans have any chance. Half a unit on Jacksonville, half a unit on the Colts, plus 280 for the Jags, plus 325 for the Colts. You're gonna lock in a profit there. So again, I think the Texans win this division, but the value is in Jacksonville. The value is in the Colts.
I don't mind the hedge because anything can happen in the NFL, and we all know that. I firmly believe the Texans are going to win the division as well. But it is kind of a crapshoot right now based on what we haven't seen in Indianapolis at the quarterback position. And for that matter, the questions about Lawrence, no matter what deal he signed with Jacksonville, the hedge part of this, and because of the odds you're getting, I have no problem with that. I think that's smart play.
It's just the value. And, let's not forget this division last year was razor close. The Texans 10-7, the Jags 9-8, the Colts 9-8. If Jacksonville didn't pee down its leg at the end of last season, they win the division. If the Colts win the final home game of the year, they win the division. And I'm getting Jacksonville at plus 280 and Indy at plus 325? I mean,
that's smart.
The value there is just too good to pass up on that. I'm sorry. I hate to do it to you, Houston. I still think the Texans win this division. But the value is not in the Texans, quite frankly. All right, NFC East. NFC East is my next one. I think the Eagles kind of run away with this division. I think the Eagles win this division by at least 2 games. I really do. And the Eagles are the favorite, minus 140, so it's not tremendous value. But if I think they're going to win the division by 2 games and it's only minus 140, I think this is stealing money. I think it's taking candy from a baby. This is easy. This is easy money. Philly minus 140 to win the NFC East.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think as much as all the Cowboy fans are going to be all over clamoring for the Cowboys to be in the mix here, I don't see – I think the Commanders are going to surprise some people. I think they have some talent. I think that the Giants still have Daniel Jones at quarterback, so that's not a concern at all. And I just don't think the Cowboys are anywhere close to – I mean, you added Saquon Barkley. You still have a really, really good defense. You've got those receivers. And even if you lose Kelsey at center, you've got a really solid line. I think the smart play is Philly wins this division, and I agree with you. I don't think they're going to be challenged very much.
I don't either. I'm willing to eat the minus 140 because I think it's easy money. NFC North. Who do you think's going to win the NFC North?
I think the Lions are going to win the North.
Do you know that the Lions are plus money to win the NFC North? The Lions are plus 105 to win the NFC North. I think they're winning the NFC North. You're giving me the Lions at plus money. Another easy bet. Give me the Lions plus 105. Now, I do think it's more of a challenge in the North than it will be in the East. I think the Vikings are contenders. I think the Bears can be kind of an outside-the-box contender. So I do think the NFC North is tougher than the NFC East, but that's baked into the price because Detroit's at plus 105. So that's my fourth of my division bets. Detroit plus 105.
I disagree with you on Minnesota being in the mix as a contender.
I don't think I said Minnesota, did I? I said Chicago and Green Bay. Okay, my bad. I meant Chicago and Green Bay. Chicago and Green Bay, not Minnesota.
Yeah, see, and I disagree with you guys' belief that the Bears are going to be that good in year one. I think that they've got a boatload of talent. I need to see it from Caleb Williams, and I need to see him prove it all season long. You guys know that the Packers are not my pick. I think the Lions are going to win this division. The Packers are supposed to be the team that should compete to give them a heart to kind of pressure them for that. I don't see it. I just think like you just said about the East, I think this is the Lions division to lose, and I don't think they're going to lose it.
You like my bet even more then because you feel even stronger about Detroit. And I feel strongly about Detroit, but you feel stronger, plus 105. And then my final bet, this one's going to be a little confusing because I actually have Atlanta winning this division. But like the AFC South, the value is not in Atlanta. I don't like Atlanta at minus money. No thank you on that. I don't want Atlanta at minus money. I think the play here again, two plays. I think Tampa Bay is very, very similar to Atlanta. Plus Tampa Bay won this division last year. Yep. Tampa Bay's plus 300 to win the NFC South. Give me a little bit of Tampa Bay plus 300 to win the NFC South. I think it's going to be a tight race. Again, they have the value, picking Atlanta to win the division, but Tampa Bay has the value. And now I'm going to throw a little itty-bitty half a unit, maybe even a quarter unit on Carolina plus 1,100. The odds there are just too high. Plus 1,100. It's a bad division. What if they surprise us? What if Canales is great? Tampa Bay plus 300, Carolina plus 1,100. Those are my bets in the NFC South.
Yeah, the only one that I could see that made sense to me when you were setting this up was Tampa. I could see money on Tampa, and I could give them a shot based on who plays better between Cousins and or Baker Mayfield. I could see either Atlanta or Tampa Bay winning the division. No matter what Bryce Young can turn around, no matter what Canales could be in year one, I just don't think the talent level is good enough to put money down on them. But I totally understand a Tampa bet.
Do you know what I'm going to – if I bet $100 on Carolina at plus 1,100, do you know what I'm getting?
A lot of money.
I'm going to lose $100 is what's going to happen.
Oh, if they win. Oh.
No, I was joking. It was a joke. No, it's just a small sprinkle on Carolina, and it's mostly because of the division. It's like plus 1,100, really bad division. They could potentially win the division with 8 wins. Let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Maybe Bryce Young surprises in year 2. Maybe with Canales, they're going to surprise you in year 2. So those are those are the 5 divisional bets. Buffalo plus 180, AFC East champions. Because the value's too good on the other teams, Jacksonville plus 280 and the Colts plus 325. If either one of those teams win, you're locking in a profit there. Philly minus 140 in the NFC East, Detroit plus 105 NFC North, and then NFC South mostly plus 300 Tampa Bay. But because I am a degenerate, give me Carolina plus 1,100 just for a little bit of fun, just for the sweat. Just maybe late in the year, I might hedge it a little bit. Maybe. We'll see. Brian, you have any problem with my bets? Am I an idiot in any way?
I don't love the pick of Buffalo. I get it from the odds standpoint. It's worth taking a shot, but I actually think they're going to finish third in that division, so it's one I would stay away from. I'm not a believer in the Bills at all because of the lack of the offensive skill players other than Dalton Kincaid. So I wouldn't bet the Bills, but I certainly get it's worth placing a bet on because of the odds.
There we go. Yeah, hop on Branham's bandwagon here. 50-10, if you're going to do that for Carolina, just parlay it with over on wins, and you could only risk $10 to win a lot of money. Yeah, you could also do that, I guess, 50-10. I wonder what you're parlaying it with, though. Okay. You're parlaying Carolina division champ and they're over on the win total. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's smart, 50-10, because now you're increasing your pluses, basically. Instead of being plus 1,100, now you're getting a parlay plus 1,100, probably 50-50, so maybe minus 105 on their over. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I like where your mind's at on that. I might have to do that, actually. You talked me into it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car Wreck of the Day, every Friday. All the mean things that you've said to us. There's still time for you to be mean. 713-780-3776. Mean text, our Car Wreck of the Day on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie.ag. If you're listening and you're learning and you're thinking about putting money down on any games at any time, I always encourage you to go to MyBookie.ag. Simply put, MyBookie.ag is the place that takes care of you, the customer, all the time. They're constantly looking for ways. They're doing it again now. They're always looking for ways to take care of you, the customer. They've done it from the standpoint of the bonuses that they're always doing. You always remember our promo code BET975 every time and anytime they ask you for a code. You put that in, you cash in. You get more money in your account. You have more chances you can win. You have more games you can bet on. It's fantastic. Then people were saying, hey, look, when there's not games going on, I want something else I can do in some gambling I want to get done. Well, they heard you loud and clear. They have live dealers standing by. Now you can play poker, blackjack, and all the casino games without flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana anytime because you go to mybookie.ag. They're fantastic. They take care of you with all the games, in-game betting. They've got their website, which has the games you can watch, the people you can interact with that are betting like you, and all the odds on everything that they have to offer. And they have all the sports, too. They have golf. They have UFC. They have everything that you can possibly imagine. If you're watching it on TV, college football, pro football, etc., and you want to put some money down, that's the place you can probably do it. MyBookie.ag. As I always tell you, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's MyBookie.ag, and the promo code is BET975.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After chopping around for much of the day and digesting some inflation data this morning with yields rising, despite the fact that a key inflation measure that's favored by the Fed came in line with expectations, stocks chopped around for the entire session until the closing bell when the Dow rallied to a new all-time high. The S&P and NASDAQ added more than 1% apiece. The Dow up 228 points by the end of the day going into the long holiday weekend, and the unofficial start to fall, by the way. 41,563 was the finish for the Dow. The S&P up 56 points to 5648, not far away from record levels, up more than 18% now year to date. Same for the NASDAQ, up another percent to 197 points, ending at 17,713. Despite the benign reading on inflation, 10-year note yield finished up to 3.91%. Dollar firmed. OPEC committed to an output hike. That pushed oil prices down $2.25 to $73.62 a barrel, while gold tumbled more than $25 to $25.35 the ounce. As I said, heading into a long holiday weekend and then looking forward to the middle of September in the Fed's decision on interest rates.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Thanks to East River 9 for hosting ESPN 97.5 today. The River House, great spot to be. Great food. A lot of our Twitchers noticed that Blankers was eating. But fantastic food, great bite. Great spot to get a drink. Great spot to kick off your weekend. Great spot to play some golf most days. This is Framber Valdez's music. Framber on the bump tonight against Kansas City. Astros looking for a 2-0 lead in the 4-game series. You were really good with Hunter Brown's line yesterday. You almost hit it right on the number.
I was
really
sitting there
good.
on the couch watching that the sixth inning going, oh, I'm there. He's going to get me to 7. And then it just it fell apart at the end. I was like, this is why when you gamble, you lose sleep and your blood pressure goes up. Because, man, I thought we were going to get him to 7.
I hadn't thought about it until that 7th inning, and then he got that first out, and then I was like, oh yeah, it clicked. Because I remember I was being a smart aleck about it. I was like, dang, that's going to be another brown foot in mouth. I was being a smart aleck about it. He's going to hit it right on the number. Yeah, you almost nailed it. That was really well done. What about Framber today? What does Framber give you?
I like Framber tonight. I like him dealing. He's been really, really good. I'm going to say that he gives you 6 2/3 and 2.
I'll take it.
And honestly, I think it's going to be less than that, but I'm going to try and not get too cocky, and I'll say 6 2/3 and 2.
Yeah, I'll take it. I think he's going to go more. I think he's going to go longer in the game, though. I will take it, obviously, but I think he goes longer in the game. Ryan, you taking that number?
Yeah, absolutely. I would take that.
Yeah, I think that's good enough to win for the Astros. Another Jason Hayward game, by the way. Jason Hayward's back in the lineup.
I like that, too.
Yeah, I like a little Jason Hayward. I like a little Jason Hayward in the line. It's pretty fun.
I'm pulling for that guy. I love the interviews that he's done. I mean, him and Gamble, I mean, you would hope that at least one of them gave you some kind of production. The fact that both of them so far are contributing the way they have is just – I'm really excited about that.
Yeah. All right, let's get to our mean text, all the mean things that you told us throughout the week. 713-780-ESPN. Still time for you to be mean to us. Dr. Dre with a dinger just now. A zinger. This must be DJ's only meal of the day.
I'm telling you, he made up for Joe George. I can just tell you that.
Yeah, you guys are eating on the camera, and the Twitchers. Twitchers had some fun with you earlier, Blankers, too. There was too many to say, but yeah,
I'm sure
they saw
did.
you
That's
guys
why I
eating,
stepped out.
I saw you guys eating on the camera, and they had a field day with what they saw. I think the funniest one I think I saw with you is that you could eat a Junior Whataburger in one
I saw
bite.
that. Yeah.
What do you? How many bites to get? It's like the Tootsie Pop, the old thing. How many licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? How many bites to finish a Junior Whataburger, Blankers?
I don't know. I've never ordered one. I don't know, like, the size of that, but probably 2.
You've never ordered one of those? When I'm watching my weight, I go with the Junior Whataburger double, supersized.
No, regular doubles are with cheese.
Yeah, when I'm watching my weight, I said. That's my normal order. But when I'm watching my weight, I go with the Junior Double, large fry, large Coke. Give me all the calories. But that's only when I'm watching my weight.
Yeah, watching the weight with the regular Coke and the large fries.
Yeah, that's when I'm watching the figure. I used to love the Jim Rome thing where he's like, yeah, these guys are going to the double cheeseburger, large fry, and a Diet Coke.
So pointless.
Watching your weight with that Diet Coke. This text was about me earlier in this week. What triggers me is that you, Branham, always belittling blank. You're pretty bad word. I'm not belittling. I think blank's very, very intelligent. Sometimes we just disagree and we have good sports conversation. It's not belittling just because we disagree, right?
We're supposed to disagree, right?
I think it'd be boring if we always agreed with each other. How boring would that be?
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, but I think also it's in the context too. People, and look, I can't speak on anybody being sensitive. So I've had more than my share of moments. But some people, when you don't agree with their take, the thing that bothers me more is when you don't agree with their take, and then they think it's like life or death, that they've got to like insult every bit of you because you don't see it their way.
That is true. I can be very smart alecky though, so that text is probably pretty accurate. Chaz McCormick was very, very mean to. Chaz McCormick. Chaz McCormick was mean to Chaz McCormick. Chaz about Chaz, I need to go out there and stop being a B word. And then Chaz is going to have to start being a B word with the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
Yeah, I was surprised he came out and said as much as he did. He went so far. He dropped the F-bombs when he said everybody was giving him advice and it's time for him to F and do what he's got to do. And then the B word, and then he got sent down. And now you just hope he figures it out sometime between now and opening day next year.
Ryan says, I think blank is special on Twitch. I don't know if that's a mean thing, though. I think that was nice. I think he meant special in a very nice way. Someone texted earlier whenever Case Keenum got cut earlier this week, or IR'd rather. Tough to hear the Case Keenum news. I really thought this would be his year to win the Heisman. That's messed up, texter. Come on, man. That's messed up. It's my guy. I love me some
Our
Case
beloved
Keenum.
Cougs.
Case is the greatest collegiate quarterback of all time, statistically speaking. It's a fact, not an opinion. CCC, Eric. Holy heck, I did the same thing as BMAC and tried to listen in the loop. Wow, that dude can't even make words. Who listens to that stuff? It's kind of mean. I guess I haven't listened enough.
I have. They ain't wrong.
He's not wrong?
No.
75 earlier today on Twitch, whenever he was talking about what did Bregman say to the umpire, he said, hey, ump, you ump like BMAC does radio. That's not nice.
I'd love to see these guys show up to any remote when we're all here.
That's not nice, 75. Branham has the memory of a toddler. Whatever is shiny and new is the best thing ever. I like shine. All right. That does it for us. Thanks to A-Rod sticking around, doing some hard work. Thanks to Brian for doing some hard work. He's Blank on Brown. Thanks to East River 9, too, for hosting Blank and eating those quesadillas. Going to do it for us. We'll talk to you next week, Houston. Have a great weekend. Goodbye.